Inside a fast food restaurant with old worn-out decor, a boy who looks like a high school student deftly packs several meals into separate bags and hands them to a delivery courier standing in front of him. "I'm heading out, Li Yang," the courier says cheerfully as he turns to leave. "All right, be careful on the bike," Li Yang replies. Li Yang wipes the sweat from his forehead, then turns toward a girl sitting at a table near the bar counter and smiles. "Rookin, you should head home. I still have 2 hours before my shift ends." "It's fine, I'll stay with you," the girl replies with a sweet smile. "Oh right, look at this news. Someone claims they saw a person jump down from the 5th floor completely unharmed and then sprint away like the wind. That's impossible. The human skeleton simply can't withstand that kind of impact. Maybe it was a movie shoot with the actor hanging on wires." Lately, for some reason, there have been many similar news stories. Some people claim they saw a girl running faster than Bolt, an old man leaping straight up to the 2nd floor, and a young man lifting a car with one hand, each story more exaggerated than the last. It has to be the idle fantasies of people with nothing better to do. Otherwise, why would none of the major news outlets report it and the stories only circulate online? What do you think about this? I work here during the day, then deliver food at night. More and more people order late-night snacks, but there aren't many couriers at night. I could definitely earn a decent amount each month. Then you wouldn't get any proper rest at all." The girl's voice turns soft with concern. "I know you owed some money when Uncle and Auntie passed away, but this place is about to be demolished and no one has been pressing you about it. Don't wear yourself out. Besides, there's less than a month until university starts. You wouldn't even be able to deliver for a full month, and you might not even get paid. Don't tell me you're thinking of not going to college." Wang Rukan asks, a little tense. "How could I not go? I worked so hard to get in. Why wouldn't I attend? In college I can learn real knowledge and in the future find a job where I sit in an office. Only after doing this kind of manual labor does one truly realize how desirable an office job is." "All right, you have a point," the girl concedes. "Then I'll try to find some tutoring work. Earning a bit more is always good." The fast food restaurant owner is very fond of this kid Li Yang. He has just been admitted to university, yet his parents died unexpectedly and left him with hefty debts. Even so, he was not crushed. This child is bound to amount to something. Everyone offered to donate money, but he refused, saying that once the compensation for the demolition of the old house comes through, he will be able to repay everything. In the future, he will earn the money to buy a home with his own 2 hands. Even more remarkable is that little girl. Despite knowing what Li Yang is going through, she still comes here every day to keep him company while he works. Youth is truly a wonderful thing. "Boss, 1 set meal?" At this moment, a man wearing a baseball cap pushes the door open and walks in. The brim is pulled very low and his voice is deep and muffled. "Got it, please wait a moment," Li Yang answers loudly and briskly, immediately busying himself. Wang Rukan appears to be looking at something on her phone, yet keeps sneaking glances at the man in the cap. She has never seen him before. This is a soon-to-be-demolished urban village. Before winter, everyone will move out and there are already few people left. Even if one doesn't know every face, one should have at least seen them around. So who is this man? If he were just passing through, he would most likely come by car. There's no reason to arrive on foot. Besides, summer isn't over yet and the weather is still sweltering, so why is he dressed in so many layers? He is wearing long trousers and a jacket, even gloves, and his jacket collar is turned up as well. It is far too strange. Sun Jipeng sits on the chair, rubbing his hands over and over. His legs even tremble slightly. Right now he is not afraid, he is excited, because when he woke up this morning he realized that something about him had changed. His body had grown thick hair like the long fur of an ape. When he first noticed it, he was terrified, thinking he must have contracted some strange disease. But he soon discovered that his strength had increased. While brushing his teeth, he accidentally snapped the toothbrush handle. Testing further, he easily twisted the frying pan at home into a spiral. He became convinced that he had undergone some kind of mutation, yet still wanted to get checked. Online he found a clinic nearby run by an old traditional doctor. Too afraid to go to a big hospital, he decided to come here instead. He dressed in so many layers to hide the long hair on his body. If he wore his usual short sleeves and shorts, wouldn't people mistake him for some kind of wild man and drag him away? Unfortunately, when he arrived, he discovered that many shops here were already closed and the walls were marked with what is called the most expensive character in Huaxia, a single word: demolition. Seeing this fast food restaurant, he suddenly realized he was hungry. When he sat down, he discovered yet another difference. He had come at a jog yet felt no fatigue at all, and it seemed his running speed was far greater than before. Now he no longer wanted to see a doctor. This was fine, more than fine. He could run fast, had great strength, could jump high. Could he become a superhero? Li Yang places the tray in front of the customer. Your meal is ready. Please enjoy. He returns behind the counter about to tidy up when he hears the customer say, another one. Li Yang looks up to see that the food on the customer's table is almost gone, yet the man is still stuffing fries into his mouth. 2 burgers, small but still, devoured in less than half a minute. Was he a starving ghost reborn? Got it, please wait, Li Yang answers, glancing toward the owner. This customer has not paid yet. The owner walks over with a broad smile. Brother, 2 set meals, that's 56 in total. Cash, WeChat, or Alipay all work. The customer takes out a wallet, pulls out a 100 yuan note and says, cash. Make it quick. The owner swiftly gives him change, thinking he must have been overthinking it. This man was probably just very hungry and ate fast, that was all. Yet as he passes the coins over, he notices that the man's neck is covered with thick hair. It doesn't look like a beard. What on earth is going on? Makeup for some role? But who would shoot a movie in a place like this? Truly strange. Suddenly the door is pushed open again. The owner immediately looks up. Hello, you can order here. There are menus on the tables as well. The newcomer walks straight toward the first customer and leans close, whispering something into his ear. The customer's cup of cola slips from his hand onto the table. He shoves the newcomer aside and suddenly bolts for the door. Crash! Glass shatters across the floor. The first man smashes through the glass door and bursts outside, with the second man rushing after him. The owner immediately gives chase toward the doorway. Get back here. I'm calling the police. Li Yang abandons the half-made burgers and runs outside after them, only to find no trace of the 2 men at all. How could they have run so fast? Lowering his head, he notices that among the shattered glass fragments on the ground there seem to be some brownish-black hairs. What kind of animal's fur is this? Boss, we should call the police. The boss shook his head. Forget it. We're closed for today. You can clock out and your pay will still be counted in full. Tomorrow I'll have someone replace the door first. Wait for my call. Call the police. He had already sold the shop's surveillance cameras, and there were no other cameras in the vicinity. Where would they even start looking? He could barely remember the faces of the 2 men from earlier. He could only accept this as rotten luck. In any case, this place was about to be demolished. Once the resettlement shops were built, he would just rent them out and live off the rent, no longer earning this kind of backbreaking money. Li Yang took the initiative to help sweep up the broken glass before leaving together with Wang Rukan. You weren't too frightened just now, were you? A little, she replied. How could that man crash straight through the glass door like that and still be completely unharmed? Wang Rukan asked. Exactly, I found it strange too. I chased after them but didn't even see a shadow. Our little shop sits in the middle of this street with 30 to 40 meters on each side. Could they really run that fast? Don't dwell on it. If you're free this afternoon, I'll treat you to a movie, Wang Rukan said with a bright smile. No, you should go with your friends. I'm heading to an internet cafe to see if I can find some tutoring work. Li Yang loved watching movies as well, but right now he had to save every penny. After all, he owed someone money. That could wait until the demolition compensation for their house came through, but his living expenses for university could not. Then I'll go to the internet cafe too. Watching old films online isn't bad either. Sometimes Li Yang felt genuinely blessed to have a girl who had grown up with him by his side. Even when his family suffered a major upheaval, she had never distanced herself from him. Yet he did not dare give her any promises. After sitting in the internet cafe for an hour, Li Yang had written down many phone numbers, all of them from nearby. Around him people were either playing games or watching videos, making Li Yang seem utterly out of place. Though her movie wasn't finished yet, Wang Rukan still logged off with him and walked home by his side. Once you get home, you must remember to eat on time. If you don't eat your fill, you won't have the strength to work. If you're free tomorrow morning, call me. Go on upstairs. Once back home, Li Yang began calling each number in turn, but unfortunately every answer he received was a rejection. People grew interested as soon as they heard he had just been admitted to university, but once they learned he had never tutored before and that his university was neither Tsinghua nor Peking University, they refused him without hesitation. Li Yang did not lose heart. He also sent his resume to several tutoring agencies, so perhaps there was still hope. The television and broadband at home had not been renewed since last month, so Li Yang could only hold his phone and gaze at the beloved online world through that tiny screen. In those moments he was genuinely happy, no longer feeling time crawl so slowly. After finishing the latest chapter of a web novel, Li Yang checked the time. It was already dinner hour. It seemed that once again he could only make do with instant noodles. Dusk had barely fallen and hardly any lights were on in the neighborhood when a dark figure appeared at the entrance of the fast food shop. He gripped the lock at the bottom of the metal shutter. A few seconds later the lock snapped cleanly in two. The shadow lifted the shutter, swaggering through the doorway, now bereft of glass. He glanced up at the four corners of the small shop and saw no surveillance cameras. Although the shop owner hadn't called the police, precautions still had to be taken here and the place dealt with properly. A tiny flame suddenly blossomed in the shadow's hand. With a casual flick the flame burst apart, scattering in all directions and swiftly igniting the shop's tables, chairs, and counter. Hands clasped behind his back, the shadow walked out of the shop. Such a simple task, and they still needed him to do it. Now that the job was done, he might as well go unwind. Less than a minute after the shadow left, the fire in the fast food shop surged violently. The place held plenty of oil, and a gas cylinder as well. Li Yang was washing dishes when a blast sounded from outside. He stuck his head out of the window and saw flames. It looked like the fast food shop was on fire. He hurriedly put on his shoes and ran toward the shop. A crowd had already gathered and the fast food owner sat collapsed on the ground, muttering over and over, "Who did this? Why? Boss, don't grieve too much. Just take it as closing early for a while. In any case, this place will be demolished in a month or two." Li Yang felt a pang of guilt. For quite some time he had been the last to leave each night, checking the gas cylinder and main power switch. The boss must have forgotten to turn something off. "Li Yang, who do you think did this? When I got here the metal shutter was already open. Someone clearly went inside. This was definitely deliberate. I just run a little shop. Who could I have offended? Someone had slipped into the fast food shop. Was it arson or an accident? Li Yang, so you were here after all. What happened?" Wang Rukan hurried over, her face filled with anxiety. "You two can't help with anything here. The fire is so big, by the time the firefighters arrive there'll be nothing left inside. It's fortunate this place is going to be torn down, otherwise how would we go on? I have to call the police. If I find out which bastard did this, I won't let him off." Among the many onlookers from the neighborhood, no one noticed that a stranger in black was standing quietly in their midst. After confirming that the flames were fierce enough and almost nothing would remain, the man in black finally turned to leave. Job done, time to relax. He wondered idly how gifted the person they had brought back today might be and just what kind of ability would awaken. Old Chi really couldn't handle things properly. How could he let himself be seen? If not, they wouldn't have needed him to clean up the mess. Sun Jipeng woke up groggily, wondering what had happened to him. He looked around in a daze. This was certainly not his home, but resembled a prison cell far more. Why was he here? He remembered only that earlier in the day he had been eating at the fast food shop when someone said that Dr. Chen wanted to see him and could resolve the problem with his body. He had been terrified, feeling that his mutation had been exposed and that they might be planning to seize him for research. He had immediately bolted for the exit. After that he had felt a prick in his arm and then remembered nothing at all until waking up here. Who are you? Why did you capture me? I don't know anything, please let me go, Sun Jipeng shouted. He clutched the iron bars of the door with both hands, muscles bulging along his forearms as the bars visibly began to bend. Delighted, Sun Jipeng realized he could tear the door down and escape. He had no intention of being treated like a monster for experiments. He was going home. Bang! 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 He snapped the bars on the window, but the opening was too small for him to squeeze through, so he turned to slam himself against the door with all his might. He had to get out. The door soon began to warp. His hand had already reached through, gripping the edge and shaking it twice with brute force. The door tore free of its frame. Just as he was beaming with joy, ready to dash out to freedom, he saw a figure appear in the doorway. Li Yang felt somewhat agitated. He could have started school, but the fast food restaurant suddenly caught fire and he lost his job. With only half a month's salary from his boss in hand, it was nowhere near enough to support him for nearly a semester. According to the contract, the demolition compensation would not only cover his debts but also leave him with enough for 4 years of university. However, that money wouldn't arrive until the end of the year. What was he to do in the meantime? His boss had initially offered him a month's salary, but he felt embarrassed to ask for it. If not for his dire need for money, he wouldn't have wanted to claim even that half-month's salary. The police classified the incident as a burglary gone wrong, with someone carelessly discarding cigarette butts which ignited the fire. Yet Li Yang felt something was off. Such a small shop would have taken their money away at night. Surely a thief should know what to steal. Bread? Meat? Or perhaps the kitchen utensils? But saying it was arson seemed off as well. The boss was well liked in the area. Who would do such a thing? While he was lost in thought, he heard a knock at the door. Li Yang, open up, it's me. He opened the door to find Wang Rukan carrying a bag. You definitely skipped breakfast again. Hurry up and eat, the soybean milk will get cold. By the way, we're going to the river soon. The class monitor organized a trip to the river because many classmates will soon be heading out of town for school. I've already promised for you. You can't just stay cooped up at home. It's essential to get out for a bit. Not only will it lift your spirits, but who knows, someone might call you to tutor. Li Yang nodded. All right, it's time to catch up with my classmates. While having breakfast, Wang Rukan casually asked, I found online that someone reported the fast food restaurant fire last night. Some netizens said similar incidents have happened multiple times this year. What similar incidents? Fires. Li Yang responded, fires happen a few times every year, just like people die every day. What's so strange about that? These are places that catch fire for no reason, where someone manages to enter and set it ablaze. They also claim they have no enemies. Li Yang frowned. These must be internet rumors. Are there any ads linked below? Alright, let's go. Many people online take advantage of anonymity to fabricate stories to attract attention. Many things can't withstand scrutiny, yet many still believe them. People often believe what they want to believe rather than the truth. The media always reports sensational news to attract viewers. Wang Rukan said no more. Sometimes she felt that Li Yang was a bit too rational. Wasn't he curious about those news stories? At the riverbank more than 30 classmates gathered. They chatted about everything as if they had endless things to say after not seeing each other for a while. Li Yang, everyone is discussing their future plans. What about you? A classmate asked. As for me, I just want to find a decent job, earn more money and buy a house. You've become so old-fashioned. Don't you have higher aspirations? For example, marrying a beautiful wife. The classmate said, casting a glance at Wang Rukan. So many had pursued Wang Rukan during high school, yet she didn't even glance their way, always walking to and from school with Li Yang. Everyone understood the situation. Let's talk about that later. Li Yang smiled, not taking the bait. Hey, you all have been online lately, right? Not just playing games but also reading news. By the way, that place that caught fire yesterday is near your house, right? Yes, I worked at that restaurant. Li Yang nodded. You worked there? That's great. Tell us what happened. Was it arson? I heard someone broke the glass door during the day. How crazy is that? Such thick tempered glass. Some boys gathered around, seemingly very interested in this topic. I heard the person who broke the tempered glass was taken away. Do you think it was revenge? Revenge. I heard he was a fugitive who got caught by the police. Come on, if that were true, wouldn't the police have gone to the restaurant to take statements? I heard he was an experiment that escaped from a lab, which is why he could break the glass door and was unharmed. In the end, he was taken away by people from the lab. Li Yang took a sip of water. These classmates were getting further and further from reality. Who was taken away? What nonsense! Wait, it seemed like the second customer said something to the heavily disguised customer before the subsequent events unfolded. What exactly did that second customer say? Also, the two who ran out were indeed too fast. Li Yang didn't even react and suddenly they were gone. That was strange. Hey, wait, weren't we talking about the fast food restaurant fire? How did we end up discussing the broken glass door? Li Yang, who do you think is right? Someone pulled Li Yang to be the judge. I don't know. Li Yang felt a bit bewildered. He hadn't participated in the discussion, so why was he being made the judge? Oh right, recently there have been many reports online about superheroes. Have you seen any? With more people, new topics always emerged. There was never a dull moment, as many of them could chat with their desk mates for an entire day. Superheroes? I know. That's the person who jumped down from the 5th floor without a scratch, right? Not just that, there are many similar cases, each one displaying superhuman abilities. There's even someone who can freeze water. Yeah. There are those who are invulnerable to knives and guns. They're truly invulnerable, not fake. While discussing this topic, these classmates acted as if they had seen it all with their own eyes. In Li Yang's eyes, those incidents were merely magic tricks. If this were true, could there be someone who could spit fireballs or even fly? Had they watched too many movies? After chatting for a while, someone suggested they take out their food and start a picnic. Some spread out tablecloths while others began setting out food. Li Yang and a few others went to call classmates playing nearby. He ran over and shouted to a classmate standing by the riverbank, Liangzi, it's time to eat. Liangzi, what are you doing? It's time to eat. Li Yang noticed his classmate didn't respond and thought he must be wearing headphones and didn't hear him, so he reached out to tap his shoulder. Liangzi suddenly turned around, his expression fierce, letting out a growl. His face and neck were covered in dark brown long hair, looking just like the one Li Yang had found at the fast food restaurant. Li Yang was startled and instinctively dodged, slipping on his feet and rolling down the steps of the riverbank, plunging into the water. Although there was a river running through the city where he lived, Li Yang was a genuine landlubber. Moreover, after rolling down the steps he was already dazed and ended up swallowing several mouthfuls of muddy river water. Help! Someone please help! Wang Ruokan's cries echoed from the riverbank as classmates rushed down eager to try and save Li Yang. Liangzi hastily pulled off the hair stuck to his face and rushed down. He never expected that a simple prank would lead to such dire consequences. Splash! Liangzi didn't even bother to take off his clothes before jumping into the river. Two others who could swim followed suit while some classmates waved their clothes hoping Li Yang could grab hold. Others searched for long sticks and some ran along the riverbank looking for a life buoy. Li Yang struggled in the water, feeling increasingly distressed and nearly unable to breathe as the raging current threatened to carry him downstream. At that moment he suddenly felt a surge of warmth within him as if a lock inside him had been released, allowing him to breathe once again. A hand suddenly grasped his shoulder and Li Yang instinctively held on. A few more hands grabbed him and pulled him out of the water. Just then a patrol officer on the bank ran over and threw a life buoy. Li Yang and the others grabbed it and were pulled back to shore. Li Yang kept coughing up water, tears streaming down his face. His classmates blamed Liangzi, arguing that if it weren't for Liangzi's prank Li Yang would never have fallen into the water, he could have drowned. Don't blame Liangzi, he jumped in to save me too. Without him I might have really drowned. Li Yang intervened to stop his classmates from further condemning Liangzi, understanding it was an accident. You all continue to play, don't ruin everyone's mood. I'm heading back, he said, though inside he felt quite angry and didn't want to stay in touch with Liangzi anymore. I'll go with you, we should go to the hospital for a checkup. Wang Ruokan supported Li Yang and glared back at Liangzi. No need for the hospital, it's just some water I drank. I'll be fine after taking some medicine. You can go home. Li Yang insisted on going home and didn't want to go to the hospital. It wasn't just about the money, he also had a repulsion towards hospitals, especially since his parents had passed away there not long ago despite spending so much money. Then wash up and go to bed quickly to avoid catching a cold. If you feel unwell, don't push yourself. Remember to call me. Okay, you should head home too. Li Yang actually didn't want Wang Ruokan to see him in such a pathetic state. Once inside his house he rinsed his body off casually, but as soon as he sat on the bed he felt a wave of dizziness. He touched his forehead, it felt hot. Had he caught a fever? Just as he thought to find some medicine, dizziness struck again and he collapsed onto the bed. Li Yang's mind was a blur. He felt as if he saw someone, but he couldn't make out their features, only remembering that they were all furry. He recalled the strange guest he had seen the day before, vaguely remembering them sporting a scruffy beard, and that face oddly resembled Liangzi's prankster smile. As he opened his eyes, Li Yang stretched, feeling as if he hadn't slept so comfortably in a long time. Glancing out the window, something felt off. Why was the sun in the east? Checking his phone, he realized he had slept for 20 hours. He touched his head, it felt normal, no fever, just an overwhelming hunger. He boiled 2 packets of noodles but still felt unsatisfied. Yet he didn't dare eat more, fearing it would upset his stomach. Strangely, he recalled the scene after he fell into the water, where for a moment he no longer felt discomfort, almost as if he could swim. He felt a pang of fear. Was that feeling because he was on the verge of shock? He went to the bathroom to wash his face and casually considered washing his dirty clothes. When he reached into his pants pocket, he pulled out a clump of brownish-black fur. He had carelessly stashed it away the day before. The boss had decided not to deal with the glass door incident, so it was of no use keeping it around. Now he despised that kind of fur. What he didn't notice was that after throwing the fur into the trash, one strand stuck to his finger, and in an instant that strand burrowed into his fingertip. Just as he soaked the clothes, he felt dizzy again and struggled to make it to the bed, collapsing. Outside the window, a figure paused for a moment before vanishing. A familiar voice reached his ears, and Li Yang opened his eyes, reaching out to grope around beside him. He grabbed his phone and saw it was Wang Ruokan. Hello. How are you? Are you still feeling unwell? Why haven't you replied to my messages? I fell asleep and didn't hear. I've been at home, haven't gone out. Don't worry, I'm fine. After hanging up, Li Yang checked the time. It was already 8 in the evening. What was going on? Had he really slept for more than 10 hours? Wait, what happened to his hand? Li Yang sat up immediately, tossing his phone onto the bed. He stared at the back of his hand, which was covered in brownish-black fur. Not just the back of his hand but also his arms. Lifting his shirt, he saw it all over his body, even on his legs and neck. What the hell, was he dreaming or hallucinating? How could he possibly be growing fur? Staring into the bathroom mirror, Li Yang still couldn't believe it. Was that grotesque creature resembling a gorilla really him? This was even scarier than Liang's appearance resembling the figure he had seen in his dream. What was happening? How could he suddenly mutate while sleeping? He grabbed a razor, intending to shave off the fur, at least from his face. But with a crack, the razor he had used for 3 years shattered in his grip. That razor shouldn't be so fragile as to break, and besides, he hadn't even exerted much force. He glanced at the mop by the wall, grabbed the handle with both hands, and pulled hard. Crack! Li Yang stared in disbelief. How could he have broken the wooden mop handle so easily? When did his strength become this great? He looked at his hands and casually plucked a strand of fur from his face. It hurt. This wasn't a dream. With another crack, Li Yang effortlessly split the mop handle into 4 pieces, still using little effort. Now he believed it. His strength had indeed increased significantly. He should have been happy about gaining strength, but turning into this gorilla-like figure, what good was that? Was he supposed to play King Kong? How could he go out and face people? If it was just a matter of gaining strength, it would have been fine if the brownish-black fur could be retracted, even if just to keep it off his face and neck. He suddenly recalled the guest who had dashed away after breaking the glass door. That person had worn a coat and long pants even in the summer, along with gloves and a cap. Could it be that they looked like him, which was why they dressed that way? Had he caught whatever it was from them? After pondering for a long time, the only possible source of infection was that tuft of hair. He rushed to the trash can, dug out the tuft, and immediately turned on the gas to burn the hair completely. He had already been infected and didn't want more people to suffer the same fate. He wanted to check if there was anything left in the trash can, but he despondently sat back down on the chair. He could burn the trash can, but what about the hair on his body? If the hair really was the source of infection, did that mean he couldn't get close to anyone anymore? Would he be captured and used as a guinea pig? For some inexplicable reason, he thought of the customer who had escaped the day before. Was it the second person who said something that triggered the subsequent events? What was that second person doing there? Were they there to capture the first person? If the first customer really had escaped from some laboratory, would he also be captured in the future? Li Yang felt a sense of despair. Perhaps his dreams would never have a chance to be realized. He took out his phone, intending to leave a farewell note listing the debts he owed. It seemed he could only ask Wang Rukan for help in dealing with it. Just as he was about to send a WeChat message, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness again. Was he really going to run out of time even to send a farewell note? When he awoke again, it was already bright outside. He was overjoyed, because the strange hair on his body had disappeared. He gripped the headboard tightly, exerting force, and found that his strength seemed to have returned. Why was that? He didn't want to have that strange appearance, but he still wanted the strength. He had fainted several times after all. As he exerted more force, the iron pipe of the headboard began to bend, yet he noticed brown-black hair starting to sprout from the back of his hand, frightening him into quickly releasing his grip. When he stopped exerting force, the hair disappeared again. After trying a few times, Li Yang reluctantly accepted the reality. If he wanted to use strength beyond the ordinary, he would transform into a hairy monster, but if he withdrew his strength, he would quickly revert to a normal person. He had once thought of becoming a strongman so he could act heroically. Yet when a girl encounters a villain expecting a hero to swoop down, she might scream for help upon seeing a hairy monster instead. Li Yang felt dizzy again and was very hungry. He directly devoured 2 packets of instant noodles and the dizziness faded away. Could it be that he had fainted from hunger the previous 2 times? So using this strange strength had side effects. But thinking about it, it might save his life at a critical moment, which he found acceptable. After transforming into a hairy monster, it wasn't just his strength that increased. With enhanced leg power he could run faster and jump higher. Now he understood why he hadn't seen the person who had broken through the glass door that day. With no other food left at home, he planned to go out to buy some instant noodles and also look for other odd jobs nearby. The kid from old Liu's family is missing. Isn't that strange? A big kid like that, surely no one would abduct him. Could he have been captured by someone? Who knows? He might have just gone out to play. Kids love to meet online friends. I'll be back in a few days. Old Wang is still looking for the person who ordered takeout from his fast food place. Although not much was left, it was still worth a couple of thousand. Do you think the police can't find them or just haven't bothered to look? I'm sure they haven't looked. It's just the work of thieves, right? I don't believe there are any thieves the police don't know. Hey, isn't that the kid who worked at old Wang's place? I heard his parents died last month and he owes a lot of money. Li Yang instantly felt displeased. If these 2 ants were not gossiping, they were just being nosy. But he quickly froze. Something felt off. He was still quite far from the 2 and their voices were not loud. How could he hear them so clearly? If it was because he had mutated and his hearing had been enhanced, then he hadn't transformed into a hairy monster yet. He also looked around and noticed some other issues. He had mild nearsightedness, so why did everything look so clear now? Had his nearsightedness been cured? It seemed that some changes he hadn't noticed before had occurred in him. Once he got home, he would have to study it thoroughly. On his way to the small supermarket, he passed by the fast food restaurant, which still bore the marks of the recent fire. Li Yang wanted to get closer to take a look when he suddenly noticed someone walking out from inside. That person seemed surprised to see Li Yang, as if they hadn't expected to encounter anyone. After the fire, the nearby shops had all moved away. When he had just come out, he specifically checked if there was no one at the door. Who was this person walking silently along the wall without making a sound? Who are you? I've never seen you before, Li Yang asked. Bro, I just went in to take a leak. In a place waiting to be demolished, there's no need to make a fuss, right? Upon hearing the explanation, Li Yang was taken aback. It turned out he was just relieving himself. Although he thought it was inappropriate for someone to urinate inside the store, he didn't say anything else. The row of houses in front has all moved away and there are still people living nearby. It's not good for you to be using the restroom here. It smells a lot in the summer. Is this your home? Why do you care? The person huffed and turned to leave. Li Yang chose not to say anything more. Forget it, this was clearly abandoned property and it was evident that the owner didn't care anymore. Yet as he watched the departing figure, he felt as if he had seen them somewhere before. After the person left, Li Yang entered the interior. The familiar layout greeted him, but what he saw were blackened walls and some charred remnants of tables and chairs. He walked around inside planning to leave, but suddenly turned back and quickly walked in. In less than a minute he dashed out, running in a specific direction. 5 minutes later, Li Yang stood by the roadside leaning against a utility pole and gasping for breath. The person who had emerged from the ruins of the store was nowhere to be found. After circling the ruins, he had noticed something amiss. There were no traces of urine inside, proving that the person's claim about relieving themselves was a lie. Moreover, Li Yang remembered where he had seen that person before. During the fire at the fast food restaurant, he had spotted this individual among the crowd. Why was this person lying? What had they really gone into the store for? And who were they appearing around here so frequently? In another locked room the person was hiding behind the door, peering through the crack to observe Li Yang's silhouette. The little guy is quite alert, but to find me you still have a long way to go. If I didn't have other business I would have given you a profound lesson for daring to chase me. After giving Li Yang one last glance he left through the back door of the abandoned house. Li Yang pondered over the events of the past few days while sitting in a chair after consuming 3 packets of noodles. There were many aspects he couldn't comprehend and ultimately he resorted to a common method, searching online. The internet is a wondrous place. It seems like any question can find an answer online, though the accuracy of those answers may be uncertain. Upon searching for the issue of hair growth on his body he discovered that he was not alone in this condition. Reports indicated that similar strange ailments had affected individuals in America and Europe, albeit with some differences. Those individuals merely experienced excessive hair growth while his own hair appeared and disappeared, and after manifesting his physical condition underwent dramatic changes distinctly unlike theirs. However, he came across a post that had been published a few days ago detailing symptoms that were strikingly similar to his own. The comments below were varied and skeptical, indicating disbelief among readers. Was the person who posted this a strange guest? Where could that guest be now? Li Yang left a comment below hoping to connect with this person. He expressed his belief in their words and his admiration but refrained from revealing that he shared the same condition. I just crossed several mountains and rivers. Why are there so many monsters? Hey Ruo-chan, why are you calling me at this time? My uncle has returned from out of town and invited you to dinner at my house tonight. Come over early. Alright, they'll head over soon. Wang Ruo-chan's uncle used to live nearby and he had seen him many times before. Back then her uncle even mentioned adopting Li Yang as his godson. However, her uncle later went to work in another city and hadn't returned for a long time. His return this time was likely to sign for the house demolition. Recalling how well he had treated him in the past, especially when he had forcibly given Li Yang red envelopes during the New Year, Li Yang gritted his teeth and bought some fruit before arriving at the familiar doorstep. Oh, if it isn't my godson? Why did you buy so much fruit? A hearty voice called out. Uncle Li, are you teasing me again? You're just like when I was a child. Ha ha ha, who told me I still like you so much? When Li Qingwang saw Li Yang his pupils narrowed and he gently pushed up his glasses, instantly returning to a normal demeanor. You all have some tea and chat while I prepare dinner. Your Uncle Wang hasn't finished work yet, well eat when he gets back. Thank you, Auntie. Li Yang, there are reports online of some strange people each resembling monsters. Do you believe it? Li Qingwang suddenly asked. Had this been before, Li Yang would have certainly dismissed it, but now he believed. Uncle Li, do you believe it? Ha ha ha, how could I possibly believe it? It's definitely just some bored individuals spreading rumors. Your uncle has been a netizen since the early days. Similar rumors existed back then. Li Yang had thought that Li Qingwang's question was an indication of belief, but he was taken aback by this response, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Uncle Li, what do you do for work now? How long will you be able to stay this time? Oh, I do some research work. I might stay longer this time, but it's uncertain. I've heard about your parents' situation. I'm not married and have no children. It would be great to have you as my godson. Uncle Li, here you go again. Li Yang felt a bit embarrassed. They continued chatting, and after 2 hours Wang Ruochan's father returned and they started dinner. After dinner Li Yang bid farewell and left. Li Qingwang watched Li Yang's retreating figure, wondering if he had awakened. But why were his values still so? After dinner Li Yang bid farewell and left. Li Qingwang watched Li Yang's retreating figure, wondering if he had awakened. But why were his values still so mediocre, not much different from an ordinary person? What ability had he awakened? The glasses Li Qingwang wore displayed various values when looking at anyone, including intelligence, strength, speed, stamina, and energy, with an additional skill category. When he glanced at Li Yang earlier, his intelligence was 96, strength was 87 kilograms, speed was 8 meters second, stamina was 5, energy was 10, then the skill section showed a question mark. These figures were quite mediocre, comparable to an ordinary person. The only value exceeding the average was energy, where the typical value for an ordinary person is about 5. His energy value was double that of an ordinary person. Coupled with Li Yang's performance when he asked him questions, it was evident that Li Yang had awakened, yet why didn't his other basic attributes show any growth? It was no matter, after all he still had time and could continue observing. This child he must take as his godson. Li Yang walked home alone, as the two families were not too far apart. It took just 10 minutes on foot. He used his phone for illumination and walked briskly toward home. Suddenly he looked up and saw a person standing ahead wearing a Sun Wukong mask. Seeing this scene, Li Yang felt a surge of excitement. Was this not the legendary mugging? The sensation of moving in stealth was unbearable. Li Yang longed to find a villain to test his abilities and fulfill his childhood dream of being a hero. Now the opportunity had arrived. Zhang Cheng was about to speak when he saw Li Yang charging at him. He was momentarily stunned. Shouldn't an ordinary person react by turning and running, or at least begging for mercy? Why did this kid come at him directly? Indeed, this kid seemed to have already awakened and could not be treated as an ordinary person anymore. However, daring to challenge me right after awakening. Young man, you have no idea what kind of existence you are provoking. Seeing Li Yang throw a punch, Zhang Cheng casually raised his palm, but he failed to catch Li Yang's fist and instead took 2 steps back. How could this be possible? A kid who just awakened possesses such strength. No, this kid not only had increased strength but also speed. This is interesting, truly intriguing. Li Yang had no knowledge of techniques, he merely knew to keep punching towards his opponent's face. After all, he was strong and fast, and he believed he wouldn't miss. Yet this mugger seemed no ordinary foe. Despite his powerful punches and rapid speed, the opponent only took a step back on the first hit and never got hit again. This is not a mugging. He suddenly recalled the guest who broke through the glass door. Could this person in front of him be here to capture him? Thinking of this, Li Yang lost the will to fight. He swung a punch with all his might and turned to flee, his legs pushing off the ground, disappearing around the corner in the blink of an eye. Zhang Cheng did not pursue but stared at a handful of brown-black hair in his hand. Was this the only ability he awakened? How boring. The long hair on Li Yang's body had vanished as he hid in an empty house, panting heavily. He had initially believed his abilities to be formidable, comparable to a super soldier in a movie, yet he proved to be utterly vulnerable. That masked man hadn't exerted his full strength at all. It was as if he were merely toying with him. Every punch he threw was effortlessly blocked or dodged, so that person was certainly no ordinary individual. But the man hadn't pursued him after he fled. There were several possibilities. First, the man knew he couldn't catch up, so he simply spared the effort. Second, the man disdained to chase him, likely because he didn't consider Li Yang a threat. There was an even more terrifying possibility. The man was certain Li Yang couldn't escape and might be waiting for him at his own home. Regardless of which scenario it was, Li Yang couldn't accept it. He had to find a way to change everything. If that man were just a lone individual, he wouldn't be too worried, but what if he belonged to an organization? Moreover, was that man targeting only him, or would he go after those close to him, like Wang Rukan? The biggest problem now was that Li Yang had no idea how to enhance his abilities. What if his power was something that couldn't be improved? He could only try to experiment and make himself stronger, hoping that if he encountered such a situation again, he wouldn't have to flee so disgracefully. Li Yang knew that many things were unavoidable. If the other party had an organization with the enemy hidden and him exposed, he couldn't escape. It was better to face it head on and ask what they truly wanted. Returning home, everything was as usual, no sign of the masked man. Was it really just a chance encounter? Or did the man simply not care about him, finding him too weak, like an ant that could be crushed at any moment? That night Li Yang hovered between sleep and wakefulness. Whenever he closed his eyes, he saw the masked man capturing him, forcing him to become a subordinate and commit heinous acts against his will. Waking up in the morning, he found no trace of the masked man, yet Li Yang felt no relief. He decided to make some changes immediately. You want to learn Sanda? Didn't you like basketball? When did you become interested in Sanda? Wang Rukan looked into Li Yang's determined eyes, seemed to understand something, and sweetly smiled as she helped him find a place to learn Sanda. They took a bus to a gym where there was a Sanda coach who had reportedly won 4th place in the city's Sanda competition. The coach sized up Li Yang. His physique wasn't strong, his arms weren't particularly long, his legs weren't thick enough, he appeared to have little talent. He thought Li Yang couldn't be trained as a Sanda athlete, it was probably just a young man's whim to practice for fun. However, learning for 3 months would be enough to handle ordinary school students, certainly better than those practicing Taekwondo. In 3 months I'll get you started, and I guarantee no one at school will dare bully you as long as you listen to me. Coach, can I try a trial class first? Li Yang suddenly asked. Of course. I have a few students coming for a class soon. You can watch from the side or even learn a bit, but I wouldn't recommend practicing on your own. Without professional guidance you could easily get injured. Li Yang and Wang Rukan sat to the side. When the students came to practice and noticed a beautiful girl nearby, they all began to show off their skills, their intentions obvious. Unfortunately, Wang Rukan never gave them a second glance. Her gaze occasionally drifted toward Li Yang with a faint smile. Li Yang stood there watching intently, barely blinking. He was trying to memorize every movement of those students and pondering in his mind what effect it would have if he executed them. The 2-hour class ended quickly. The coach approached. How about it, young man? If you want to sign up, come with me to the front desk. They'll think it over. If I decide to join, I'll call you. Seeing Li Yang casually put away the coach's business card, Wang Rukan was curious. You don't want to learn from this coach? Do you think his teaching is poor, or is his fee too high? I want to check out other places. In truth, Li Yang had already picked up some techniques, but he realized that knowing how to perform them didn't mean he could execute them like that spinning hook kick. It would take 3 months just to get started. That was too slow. Li Yang couldn't wait that long. He wanted to maximize his combat effectiveness in the shortest time possible, so that if he encountered someone like the masked man again, he wouldn't be completely defenseless. It wasn't that he thought this coach was inadequate, but the coach's pace was too slow. He needed a faster method, even if it meant more hardship. Over the next 5 days, Wang Rukan accompanied Li Yang to various gyms and Sanda clubs in the city. Each time Li Yang observed a class and then left. Of course, there were a few places that refused to let him observe, judging by his appearance that he couldn't bring honor to the club, not even qualifying as a sparring partner. Li Yang, you're looking for some quick fix fighting techniques, aren't you? Wang Rukan finally understood. Yeah, their plans all take too long. That's true. School is about to start, so we can't possibly train for more than 3 months. How about learning boxing? That's the most common quick-fix combat sport. Boxing. Li Yang's eyes lit up and he felt a pang of regret. Why hadn't he thought of that? Although it meant he couldn't use his more powerful legs, the strength in his fists was greater than an ordinary person's leg strength. Moreover, his arms were much more agile than his legs. Learning boxing was the simplest way to achieve quick results. He could even practice at home with a punching bag. Rukan, you're brilliant. They'll go find a place to learn boxing right now. Over the next few days, Li Yang continued to try out classes from the most basic to more advanced ones, and indeed he gained much more than he had from Sanda. Jab, hook, uppercut, just these 3 basic moves could form countless combinations. Adding footwork, the number of sequences multiplied. The coach also taught some defensive moves and ways to dodge punches, and Li Yang found them very beneficial. What displeased him was that every coach assumed he was just playing around because they all thought Li Yang had little talent and would never achieve much. Several coaches even believed he was only putting on a show for his girlfriend, that he didn't really like the sport. They recommended he take up fitness instead, which would make his muscles look good and give an impression of strength. But none of them knew that if Li Yang got angry and transformed into a hairy monster, he could beat those coaches as easily as bullying elementary school students. Li Qingwang heard that Li Yang had been searching for places to learn fighting techniques. He smiled thoughtfully. What use were those fighting techniques? In the dead of night, with no moonlight and no street lamps, all around was pitch black. Zhang Chang walked while muttering to himself, wondering why he was tasked with recruiting that kid. After all, what was so special about that kid that warranted recruitment? With hair growing longer, strength increasing, and speed surging, wasn't there already one like that recruited recently? Was it because this kid was younger, making him more malleable? Or was it that this kid was merely being recruited as a backup? Forget it, since he was already here, he might as well finish the task quickly if there was nothing entertaining nearby. He wished he hadn't taken on this mission. If that kid dared to resist later on, he would teach him a lesson. Newcomers sometimes needed a good beating. Did they think awakening made them invincible? It's so late and that kid hasn't gone to sleep. Seeing the lights still on at Li Yang's house, Zhang Chang was somewhat surprised, but then thought it was normal. Many young people today were night owls, so perhaps he was busy playing games or something. Or perhaps he was admiring Master Qin or Teacher Xiaozhe. Li Yang was practicing boxing inside the house. By now he could execute a few simple combinations and felt his combat power surging. Even if he didn't transform into a hairy monster, his fighting ability had already improved significantly. Suddenly he saw a shadow flash past the window and he immediately shouted, "Who?" Though his house was a bungalow, it had a small courtyard and a gate outside. He had heard no noise at all upon someone entering the yard. What surprised him even more was that the door opened directly despite him having locked it. Upon seeing that familiar mask, Li Yang knew who it was. "It's you. What do you want?" Li Yang assumed a boxing stance. "Li Yang, did you think I just found your house?" "Ha ha ha, I've actually known for a long time, I just haven't had the time to come over. I not only know your name, but I also have a lot of information about you, like where you go to school and who your best classmate is. You must have noticed that you're different from ordinary people, right? At first you were a bit scared, then extremely excited. Most people just awakening have that kind of mindset. What I want to tell you is that I know how to make you stronger. I also know many other awakeners like you, but they are all stronger than you. Come with me. I'll show you a world you've never imagined. From now on you'll discover many truths about this world." Zhang Chang was very confident newcomers hearing these words would surely be a bit dazed at first, but would mostly feel even more excited, as if they had found kindred spirits. He silently counted to 10, believing the kid would definitely agree. But this time he judged incorrectly. Suddenly hair sprouted on Li Yang's body and he threw a punch. Zhang Chang's pupils contracted. What a kid! He turned out to be one of the rare rebellious types. Well, he would teach him a good lesson. In that instant Li Yang's various stats jumped wildly on Zhang Chang's glasses. His intelligence showed no change, but his speed doubled instantly, strength tripled, and even his stamina increased by 1.5 times, with energy rising to 25. With this little strength he was hardly a contender. If he encountered a trained special forces soldier, he would surely be defeated. Did he dare to lay hands on me? Zhang Chang extended his left hand to block Li Yang's punch just as he intended to use his right hand to choke Li Yang's neck, but he suddenly had to step back because Li Yang had thrown a left hook. If he hadn't dodged, he would have definitely been hit in the ribs. He was not one of those physically enhanced awakeners, being hit by such a punch would definitely injure him. If he got hurt even while dealing with a newcomer, how would he hold his head up? The first punch was blocked, the second missed, and Li Yang's right hand threw an uppercut. Interesting, you've been to so many gyms these days and you actually learned something. But to think you could resist me with this level of skill is truly laughable. Li Yang said nothing and continued to attack, if the opponent had already backed up against the wall. Let's see where he would retreat to this time. However, this time Zhang Chang did not retreat but instead struck his forearm 3 times in rapid succession. Li Yang's fist smashed into the wall, causing some cement chunks to fall off. Li Yang was about to twist and attack again when he suddenly tripped over something on the ground and felt a push on his shoulder, causing him to fall directly onto the floor. Tisk, is this the best you can do? You're truly weak. Now do you understand? If you come with me, you'll learn how to become stronger. By the way, what I just used were all basic techniques. I didn't even use any special abilities. Zhang Chang's demeanor of a master guiding a junior seemed to anger Li Yang even more. He abruptly got up from the ground and charged at Zhang Chang again. Bang! Li Yang fell to the ground again, this time knocking over a stool. He felt a pain in his ribs and couldn't help but inhale sharply, letting out a hissing sound. Did you think that just because you've transformed you aren't afraid of pain anymore? I've seen more than one like you and they all have their weaknesses. Look, I just gave you a light hit. How does it feel? Zhang Chang had a cat-and-mouse demeanor. Even without using his special abilities, he could crush this newcomer with sheer fighting skills. Newcomers these days can be a bit reckless. If they should be properly educated so that they will obediently listen in the future. When Li Yang fell to the ground for the 6th time, Zhang Chang grew impatient. Have you heard of Zhuge Liang's 7 captures of Menghua? I'll give you one last chance. If you still don't behave, don't blame me for being rude. Li Yang stood up to stretch and attacked Zhang Chang again with a simple jab. Zhang Chang felt disdainful. With the same move, you've already been taken down by me 6 times, are you not learning from your mistakes? This newcomer isn't very bright. He was just about to circle behind Li Yang to attack his legs again when he stepped on a broken stool, causing him to pause momentarily. Li Yang's left hook followed up, and with a powerful right swing he suddenly jabbed his left elbow backward, hitting Zhang Chang right on the shoulder. Zhang Chang had just managed to evade Li Yang's combination punches and was planning to use the same trick again, but he didn't expect Li Yang to use his elbow. Punches usually didn't involve elbow strikes. This blow dealt a heavy hit to Zhang Chang. He groaned softly and stepped back, but Li Yang suddenly twisted his waist, turned around and kicked. Bang! Zhang Chang slammed against the wall. He hadn't expected Li Yang to know how to attack with his legs. His body was far weaker than Li Yang's, and hitting the wall made him feel pain all over. Before he could get up, he saw Li Yang lunging at him, wrapping both arms around him and squeezing tightly. Li Yang's muscles bulged. Even if he were holding a rock, he felt he could crush it. From the very beginning, Li Yang knew he was no match for his opponent, whose skills far surpassed his own, rendering his advantages in strength and speed ineffective. Therefore, he had been using boxing techniques aiming to deceive his opponent, and now it seemed successful. He couldn't believe this person could break free from his locking techniques. Zhang Chang's face turned red, but suddenly some water floated over, transforming into ropes that bound Li Yang's arms and neck. Li Yang had never seen such a miraculous thing. When could water be used as ropes? How was this person capable of such a feat? He felt a tightening in his breath as his arms were forcefully pulled apart and the water coiled around him, binding him. Zhang Chang got up, his tone turning unfriendly. Very well, I hadn't noticed before that your strength and speed could increase in an instant. You've hidden it well. What? Did you think you had won just now, hoping to unveil my mask? You are too naive. I know everything about you, but you know nothing of my power. Now let me show you the consequences of provoking me. I want to join you, Li Yang suddenly said. What did you say? Zhang Chang was taken aback. I said I agreed to join you. Didn't you come to find me for this? Zhang Chang was furious. How could he surrender? Didn't you just have a look of defiance? How could you surrender? Although he couldn't kill Li Yang, he still planned to give him a beating. He couldn't let this go so easily. But now Li Yang actually said he agreed to join them. How could he take action? After all, he had come alone this time. If violating the rules and secretly giving him a beating shouldn't be a problem, right? Why haven't you let me go? We are on the same side now, aren't we? I just wanted to see how powerful you are, just like going to a gym to find a trainer. I need to try a lesson, right? Seeing Li Yang's earnest demeanor, Zhang Chang waved his hand and the water dispersed, soaking Li Yang's clothes. Combined with the dust from their earlier fight, Li Yang now looked particularly disheveled. At this point, Zhang Chang felt a lot more at ease. Li Yang directly took off his short sleeves, wiping his body. If I join you, can I become stronger than you? Zhang Chang's eyes peering through the mask glared at Li Yang. What, are you not accepting defeat? Whether you can surpass me depends on your talent and effort. But with your current abilities, dreaming of defeating me is for the next lifetime? If he truly fought seriously, he could kill Li Yang before he even reached him. Such weak abilities couldn't compare to his water manipulation. I see. So if I join you, besides learning how to enhance my strength, are there any other benefits? Li Yang ignored Zhang Chang's mockery, firmly believing that one day he would surpass him. After all, Zhang Chang hadn't really done much, he just came to recruit him. In both instances he had acted first. If he were in Zhang Chang's shoes, he would certainly be displeased. Moreover, Zhang Chang was indeed correct. Li Yang did feel a sense of belonging to an organization. Just like training at home, he certainly wouldn't achieve the same results without professional guidance, otherwise those athletes wouldn't need personal trainers. However, he was no longer an ordinary person. The organization recruiting him shouldn't simply be for his benefit, there must be other motives. Naturally, there are many benefits. You can meet numerous awakened individuals, spar with them, enhance yourself, and learn about various combat styles of other awakened. Moreover, you can take on missions, and completing them will bring many advantages. For instance, weren't you in debt? If you complete some tasks in the future, it's not just about relocating here, you could even buy a villa in the third ring of the capital. Additionally, you will gain access to information you could have never obtained before, including many secrets, even some you could never have imagined regarding this world. So can I go to any country without issue? Li Yang inquired. Of course, no problem. You already have legal status, you don't worry, we don't need you to act as a sword butterfly. Since you say there are so many benefits, I suppose I must also have some obligations to fulfill, right? Li Yang was well aware that the other party would not treat him well for no reason. You are quite astute. While we help you grow, we will naturally ask you to do some things, such as regularly completing some simple tasks. Like coming to find me? Zhang Chang's expression behind the mask darkened. This kid thinks I can't teach him a lesson. He will know the consequences of offending me today in the future. There are many more, for now you don't need to know. However, joining us will always bring more benefits, you won't regret it. Li Yang certainly did not regret his choice. In fact, he had no other options, as he was no match for this masked man. Others knew a lot about him while he knew nothing about them, creating an imbalance of information and power that put him at a disadvantage. Were the people from that fast food restaurant taken away by you? He actually wanted to ask whether the masked man was the second customer from that day, as at least their heights and builds seemed somewhat similar. Yes, he is now one of us. Was the fire at the fast food restaurant related to you? Li Yang looked at the masked man. I don't know, at least I didn't do it. Besides, do you think a small fast food restaurant would catch our attention? Li Yang chose to trust him for now. Zhang Chang had no reason to lie to him. However, this statement also contained another message. This incident could possibly have been orchestrated by them. Perhaps in their eyes, burning down a fast food restaurant was as trivial as lighting a cigarette. So when can I go to your place? Every newcomer asks this question, eager to enhance their strength. You haven't passed our review yet, so you aren't considered one of us and naturally cannot be brought in at this time. Be patient, and when the time comes someone will notify you. It might be me or it could be someone else. After finishing, Zhang Chang turned to leave but suddenly stopped, looking back at Li Yang. Kid, I'll remember you. I hope you won't disappoint me. These newcomers truly did not understand how powerful the organization was. However, whether they could pass the selection and stand out ultimately depended on their talent and efforts. Many awakened individuals who once had great potential ultimately failed to stand out due to insufficient effort. If one cannot pass the selection, then the outcome. Li Yang smiled nonchalantly, silently saying, I remember you too. Li Yang did not fully trust the words of the masked man. One moment they were fighting and the next they were baring their hearts to each other. This was absolutely impossible. The masked man must have concealed many things, and Li Yang needed to discover these for himself. Moreover, even though it seemed he hadn't suffered any loss, the fact that the masked man swaggered into his home and left in the same manner made him quite uncomfortable. Furthermore, the initiative was entirely in the other person's hands. He had no idea when he would be contacted or when he would truly begin his training. Or perhaps he would never pass the review and would always have to live under the other's surveillance. Li Yang tidied up his home, climbed into bed, and fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up the next day, the sun was already high in the sky. It seemed that every time he transformed into a beast he had to sleep for a long time afterward, which was a significant drawback. After eating something, Li Yang continued to practice boxing against a sandbag he had filled himself. For the time being, this was still the most suitable form of exercise for him. In the afternoon, Li Yang went to Wang Ruokan's house again. Today her uncle Li Qingwang was leaving and had invited Li Yang over for a meal. Li Qingwang looked at Li Yang and said, You seem to be in good spirits. I heard you've been practicing boxing every day. Being young is great. Unlike me at this age, I feel exhausted just from walking a bit. The values have slightly increased. But they are still quite poor. Li Yang chuckled, wondering if they knew he had slept for over 10 hours again yesterday. My vacation is over, I have to go back to work. If you need anything in the future, remember to call me. Just then the sound of a car horn echoed outside. Li Qingwang stood up, saying, My ride has arrived. We'll meet again next time. A Passat drove away with Li Qingwang, and Li Yang bid farewell to Wang Ruokan and her family before heading back home. Seated in the back seat of the car, Li Qingwang pulled out a screen from the backrest of the front seat. He tapped it and a person in a white lab coat appeared on the screen. Professor. How are the results of this research? Any groundbreaking progress? Li Qingwang, unbeknownst one, had a lit cigar pinched between his fingers. Several experimental directions have failed and we are proceeding with the next round of experiments. Li Qingwang frowned, saying, Understood, go get to work. Many experiments cannot be completed in one go and numerous research outcomes are contingent on chance, relying on luck. He had the patience to wait. Sooner or later he would change the world. Boss, how was your vacation? The driver in front asked without turning his head. Not bad. There was a small surprise but also some disappointment. Li Qingwang casually removed his glasses and the driver quickly pressed a button. A small drawer popped out and Li Qingwang placed his glasses inside. Boss, it seems that more people are awakening recently. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? What do you think? Li Qingwang retorted. I think it's not a good thing. With more awakened individuals, wouldn't it just lead to more chaos? Li Qingwang smiled faintly, saying nothing more, reclining in his seat and closed his eyes. Li Yang sat at home looking at the cash in his wallet. After several days without work, his savings were dwindling. What would he do when school started? Although the masked man said that joining them would bring a lot of money, he still didn't know if he could pass the review. He couldn't place all his hopes on others. With only half a month until school starts, he felt he should find something to do. This wouldn't hinder his boxing practice. Before school he could sell these second-hand appliances and furniture at home, which should help him raise some money. When school starts, tuition and accommodation fees can be loaned, but living expenses and book fees would have to come from him. Although he could apply for scholarships, Li Yang believed he could earn money. Now that he thought about it, perhaps he wouldn't earn much because not many people would hire him. Grabbing a copy of Hand to Hand, Li Yang looked at the myriad job listings. Although most of them stated that conditions were flexible, once you went in person you would find that there were still many restrictions. Many requirements weren't a problem for others, but they were for Li Yang. For example, payment would only be issued after working for a month, or you needed relevant work experience, and so on. After searching for a while, Li Yang found that there weren't many jobs he could do, many of which he had never done before. Construction labor didn't require experience and even offered daily pay, but Li Yang still had to give it up because without transforming into a beast his strength couldn't compare to those workers. Daily pay jobs also included public relations with work locations in nightclubs. It was obvious what kind of work it was. After choosing through many options, it seemed that handing out flyers was the only suitable job for him. It offered daily pay, required no work experience, and had no minimum days to work, though the pay was low, only 50 yuan for 8 hours and no meals included. With a mindset of finding something suitable, Li Yang made a call. The other party notified him of the meeting place for the next morning, and Li Yang then let out a sigh of relief. Before school started, after deducting meals, he could still save around 500 yuan, which he was quite satisfied with. That night Li Yang ate 4 buns along with instant noodles. He felt that his appetite seemed to have increased significantly. Was it due to the increase in physical activity? Do you need to buy a house? Take a look. Holding a stack of property flyers, Li Yang stood at the bus stop, continuously handing them out to passers-by. Beside him, an elderly man had set up a small stall with cut pineapple, watermelon, and other fruits. Many people would stop to buy a piece, but Li Yang just glanced, pulled out his water bottle, and took a couple of sips of cool boiled water. "Hey young man, give me a flyer. Are you going to use it as a footrest?" Li Yang casually handed over 2 sheets. "Footrest? I want to buy a house." This statement instantly made Li Yang feel a sense of respect. Indeed, one should not judge a book by its cover. Who would have thought that such a small stall with a tricycle could earn enough for a house? "Here, have a piece of watermelon. It's free, my treat." "Why are you wearing long sleeves on such a hot day?" "No need, thank you. Long sleeves prevent sunburn." The old man insisted on shoving it into Li Yang's hand, saying, "Eat. It doesn't cost much. In case I need to go to the restroom, could you help me watch the stall?" "All right then." Li Yang lowered his head and quickly finished a bite of watermelon. Just as he tossed the rind into the trash can, a screeching sound of brakes pierced the air. Li Yang turned his head to see a vehicle spinning out of control, heading straight for the old man's tricycle stall. Li Yang couldn't afford to think of anything else. He dropped the flyers from his hands and sprinted towards the old man. In an instant, fur sprouted all over his body, and Li Yang dashed to the old man's side, grabbing him tightly. Bang! The tricycle rolled over several times on the ground, scattering the fruits everywhere, many of which were already crushed into pulp. Li Yang lay on the ground holding the old man in his arms. He had no choice but to take this approach, though it didn't seem very elegant. "Thank you, young man," the old man stammered. After helping the old man stand up, Li Yang ran towards the smoking vehicle again. The car door was deformed and the driver was trapped by the airbag, desperately trying to open the door but unable to do so. Li Yang walked over, grabbed the car door, and pulled with all his strength. Creak! The door emitted a sound that made one's teeth ache as it was directly ripped off by Li Yang. The driver was pulled out by Li Yang and sat down by the roadside. His head was still bleeding, feeling dizzy and unable to see clearly. At that moment, Li Yang heard many people gasping in surprise. He turned back to see that the car had started to catch fire. The car owner was terrified. If it hadn't been for that bearded man who pulled him out just now, he might have been burned to death. Where did that bearded man go? Hey, where's that bearded man who saved me? I haven't had the chance to thank him yet, the car owner asked the person sitting beside him. The old man was bewildered. What bearded man? The one who saved you was just a young fellow without a beard at all. If it weren't for that young man, I might have been killed by your crash. We need to talk to the police about this matter. Brother, I will definitely take responsibility for this. Thankfully you are fine, otherwise I would owe you my life. But the person who saved me was a bearded man with a full beard. How can you say it was a young fellow? The car owner was unhappy. Although he felt dizzy and disoriented, it was indeed a bearded man. How could he be mistaken? I certainly want to thank the young man you mentioned, but I can't attribute all the good deeds to him, can I? I have to thank the bearded man who saved me as well. It was definitely a young man. He was handing out flyers right here. I even gave him a slice of watermelon. How could I be mistaken? I say, are you deliberately claiming it was a bearded man so you don't have to thank anyone else? The old man was also getting anxious. I saw it with my own eyes. How could I be wrong? At this moment the traffic police arrived, saying, "What are you two arguing about here? It's dangerous. Go stand aside. Is your head alright? Is there anywhere else that hurts? Sir, do you have any heart conditions or high blood pressure? You should come with me to the hospital for a checkup." What is wrong with these two? One is an old man with wet pants and the other has a bleeding head, yet they're arguing here instead of heading to the hospital. He crashed into me. The old man pointed at the bloodied car owner. I didn't hit you, okay? Besides, it was an accidental blowout. You can't say it like that. The car owner quickly explained, as if the old man was suggesting he intentionally hit someone. Alright, let's go to the hospital. You two are disregarding your lives. The traffic police were getting impatient. If it weren't for regulations, I wouldn't bother taking you both to the hospital with such foul tempers. The traffic police were getting impatient. If it weren't for regulations, I wouldn't bother taking you both to the hospital. I didn't see the person who saved you clearly, but the one who saved me was a bearded man, a full beard. I saw that clearly. You're talking nonsense. Ask the people nearby and see what they say. If you can mistake your savior, you're truly ungrateful. You're the one who's ungrateful. I think you're just getting old and confused. You were knocked out behind the glass. How could you see anything? You peed your pants from fear. How could you see anything? Alright, they'll ask around. You two stop arguing. The traffic police dreaded encounters like this. If one of them suddenly fainted, leaving a lasting issue, he would be responsible, yet these two wouldn't get in the car. The traffic police questioned the onlookers, who all chimed in. Some said it was a young man, while others insisted it was a bearded man, each confidently asserting they had seen clearly. How can you mistake a bearded man for a clean-shaven one? Did you really see clearly? What he couldn't understand most was where the savior had gone. Did he really not want any recognition for his good deed? At this moment Li Yang had already run across the street twice. He didn't even plan to take the money he earned from handing out flyers, fearing he might be exposed. What he did just now was not something an ordinary person could accomplish. He didn't want to be on television or be taken away as a lab rat. At first he had instinctively gone to save people. Now that he thought about it, he was lucky to be wearing long sleeves and that there were no cameras at the bus stop. Unfortunately, after all his efforts, he wouldn't earn any money today and he couldn't go back tomorrow. But the feeling of saving someone was indeed wonderful. After almost drowning, he understood the despair of being near death and the joy of being rescued. Perhaps once he became powerful, he could be a vigilante, punishing evil and promoting good, but during the day it was best to remain low-key. Just like Superman could hide among ordinary people, because even superheroes do not wish to detach from society. They dislike a lonely life and the celebrity treatment. Li Yang also didn't want that kind of life. He wanted to be a hero, but more often he just wanted to be an ordinary person living an ordinary life. Not far from the bus stop, a car had been parked and someone inside was currently on a video call. This is Hey-san. The 8th Reserve member has revealed his special abilities in front of ordinary people. What should we do? Hey-san, this is Hey-Lu. How many people saw it? Uncertain. There were 2 people nearby and about a dozen more not far away. Many more at a distance because it was at the bus stop. What? This kid is so reckless. Hey-Lu exclaimed. Was he surrounded? Is there a chance of rescue? He wasn't surrounded, he has already run away. But if someone really wants to find him, it would still be quite easy. There are no cameras at the bus stop, but there are at the surrounding intersections. In the end, they just need to ask the old man selling fruits to identify him. He got away? That's good. Are we sure those people saw his face clearly? You handle this matter, erase all relevant traces, and there's no need to report back further. After the video call ended, Hey-san sighed, preparing to clean up after those newly awakened novices. The new recruits are becoming increasingly troublesome. He thought he could show off after coming out of the training camp, but unexpectedly he ended up doing this kind of work. But what could he do? His abilities were relatively weak. If it weren't for some peculiarities, he probably wouldn't have even been able to leave the training camp. Opening a computer, Hey-san began to hack into the Tianyan surveillance system. Back at home, Li Yang was still pondering how to explain himself if someone found out. At that moment he had instantaneously transformed into a creature with long hair. Surely it must have been covered by his clothes. After rescuing the driver, he had reverted back and left quickly. The people around him were likely hiding, so no one should have noticed. Moreover, the incident had occurred so quickly that no one had the time to take photos or record videos, right? He hadn't left any identification with the head of the flyer distribution, so that person might not even remember him. However, he had made a phone call earlier. Would they come looking for him? After contemplating, he hurriedly changed out of his clothes. If necessary, he would just claim he hadn't left home today and refuse to admit anything. At that moment, the traffic police were indeed searching for Li Yang. Based on the information provided by the old man, they contacted the real estate office, which led them to the head of the flyer distribution, but that person couldn't remember who had been at the bus stop. When he checked his phone, he found that the call log had mysteriously been cleared and an unfamiliar cleaning app had appeared on his phone. What kind of junk software was this, deleting his call records automatically? How about this? Tonight they will all come to collect their payment. I will ask who it was and no one would deny such a good deed, right? The traffic police thought this made sense as well, so they patiently waited for the call. Meanwhile, the driver had entrusted a reporter to help find the Good Samaritan. He not only wanted to express his gratitude to his lifesaver, but also to prove to the old man that he hadn't been confused. It was the old man who had been dazed and mistaken. However, the reporter couldn't find any information about that person. They had tried to get the footage from the intersections camera only to find that the camera had malfunctioned today. The driver felt very frustrated. Why was it so difficult to thank his lifesaver? Later that evening, Li Yang saw in his social media feed that everyone was sharing a missing person notice looking for the kind person who had saved 2 people at the bus stop during the day. These people were being overly meddlesome. Didn't I leave precisely to avoid being found? Why were they looking for me? Before long he saw another missing person notice, which was slightly different from the previous one and clearly not written by the same person. The previous notice described him as a bearded man with a sturdy physique, while this one claimed he was a fair-skinned young man without a beard, slender and fast. Li Yang understood perfectly that both descriptions referred to him. If the bearded one was post-transformation. However, that person didn't realize that it wasn't a beard, but rather long dark hair. But this was even better. People were less likely to suspect him. When he saw the first missing person notice, Li Yang was worried, but seeing 2 made him less anxious, indicating that people hadn't clearly seen what he looked like. The description of the bearded man focused on how he quickly tore the car door off to rescue the driver, while the description of the beardless young man emphasized how he leaped to save an elderly man who was almost crushed. The writing was quite good, portraying him as a fearless, helpful hero. That felt quite exhilarating. Unfortunately, when others become heroes, they are often given nicknames like Xia Hero. What about him? The long-haired hero? However, there were actually people questioning how someone could possibly rip off a car door with their bare hands. Surely the door must have already been damaged, and that person was merely lucky, perhaps even relatively weak. Others doubted he could run that fast. The trash bin was over 20 meters away from the tricycle. How could anyone possibly cover that distance in less than 3 seconds and carry the old man away? This made Li Yang unhappy. He had done a good deed, why should he be questioned by them? He thought about leaving a comment to refute them, but after some contemplation he decided against it to avoid stirring up a bigger argument. One moment happy, the next frowning. Do you think you shouldn't meddle? At that moment long hair sprouted from his body, but upon seeing the visitor it shrank back. You are quite rude, don't you know to knock when entering someone else's home? Zhang Chang sat down on the stool, crossing his legs. When you possess my level of power, you can enter and exit most places at will. Power is one thing, but manners are another. Moreover, what I did was save someone, not meddle. Is that so? Then why were you uneasy when you returned? Afraid of being found, afraid of being taken away as a test subject, afraid of becoming a monster in others' eyes. You should know very well that you are no longer an ordinary person. Helping others at the risk of serious consequences to yourself, do you regret it? And do you know how much effort we have to exert to erase those traces? Before doing anything, think about the consequences first. Zhang Chang was still displeased. Newbies are always like this, not thinking things through. Once they gain special abilities, they love to show off, relishing the feeling of being a hero, but being a hero is not that easy. Do you understand how much trouble it is for everyone to know of their existence? Li Yang was not convinced by the masked man's words. Should he just watch the old man get hit by a car and the driver burn to death trapped inside? Just because I am not an ordinary person, I have the ability to save them. If I am discovered because of that, I would regret it. But if I just stand by and watch them die before my eyes, I would regret it even more. Zhang Chang saw the stubbornness in Li Yang's eyes. Newbies are always like this, unable to heed their advice. Once they have experienced more, they will understand how important their suggestions are. Alright, you should stop doing odd jobs for now, you won't earn much money. Moreover, being on the street increases your exposure risk. We don't want to help you with these matters anymore. If I don't work to earn money, what will happen to my life? You have a substantial amount from the house demolition compensation. I know you have debts to pay back, but there should still be plenty left. Why not borrow some from someone else? Li Yang was reluctant to borrow money from others. He felt bad about owing money and couldn't bring himself to ask. Is it so difficult to ask someone else for money? How about I lend you some? With that, Zhang Chang took out 10,000 yuan and tossed it to Li Yang. Li Yang was a bit stunned. Someone was actively offering to lend him money. Should I write you an IOU? Do you really think I would come to collect money from you? Does it matter whether there's an IOU or not? You don't have to pay this money back, but you need to exchange it for a promise. He particularly enjoyed this kind of newcomer, being able to exchange a small amount of money for a promise. Many promises were not something that could be measured with money. What promise? I will never do anything bad for you, Li Yang said warily. Ha ha ha, with your timid demeanor, what bad things could you possibly do? And we are not bad people either. If we were truly bad, would we need to say this to you? You need to promise that when you choose to join a team in the future, you must first consult my decision. Do you understand? Li Yang understood. In other words, if he performed well, he would become the subordinate of the masked man, but if he did poorly, the masked man would not want him. This promise actually had no significant downsides for him and might even be beneficial. It's like when you're not yet enlisted and a superior tells you that if you perform well after leaving the recruit camp you'll join their team, but if not you'll be sent to someone else's. Following a familiar leader is certainly better than following a stranger. The only thing making Li Yang hesitate was that this leader seemed to speak in a very blunt manner and he had previously fought with him. Would he face retribution after joining his ranks? However, if he refused it would seem rather cowardly. Li Yang gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I agree. It seems you're not so foolish after all. All right, just stay put and do what you're supposed to do and don't cause me any more trouble." Watching the masked man leave, Li Yang let out a sigh of relief. The worries he had were resolved by the masked man so he wouldn't be exposed. But it also indicated that the masked man's power was even more unfathomable and everything he did was under the other's surveillance. He felt like a monkey in a cage, completely exposed and watched with no secrets whatsoever. It seemed the only way to change this situation was to become one of those outside the cage, then he could finally wear clothes. He cooked 2 packets of noodles for himself, adding ham and eggs, and enjoyed a hearty meal. Now his appetite had greatly increased, especially after transforming. He had to turn into a bottomless pit. If he didn't eat enough he would feel weak and drowsy and he would sleep for long periods. After satisfying his hunger, Li Yang happily looked at his phone. Suddenly he felt the bed shake a little. What was going on? An earthquake. That shouldn't happen, this city has no mountains, how could there be an earthquake? What puzzled him even more was that he could faintly sense the direction of the tremor. It seemed to be coming from the west. This strange sensation made Li Yang unable to resist peeking out the window toward the west, where there was a construction site that had already ceased operations for the night. If that were the case, why was there such a loud commotion? Buzz. The glass in his home vibrated, and taking advantage of the night, Li Yang ran toward the west. Inside the unfinished building, 2 groups were confronting each other. On one side 3 people wore masks, with the leader donning a Sun Wukong mask. On the other side were 4 individuals, each dressed in black and wearing masks printed with white skulls. "Hey Lu, how come you can lead a team now? Just with the 3 of you dare to block us? It seems today we can achieve merit. Lan Tianyu, you are being too reckless, how can you target the innocent? For money you truly would do anything? You think 4 of you can win? Today will be your doom." As soon as He Lu finished speaking, the 2 people behind him rushed out while he stepped back a couple of paces. The opponents split into 2, blocking 2 masked individuals while the other 2 charged at He Lu. Below the construction site there was a water truck used for curing cement. Suddenly the lid on top was blasted open and the water inside shot up like a high-pressure water gun, soaring up to the 3rd floor. He San wiped something from his body and threw a flying knife. The person opposite tilted their head and the knife whizzed past their cheek, embedding itself into a cement pillar. The person across looked disdainful. Did he think such a flying knife technique could hurt him? His awakened ability was speed. Bang! He San was kicked in the chest and rolled on the ground twice before getting back up, only to find another fist in front of him. He Si punched at the opponent, but the opponent had somehow produced a short knife which directly stabbed into He Si's chest. However, the blade did not penetrate, instead it made a clinking sound as if it had struck rock. He Si grasped the blade, the skin on his hands turned dark blue, showing no fear of the blade's sharpness. After the opponent released the short knife and retreated, He Si did not pursue but immediately rushed toward He San. If he didn't go over, He San might be finished. But he could not assist He Lu, who was now facing 2 enemies. Yet He Lu was the strongest among them. It was a pity this wasn't by the riverbank, otherwise even if the 4 opponents attacked together they would only need to watch. Boom! A jet of water blasted a masked man away, but Lan Tianyu quickly dodged and closed the distance between them. He certainly knew what He Liu's ability was, but his power was not to be underestimated either. If he could kill He Lu and his two companions, he would surely gain great rewards upon returning. The jet of water that had knocked down his subordinate turned around, but Lan Tianyu simply turned and slapped, sending the water jet flying in another direction. Your strength has increased and so has mine. Today it's destined for all of you to die. More water appeared in front of He Lu, forming a curtain of water to block Lan Tianyu, but it was easily shattered by Lan Tianyu's slap. The water curtain crashed down and the figure of He Lu was no longer visible. He Lu and He Si joined forces to shield He San behind them. At this moment He San stood up suddenly, taking a deep breath, while He Lu and He Si jumped back behind him. Roar! Like the legendary lion's roar technique, a shockwave burst forth, sending all three opponents flying and even causing the unfinished building to tremble. Lan Tianyu casually grabbed a steel template and threw it. He San turned his head and let out another low growl. After his third roar, he collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon. His awakening time was still short. His energy could only support 3 sonic attacks, and after that he would be finished. That flying knife skill might work on ordinary people, but it was useless against awakened individuals. Impressive. I didn't expect you to hide such a special talent for awakening. Is this your source of confidence? But so what? He's already finished. 2 of your people have already collapsed. It's now 2 against 2 and you cannot win. He Lu shielded He San behind him. What if we focus on attacking him? Will you save him? Ha ha ha. Lan Tianyu suddenly charged toward the seated He San. He Lu waved his hand and a mass of water wrapped around He San, pushing him back while a water spear shot toward Lan Tianyu. He Si continued battling the speed-awakened individual. Although he was not afraid of the opponent's attacks, his speed was too slow to catch the opponent and he remained on the defensive. The opponent suddenly bypassed He Si's obstruction and charged directly at He San, who showed despair in his eyes. He had just left the training camp. Was he really going to die now? A shadow rushed in from the stairs and kicked He San away. Oh no, He Lu and the others have actually been hiding another person. How composed they are. Little do they know He San is also in a state of confusion, wondering who this person is and where they came from. Only He Liu's eyes flickered, realizing this brat had shown up. With such mediocre skills, how dare he join their fight? Doesn't he fear for his life? Kill them all? Lan Tianyu shouted. The stream of water rushing toward him seemed to encounter an invisible rod, splitting in 2 and flowing past him on either side. Lan Tianyu casually swung downward, causing the air to distort as a ripple surged toward He Lu. The water before He Lu transformed into a shield, but it was instantly shattered, although He Lu managed to dodge to the side. He Si charged at the speed awakeners once again, but that person effortlessly dodged again, heading straight for Li Yang. This brat dared to disrupt his plans. He had to be eliminated for greater glory. Li Yang had just kicked He San away but dared not approach him. He felt that the person wearing the Sun Ryukong mask was on his side, but he couldn't be sure about the others. What if he got too close and the guy lying on the ground became displeased by the kick and retaliated? Now he was somewhat regretting his impulsiveness in coming to help, but those people were too powerful and he was definitely no match for them. Should he run away first? Before he could run, he saw a masked figure rushing toward him wielding a short sword. These are all restricted weapons. Alright, these people probably don't take this matter seriously at all. They are ready to kill and don't care about the legality of weapons. Li Yang knew that his fighting skills were far too lacking to be a match. Fortunately, some hollow bricks were at his feet. Without hesitation, he picked up 2 and threw them. He held the hollow bricks as if they were apples, and he threw them faster than an ordinary person. The masked man dared not take the hits and could only keep dodging. At that moment, He Si finally reacted and charged over. The bricks thrown by Li Yang hit He Si, causing his movements to falter. He hadn't expected this brat to possess such strength. The masked man finally saw that there were no more bricks, but he was once again blocked by He Si. He hated dealing with tough and resilient opponents like this. He didn't want to get close. Even if he stabbed his opponent 10 times, the other party might remain unharmed, but if he got hit just once, he might not be able to get up again. Just when he finally managed to shake off Hasty, he looked back to find that Li Yang had piled up more bricks in front of him. Before he could charge, the bricks flew toward him. Hei-san was leaning against the wall, and now he clearly saw who it was. "Kid, thanks for saving me earlier. It made it worthwhile for me to help you erase those traces at the bus station. But you need to find a way to control the masked guy, even if it's just to delay him for a second. Otherwise those bricks will be gone and you'll become a lamb to the slaughter." This made Li Yang sure that the other party recognized him and he hadn't helped the wrong person. Just from that kick, Hei-san knew Li Yang's speed was decent, but he certainly had a gap compared to the opponent. He wasn't sure if Li Yang could manage it. "I think I can still run away," Li Yang said seriously. If he ran now, the masked man definitely wouldn't chase him. Who said he would definitely become a lamb to the slaughter? "Hei-san, we're companions. You wouldn't abandon your companions, right? In the future, I haven't passed the review yet. What do you want?" Hei-san was anxious. He didn't want to die. Whoosh! Li Yang threw out some more bricks and quickly said, "Remember, you owe me a favor." "All right, as long as it doesn't violate regulations, I'll help you with one thing." "That's a deal. Let me try something." Li Yang finally ran out of bricks, but the masked man's short sword was once again broken by Hei-si. The masked man charged at Li Yang with a brick. "Hey kid, weren't you throwing bricks? This time let me show you what it's like to be hit by one." Li Yang looked panicked, seemingly wanting to run, but how could the masked man let him escape? Wasn't it fun throwing bricks just now? Want to run? It's too late. With his back to the masked man, Li Yang suddenly lunged backward, catching his opponent off guard as he crashed into the masked man's embrace. The masked man's brick swung and missed his arm, landing on Li Yang's shoulder. He reached out to grab the opponent's wrist, attempting to perform a shoulder throw, but the opponent slammed a fist into his ribs, leaving Li Yang gasping for breath. Nevertheless, he held on tightly to the opponent's wrist. Even after being hit a second and third time, he still did not let go. At this moment, Hei-si finally arrived, directly grabbing the masked man's other hand and delivering a hard knee strike to his lower back. Li Yang found himself sprawled on the ground, feeling as though he had been knocked out by the other party's hips. This was incredibly humiliating. He got up, wanting to charge again, but saw that the battle over here had already ended. The masked man's waist was distinctly twisted and a foul odor emanated from beneath him. Hei-si went to assist Hei-lu, where smoke and dust swirled, clearly indicating that Hei-lu was at a disadvantage. Li Yang stepped back near Hei-san, more than a meter apart, but still keeping an eye on the twisted-waisted masked man. No need to look anymore, he has already committed suicide by poison. He feared we would catch him and find their hideout, Hei-san explained. He didn't let Li Yang continue to assist. With Hei-si's involvement, Hei-lu would be fine. They could only rely on the faint moonlight for illumination, and with Lan Tianyu's ability tied to wind, the area was now filled with smoke and dust, making it impossible for them to see the battle scene. Li Yang held a brick in each hand. At a critical moment, he would throw the bricks and run. He wasn't foolish enough to throw away his life. They hadn't built such deep friendships yet. This time consider yourselves lucky. Next time we will definitely catch you all. A figure leaped down from the third floor. In an unusual situation, Lan Tianyu could no longer gain the upper hand. He never expected to stumble in such a place today. Seeing the last person escape, Li Yang let out a sigh of relief. The fur on his body quickly disappeared and the bricks in his hands fell to the ground. "Be careful!" Hei-san shouted. The fur on Li Yang's body shot back out. He hadn't expected that the person had not left but circled behind him, possibly aiming to kill him and the one sitting against the wall. Li Yang lunged at Hei-san, rolling on the ground with him for several turns. His back felt fiery with pain. "You managed to dodge, consider yourself lucky." This time I really am leaving. Ha 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 ha. This time Li Yang did not dare to relax, fearing that the guy would come back for a surprise attack. Alright, he really has left this time, He Lu said as he helped He stand up, looking at Li Yang. Now you know you're inexperienced, right? An inexperienced person saved you? Li Yang retorted, suppressing the pain. That's true, without you I would probably be the only one able to escape. My name is Zhang Cheng, code name He Lu. I won't introduce the other two for now. Let's go, it's noisy here and someone will be coming soon. Li Yang saw He Si carrying 3 corpses jumping over the railing and disappearing into the night. As fellow awakened ones, the gap between them seemed quite significant. That person's body could catch knives with bare hands, while he on the other hand had just been cut on the back. Coming out through the side gate of the construction site, a van was parked there and Zhang Cheng helped He San into the car. Turn around, I will apply the medicine for you. This is a special medicine, its effects are remarkable and you can't buy it even with money. Zhang Cheng took out a tube of ointment which had no markings on it. Seeing Li Yang's skeptical gaze, he explained impatiently, if it weren't for the fact that you were injured helping us, you wouldn't even qualify to use this good stuff. Does it hurt? Hiss, not really. Zhang Cheng smiled, finding this young man quite interesting. He no longer disliked him as much. Was that person just now going to handle the bodies? How will you deal with them? Li Yang suddenly asked. For now there are many things you are not qualified to know. Just understand that we won't indiscriminately kill innocent people. If it weren't for us, those workers at the construction site would not know how many would die now. Are you saying they would kill ordinary people? Even recklessly? Did you see any hesitation when they wanted to kill you just now? Remember this, they are no longer ordinary people and often do not regard the law at all. Zhang Cheng took the opportunity to instill some thoughts into Li Yang. However, Li Yang remained calm, thinking that when you acted just now it seemed you didn't hesitate either. You are not ordinary people and the ones who died were all from the other side. Do you think when they wanted to kill us we could hold back? At least we are not being immoral. That person's skills were formidable. Aren't you afraid your brothers will be ambushed? Although Li Yang was pleased that Zhang Cheng kept him by his side, he truly could not understand Zhang Cheng's decision. The reason he really left was that our backup had arrived. Someone will be responsible for the aftermath. You don't need to worry about so much. Alright, you can go now, but be careful of being followed. Li Yang's eyes widened. You can withstand that person's ambush, but I certainly cannot. You're just letting me off without sending someone to protect me. Damn, I saved you for nothing and you still don't consider me one of your own. I told you he really has left. You don't need to worry. He doesn't even know you. Where would he go to find you? Zhang Cheng explained. Li Yang opened the car door and ran towards home. He still did not fully believe Zhang Cheng's words, as Zhang Cheng had shown no indication of trusting him either. Although it seemed that many secrets had been shared, he had kept all the slightly more important ones to himself. Zhang Cheng told him his name but had never removed his mask. He also wasn't sure if that name was real. Li Yang harbored a terrifying suspicion that Zhang Cheng intentionally let him leave alone to lure out someone who might try to escape, making him the bait. On his way home, Li Yang kept glancing around and straining to listen to the sounds around him. When he finally reached his doorstep, he did not see anyone appearing, which relieved him. Perhaps he had overthought it, that person had indeed left. Upon entering the house, Li Yang quickly ate a lot of food and the dizzy spells finally subsided. He had consumed too much energy during that brief transformation. After taking off his blood-stained clothes, Li Yang looked at himself in the mirror from behind. The wound had actually scabbed over. Was it that fast? This means that medicine is really special. Turning off the light, he peeked through the curtain seam and confirmed that no one had entered his yard, then turned the light back on. He pulled out a pair of glasses from his pants pocket, which only had one arm. He had picked these up during the chaos at the construction site. He noticed that all of Zhang Chang's group had glasses arms, indicating that there were glasses beneath the masks. Moreover, on the broken glasses arm, Li Yang also saw a circuit board, which was even more unusual. On the intact glasses arm he found a button and carefully pressed it, but it seemed like nothing happened. Wait a minute, he held the glasses facing himself and finally noticed the difference. There were actually markings on the lens. As he leaned in closer, he confirmed that he wasn't seeing things. There were indeed words, just a bit small. He tried on the glasses and found that some words seemed to float in front of him as if he were watching a 3D movie. Moreover, he could still clearly see everything in front of him through the lenses. They were even one-sided displays. So amazing! However, the line of text left him puzzled. Why was it searching? What was it searching for? It had been so long, why was it still searching? Sigh, it seems the glasses must be broken. Unfortunately, he couldn't even comprehend the principles behind them, let alone attempt to fix them. He could actually try to replace that broken glasses arm. He would keep it for now and study it later. Suddenly he felt that these glasses looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere. He shook his head. The glasses looked perfectly ordinary from the front, no different from others, so he must have remembered it wrong. Zhang Chang drove away, turning a few corners and entering a very ordinary old community. Helping He San upstairs, neither of them were wearing masks at this moment. Upon entering the house and turning on the lights, He San slumped onto the sofa. This time I really snatched back a life. I never expected to encounter them. Hey Lu, where is Hey Wu? If you were here we wouldn't be so passive. You ask me, who should I ask? Hey Wu has never gotten along with me and definitely won't listen to my commands. At this moment he must be enjoying himself somewhere. Sooner or later he will die on a woman's belly. Zhang Chang said angrily. Suddenly he fixed his gaze on He San's face. Where are your glasses? They broke during the fight. He Si should have sent someone to clean up and will probably bring them back, right? Just as he was speaking, they heard a knock at the door. Through the door's surveillance, it was He Si returning. Is everything taken care of? Zhang Chang asked. Yes, everyone has already been sent away. By the way, He San, here is your flying knife and a broken glasses arm. The rest probably shattered during the fight. Let's get you a new one. He Si handed the items to He San. Only one glasses arm? Li Yang, are you practicing your punches again? Don't you ever come out of your house? Wang Rukan said from outside the window. Seeing the small courtyard door open, she knew Li Yang was already up. She just didn't expect that Li Yang would be practicing so early. A day's plan starts with the morning. It's not hot in the morning, perfect for practicing punches, Li Yang said while continuing to pound the sandbag. Aren't you going to work? Wang Rukan asked with some curiosity. Wasn't Li Yang always looking for ways to make money? Did he win the lottery somehow? I borrowed 10,000 yuan from someone, so I'm not working for now, Li Yang said vaguely. He didn't know how to explain the matter of Zhang Chang to Wang Rukan, so it was better not to say anything at all. That was better than lying. Really? That's great. I've always thought you should do this. You finally figured it out. Wang Rukan always felt that Li Yang didn't need to work at all. Although they lived in the suburbs, the demolition compensation was not a small sum. After paying off the debt, Li Yang would still have hundreds of thousands left. Why work so hard? The remaining money was almost enough for a down payment in the city. After starting work, he could slowly pay off the loan and still buy a house. She just never found it easy to persuade Li Yang, fearing it would hurt his self-esteem or that he might think she was trying to control him. Now Li Yang finally understood. But who did Li Yang borrow the money from? Those familiar faces from before must have moved away. Given her understanding of Li Yang, he wouldn't borrow from those people again. Who else did Li Yang know that she wasn't familiar with? Li Yang didn't say, and she wouldn't ask. She was just happy for him. Then you don't have to work so hard now. Let's go watch a movie. There are several blockbusters, and if we don't go soon they'll be out of theaters. Alright, wait for me a moment. I'll be done in a bit. Li Yang forced himself to always throw 1,000 punches during each workout. He had already completed over 800. He couldn't lower his standards as that would hinder his progress. After witnessing the battles of Zhang Chang and the others, Li Yang became even more eager to enhance his abilities. He realized that if he faced any of them directly he had no chance of victory. He desperately wanted to learn from Zhang Chang and the others to find out how to improve his skills, but the initiative was not in his hands. Now he knew there were only two ways to enhance himself: exercising and eating. He was consuming much more than before and his appetite had increased significantly. Moreover, he noticed that the more he ate the longer he could maintain his transformed state. Finally finished with his training, he wiped off his sweat, changed into a fresh set of clothes and walked out shoulder to shoulder with Wang Ruken. Why do so many people seem to be going that way? What happened? Li Yang asked curiously. The area was already set for demolition and most residents had moved away in advance. There were originally not many people left nearby, so why were there suddenly so many today? You don't know? Wang Ruken looked at Li Yang in surprise. There was an incident at the construction site over there. I heard some people were vandalizing it last night and the police came. I heard all the workers at the site were asleep last night and didn't hear a thing. No one knows what happened or who did it. Is that even possible? Is it fake? So many workers and they were all sleeping so soundly. Moreover, nothing was stolen from the site. I just heard that some stacked hollow bricks were thrown all over the place and a tank of water was drained. Also, I heard some load-bearing columns were damaged. Some say it was the rival of that real estate developer who bought our land. Li Yang, do you think this is possible? Is it true? Li Yang's pupils constricted for a moment and he scratched his head. How would I know? I went to bed early last night. I was really tired from exercising and didn't hear anything unusual. He did indeed work out last night, but the workout was quite intense and he had a cut on his back. However, after using that special medicine he didn't feel any pain while punching this morning. Didn't Zhang Chang say someone was handling the aftermath? Is this how it was handled? Now there are rumors flying around. Don't they fear being found out? Li Yang thought for a moment. Perhaps they really weren't afraid, because even if someone saw it no one would believe it. If he had seen those magical people before his own body underwent changes, he would have never believed the rumors online about people being able to control water, having bodies as hard as rocks or moving faster than bolt. But now he clearly understood that those weren't movie effects, they were genuinely happening right before his eyes, and he himself was no longer an ordinary person. He knew exactly what had happened at the construction site and even personally participated, but he couldn't say anything. If Wang Ruken found out about those things, he worried she might also get targeted by Zhang Chang and his group, or even by the person who ran away. Li Yang didn't want anything to happen to Wang Ruken. He didn't want her to get involved in such matters, at least not before he had the ability to protect her. By the way, there's another theory online. Some say there was a fight at the construction site last night and the damaged areas were affected by that fight. Some of the dents on the columns were made by someone punching them. It was even said that weapons were used and someone claimed to have heard an explosion. That's unlikely. How could a person's fist possibly break concrete? Bones can't withstand that. And as for explosions, that's even more impossible. Li Yang immediately objected. He didn't know if these were just wild guesses or if someone had actually seen something. But it reminded him that he really couldn't reveal his special abilities any longer lest more people take notice. At that point he wouldn't be able to hide anymore. By the way, the hero who saved people at the bus stop a few days ago has been found. Do you know who it is? I don't know. Who is it? Li Yang asked with some concern. Didn't Zhang Chang say it was fine? How could he still be found? How should he explain to Ruken? Just a coincidence? Or should he just deny it outright? It's a Sonda coach. You even tried to learn a class from him. Now that coach is like a hero and many people are signing up with him. Also, the two people who were saved that day supposedly sent money to that coach, but he refused to accept it and ultimately took 2 banners instead. Li Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that coach was just trying to recruit more students to make money, but he didn't plan to expose that. This was good too, it saved everyone from finding him. From now on he could rest easy knowing this matter was finally over. Even though he didn't receive thanks, it didn't matter, he felt at ease. Rookin, let's not talk about this anymore. What movie do you want to watch later? Li Yang quickly changed the subject. Why was Rookin so interested in this news lately? A typical American action movie, the visual effects were quite impressive and Li Yang found it enjoyable. However, after the movie ended, his heart was no longer in it. After putting on the 3D glasses, he couldn't help but think of his broken pair. He casually bought a cheap pair of sunglasses on the street, and after dropping Wang Rookin off at her home, he hurried back to his own. The 2 pairs of glasses were tied together. They were a bit crooked, but it didn't matter. At least they wouldn't slide down his nose anymore, and the inner pair was not visible from the front. He continued to study it for half a day but still couldn't figure out why it was still searching. Did he need to press a few more times? Or was there originally a button on the other leg of the glasses that was now unusable? Li Yang's guess was indeed correct. It was because there were missing buttons that some functions couldn't be activated and the glasses were in a semi-broken state. Wearing the glasses, Li Yang stepped out of his house eager to test whether the glasses had any other effects and to see if he would feel dizzy with 2 images in front of him. Looking at the 2 images before him, he felt as if he were back in middle school using a microscope where he was required to look through the left eye while taking notes with the right. There was no sensation of dizziness. It felt much the same as when he wore them at home, but the constant presence of a line of text in front of him made him feel quite uncomfortable. This device must be extremely expensive. If its production costs were relatively low, even at a price of $10,000, many wealthy individuals would likely be willing to buy it. After all, it was akin to having a portable screen, incredibly cool, far surpassing Google Glass. Moreover, Li Yang had a faint feeling that the functions of this device were quite extraordinary, though he couldn't quite grasp them yet. Where are you going? An elderly lady passed by and greeted him warmly. Li Yang was stunned for 3 seconds when he saw the elderly lady, then forced a smile, saying, "Grandma Lu, I'm just going to buy some food." "Are you going to the park for a stroll?" "Yes, isn't it cooler now?" "Just going for a walk." "Why does Xiaoli seem a bit dazed today?" "He used to greet me first." "And why is Xiaoli wearing sunglasses that make him look a bit like a little thug? Isn't he going to learn bad habits?" At this moment, Li Yang felt a surge of exhilaration because when Grandma Lu appeared, he noticed that the text on the glasses finally changed, revealing an unimaginable transformation. Name unknown, intelligence 82, strength 51, speed 5, stamina 3, energy value 4, skills. Comprehensive evaluation, a weak ordinary person. These data seemed to open a door to a new world for Li Yang. He had never thought that a person could be evaluated through numerical values. He had no idea how these data were generated, whether they were pre-existing and triggered by seeing Grandma Lu or if they were detected temporarily. If it was the former, it would prove that Zhang Chang's organization was incredibly powerful, able to collect detailed data even on an ordinary elderly lady. If it was the latter, it would further demonstrate the incredible capabilities of these glasses and the extraordinary technology of Zhang Chang's organization, which Li Yang saw as nothing short of black technology. Li Yang had no clue how these data were calculated, especially what that last energy value meant. It left him completely bewildered. He really wanted to see his own values, but focusing on his legs didn't help at all. After some thought, Li Yang took off the glasses, aimed them at himself, and took a selfie with his phone. Li Yang, intelligence 96, strength 89, speed 8. 5. Stamina 6. Energy value 12. Skills transformation. After transforming, strength and speed will be enhanced to a certain extent. Comprehensive evaluation E. At this point Li Yang was stunned. His data was clearly more detailed than Grandma Liu's, and it even had his name. This further proved that in the eyes of Zhang Chang's organization he probably had no secrets. It even noted his transformation status. But he didn't quite understand what that final evaluation meant. What level was he? What status did it hold in that organization? And how was this E calculated? What numerical values were referenced? The more powerful the functions of these glasses, the stronger the organization behind them. Moreover, Li Yang remembered that Zhang Chang and his companions seemed to all have glasses under their masks, which further proved the strength of that organization. How exactly were these technologies developed? Especially since Li Yang recalled the opponents he faced that day, indicating that people like him were not limited to just one organization, suggesting that their numbers might be more than he imagined. From his brief interactions, Zhang Chang and his group seemed to align more with his worldview, yet he hadn't noticed anything wrong with the person who had escaped. That day the other party intended to kill him, but Zhang Chang's group also wanted to kill the other party. It seemed not wrong to show no mercy to an enemy. How bad the other party was only said by Zhang Chang. Li Yang had not seen it with his own eyes. In that moment he even considered playing both sides, but immediately discarded the thought. His strength was very weak, at least weaker than anyone he had encountered. If you were the star player of a team, when your contract expired you could wait for other teams to scramble for you. But if you were just a bench warmer who couldn't even get onto the field, if one team was willing to sign you while you also had connections with another team, both teams might end up not choosing you. This situation was even more severe than that of athletes on a team, because athletes could at worst go to lower level leagues or even change careers, losing only opportunities and money. If he played both sides he might very well lose his life. Li Yang shook his head, dismissing those unrealistic thoughts. His life experience was limited, and for now he could only make this passive choice. Wearing the glasses, Li Yang went to the nearest park, which was quite crowded. He stood by a piece of exercise equipment pretending to be exercising, but in reality he was observing others and the data displayed on his glasses. Wearing the glasses, Li Yang went to the nearest park, which was quite crowded. He stood by a piece of exercise equipment pretending to be exercising, but however some data must have been manually added, such as skills and the like. Unfortunately he still only discovered these items on the glasses with no other new functions. Yet even this had a significant impact on Li Yang. Especially that energy value. He realized that this was the biggest difference between him and ordinary people. He observed for a long time, noting that many people's values ranged from 3 to 5, while his was 12. These values should be able to be improved through training, right? But Li Yang had no idea how to improve them. At that moment Zhang Chang was arguing with someone, and it seemed they were about to fight. Zhang Chang had a huge argument with He Wu, and if it weren't for He San and He Si's intervention he might have even resorted to violence. It was because of this guy's disappearance that they nearly fell victim to Lan Tianyu, yet he now acted as if nothing had happened. The reason we survived was due to Li Yang's unexpected appearance, otherwise even if he had escaped, He San and He Si would have undoubtedly perished. The two of them have never gotten along in the training camp, mainly because their awakened abilities are mutually restraining. He possesses water abilities while He Wu has fire abilities. He felt that He Wu's methods were too aggressive. Several times during missions he made a lot of noise. This time He Wu was responsible for the cleanup, and as a result the incident at the construction site made it to the news, causing quite a stir. He Wu argued that ordinary people could only guess wildly and that nothing would happen, which greatly displeased him. And what about the last time he sent He Wu to recruit a newcomer? It caused a huge commotion. How did He Wu handle the aftermath? This time he also found a newcomer seemingly similar to the one He Wu was recruiting, with abilities that were even the same, but he would make his own people stronger and ensure a smooth exit from the training camp. After dinner, Li Yang was practicing his punches at home when he suddenly heard the door open. He quickly turned around and saw the familiar Sun Wukong mask. It was indeed Zhang Chang. "Could you not knock before coming in?" Li Yang said, somewhat dissatisfied. He noticed that Zhang Chang didn't speak, just quietly watching him. It was then he remembered Zhang Chang had mentioned that knocking was unnecessary when coming here. "So what brings you here? Are you here to thank me? Or to see if my injuries have healed? Although your injuries are not shallow with the use of special ointment, they must have healed by now, otherwise how could you practice? In a few days there would only be a faint scar left, or if healed well the scar would be barely visible. This time I'm not here to thank you, I'm here to ask for something that doesn't belong to you. He San's glasses are lost, they must have been picked up by someone else. There are only two possibilities, either Lan Tianyu picked them up or they ended up in Li Yang's hands." He had already ensured that He San promptly disconnected the glasses from the database so no further data would be updated, leaving only basic functions, which also reduced the risk of exposure. If Lan Tianyu took it, it would be of no use. If this item is not something only they can produce, the Lan Tianyu's group has similar equipment with analogous information leak protection measures. He felt it was more likely that Li Yang had picked it up. That kid had some cleverness, but after all he hadn't undergone training. He only needed to test him slightly to know the outcome. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking he saw Li Yang's eyes darting away. It was indeed this kid who had taken it. "What are you talking about? I don't steal or rob. Are you trying to get that 10,000 back?" Li Yang pretended to be clueless. "Young man, your little tricks are completely useless against me. However, that should be considered a discarded product. If you want to keep it, then keep it, but remember not to let others find out, or it will bring you significant trouble. This is considered our standard equipment. If those people see it, the consequences are something you definitely cannot bear. Of course, you can avoid such incidents by destroying it directly. Last time, no matter what, you helped us. So I want to give you some benefits as a form of repayment. And you can rest assured that we will help hide your information so you don't have to worry about being tracked down by the other side." Li Yang became excited. "Does this mean that if I pass the review I can accept special training?" "Pass the review? That's still far off. Someone like you doesn't even have the qualifications to enter the training camp. To put it simply, you're just too weak." Zhang Chang instantly poured a bucket of cold water on Li Yang. "What? Are you going to say again that you saved us? That was just a coincidence. If I let you do it again, do you have the confidence to succeed?" Li Yang fell silent. If given another chance he would never rush in. It truly was a life or death situation. Many people claim they are not afraid of death, but when the time comes they all back down as it is an instinct. At least for now, Li Yang cannot resist it. "This booklet, take a good look at it now. I give you 1 hour, no recording and absolutely no sharing." Zhang Chang suddenly threw a booklet to Li Yang. Li Yang curiously opened it, quickly captivated by its content. It could be done like this. Zhang Chang sat down on a chair and his body immediately tilted. If he hadn't propped himself up with his hand he would have fallen to the ground. "What the hell? This chair is missing a leg. What's the point of keeping it?" He knew that Li Yang was living quite frugally, but he had given him 10,000. There was absolutely no need to be like this. Besides, this broken chair couldn't be sold anymore. Is there someone who collects scrap wood? With a wave of his hand a stream of water appeared, bringing over a nearby stool. Zhang Chang pressed it down, then sat down with peace of mind. Li Yang was mesmerized as he looked at the booklet, which contained methods to enhance his internal energy, exactly what he desperately needed. He quickly skimmed through it and then began to memorize it earnestly. Unbeknownst to him, the booklet was suddenly snatched away, and instinctively he reached out to grab it back, only to see Zhang Chang's retreating figure. "An hour is up. If you can't remember it, that's your problem. Also, no writing it down, otherwise if you cause me trouble I will personally come to discuss it with you." Zhang Chang left silently just as he had arrived, and by the time Li Yang chased to the door, Zhang Chang's shadow was already gone. Couldn't he stay a little longer? Li Yang wanted to say to Zhang Chang, "It's so late, why not stay at my place?" Then he could continue reading and his memory would be even stronger. What he was more curious about now was who created this method and whether it truly could increase internal energy. Is this the best method? Just like martial arts manuals are categorized by levels, this should be categorized too, right? The one Zhang Chang gave himself should be the most basic, which means Zhang Chang's own methods must be better than this. That's why Zhang Chang was willing to show it to him, not fearing organizational scrutiny. He had thought about asking Zhang Chang if there were better methods, but he could already imagine Zhang Chang's response, "You aren't qualified yet." He didn't know when he would possess the qualifications in Zhang Chang's eyes, but since Zhang Chang had given him this item, he must be close to obtaining the qualification. Right? Li Yang closed the door again, lay on his bed, and began to recall the methods recorded in that booklet. There is no need for a 5-heart pose, nor is it required to sit cross-legged, rather one must maintain the most relaxed posture. Close your eyes and feel the energy within your body. Li Yang began to recall the sensations he experienced during each transformation, the feeling of increased strength and speed. According to the booklet, he should be able to sense the flow of energy within him. When he can control the flow of this energy to all parts of his body, his strength will further enhance, even if the energy itself does not increase, the efficiency of its utilization will. Moreover, the booklet states that this energy can expand. Some people grow at a slower rate while others are quicker. Before long, Li Yang felt the energy within him. He seemed to be able to control its flow in various directions, but something felt off. According to the booklet, just truly sensing this energy takes a long time for many. Even the faster ones take 2 to 3 days, while the slower ones may take over a month. Once sensed, controlling it becomes even more challenging, making the time required longer. It was noted that some took a year and still could not achieve this. Yet when he opened his eyes and glanced at the phone on his bedside, it had only been less than 2 hours, and he was already able to control the energy moving within him. Was it an illusion? The booklet mentioned that geniuses spend less time than ordinary awakened ones, but even they need a day or two for this step, and he had done it much quicker than those geniuses. Could it be that he is a genius among geniuses? An illusion? It must be an illusion. If he were truly a genius, Zhang Chang would have undoubtedly taken him away. Why would he leave him here? The booklet also states that many experience illusions while controlling energy, including many geniuses. He closed his eyes and tried again. Before long he felt he could once more control the energy, and this time the speed seemed even faster than before. Li Yang did not stop this time. Instead, he gradually allowed the energy to flow within him, which would help it grow. At some point he slowly fell asleep, and even without his control the energy continued to circulate within him. When he woke up in the morning, Li Yang felt he had slept very comfortably the previous night. He got up and moved a little, feeling as if his strength had increased. The only difference from usual was that he was particularly hungry this morning, but it was only 7 o'clock. After consuming a pound of noodles, Li Yang felt much more comfortable. Sometimes he even wondered if his awakening was that of a glutton. His appetite had been growing lately, which could not simply be explained by increased exercise. Fortunately, he had more money in his pocket now, otherwise with the little he earned from his job it wouldn't be enough to buy some meat. After relaxing with his phone for a while, Li Yang began to practice his punches again. This had already become a habit. If he didn't practice daily, he felt something was missing. Suddenly he thought that if he could indeed control the energy within him, then it should be able to manifest locally as stated in the booklet. He closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them again and threw a punch at the sandbag in front of him. As he swung, his fist, hair began to grow on his arms, neck, and even face. Bang! Crash! Li Yang blinked in surprise. The sandbag he had painstakingly filled was shattered by his punch, though it had been quite sturdy. He looked down at his hands, which were covered in hair. So did he just transform? He touched his face, which also bore the same growth. Li Yang sighed, realizing he had failed. He thought he could make the energy manifest locally, but in reality he had merely turned into a hairy monster again. In that moment of looking down, Li Yang was stunned. There was no hair growing on the tops of his feet. This was different from before. He had not completely failed. After making the hair disappear, Li Yang, wearing only a pair of shorts, continued to attempt. Soon he achieved results. When he attacked without force, he could make localized changes. Although he wanted to change just his palm, it spread over his entire arm, but this proved he indeed had a certain level of control. However, when he tried to swing his right arm to attack, he found that many areas would change, which likely related to his lack of understanding of force application techniques. After discovering this, Li Yang was overjoyed. If he could skillfully control this energy, he wouldn't have to worry about exposing himself in public, nor would he need to wear a hat every time he went out or keep his collar turned up. At the same time, he felt a bit puzzled. He was certain he could control this energy, not an illusion, so he should be considered a genius, right? Why, with such talent, wouldn't Zhang Chang take him away directly? Could it be that he was unaware of his potential? Li Yang thought he had no secrets from Zhang Chang and the others, but it seems that was not the case. Of course, there was another possibility. Perhaps Li Yang's awakened ability was too ordinary. Even if his talent for controlling energy was excellent, it might not amount to much. He thought that he couldn't control water, nor could he make his body as hard as rock. Although his speed was faster than average, it was nothing compared to the awakened ones he had seen. He felt that if it came to a fight, his current abilities might not count for much. Thinking this way, Li Yang increasingly felt he should quickly enhance his strength, otherwise even if he joined the organization Zhang Chang spoke of, he would still be at the bottom. Li Yang did not believe he could reach the pinnacle of the pyramid, but he definitely did not want to be at the lowest level. Everyone was an awakened one, why should he be the weakest? He remembered the day he saw Zhang Chang and the others in action. The three masked individuals clearly took Zhang Chang as their leader, indicating that even among awakened ones there were hierarchies. Every team needs a leader to foster cohesion and unleash their strongest abilities. The strength of awakened abilities is relative, fundamentally due to the lack of sufficient energy. Just as water can extinguish fire when flames far exceed water, fire can also overcome water. Gathering the scattered sand, Li Yang went out to buy a few more sandbags. He would need them in the coming days. Black 5 emerged from the base. He knew that Black 6 had recruited a new awakened one, reportedly with the same ability as the one he had recruited, making them direct competitors. However, the person recruited by Black 6 awakened later and should not be very strong. Yet he came to check it out to confirm. From a distance, seeing Li Yang exit his house, Black 5 waited in an abandoned building, and as Li Yang passed by, he scanned him with his glasses, instantly stunned. Wasn't it said this kid's energy value was only 10? How could it be 14 now? How did he progress so quickly? Li Yang suddenly halted, turning around to scan the surroundings as if searching for someone. Black 5 swiftly withdrew his head from the window. Was this newcomer so vigilant? He had hidden himself well enough, yet he had been discovered. Li Yang would walk a few steps and stop, then walk a few steps and stop again. It wasn't that he had truly detected the surveillance, rather he was doing it deliberately. He speculated that Zhang Chang might have sent someone to watch him in the shadows, and he wanted to test if he could spot the observer. Even if it meant forcing the other party to approach him, he wanted to convey to Zhang Chang that he had mastered the method of controlling his internal energy, and in a very short time at that. Surely the review wouldn't take that long now. Yet after waiting for a long while, he still saw no stranger. It seemed his wish to join Zhang Chang's organization more quickly would remain unfulfilled. Little did he know that these unusual actions had only led Black 5 to mistakenly believe he had been discovered. After nearly 20 minutes of walking, he finally found a hardware store and went inside to pick out bags for sand. "Boss, have you seen this man?" A woman entered the hardware store holding a stack of papers. On the papers was a half-length portrait of a man along with some text. "He doesn't look sick," the boss muttered. You're the one who's sick. How dare you speak like that, the woman snapped. If he weren't sick, how could a grown man just go missing? The boss sneered, if he were really your brother, why didn't you go to the police? I don't think he's your brother, he's your man, isn't he? What, he disappeared and you're looking for him like this? If he really wants to hide, you won't find him this way. The flyer also said something about a missing brother. Who would believe that? A normal person just goes missing like that. Tisk tisk, look at that woman, her belly seems big. She's probably looking for the man to take responsibility, isn't she? Why didn't she choose more carefully back then? Now she remembers to look, but can she still find him? Bang! The woman slammed her hand on the counter, cracking the glass. What are you talking about? He's my brother, my own flesh and blood. How do you know? I haven't reported it to the police. But they can't find him at all. I'm just asking for your help. If you don't want to help, fine, but what's the point of saying these sarcastic words? The woman's voice was loud and the boss' face turned awkward, but he dared not retort. He didn't want to argue with her, it would hurt business, and if she scratched his face, how could he face anyone? May I take a look? A voice suddenly came from beside her. Hearing this, the woman immediately turned around and handed over a flyer. Thank you, thank you. Please take a look, have you seen my brother? Even though the person before her appeared to be a high school student, she didn't hesitate to pass him the flyer. She couldn't afford to let go of any glimmer of hope. Li Yang had never seen that face before, but the jacket the person was wearing looked vaguely familiar, though only vaguely. Perhaps he had caught a glimpse of it somewhere before. Sorry, I don't know him and I have no impression of him. Where did he go missing? Did he do anything unusual before that? No. I went to his company and asked. He just took some leave, but he never went back to work. I called him, but his phone has been off all along. A grown man like him, where could he have gone? I haven't even dared to tell our parents. If they found out, they'd be frantic with worry. The woman's voice was choked with tears. When Li Yang left the hardware store, she had already moved on to the next shop, stubbornly distributing flyers and asking everyone she met. Back home, Li Yang poured sand into new bags and hung them by the bedroom door again. As he turned to clean up, he noticed some sand scattered on the flyer. He was about to pick it up and set it aside when he suddenly froze. The sand scattered across the face on the flyer resembled a thick beard. At that moment, Li Yang finally realized where the familiarity came from. This was the man who had smashed through the fast food restaurant door. That man didn't have a thick beard, he was an awakener just like Li Yang. Their abilities were likely the same, at least on the surface. Both had turned into hairy monsters. This man had gone missing. Li Yang remembered asking Zhang Chang about him. He had been recruited by Zhang Chang's group. So why had he disappeared now? Had he passed the review and gone to learn the method of becoming stronger, or was he already dead? Earlier, Li Yang had been extremely eager to pass the review and learn the way to gain power, but now he couldn't help but overthink. He wanted to grow stronger and hoped to join Zhang Chang's organization, but what if Zhang Chang had been deceiving him all along? Though it seemed unnecessary, if Zhang Chang really wanted to act, Li Yang couldn't resist. He also knew that Zhang Chang had kept many things from him. If he joined that organization, would he also vanish without a trace like this man, with no one around him able to find him? He had no immediate family, but he still had classmates, friends, and people who cared about him. He didn't want to disappear so suddenly. Above all, he didn't want to make Wang Ruken worry. After his parents passed away, he had even felt a sense of inferiority, but after awakening he had regained his confidence. He knew he liked Wang Ruken, and he knew she had feelings for him too. Could he really sever this bond now? Otherwise, if he suddenly disappeared one day, wouldn't the harm to Wang Ruken be even greater? He also wanted to be selfish. Who cared about the future? Just enjoy the present. But he couldn't do it. He couldn't bear to hurt Wang Ruken, the girl he had grown up with. Li Yang now had many questions for Zhang Chang, but he realized he had no way to contact him. Zhang Chang always came to him. He was fed up with this passive feeling. He had to see Zhang Chang, and there was a way. Li Yang stepped out of his home looking left and right, clearly searching for someone. If Zhang Chang and his people saw him, they should understand his intention. After circling around, he returned home. Would Zhang Chang come tonight? At that moment Zhang Chang was packing up. They had to abandon this stronghold. It was surely already traced by Lan Tianyu and his men. After their recent loss, they would inevitably retaliate, and Zhang Chang's group had to lie low for a while. Black 6, that kid seems to be looking for you, Black 3 said as he approached. Looking for me? Ignore him. Let him wait obediently. If he lacks even this much patience, he won't make it through the training camp. Zhang Chang continued packing. That kid Li Yang must have failed to memorize the content from the booklet he had given him and wanted another look. He had already secretly shown Li Yang the forbidden content ahead of time. If he couldn't remember it, that was his problem. If he wanted to see it again, he'd have to wait until he passed the review. You pack up too. Send an ordinary person to keep an eye on him. We need to leave immediately. Heisen hesitated for a moment before grit his teeth and said, Liu Heiwu has recruited new members and there's been a problem. Zhang Chang paused in his packing, asking, What did you say? What's going on? Wasn't that person taken away by Heiwu long ago? It's precisely because Heiwu took that person first that Li Yang had to undergo more stringent scrutiny, as the abilities displayed by both were identical. Yes, that person was taken by Heiwu, but before taking him away, Heiwu didn't let him contact his family. Now his sister not only reported to the police but is also distributing flyers to find him. Had it not been for Heisen helping to erase the surveillance traces, the vehicle that took that person would have been exposed and their other base would have been forced to shut down. Did Heiwu not consider this situation? How can he be so careless? He's just causing trouble for everyone. Zhang Chang frowned. They are recruiting new awakened ones to join the organization, but that doesn't mean they should disconnect from society. Each of them has an identity as an ordinary person. During the organization training, contact with the outside world is indeed prohibited, but it had never been an issue before. Those newcomers knew what to say and what not to say. If he mysteriously goes missing after the training camp, how can he reintegrate into society? This trouble was caused by him. Contact him and let him resolve it himself. What are you still dawdling for? In 10 minutes we are leaving and cleaning up all traces related to us here. Heiwu hung up the phone looking somewhat displeased. That guy Heisen clearly noticed the situation. Why didn't he help solve it directly? Following Liu every day, does he really think Liu can perform better than me in the next assessment? Liu has support behind him, but the people supporting me are even stronger. And that woman is really annoying. Reporting to the police is one thing, but why is she distributing flyers? That's just causing me trouble. What's most infuriating is that kid. He himself said he wouldn't contact his family for 1 or 2 months. How come his sister has caused such a huge situation in such a short time? He never mentioned having a sister. Such suddenly discovered awakened ones have these drawbacks. The information isn't detailed enough, making it easy to encounter problems. This matter can be easily resolved as long as that woman is silenced. According to the information relayed back by his subordinates, that woman has already returned home, so Heiwu directly headed towards her house. Creak. Who is it? Xiaofeng, are you back? A woman's voice came from the kitchen, accompanied by the sound of slippers quickly hitting the floor. Looking up, the person who entered was not her brother but a completely unfamiliar man. He was dressed casually and had a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Who are you? How did you get in here? Of course I came in through the door. Heiwu exhaled a puff of smoke, noticing that the woman was quite attractive, especially as she was wearing loose loungewear. Get out quickly or I will call the police, the woman said, forcing herself to stay calm. If you want money, my bag is at the door. If you leave now, I can pretend nothing happened. Don't do anything foolish, my husband is about to get off work. No need to fabricate those ridiculous lies. Your husband is on a business trip and won't be back for a few days. Besides, I'm not short on money, I could even give you some. Hayward noticed that the woman's abdomen seemed to be slightly protruding. To his surprise, she was pregnant. He had never encountered such a situation. It's a pity that there are regulations within the organization that prohibit taking action against the family members of their own. But if this woman takes the initiative, then it shouldn't be a problem, right? I have a younger brother and he will be back soon. The woman was somewhat flustered. How does this person know so much about her family? This must be premeditated. Oh, I almost forgot, I'm here regarding your brother. Stop distributing those flyers, he is fine. He is working with us and cannot contact the outside world for the time being. Some tasks require confidentiality. What are you saying? My brother is with you? Where is he? Tell him to call me. The woman instantly forgot her fear. I said he cannot contact the outside world for now. When he's able to, he will call you. Then what kind of work is he doing? Are you forcing him to do bad things? Let me tell you, my brother would never break the law. Why do you always think of things in the worst way? Do you think I look like a bad person? In fact, he is not only not doing bad things but is also involved in some significant tasks that can help all of humanity. The more Haywoo said this, the more frightened the woman became. She knew very well what abilities her brother had. What kind of big things could he accomplish? Helping all of humanity? It sounded like a scam. Then have him call me. I promise not to tell anyone. I'm his sister, I won't harm him. Well, that doesn't seem entirely impossible. It depends on your performance. Haywoo said while looking the woman up and down. That kid was brought into the organization by him. He would become his subordinate in the future. Even if he knew, what could he say? He might even be happier. 5 minutes later, Haywoo left the house and soon the place was engulfed in flames. That damned woman actually tried to ambush him. He only lightly tapped her. How did she die? Now this is troublesome. He killed the family member of someone within the organization and he would definitely be punished for that. He just hoped that this fabricated accident could be concealed. For this investigation he'll apply to lead. Regardless of the outcome, he could just write it however he wanted. After having breakfast, Li Yang was boredly scrolling through the news on his phone while still pondering over the matters in his mind. Last night he waited for a long time but Zhang Chang never showed up and even Zhang Chang's companions were absent. Did Zhang Chang not keep an eye on him so he didn't know he wanted to meet him? Or could it be that Zhang Chang knew but was unwilling to come see him? Just then a news headline caught his eye. A fire unexpectedly broke out on the 3rd floor of a certain residential complex, suspected to be due to a pregnant woman forgetting to turn off the gas. If the pregnant woman died in the fire. Li Yang usually didn't like to read such disaster news, but when he saw the photo of the pregnant woman he immediately clicked on it. After reading the news, Li Yang put down his phone, his expression extremely grim. That pregnant woman was none other than the one distributing flyers, and she was also the sister of the person with the same abilities as him who was desperately searching for her missing brother yesterday. The unexpected death of this pregnant woman made Li Yang can't help but suspect whether it was truly an accident. If it was an accident, that would be one thing, but if not. Collecting old refrigerators, old color TVs, old washing machines. Li Yang opened the door and waved, "Here, I have things to sell." With school starting soon, he needed to get rid of these items quickly. "Young man, are you selling all these?" Where are your adults?" The elderly woman collecting scrap hesitated. This was a big job that could earn her a lot of money, but she didn't want to invite trouble. "I'm the only one at home. You can price these items as you see fit. There are also some pieces of furniture. You'll sell those to you as well." The elderly woman then saw 2 portraits and took 2 steps back, knocking over a stool. The stool collapsed with a crash. She thought, could this lead to a misunderstanding? It's fine if it breaks, it breaks. But you can't damage my appliances. This old double tub washing machine is no longer in use. He'll give you 80 yuan for it. The 20-inch color TV has long been obsolete. Let's say 80 yuan for that as well. The single-door refrigerator has been in use for many years. He'll give you 70 yuan for it. The induction cooker will be 20 yuan. A total of 410 yuan. It'll help you move all these items, saving you the hassle. Li Yang widened his eyes. All these appliances were still usable. How could it only be 410 yuan? That one TV is worth 80 yuan, which is less than what many people would spend on a meal. And did you calculate incorrectly? For all these items you're only offering this much. These are all outdated products. I can only take them back to dismantle for scrap. I still have to transport them back. You have to let me earn a little money, right? Young man, this amount is quite substantial. You're moving into a new home. Don't you need new furniture and appliances? The elderly woman was quite knowledgeable about this. She had made a good profit in the area recently. This young man doesn't know much. He will definitely make a good profit this time. 500 yuan. If you give me 500, I'll sell it to you. After a long negotiation, the elderly woman finally relented, and they agreed on 500 yuan. Before long, several people arrived on tricycles and began to move things out. After they left, Li Yang went inside and was dumbfounded. They even took the bed away. He rushed outside to look for them, but saw the tricycle speeding away. He helplessly shook his head. Thankfully, he had packed some things in advance, otherwise there would be no memories left in the house. After venting his frustration by punching a sandbag, Li Yang took out his phone. Ruo-chan, I want to report early. Report early? Alright, when will you go? Today, right now. Ah, you're so anxious. Wait a moment, let me pack a few things and I'll go with you. In Wang Ruochan's father's car, she looked at Li Yang and said, so you have nowhere to live now. Ha ha ha. Li Yang, why didn't you call me when you were selling things? You have no experience, it's easy to get taken advantage of. But don't think too much about it, you can always buy new things later. Wang Ruochan's father comforted him with a smile. The car drove towards the school, and at that moment another stranger appeared at Li Yang's doorstep. The door was locked. No problem, I'll wait for you inside. I don't believe you won't come home. Climbing over the wall and opening the door inside, the person was stunned. It seems this kid really didn't plan to come back. The house was completely empty. What's going on? Did this kid know I was coming and ran away first? Who told him? Last time I ruined his big plan, which caused his subordinates to die. He thought this kid wouldn't suspect that I could find this place. But this kid left early. Who tipped him off? Are they this vigilant? The information I received was that he had run away, and only then did they tell me he was here. Could it be that they deliberately gave me false information? Or did that person not even know that this kid had already run away? Should I wait here for a while? What if this kid comes back? A car was speeding down the highway, closely followed by two other cars. He Wu was currently on the run. The fact that he had killed someone was already exposed. He did not expect to be discovered by He Lu so quickly. He had clearly made it look like an accident, yet he was still found out. He knew he had betrayed the organization, and he was aware of how the organization dealt with traitors. He absolutely could not be caught and taken back. Now he only had one option left, which was to ally with another group. Only they could stand against the organization. He had already leaked the information about Li Yang to Lan Tianyu. This should prove his sincerity. With his own strength and his understanding of the organization after joining the other side, he should be able to live quite comfortably. However, climbing to a high position wouldn't be easy. Any organization wouldn't trust a traitor too much. But he had no choice. By joining this side, he could continue to live freely. If he were caught by the organization, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, this time he not only planned to go himself, but also take the kid he had recruited and even many secrets from the organization if these would all be his capital for rising in the new organization. Hey Lu and the others were coming to kill him, but they probably didn't expect those strongholds in this city would also be wiped out by the other side, right? If he could take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate Hey Lu and the others, joining the new organization would surely lead to greater rewards. Besides, he and Hey Lu had long been at odds, yet this could also be considered revenge. Zhang Chang drove the car while contacting the captain to report the situation. Hey Wu had actually committed the act of killing the relatives of organization members. He had to take him back for trial, yet he still wanted to escape. This time the higher-ups would definitely not cover for Hey Wu, and no one dared to protect a traitor. Hey San, contact our people to intercept him at the highway entrance ahead. We cannot let him escape. Hey Liu's eyes were extremely cold as Hey San immediately began to contact others. He couldn't believe that Hey Wu would actually do such a thing. Previously he had only heard that Hey Wu couldn't control his lower body, but this time he had indeed crossed the organization's bottom line. Hey Lu, the person Hey Wu recruited, is missing. Hey San suddenly said. Missing? Wasn't he under constant surveillance? Could it be that he was also taken away by Hey Wu? Not good, Hey Wu may have become a traitor. Let's hurry back. The person was waiting in their secret stronghold, and suddenly being missing could very likely mean that the secret stronghold had already been exposed. If Hey Wu became a traitor and leaked the information to Lan Tianyu and the others, it would not just be about one secret stronghold, but it would involve all the secret strongholds along with those external personnel. Their number of awakened ones was indeed scarce, and many tasks still relied on external personnel to complete. If those people were gone, the impact on the organization would also be immense. There was one more thing he needed to confirm quickly. Li Yang was also an awakened one. He knew that Hey Wu knew this too, and he absolutely could not let Li Yang be captured. Zhang Chang and the others turned the car around at a gas station and headed back. Black 5 had finally escaped, but he knew that the days of being hunted down were far from over. Lan Tianyu must have caught Li Yang and left by now. Black 6 and the others would surely be overwhelmed with attacks from those strongholds, and at least for the time being they wouldn't have time to find him. The future matters would be discussed later. Lan Tianyu was currently waiting at Li Yang's house. If Li Yang didn't return by nightfall, he would leave. After all, this was a person who had awakened of his own accord. Bringing him back to the organization might cultivate him into an excellent subordinate in the future. Even if that didn't work out, it would be better to eliminate him than to let him join Black SX's organization. The sky was darkening and Lan Tianyu frowned. Was that kid really not coming back? Or had he already been taken by Black 6 and the others? Was the information he received already outdated? Or was it possible that Black 5 was simply deceiving him? Suddenly he heard a commotion outside. He quickly held his breath and stealthily peered out through the window just in time to see a pair of black eyes staring at him through the Sun Wukong mask. Zhang Chang and Lan Tianyu were both startled. Neither of them expected to see a pair of eyes on the opposite side of the window. Lan Tianyu was taken aback. How could Black 6 have come here? Was it a coincidence? Or was he set up by Black 5? Was this actually a trap they designed, leaving him as the fool? No wonder Black 5 was so quick to divulge the information he wanted to know. It seems that the others sent to take down the strongholds were also in danger. He had to notify them to leave immediately to avoid a total loss. He quickly pressed a couple of buttons on his watch to inform his men that the situation had changed and they needed to retreat quickly. The biggest problem now was how he would escape. He couldn't die here today, could he? Zhang Chang was momentarily stunned before shouting, "Surround this place, it's Lan Tianyu." He was too familiar with those eyes. They definitely weren't Li Yang's but belonged to the awakened one from the opposing organization, Lan Tianyu. Black 4 instantly dashed to the back of the house while Black 3 produced several throwing knives. Zhang Chang waved his hand and water appeared out of thin air, transforming into a flurry of water arrows. With a whoosh, the door spun and flew open. Zhang Chang and Black 3 darted to the sides while Black 3 swiftly hurled his throwing knives, not allowing Lan Tianyu any chance to escape. Zhang Chang's face darkened. Lan Tianyu was actually in Li Yang's house. Did that mean Li Yang had already been killed? He remembered Li Yang had asked him whether Lan Tianyu would come back, and he had said certainly not. Lan Tianyu would definitely not find Li Yang's house, yet reality had given him a resounding slap to the face. Moreover, he recalled that someone had been keeping an eye on Li Yang. It was that person who had insisted that Li Yang needed more stringent assessments, otherwise Li Yang would have been taken away to join the training camp long ago. A gust of wind blew from inside, scattering those throwing knives and embedding them into the brick wall. However, Lan Tianyu did not rush out. Instead, he smashed the back window, intending to leave from the rear. He knew that if he showed himself, he would be met with Black SXS water arrows. But at that moment, Black 4 was already standing in front of the rear window. Seeing the window shatter and glass flying out, he didn't flinch or avoid it. Instead, he charged forward. The glass tore through his clothing but left no wounds on him. A dagger appeared in his hand, thrusting forward with force. Zhang Chang burst into the room and kicked the faucet, causing water to spray out. He pointed and hundreds of water arrows flew towards Lan Tianyu by the window. In a place with ample water supply, his combat power increased by at least half. Lan Tianyu was instantly caught in a situation of being attacked from all sides, especially since the three of them worked together with great synergy. As he cursed Black 5 in his heart, he searched for an escape opportunity. However, he also noticed a problem: Black 5 had not appeared. If Black 5 had come too, he would indeed be doomed. Could it be that Black 5 hadn't deceived him and Black 6 and the others just happened to come by? Or was it that Black 5 had also been used by Black 6? Was this a trap set long ago? Lan Tianyu's awakened ability was to control the wind, which allowed him to move at incredible speed, excelling in both attack and evasion, second only to those with innate speed talents. Moreover, he could manipulate the wind to create wind blades sharp enough to rival specialized alloy weapons. Among those of the same awakening level, his combat power was considered formidable. However, Black SXS combat strength was not inferior to his, coupled with the rock-solid Black 4 and the one ready to roar Black 3. Lan Tianyu saw no chance of victory. Yet escaping was not entirely impossible. Lan Tianyu waved his hand, creating several wind blades that shattered the water arrows, and then he dashed towards Black 3, seemingly trying to break through the encirclement. But Black 3 took a deep breath and suddenly roared, while Lan Tianyu had already dodged in advance. He despised this type of sonic attack. It was invisible yet immensely powerful, capable of damaging internal organs directly. Although he had blocked his ears with energy, he still felt a heaviness in his chest. Fortunately, this feint had worked, and as long as he could break through Black 4's obstruction, he would be able to escape. The scattered pieces of window glass on the ground suddenly flew up and crashed into Black 4. Although Black 4 pushed them away with both hands, his line of sight was momentarily obstructed, and that instant was enough for Lan Tianyu to escape. Just as he jumped out of the window intending to flee, he felt something tugging at his foot. It was a rope made of water. The water flowed up Lan Tianyu's leg, seemingly wanting to tie him up completely. Trying to leave? It's not that easy. The water flowed into a curtain of water, protecting both himself and Black 3. Now that he's resorted to such means, he must be low on energy. Let's pursue and capture him alive, Zhang Chang said coldly. Wait a minute, also grab those basins and towels in the trunk. We bought too many. Thank you, Uncle Wan. Buying too much? How could that be? After settling the expenses, Li Yang first helped Wang Rukan carry the items to the dormitory. Now he planned to find his own dormitory while carrying things. After he declined the senior who wanted to help him carry things, the senior didn't bother with him anymore, even needing to look at the sign to find the dormitory building. Just as he was about to enter the dormitory, his phone rang. It was Aunt Lee from the street office. Was there something wrong? Aunt Lee, are you looking for me? I'm at school. I've reported early and plan to stay in the dormitory directly. Huh? My house was demolished early. Who said that? Wait a moment, I'll go back right now. Li Yang was completely confused. What was going on? I just sold off the furniture and appliances, didn't say the house was being demolished. Who did this? Looking at his house now reduced to ruins, Li Yang found it hard to believe. What surprised him the most was that only one wall of the small courtyard had collapsed and it appeared to have been pushed down from the inside. Moreover, he had signed the demolition contract long ago, which specified that he had to move out by October 1st at the latest. The people from the demolition office had no reason to act like this. Furthermore, the water and electricity had not been cut off yet. It was the street office personnel who had turned off the power after discovering it, which made it even stranger. Are you sure you didn't hire someone to do this? Li Aunt, why would I waste money on that? The doors and windows from our house wouldn't fetch much money anyway. Perhaps the labor cost for dismantling would be more expensive. Then hurry and call the police. Maybe your house was robbed. Li Aunt quickly took out her phone. No need, it might just be an accident. I've already sold all my furniture and appliances. There's nothing left in the house. All that's left are some bedding and some broken wood. No one would steal that, right? He recalled the accidental fire at the fast food restaurant, thinking about that person searching for his brother during the accidental fire. Could this be the work of just one person? But his house hadn't caught fire. There were only many water stains on the floor and some marks on the walls. It looked more like the work of Zhang Chang. Alright then, since you've moved out, this row of houses can be demolished. I will notify the demolition office tomorrow. You'll talk to the demolition office and see if I can get your compensation to you in advance. You'll need money for school. Don't let working interfere with your studies. Thank you, Li Aunt. After leaving, the smile on Li Yang's face faded. What were these people trying to do? Why did they demolish his home directly? Although there weren't many valuable things left in the house, there were still some belongings of his parents that hadn't been taken. Now with the house in ruins, he couldn't retrieve anything. When he returned to school, it was already completely dark. Li Yang collected his things from the aunt downstairs and carried them upstairs. Upon entering the dormitory, none of his classmates had arrived yet. Lying on the bed, Li Yang's mind was in turmoil. He had no idea whether Zhang Chang and the others were good or bad. Did awakening grant one the freedom to act recklessly? How he wished he could talk to his parents like before, seeking their advice based on their rich life experiences, but that was merely a wish. Suddenly his phone rang. Li Yang irritably picked it up. It was an unknown number and he hung up without a second thought. Zhang Chang was taken aback by the busy tone. This kid actually hung up on him. It seemed that the kid didn't realize this number was his. Calling again, he was once more hung up. Zhang Chang thought for a moment and sent a text, "It's me, call back." Li Yang looked at the text on his phone, thinking that scammers nowadays were far too unprofessional. At least they should fabricate a name. If I call back, do I need to guess who you are? Zhang Chang waited for 5 minutes. Why hadn't that kid returned his call? He had clearly seen him come back and was not taken by Lan Tianyu and the others. He called again and the other party finally answered. "It's me. Who are you, Li Ergu or Wang Nima?" Li Yang said irritably. "I am Zhang Chang." Zhang Chang said, suppressing his anger. Was this kid out of his mind? "It's you. My house collapsed. Did you do it?" Upon hearing it was Zhang Chang, Li Yang immediately got angry. This matter is indeed related to us, but it was an accident. The person who escaped that day has returned. He was in your house and we caused your house to collapse in an attempt to trap him." "What?" Li Yang suddenly sat up in bed. "Didn't you say he wouldn't find my house? How do you explain that now?" Li Yang was acutely aware of how powerful that person was that day. He might even be more formidable than he had sensed. With a person like that targeting him, his fate was predictable. Don't worry, we have already injured him. At least he won't dare to return within a month, Zhang Chang said somewhat awkwardly. Injured? So he escaped. What about after a month? What am I supposed to do? I just want to ask you, how did he find my house? The old saying goes, it's not the theft that scares you but the thief who has you in his sights. Right now Li Yang was not being targeted for his money but for his life. I will send someone to protect you at all times. He won't dare to act in crowded places. Just be careful not to walk alone at night. You should also work hard to improve your strength. When your power surpasses his, will he still dare to trouble you? Zhang Chang would not tell Li Yang that it was because He Wu had become a traitor in the organization that Li Yang's information was leaked. However, He Wu had already fled and probably wouldn't dare to return. Although Lan Tianyu and the others would carry out some assassination tasks, there was no need to deal with a newcomer like Li Yang. He speculated that Lan Tianyu must have wanted to capture Li Yang at his home, forcing him to join their organization. Or perhaps they wanted to control Li Yang without taking him away, making him an undercover agent instead. There was an even more likely possibility. Li Yang was already their undercover agent. Zhang Chang felt that the probability of Li Yang being an undercover agent was very low. Besides, Li Yang was someone of interest to that individual. If he were truly an undercover agent, wouldn't that person have discovered it? Li Yang felt a bit confused. So according to you, I'm in danger? Because I'm too weak? Would this have happened if I weren't trying to help you? If I get stronger, the first thing you'll do is beat you up. When will the person you send come? Can he beat that person? Li Yang didn't notice that his thoughts had been led astray by Zhang Chang. He no longer questioned why his home had been discovered. He'll arrive soon, you don't need to worry. Just stay in school obediently during this time and I will help you get through the review as soon as possible. By the way, you should also be careful not to expose your abilities in front of ordinary people. That would be very troublesome. Also remember one thing, the only person who will contact you is me. Unless I die, no one else will take my place. If someone else approaches you, they are definitely not one of us, so be extra cautious. That's it, take care and rest well. Li Yang heard the busy tone on the phone and felt unwell. He then realized that Zhang Chang still hadn't mentioned why that person managed to find his house. However, Zhang Chang's words hinted at one fact: the other party might also find their way to the school. How the hell is being careful not a big deal? You said you'd send someone to protect me. When will that person arrive? How soon is soon? I haven't even clarified that and you just hung up. Li Yang immediately called Zhang Chang back, but he heard an automated voice saying the number you dialed is not in service. The number displayed on the phone turned out to be faked. What the hell? Li Yang, I heard from my dad that your house caught fire last night. How did it go? Wang Rukan asked with concern in the cafeteria in the morning. What about you? Did you have fun with that roommate yesterday? He didn't want to go into detail with Wang Rukan about those matters, not wanting her to get involved as it was too dangerous. Li Yang's roommate didn't come early, but a girl from the south arrived at Wang Rukan's dormitory ahead of time. Wang Rukan took her classmates out to enjoy the night scenery last night. Actually, that girl hasn't gotten up yet. It's nice, but it's summer now and we don't have much to do here. If it were winter, she would definitely have a great time. By the way, we're going to the riverbank today. You should come along. I'll pass. You all have fun and I'll stroll around the campus to familiarize myself with it. Li Yang hesitated for a moment before declining. Although Zhang Chang said that crowded places were safe, he was afraid that getting too close to Wang Rukan would endanger her. Alright then, there are still 3 days before school officially starts. Just stay at school for now. I can rent a few books from the school bookstore or go to an internet cafe to play games and watch videos. You don't need to worry about me. Oh. Wang Ruken found it a bit strange feeling that Li Yang seemed a bit distant today, probably because of the fire at his house. After breakfast, Li Yang did not escort Wang Ruken back to the dormitory but let her walk back alone. He didn't go to the bookstore but headed to the large stadium intending to jog and exercise. What he really wanted at the moment was to quickly enhance his strength so that he could have the ability to protect himself and those he wished to protect. Although it was already autumn, the weather was still very hot. The morning had passed and apart from two couples on either side of the podium there was hardly anyone else. Li Yang started running laps around the soccer field, 1 lap, 2 laps, all the way to the 6th lap. He was already soaked in sweat but continued to push on. He had only run a maximum of 3 kilometers before during a PE class test. Although his physical fitness had improved since his awakening, it was not enough to make him a long-distance running champion instantly. Suddenly he noticed a girl sitting on the stone steps across from the podium. He didn't know when she had arrived, but she stood out in her red dress, looking particularly striking though her head was lowered, seemingly in a bad mood. Li Yang didn't look further and continued running, but the next time he passed by he found that the girl in the red dress was looking at him. Li Yang wasn't narcissistic enough to think that the girl was interested in him. Was there something strange about him? While running, Li Yang lowered his head to check. It seemed that aside from sweat soaking his sports shirt there was nothing peculiar about him. His long hair hadn't even grown out. Perhaps he had misjudged and she just happened to be looking in his direction. However, when Li Yang passed by the girl in the red dress again, he was certain she was looking at him as their eyes met. Her eyes were filled with tears, which made Li Yang stop in his tracks. "Classmate, are you all right? Why are you crying?" He pulled out a tissue from his pocket and handed it to her. The girl took the tissue, wiped her tears and said, "Who is crying?" Li Yang was taken aback. Tears were already dripping to the ground, yet she claimed not to be crying. "Then you should wipe the tears off your face first. Is something bothering you? You should try to think positively. There's nothing that can't be overcome. Mind your own business. It's easy for you to say as if you've experienced any great hardships." The girl muttered. "Hardships? Well, sort of. During my college entrance exams, my parents were in a car accident. After being sent to the hospital, they underwent surgery for several days, but despite several operations, they ultimately couldn't be saved. My family was never wealthy. My parents both ran small stalls, and aside from supporting my education, they didn't save much money. The money for their surgeries was all borrowed by me. I had decent connections, or rather my parents did. I am 19 this year and I am orphaned with debts totaling hundreds of thousands. Do these experiences count as hardships?" The girl was stunned. "Even after all this you can still smile. Should I cry every day? Wallow in self-pity? One must live on, right? Look at me, I'm not disabled. Isn't that already happier than many people?" Li Yang still had some words left unsaid. His pressure was nowhere near as great as he portrayed it. At least those hundreds of thousands of debts weren't a concern for him, especially since the demolition compensation was about to come through. He had felt despondent before, but after dreaming of his parents encouraging him he felt much better. Moreover, after his awakening his life trajectory had undergone a significant change. He wasn't very good at comforting others, but sharing his personal experiences this time should carry some weight. He hadn't expected to be able to talk about these things he usually avoided in front of a stranger. "Compared to you, my situation seems trivial. I'm doing much better. Goodbye." The girl tossed the remaining half-pack of tissues to Li Yang and got up to leave. Li Yang smiled. He had helped someone and his mood was quite good. After the girl left the stadium, she glanced back at him, but her expression instantly turned cold. A fraud. Clearly not an ordinary person, yet still trying to fool me. Do you think I can't feel the energy within you? However, this person should have just awakened and doesn't yet know how to hide their internal energy. They didn't even realize that she was also an awakened one. Hundreds of thousands in debt. What does that mean for an awakened individual? Even with a poor awakening ability, they could easily stand out from ordinary people and make a fortune. Those words he said were probably fabricated stories. If he truly owed hundreds of thousands, how could he afford to go to school? Even if he wanted to attend, would those creditors allow him? They would surely make him work to repay the debt. Unless he used some special ability to prevent those creditors from chasing him for repayment. Moreover, he deliberately approached her clearly with ill intentions. He just hadn't noticed what special ability he used, otherwise she would have made him pay. She had only been criticized by her master, feeling unhappy, and came here to vent. She didn't expect to run into another awakened one. She would send someone to investigate thoroughly to see if he had joined any organization. If not, they could recruit him into their organization. If he belonged to another organization, then he must be eliminated to prevent future troubles. For Li Yang, the matter at the sports field was merely an ordinary encounter. He had no particular thoughts about that girl, and thus he quickly forgot about it. Upon returning to the dormitory after refreshing himself with cold water in the washroom, Li Yang lay down on his bed, intending to continue attempting to control the energy within his body, gradually strengthening himself. Just as he was letting the energy manifest in different parts of his body, he heard the sound of the door opening. The long hair he had summoned instantly vanished, and Li Yang sat up from his bed. "Classmate, you arrived really early. My name is Zhao Yang from the neighboring province of Changchun in class 49. I am Li Yang from the outskirts of this city. We are in the same class. I came here to have some fun for a couple of days, but why did you arrive so early? Anyway, since you're free later, could you show me around?" Zhao Liang seemed quite familiar. "Actually, I'm not very familiar with the city either, but let's first familiarize you with the campus. Tomorrow there will definitely be many new students reporting, and it will be more fun when there are more people. Well, after more people arrive, they can have fun while I continue my cultivation in the dormitory." In truth, Li Yang was unsure if what he was doing could even be considered cultivation. In movies, others practiced with all sorts of strange postures, but he needed none of that. He could lie down, stand, sit, or even lay flat. Zhao Liang tossed his luggage onto the bed. "Let's go. Aren't you going to tidy up?" "No need, I'll clean it up when I come back in the evening." "Hey, I heard that our school has a lot of beautiful girls. From the moment I entered the school gate to the dormitory, I encountered quite a few. My goal is to get rid of my single status during military training." Good luck with that. Hey, isn't that the swimming pool over there? The door is open. It's so hot, let's go swimming." Zhao Liang's eyes lit up at the sight of the swimming pool. Li Yang glanced at Zhao Liang and thought to himself, "Do you really want to swim?" "I can't swim." "That's alright, swimming pools have shallow areas, you can just play there." "I don't have swim trunks." "They definitely sell them at the swimming pool, you'll get you a pair later." "I didn't bring a towel either." "Dude, are you serious? At a time like this you still think about so much. Look, those two beautiful girls are coming this way, it's a great opportunity for eye candy." Thus Li Yang was dragged into the swimming pool. Yes, he was truly pulled in. He really didn't want to see swimwear and felt no curiosity about it at all. Splash! Zhao Liang dove into the water, his arms alternately paddling, quickly reaching the other side of the pool. Then he switched to a backstroke and swam back. In no time Zhao Liang had changed his swimming style several times, looking like a swimming expert, certainly attracting many gazes, but unfortunately there were only male classmates at the venue now. "Get in the water. What are you doing up there? Don't be afraid, I'll teach you. My dad is a swimming coach." No wonder he swam so well. This made Li Yang quite envious. However, he still had some fear of water. He would never forget the feeling of drowning from that incident. Yet he thought to himself that he might find himself in the water again someday. If he learned to swim now, he would not have to endure that kind of suffering again. "How's your lung capacity?" Come on, hold your breath, put your face in the water and see how long you can hold it. Li Yang took a deep breath and submerged his head underwater while Zhao Yang turned to gaze at the two girls walking past the edge of the pool, admiring their figures. If it weren't for seeing them walk in, he wouldn't have come to swim at all. When he turned back, he found that Li Yang was still submerged, holding his breath. It had been almost a minute, which showed impressive lung capacity. The two most difficult aspects of learning to swim are keeping yourself afloat and breathing. If lung capacity is insufficient, learning will be quite difficult. After waiting a little longer, he noticed that Li Yang still hadn't surfaced. It had been almost 2 minutes. Could something have happened to Li Yang? Zhao Yang quickly reached out and pulled Li Yang out of the water, only to find Li Yang wiping his face, looking at him with an innocent expression as if asking why he had pulled him out. You have such great lung capacity? Didn't you feel uncomfortable just now? Did I hold my breath for a long time? I didn't feel anything. Li Yang also found it a bit strange. When he was holding his breath earlier, it seemed uncomfortable for a moment, but that feeling quickly disappeared. If Zhao Liang hadn't pulled him out, he felt he could have continued holding his breath for a long time. Dude, you're awesome. You have this talent. I think you won't even need to learn to breathe. You could swim from this side to that side just by holding your breath. The 25-meter pool, he swam to the end in just over half a minute. Come on, try to lift your feet off the bottom of the pool, relax your whole body and let yourself float. Don't be afraid, I'll support you. Li Yang looked at the water surface that barely reached his chest, thought about how he could stand up while holding his breath, and then gritted his teeth to lift his feet off the bottom. For the first time, someone was supporting his waist, and it was a man. Li Yang tried hard to relax his muscles, and he realized he was truly floating. Good, just like that, relax, don't be nervous, breathe slowly. Don't let go. Li Yang turned his head and said to Zhao Yang. But he noticed that Zhao Yang was already more than a meter away from him, staring at a few girls over there. Feeling anxious, he began to struggle, flailing his arms and legs, sinking underwater, while Zhao Yang did not come to pull him back. Li Yang experienced the feeling of drowning again, but that sensation vanished in an instant. He found that holding his breath didn't seem to be a problem. With a kick from his feet, his head broke the surface of the water just in time to see Zhao Yang, that fool, turning around with a grin on his face, looking at him. So how does it feel? Is everything all right? Let me tell you, many children start learning to swim before they are 1 year old, and it takes less than an hour from getting in the water to learning how to swim. Swimming is a talent that everyone can master. Now try to lie flat on the water's surface and lift your head so that your nose is above the water. Paddle with your hands, yes, just like that, it's very simple. As Li Yang was practicing paddling in place, he noticed that Zhao Yang had let go again, his eyes glued to a girl on the other side of the pool, completely distracted. Li Yang diligently followed Zhao Yang's instructions to paddle, and to his surprise he began to move slowly forward, but his face went back underwater. He surprisingly found the water somewhat familiar and no longer frightening. When he made a strong effort to lift his head, he saw Zhao Yang staring at him wide-eyed. What's wrong? Li Yang tightened his abdomen, stepped on the bottom of the pool and twisted a couple of times before stabilizing himself. You actually learned to swim just like that? Zhao Liang found it hard to believe. He recalled that it took him 3 days to learn to swim and his dad was a professional coach. Li Yang's expression darkened. Weren't you the one who said you could teach me to swim quickly, claiming it was a talent everyone has? So were you just fooling me earlier? But did that mean he had actually learned? Was swimming really that simple? Li Yang bought 2 towels and rinsed with Zhao Yang before leaving the swimming pool. Hey, I just got the WeChat contacts of those 2 classmates. Let's come back to swim together in a couple of days. Are you free? Aren't you hungry? Li Yang felt hungry. He couldn't skip any meals or eat less, otherwise he would feel fatigued and sleepy. It's time for lunch. Let's go find a small restaurant and grab a couple of bottles. I don't really drink. Come on, we're from Northeast China, stop pretending. An hour later Li Yang helped Zhao Yang back to the dormitory. After transforming he got Zhao Yang onto the upper bunk and Zhao Yang fell asleep immediately on the bare mattress snoring like thunder. Li Yang climbed into bed as well but he couldn't fall asleep. His mind kept replaying the feelings he experienced in the pool. He couldn't believe he had such a talent for swimming. In less than half an hour he had learned how to swim. Didn't they say the older you get the harder it is to learn swimming? He felt as if he could breathe underwater. He tried it a couple more times later and it wasn't just a simple matter of having good lung capacity. He couldn't help but recall the day he fell into the river. He seemed to have had that same feeling then. Back then he thought it was a hallucination from drowning but now it seemed not to be. Could it be that he had a talent for controlling water? That's why Zhang Cheng valued him so much because both of them awakened the same ability. Li Yang jumped out of bed excitedly and grabbed a half bottle of mineral water from the table. Come on, come on, come on. 1 minute later nothing happened. 5 minutes later still nothing happened. Well, it seems he was overthinking. He couldn't control water like Zhang Cheng. He couldn't even make the water surface ripple, let alone turn the water into arrows or shields. So that feeling he had underwater was because of the energy within him. That didn't seem quite right either. He hadn't turned into a hairy monster while swimming. It would have been nice to have someone to consult at this moment, but unfortunately Li Yang couldn't reach Zhang Cheng. Just as he was thinking, his phone on the table rang again, this time from an unfamiliar number. Hello. Hello sir, this is the authorized Maotai liquor factory. Annoying sales. His phone rang again and Li Yang felt a bit unhappy. Wasn't this person done yet? When he answered the phone he was about to say something when he heard a familiar voice on the other end. The person has been arranged at your school cafeteria. The code for the meeting is to blink your left eye then your right eye. Hello. Hello. The call was disconnected again and Li Yang quickly redialed. The message was unclear. There are several cafeterias in the school, but which one was it? And what's with the secret code? Can't you just tell me which cafeteria, which window, and whether it's a man or a woman? Hello. Hello sir, it seems you accidentally hung up just now, right? We are the officially authorized Maotai liquor factory. Damn, why is it not him again when I call back? On the other end of the phone a woman looked quite annoyed. Did this person have a problem? It's fine if he doesn't want to buy our liquor, but calling back just to hang up again is amusing. Side people are getting smarter, business is getting harder. Zhang Cheng glanced at the man beside him. Hey San, have the traces been cleared? Don't worry, unless the other party is a top hacker they will definitely not find out. Moreover, even if the other party is a top hacker they can only know that we borrowed someone else's signal, they won't be able to find us at all. Hey San wore a proud expression. He not only awakened a voice-related ability but also possessed decent hacking skills, otherwise how could he have made it out of the training camp with just his ability to shout 3 times? Hey Lu, didn't you explain clearly just now? Hey San hesitated and asked. It was already very clear. If he can't find the contact person like this he can only blame himself for being foolish. Alright, we still need to continue searching for Lan Tianyu and He Wu, that is our main task. Hey, it's getting dark, how did I fall asleep? Zhao Yang mumbled. Li Yang glanced at Zhao Yang. Don't you have a clue how you fell asleep? With your drinking capacity, why are you even drinking white liquor? Are you awake? Are you hungry? Let's go eat. I'm actually a bit hungry, it seems I didn't eat much at noon. Where should we eat? Isn't there a snack street nearby? Speaking of food, Zhao Yang's eyes lit up a bit. Let's try the cafeteria first and check which one is tastier. Besides, we can only eat at the school's cafeteria for a few years, later we won't be able to eat it even if we want to. Hurry up and wash your face. Zhao Liang was a bit confused while washing his face. Why does Li Yang imply that eating at the cafeteria is rare? Hey Li Yang, this one looks good, don't you like noodles? Just as he was about to order, he was pulled away. What are you doing? Didn't you just say you were hungry? The smell from that place is not good, let's change to another one. Really? Then you'll try that snail rice noodle. Hey, why are you pulling me again? Look, this place has no customers. Although there aren't many freshmen at this time, there are quite a few seniors. It must not be good food. Li Yang continued to ramble. That makes sense, then you'll go check where there are more people. In less than 10 minutes, Li Yang had already visited one cafeteria, dragging Zhao Yang to the next one. In the second cafeteria, Zhao Yang only managed to buy one hand-grabbed pancake. While eating it, he was dragged by Li Yang to the third cafeteria. Zhao Yang figured it out. Li Yang wasn't really looking for what was delicious, he was memorizing what each cafeteria had. What's the use of that? It's all in the freshman handbook. He also noticed earlier that Li Yang seemed to be blinking his eyes all the time. What was going on? After finishing the hand-grabbed pancake, Zhao Yang saw Li Yang standing at a window selling grilled cold noodles, planning to order one. But when he walked in, he found Li Yang was winking at the lady selling grilled cold noodles. What's going on? Does Li Yang know this lady? It didn't look like it. The lady also had a confused expression. Li Yang moved to the next window, continuing to blink at an uncle who handed him a napkin. Young man, were you dazzled? Well, this was already the 36th napkin Li Yang had received, along with many strange greetings mixed with odd looks. Zhang Chang is really a nuisance, why not just say it clearly? If he didn't feel the need to protect himself, he wouldn't even attempt to make contact. Underground workers don't do this either. Finally, at a window selling steamed buns, Li Yang blinked twice and received a response. Li Yang was overjoyed. But suddenly a head popped up beside him. Li Yang, what were you doing just now? As he spoke, Zhao Yang glanced at the burly cafeteria lady, then back at Li Yang, shook his head, sighed, and turned to leave. Li Yang grabbed Zhao Yang's arm. Just wait a moment. I have an eye inflammation, don't overthink it. I've been like this for a while, you can ask the others at the counter. To prove his point, Li Yang squeezed his eyes shut a couple of times in front of Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang thought for a moment and realized he had indeed seen Li Yang blink more than once, so it was an inflammation. He had thought Li Yang was just making eyes at the lady selling steamed buns. During dinner, Li Yang occasionally squeezed his eyes shut again. The cost of this lie was too great. Before heading back to the dorm, he specially bought a bottle of eye drops. He couldn't keep blinking like this tomorrow, it was unbearable. Hey, do you play games? LOL, Honor of Kings PUBG CF, it's too boring to play alone. My eyes aren't comfortable, you can play by yourself. Or you can go to the next dorm, that's also our class. That's true, I'll go take a look, you can lie down for a bit. Once Zhao Yang closed the door, Li Yang pulled out his phone and sent a message to a WeChat contact named Xiaofang. Are you there? After a moment of thought, he added a winking emoji. This should clarify his identity, right? He had scanned her WeChat when buying steamed buns. Thankfully Zhao Yang hadn't noticed, or he would have had to explain. Why would that lady choose such an inappropriate nickname as Xiaofang? I should change it to Aunt Fang instead, otherwise it would feel awkward if she saw that username. 5 minutes passed and there was still no reply. Li Yang immediately grew displeased. Is this the person Zhang Chang said would protect me? I send a message and it takes 5 minutes for a response. If something happens by the time she comes, it'll be too late. Or perhaps that lady had too many friends added and didn't even know who he was. Thinking this, Li Yang sent a picture of a wall. This should hint at Zhang Chang, right? Then the other party would understand his identity. Ren Sufang looked at the WeChat notification on her phone and wiped the flour off her hands. I'm kneading dough, let's chat later. When Li Yang saw this message, he was taken aback. So my making steamed buns isn't important? This is so unreliable. He waited nearly an hour feeling a bit impatient when the other party finally replied, "If you have something to say it, if not don't chat idly." "That sounds as if I'm bothering you for no reason." Suppressing his anger, Li Yang continued to send messages. "When is Zhang Chang coming?" "I don't know." "Then when will the danger pass?" "I don't know." "When can I pass the review?" "I don't know." Li Yang was left speechless. "Do you only know about selling steamed buns?" He felt that Zhang Chang's way of speaking and doing things was infuriating, but it seemed the person he brought over was just as insufferable. Could it be that everyone in that organization was like this? Fortunately, the other party quickly sent another message. "Remember what he told you, when there's danger I will notify you to run in advance." "Run? Why run? Since you know, shouldn't you resolve it in advance? Can someone like this really protect him?" Li Yang thought for a moment and rummaged through a box in the cupboard, pulling out a pair of glasses with one leg. He planned to carry them with him in case he encountered an awakened one. He needed to be able to detect it in advance. Rather than waiting for someone else to inform him, it was better to be cautious himself. Moreover, Li Yang felt that the lady was just like Zhang Chang, seemingly not very reliable. He also planned to use these glasses to see how strong the lady really was. He needed to know if her power was just slightly better than his, otherwise even 10 of her wouldn't be able to protect him. "Is there a place nearby to train?" Li Yang asked after thinking for a moment. "Hey Li Yang, didn't you say your eyes weren't comfortable? Why are you still looking at your phone?" Suddenly Zhao Yang's voice came from the doorway. "Much better, why are you back? Hadn't he just closed the door?" Li Yang hadn't heard the sound of the key turning. "Oh, I came back to get a drink. Why don't you join us next door for some games?" "No, I'll just wash up and sleep soon." "Make sure to close the door when you leave." Once Zhao Yang left again, Li Yang saw the reply on his phone. "Yes. Does this person know how to chat? Why not just tell me where?" Li Yang suddenly didn't want to chat with that lady anymore. It was better to meet tomorrow and discuss it then. Who would have thought that just a minute later the lady sent him a message, just 5 words, "Come to the big stadium." Li Yang quickly put on his clothes, grabbed the pair of glasses tied together and dashed down the stairs. Arriving at the big stadium, Li Yang put on the glasses. From the outside it looked like he was wearing sunglasses. At this time there were still some people in the stadium, but they weren't running. They were all couples sitting on the steps whispering sweet nothings. Just as a couple was leaving, they stared at Li Yang's glasses in astonishment. "Is this a blind person? Are there blind people in our school? I haven't heard of that." But they didn't see a white cane. Should they help? Yet when they saw Li Yang walking quickly looking around as if something was wrong, they realized it was odd. What kind of lunatic wears sunglasses at night? Li Yang didn't want to either, but only sunglasses could hide the fact that he was wearing another pair of glasses underneath. But where was the lady? This stadium was so big and so dark, it was hard to find her. "Are you looking for me?" Li Yang was startled and turned around, immediately seeing a lady in sportswear that made her look like a judo athlete. But how did she appear behind him? He hadn't seen her at all when he walked over. A master, she must be a master. He looked at the lady, actually staring at the markings on the glasses, wanting to see what level this lady was at. Wait, that's not right. The values on her were too ordinary. She was just an ordinary person. But could an ordinary person suddenly appear behind him? After awakening, his hearing had improved, so he shouldn't have missed her. Where did you get such a broken detection glasses? Do you think this kind of product can detect my strength? Ren Sufang said with a hint of mystery. Li Yang was startled. How did she notice that there was another pair of glasses hidden behind the sunglasses? And what did she mean by detector? So these glasses are a type of detector. But from the lady's words it seemed that this detector wasn't effective for everyone. Could it be that strength can also be concealed? Li Yang thought for a moment perhaps it really could, just like the long hair on his body could be hidden. Suddenly he noticed that the values on the glasses were skyrocketing and there was a red danger warning sign, but it disappeared in an instant. His mouth dropped open. Had the energy reading just been in the 3-digit range? And several other items were much higher than his. Wasn't that 10 times stronger than himself? Such a formidable lady? Li Yang discovered that there was no name of the ant on the glasses, no description of skills, and the overall evaluation was just a question mark. It seemed that this detector was not as useful as he had imagined. He once thought he had stumbled upon a treasure, but it turned out to be just a facade. Otherwise Zhang Cheng would have taken it back long ago. How should I address you, Fang A? Fang Jia? Just as Li Yang was about to call her aunt, he suddenly sensed a chill of murderous intent and quickly changed his words. He would need to change the WeChat note later to avoid being seen. Understanding. Fang Jia, didn't you say there's a place to train? Where is it? Li Yang asked with some anticipation. Could it be that the organization has a secret base nearby equipped with advanced technology that he could use? Isn't this place it? Ren Xufang pointed to the ground. Here. The stadium. You, a newly awakened little guy, don't think the organization will devote all its resources to cultivate you, do you? First train by yourself to improve your physical fitness. This will greatly benefit you in the future. I won't advise you on other matters, you should understand that yourself. Your beast transformation ability is at the bottom among awakened abilities, so don't aim too high. The stronger your body, the more significant the enhancement after transformation and the lesser the side effects. Alright, from now on run 20 laps every day. When you can run 50 laps and still have energy, then you can enter the training camp. 50 laps. 20,000 meters. Li Yang could manage 5,000 meters now, but 20,000 meters was not just a simple multiplication of 5,000 by 4. Was entering the training camp this difficult? Just as he wanted to ask a few more questions, he realized Fang Jia had already left. After thinking for a moment, Li Yang began to run laps. Li Yang felt that running laps had another advantage. In case someone came to kill him and Fang Jia didn't stop them, at least he could run faster while escaping. While running, Li Yang pondered, so his awakened ability was called Beast Transformation. To be honest, he felt like a gorilla when he looked in the mirror for the first time. How many types of awakened abilities are there? If his was considered the weakest, then what was the strongest? Is being at the bottom necessarily weak? How many types of awakened abilities are there? If his was considered the weakest, then what was the strongest? Is being at the bottom necessarily weak? His power and speed had increased after transformation and even his defense had improved somewhat, but this also implied a lack of refinement. But if his energy could rise to 3 digits like Fang Jia's, wouldn't his overall strength increase several times? If he could effectively combine these abilities, he might not be worse than others. Thus Li Yang continued to contemplate his future while running until he felt his legs had no strength left, at which point he stopped. They say to persist even when your legs are exhausted, and after a while a new strength will arise. Li Yang didn't know who said that, but he certainly didn't feel it. He took out his phone to check the time. Almost an hour had passed. He then dragged his fatigued body back to the dormitory. He had been awakened by the sound of the door opening in the morning and looked up to see new classmates arriving. It seemed everyone had made plans, as all 6 classmates in the dormitory arrived in less than an hour. They had all come to school early. There are still 2 days until military training starts. Where should we go for a spin? Zhao Liang suggested. I noticed there are many clubs recruiting new members. Why don't we go check them out? If there are many girls in the clubs, perhaps one could find a girlfriend. Yes, let's join those clubs with more female members. Joining a club also earns credit rewards. We can't miss this opportunity and can skip an elective course. After some discussion, everyone headed to the new student registration area, where the recruitment locations for those clubs were right across the street. Students, come check this out. Our Taekwondo club is recruiting new members. Master a cool kicking technique, strengthen your body, and there are many girls in the club. Join our dance club. We have the most female students here and they are all beautiful. Come to the soccer club, let's strive together on the field and sweat it out, that's what men should do. The Go Club is recruiting new members. This is an elegant competition for gentlemen, a cup of tea, a game of chess, a wonderful afternoon. All the club members were shouting wildly, each banner hanging more than the last and their slogans louder than the one before. The people from Zhao Yang's dormitory all unintentionally gazed at the dance club, but unfortunately when they heard there were no foundations they were immediately passed over, which left them quite disappointed. Modeling club, sorry, your physiques do not meet our standards. Gymnastics club, sorry, we only accept students with a foundation. Embroidery club, sorry, we have already filled our spots for male students, we are only recruiting female students now. Watching them get rejected by one club after another, Li Yang didn't continue to mingle with them but approached a rather desolate martial arts club table instead. Hello, may I ask what the requirements are to sign up? You want to join our martial arts club? No requirements, just an interest is enough. We invite martial arts experts from the city each semester to teach. This is national martial arts and you will definitely not regret joining. Sun Jigang, you're deceiving the new students again. Students, there are hardly any members left in the martial arts club. If they can't recruit anyone this semester they will be forcibly disbanded by the school. Even if you join you won't earn any credits. Come to our Sanda club, aren't you just looking to get stronger? This is the most suitable place for you and we have dedicated coaches. Join our Taekwondo club, we have many South Korean exchange students who have good relations with several clubs. Moreover, the martial arts club is our defeated rival. I'm not being biased, they truly are not that good. Li Yang didn't expect the club he was interested in was about to disappear. It made sense, real martial arts were rarely seen now. Most people learned the martial arts for performance, which were just various choreographed moves and not very practical in combat. He just felt that Taekwondo wasn't that great either, although it was claimed to be the most widely spread martial art worldwide. In reality it was mainly a performance art. Those boards they kicked could be easily broken by hand. Does the martial arts club have a dedicated training facility? Yes, we have our own training activity room. Sun Jigang quickly replied. It's just an old classroom, there's hardly any equipment. Don't deceive the new students. The Taekwondo club next door continued to undermine them. Few people. This was exactly what Li Yang wanted. He didn't want to be seen while training. As for equipment, he didn't need it for now. Li Yang smiled at Sun Jigang. Alright, give me a registration form. Ah. Sun Jigang was momentarily stunned, but then joy overcame him as he quickly took out a registration form and handed it to Li Yang. The club was saved. At that moment something even more surprising happened to Sun Jigang. A female student also reached out her hand. Give me a registration form too. There are girls who like the martial arts club. Rookin, why are you joining the martial arts club? Aren't you fond of singing and dancing? Li Yang blocked the registration form being handed to Wang Rookin by Sun Jigang. Exactly, Junior, if you want to see handsome guys, come to our Taekwondo club. There are plenty of oppas from South Korea here. Join our Sanda club, we have many Eastern European exchange students, all muscular men who offer a great sense of security. Li Yang frowned slightly, these two were being a bit excessive. Couldn't they see the situation? Li Yang, why did you fall behind quietly? Aren't you going to introduce us? Zhao Yang clapped his arm around Li Yang's shoulder and said with a grin. Hello, I'm Wang Rookin, Li Yang's classmate from middle school. You must be Li Yang's classmates too, here to sign up for a club. I wondered why this kid said his eyes were uncomfortable while still looking at his phone. Is he waiting for your WeChat? Alright, I won't disturb you. We're going over there to take a look. Zhao Liang pulled the others away, winking at Li Yang. No wonder this kid said he wasn't going out to play today. It seems he has a date with a beauty. Tisk Li Yang isn't even as handsome as I am. How did he get such a beautiful girlfriend? Don't listen to Zhao Yang's nonsense. That kid is just like that. What about your classmates in the dormitory? Aren't they with you? Li Yang awkwardly changed the subject, recalling that he was chatting with Sister Fang yesterday. They are over there consulting. I saw you here, so I came over. You should join the same club as your classmates, that way you'll have company. I like martial arts, but this really isn't suitable for girls. Right, Junior? Look at the martial arts club, they don't even have a uniform. Our training outfit is very beautiful and female students can purchase it at half price. The Taekwondo club interjected again. It's very rude to interrupt others while they are speaking. Li Yang looked at the Taekwondo club member. I'm not talking to you. I'm recruiting new members. Are you really going to let the junior go to that martial arts club that is about to be disbanded? He couldn't miss such a beautiful junior. If that kid dared to make a move, he would teach him a lesson, letting the junior see his prowess. Rookin, go find your classmates. If you have time, let's have dinner together tonight. Sure, that sounds good. Wang Rookin was very happy Li Yang rarely took the initiative to invite her. After Wang Rookin left, Li Yang smiled as he walked towards the Taekwondo club member. The other party immediately stood up, looking at Li Yang with an arrogant expression. What do you want? Nothing much, it just seems your table is a bit dirty. Let me help you wipe it. Li Yang casually swiped his hand across the table, but his hand remained tucked inside his sleeve. Humph. The Taekwondo club member looked haughty. Using a sleeve to wipe my table? You're quite clever. If it comes to blows, you'll get to experience the power of my Taekwondo black belt. Tisk, coward, said the Sanda club member disdainfully. If this is their club, regardless of whether they can defeat the opponent, they must not lose face. Besides, whether they can win or lose can only be determined after they start fighting. At the very least, they need to make it a mutual loss. He thought Li Yang was walking over to start a fight and was looking forward to the spectacle, but unexpectedly this kid was so cowardly that he went over to wipe someone else's table. Sun Jigang from the martial arts club sighed. If it weren't for the lack of members leading to disbandment, he would never recruit a student who gives in so easily. It would be too damaging to the martial arts club's reputation, even though it seemed the martial arts club was already a laughingstock. Li Yang then walked up to the Sanda club member. The Sanda club member didn't even bother to stand up, just leaned against the chair with his arms crossed, squinting at Li Yang. With those arms, many would shrink back upon seeing him. There's no way this kid would dare to do anything. Sure enough, he saw this kid wiping the table with his sleeve again, but it seemed like he heard something crack. Li Yang turned around, returned to the martial arts club's table, and continued filling out the form. After it was filled out, he handed it to Sun Jigang. Any questions? Sun Jigang frowned. This kid actually had the mind to fill out the form. He thought Li Yang would leave directly or call back those classmates from earlier for a thorough fight. No more questions. During military training you can skip activities, but after military training you must dedicate at least 5 hours a week, otherwise you won't earn credits. Where's the activity room? I want to go check it out today. Li Yang said calmly. Here, take this flyer. Everything you want to know is on it, along with my contact number, which is also my WeChat number. Li Yang glanced at the flyer, folded it a few times, and stuffed it into his pocket. All right, thanks. Sun Jigang, the people you recruit are not even as good as the last. How long do you think this kid can last? I think he won't last a semester before dropping out. I predict that in less than a month after military training he will drop out. Anyone who sees an empty activity room would lose interest in participating, especially since no one will stand up for him when he gets bullied. Ha ha ha. Hearing the ridicule from the other two club members, Sun Jigang's face turned ashen, but he also felt a sense of helplessness, who made him lead the martial arts club to this point. But the martial arts club cannot be disbanded under his watch, he must persevere. This will also make his resume look better when searching for a job next semester. Many companies like to hire people with management experience, and being a club leader counts. Seeing that it was almost noon, he planned to move the table back and go eat, returning in the afternoon to try his luck. Perhaps some students with a passion for martial arts would sign up. However, in the afternoon he must avoid those two clubs. Being around them would make it impossible for the martial arts club to recruit new members. Seeing Sun Jigang move the table and chairs away, the Sanda club members also planned to stack their chairs on the table and leave together. But just as he placed a chair on the table, he heard a crack and the table collapsed. What happened? Didn't he notice the table was broken when he moved it? How could one chair cause the table to fall apart? Seeing the Sanda club's misfortune, the Taekwondo club burst into laughter, even planning to pound the table in glee. But when he punched the table, he fell directly down. Did he just smash the table to pieces? He was a bit stunned. This was not the kind of flimsy wooden prop they used, but a real classroom desk. Flyers and registration forms scattered everywhere, and he lay on top of it looking even more embarrassed. Many students nearby couldn't help but laugh, and some even took out their phones to take pictures, adding to his embarrassment. What a terrible table! It's so flimsy. It must be because the school procurement staff took bribes. However, when he saw the break on the table leg, he felt puzzled. This break seemed like the table was crushed by some monstrous strength. Did he have such strength? Li Yang, have you really joined that martial arts club? I heard there's no one left in that club. Zhao Liang said, puzzled. What's the point of joining a club with no members just to earn some credits? What do you know? The beauty of that club lies in its emptiness. Who knows, maybe Li Yang will become the president in a year. Besides, his girlfriend would feel more at ease, right? My roommate Dazhuan declared earnestly. Then Dazhuan immediately turned to Li Yang. Tell your girlfriend we're having a dormitory gathering tonight, just dinner and singing. Right, Li Yang, it's all up to you, bro. She's just my classmate, not my girlfriend. Don't say such things. As for the gathering, I'll let her know, but do you think it's appropriate to have a gathering on the first day? Besides, not everyone from the dorm has arrived yet. I have some things to do this afternoon. You guys go ahead and have fun. No need to call me. Zhao Liang's companions all had an expression that said they understood it was obviously a date. As if not my girlfriend. Do you take us for fools? They went to the internet cafe to play games, while Li Yang went to the cafeteria alone to grab something to eat. He then took out the flyer for the martial arts club and called Sun Jigang. Ah. You want to check out the activity room this afternoon? Don't worry, we really have an activity room. Alright, I'll take you there now. I still need to recruit new members this afternoon. Sun Jigang was afraid Li Yang would change his mind. He planned to have a good talk with Li Yang later. Although there were only 3 of them including Li Yang, that was exactly why there wasn't much competition, and next year Li Yang could become the president of the club. Even if he had to play the sympathy card, he had to make sure Li Yang stayed. As for what came next, he would think about that later. Look, this is our activity room. Although it was just an old classroom in a decrepit building, there was a wardrobe here and a curtain to change clothes. There was a wooden dummy and a standing sandbag. What a perfect training space. Li Yang just stared at Sun Jigang. The room was small, which was normal, but all the training equipment consisted of just a wooden dummy and a standing sandbag. This is called a perfect venue. It seemed he had some misunderstanding about the word perfect. Sun Jigang, under Li Yang's gaze, smiled awkwardly. Well, Li Yang, although we have few training facilities, we mainly practice martial arts, and we don't need those things. Martial arts? Who will teach? You? Li Yang retorted. Martial arts were much harder to learn than boxing. Those combination moves were tough to master just by watching videos. Unlike boxing, where learning jabs, hooks, and uppercuts was enough to start fighting. Our previous president understood Hung Gar. Have you heard of it? Li Yang nodded. Of course he had heard of this famous martial art. But what good was it? He hadn't heard of any grandmaster of Hung Gar lately. So I can learn Hung Gar? Exactly. I inherited the teachings of the previous president and can pass it on to you. How about that? Real Hung Gar? Sun Jigang pretended to be excited. Li Yang looked at him thinking, do you take me for a fool? Real Hung Gar can be passed on to me that easily. Most likely it was just some flashy moves, even those you could find online. Here, let me demonstrate for you and you'll see how powerful Hung Gar is. Hey! Ha! Who? Without executing a single move, Sun Jigang shouted, which sounded quite impressive. However, Li Yang couldn't see what was so special about this martial art. With such slow movements, how could he hit an opponent? In a real fight, if you were yelling hey and ha, you'd probably just make your opponent laugh. So what do you think? Isn't it impressive? Sun Jigang looked at Li Yang proudly after finishing a move. Impressive indeed, very impressive. Li Yang complimented him insincerely. If you like it, then I'll teach you a form of Hung Gar first. Here, this Hung Gar manual is for you, practice according to it. I have to continue recruiting new members, so just lock the door when you leave. Stepping out of the classroom, Sun Jigang sighed in relief. It seemed he had successfully fooled that kid. He hadn't even given him a chance to take the registration form back. Having taken his martial arts manual, I'm now the heir of Hung Gar. Does he think he can just leave the martial arts club? Li Yang watched Sun Jigang rush out of the classroom like he was escaping, then looked at the manual in his hand, feeling speechless. He actually had no interest in this martial arts routine. What intrigued him was the activity room. With so few people, he could train alone without being disturbed by others. So he never thought of quitting the club. It was Sun Jigang who was overthinking. However, since someone had given him this so-called manual, he might as well take a look. It wouldn't hurt to learn more about some moves. Who knows, some of them might be useful to him. This was clearly a photocopied fist manual. How dare they call this a manual? I've never heard of any manual that can be freely copied. The characters on it were too blurry. Was that black blob the character for Hung Gar? Li Yang didn't dwell on the handwriting. At least the illustrations of the movements were clear, even if the faces looked like they belonged to African brothers. Li Yang furrowed his brows at these movements. They felt a bit strange. But he hadn't seen real martial arts either. Those on TV didn't count. Who knew if they were staged? Li Yang put down the booklet and began to mimic the movements illustrated. Although he didn't think these moves were anything impressive, perhaps it was his lack of insight. After mimicking a couple of moves, Li Yang's expression grew increasingly strange. After trying all the movements, he was completely sure. Is this really Hung Gar? This is clearly monkey style? When he activated his awakening energy, he already moved like an ape. There was no need to actually learn monkey style, right? If someday everyone started calling nicknames while others had impressive names like Stone Hand and Thunder Leg, what would he be called? Monkey Brother? Li Yang looked at the unclear characters in the booklet, and the more he looked, the more it resembled the character monkey. So they were fooling him by passing off monkey style as Hung Gar. No wonder this martial arts club had no members. Li Yang hadn't expected to learn any truly powerful martial art, but being played like this still left him feeling quite displeased. If he got the chance to spar, he would definitely vent his frustrations. Let's not mention that at that time, with a whip kick using his awakening energy, Sun Jigang definitely wouldn't be able to block it. If he didn't know Sun Jigang hadn't meant to mock him, he would have gone to settle the score with him right now. While recruiting new members, Sun Jigang suddenly sneezed twice. He rubbed his nose carelessly. Now that he wasn't near those two clubs, more people had come to inquire. Hopefully they would fill out the forms to register. I wonder if Li Yang took a look at the monkey style he was given in the Hung Gar manual. He should be quite pleased, as that's a real martial arts style. Li Yang did not continue practicing the monkey fist, instead he practiced boxing against the standing sandbag. He repeated the same 3 simple moves, throwing punches 1,000 times. By the time he finished he was already sweating. However, he did not leave, instead he curiously watched the wooden dummy. Every master on television always liked using the wooden dummy as a sparring partner during practice, but he thought it seemed utterly useless. Just hitting a wooden post could make someone a master. Anyone could do that. With a push of his left hand, Li Yang staggered 2 steps and the post spun clockwise, striking his right shoulder. It's just a rotation, all he needed to do was block with his right hand. Li Yang pushed again with his left hand, immediately blocking with his right, yet he was hit on the left shoulder again by the wooden post. This wooden dummy was quite interesting, it really felt like facing an opponent. Moreover, not just his arms, the lower wooden pole would sweep at Li Yang's legs, and several times he thought he had blocked it only to be tripped by the stick. For over an hour Li Yang had been struggling against the wooden post, and his arms and legs were a bit swollen from the hits before he finally stopped. Sitting in a chair, he slowly controlled the energy within his body. He found that this energy not only enhanced his strength and speed but also accelerated his recovery, making his post-workout fatigue less intense and healing injuries more swiftly. If someone stood in front of Li Yang, they would notice that certain parts of his body would suddenly sprout dark brown fur only to disappear quickly, then reappear in another area. Just as he was exercising, he heard his phone ring. With a smile on his face, Li Yang quickly opened WeChat to reply, "Okay, where are you? I'll change my clothes in the dorm and come find you." Half an hour later Li Yang appeared at the west gate of the school, where there were many restaurants outside. At the entrance he saw Wang Ruken waiting for him. "Have you been waiting long?" Li Yang asked apologetically. "No, I just arrived." "Let's go, there's a self-service barbecue over there we can try." Wang Ruken had actually waited for about 10 minutes, but there was not a trace of impatience on her face. "Sure." After finding a seat, Li Yang went to get food, and when he returned, Wang Ruken had already prepared the dipping sauce for him. While they chatted about their interactions with new classmates, they grilled meat. Before the meat was even cooked, Li Yang had already eaten a lot of other things. He had consumed a great deal today and felt particularly hungry. If he didn't eat soon, he might faint. In no time at all, Li Yang had finished a plate of sausages and a plate of chicken necks. When the grilled meat was ready, he devoured it hungrily. Wang Ruken handed him a tissue and asked, "Did you skip lunch?" She remembered Li Yang never ate this quickly. Why was he so gluttonous today? "I ate. I worked out for a while in the martial arts club's activity room this afternoon and felt really hungry." "You should eat too, don't let me finish everything alone." "I'm eating too." "You should eat more, if you run out we can grill more." 10 minutes later Li Yang got up and returned with 2 plates filled with food. Another 10 minutes passed and Li Yang got up again, bringing back 2 more full plates, which caught the attention of the owner. He glanced at a line on the wall that stated, "If leftover food exceeds half a pound, an additional fee of 25 yuan will be charged. If it exceeds 1 pound, an additional fee of 14 yuan will be charged." Since he had a deposit, he wouldn't be at a loss. But when Li Yang got up for the 5th time to get food, the owner couldn't help but remind him, "Young man, I made it clear when you paid the deposit, don't waste food." "Got it, I didn't waste anything," Li Yang casually replied. After finishing, he naturally got up to get more. "Boss, there's no more beef, can you bring some more?" Li Yang's frequent trips to get food also caused nearby tables to glance over. "This guy can eat a lot, how many plates has he taken? Did he really think he could eat back his money during a buffet?" Wang Ruken was also surprised to see Li Yang. She didn't remember him being such a big eater. What kind of stomach did Li Yang have to fit so much food? Or perhaps Li Yang's digestive ability far exceeded that of ordinary people? The owner called over a waiter and whispered, "Go check how much food that table has wasted. Make sure to pay attention, don't let them continue wasting it. Even if he charged extra, he didn't want customers to waste too much. Before long the waiter returned looking somewhat terrified. Boss, they didn't waste anything. What did you say? No waste. Did you not look closely? That guy just came back and forth to get so much food and they ate it all. Even if it was a boy and a girl, 2 growing teenage boys couldn't eat so much. 4 teenage boys could manage that. The owner walked out from behind the counter, shooting the waiter a glare, intending to see for himself. With years of experience running a restaurant, he was certain that the guy had mixed food with leftovers. Although he hadn't seen this on the surveillance, he still needed to confirm. Li Yang had just finished the last piece of steak and wiped his mouth, feeling very full from this meal. Wang Ruken had not eaten much, always helping Li Yang serve food, and it seemed she felt happy just watching him eat. However, she was also somewhat surprised that Li Yang had eaten so much. Wouldn't he burst? Just as they were about to get up to pay, they saw the owner standing beside their table, even holding a pair of chopsticks to inspect the bone remnants. Li Yang looked at the owner in confusion, wondering what he was doing. If you want to collect payment, just do it directly. What is this rummaging about? It can't be. How did everything get eaten? The owner muttered to himself. Boss, let's settle the bill. Wait a minute, did you eat all of this? With so many empty plates, how did they finish it all? Were both of them gluttons? If it weren't for the fact that he saw the 2 only had a small handbag, he would have suspected they were sneaking food into it. What's wrong? Isn't this a self-service buffet? Li Yang retorted. He knew he had eaten a bit much, but buffets are supposed to have no limit. The owner's expression was quite conflicted. I started doing self-service barbecues since the millennium, from 16 yuan per person to now 14 yuan per person. You are the first one to let me know what it feels like to lose money. Previously there had been people who could eat a lot, but they never lost money. But these 2, just the cost of the meat they ate exceeded 150 yuan. People around them also looked over, making Li Yang feel quite embarrassed. Boss, give us change, we need to leave. Classmate, would you be interested in helping me with publicity once? You can eat here and I will invite others. You can eat as much as you want for free. If others saw someone eating so much at his restaurant, they would surely think the food was very delicious, which could increase his revenue by 20%, allowing him to earn several thousand more in a month. Let's talk about it next time. I have something to do. Goodbye. Li Yang pulled Wang Ruken away, leaving as if they were escaping. You've eaten so much today. I don't know why, I just feel hungry, Li Yang explained somewhat awkwardly. He was quite surprised when he realized how much he had eaten, and at the same time he was worried that as his strength increased, his appetite would continue to grow. If he were to take on an ordinary job, the money he earned would probably not even be enough for his meals. Fortunately, his future job would definitely be extraordinary. Tomorrow I need to pick up my camouflage uniform and some other things. Military training starts the day after tomorrow, so make sure to give me a call when you have time. Wang Ruken said while helping Li Yang straighten his clothes. And then let me know if you have anything to tell me. Li Yang understood Wang Ruken's kindness, but he did not dare to break through that thin layer of paper. After all, he was no longer ordinary and would encounter too many dangers, so he might end up dead at any moment. Returning to the dormitory, the others had not yet returned. He went to the sports field and ran 30 laps before going back to sleep. He found that after eating well, he seemed to have more energy for running, unlike others who didn't want to move after a meal. It seems he would need to eat more in the future. However, if that were the case, he would likely become quite famous at school and everyone would know him as a human food bucket. After a day, the classmates gathered by class to prepare for the military training mobilization meeting. After some leaders spoke, it was time for the performances by the officers. Marching in step, executing proper postures, running turns, and standing at attention made everyone feel drowsy. In fact, these actions didn't need to be taught, everyone knew how to do them. The challenge was to execute them in unison. However, soon everyone became more alert as they noticed someone bringing in a lot of red bricks. Ha 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 ha. An officer effortlessly broke 10 bricks in a row and all the students spontaneously applauded, some even cheering as if they were watching a street performance. The major leading the team had a rather grim expression. Today's university students are more difficult to manage than ever, lacking any sense of discipline. It seems that mere brick breaking won't be enough to instill some order. With a wave of his hand, the second performance team took the stage. Ha ha! More than 30 soldiers were collectively practicing boxing, creating a scene that appeared quite impressive. However, the students below were whispering to each other, each wearing a disdainful smile, many rolling their eyes. Isn't this the so-called military boxing? Have you heard the joke online about a refined military boxer with over 10 years of experience who encountered a small thug? In less than a minute he was beaten so badly he couldn't get up. This military boxing is just like those performance martial arts online. It looks good when demonstrated, but in a real fight it's not as effective as a monkey stealing peaches. Exactly what's the use of learning this? They should schedule more shooting courses. However, I heard the last class only had 3 days and each person barely got half an hour with a gun. In my opinion, marching and standing at attention are useless. We don't want to be soldiers. There are so many soldiers in the country, even in peacetime. Do you think we would ever get the chance? The veterans are enough. Many students were discussing this, but some showed interest, including Li Yang. He found that military boxing seemed to have its merits, like the horse stance punches and side elbow strikes. If used well, they could easily knock out an opponent. After the soldiers finished demonstrating, Li Yang closed his eyes and began to recall. He realized he had remembered most of the movements. Li Yang had never realized he had such a good memory. Could it be that after his awakening his memory had also improved? This was quite an unexpected joy. Having a good memory is certainly not a bad thing, at least college exams would be easier. He thought he would find a place to try and see if he could execute military boxing perfectly. Of course, in a fight he wouldn't follow the sequence of movements, but would use whichever technique was most effective. All martial arts are the same, only by being able to break free from rigid routines and seamlessly connect techniques can one be considered to have truly learned. The major realized that the military boxing had not impressed the students, so he used his final move, a sparring demonstration. This time the students were genuinely shocked and they continuously gasped in awe without a single person dismissing it as mere showmanship. Because someone really was sent flying, landing over a meter away and crashing to the ground. If that were them, they would definitely be dazed and might not be able to get up for a long time. And that locking technique, students in the front row could clearly see the person being restrained turning red, even purple. If the instructor used this move on them, they would definitely not be able to withstand it. Seeing that it finally had an effect, the major then gave some summarizing remarks and began to introduce each instructor to the students, including their military unit and ranks. However, at this moment the students once again began to chatter excitedly as they spotted a group of female instructors. Everyone hoped their class would be assigned a female instructor, as their temperaments would surely be better than male instructors. Especially the male students, who found female instructors in military uniforms particularly eye-catching. Li Yang also found the female instructors intriguing, but he still preferred male instructors as it would be easier for everyone to get along and female students would be more likely to take leave. But just then a female instructor jogged up to their class lineup, stood at attention, saluted, and said, "Hello everyone, I am your military training instructor Li Ying. For the next month I will teach you some basic military movements and knowledge. I hope everyone can take this seriously, as it is a rare experience for you." Hey Li Yang, don't you think this instructor looks average? But in this military uniform she suddenly has a heroic air. Zhao Liang nudged Li Yang in the waist. "Speak a little louder so the instructor can hear your compliment." Li Yang shot a glance at Zhao Liang. He noticed that Zhao Liang loved to talk and enjoyed chatting, showing signs of being a chatterbox. "Alright, does anyone have any questions?" the instructor Li Ying asked the group. Instructor, do you use WeChat? Can you share your WeChat ID? Zhao Liang shouted, causing even students from the neighboring class to laugh. That student stepped forward. Come here and I'll tell you, Li Ying said, smiling. Zhao Liang instantly ran over, looking quite pleased, thinking, see, I told you female instructors are easier to talk to. As he was about to pull out his phone to scan the code, he suddenly felt a grip on his wrist. That movement seemed somewhat familiar. Had he seen it earlier? In an instant he felt the world spin. He was thrown over Li Ying's shoulder, landing flat on the ground while his arm was twisted. Is there anyone else who wants my WeChat ID? All the students instantly fell silent, realizing that this female instructor seemed even more terrifying. The days of military training would surely be tough. The instructors briefly explained the basic moves and then dismissed everyone, with formal training set to begin in the afternoon. Li Yang noticed some classmates pestering the instructors to teach them military boxing and grappling techniques, so he went over to watch as well. The instructor only demonstrated a few moves before leaving, remarking that these few moves were enough for the students to practice for an entire lunch break. A few classmates mimicked the movements, seemingly finding them quite interesting. Emboldened, Li Yang stopped feeling shy and retreated to a corner to recall the military boxing techniques on his own, realizing they were no mere ornamental gestures. After lunch his dorm mates were all gaming, 5 of them teaming up in honor of kings, while Li Yang lay on his bed continuing to replay the military boxing moves in his mind. If he could truly master them, combined with the monstrous strength he gained after his transformation, military boxing could become devastatingly powerful. Though he had been practicing boxing, it lacked elbow and leg movements, which limited him to some extent. His awakened ability wasn't like Zhang Chang's, which could unleash great power from a distance. He needed to get close for maximum lethality, so close quarters combat was essential, and he had to become proficient in it. In truth, if possible, Li Yang also wished to learn weapons, but he had no idea where to start. Remembering Sister Fang telling him he'd need to run 50 laps and still have energy left to pass the assessment, he got out of bed and headed straight to the sports field to run. At noon, the sports field was nearly empty and Li Yang was the only one running. 2 squads of soldiers, having just eaten, marched past the field entrance and couldn't help but glance at him. That student in camouflage, was he a freshman? Even for a sports recruit, there was no need to train so hard at noon, risking heatstroke. Li Yang noticed the instructors but didn't stop, he kept running. Though 20,000 meters was daunting for ordinary people, many ran marathons. If others could do it, so could he. Though not a professional athlete, he was far more special than one. 2 hours later, Li Yang finished 40 laps drenched in sweat and trudged upstairs with heavy steps. Li Yang, did you play ball? You're exhausted, Zhao Liang and the others just waking up prepared to assemble. Just did some exercise. Give me 5 minutes. He grabbed a towel, headed to the washroom for a quick cleanup, and then joined his classmates for assembly. Passing by a shop, he bought 2 bread rolls and wolfed them down in a few bites. Zhao Liang and the others were astonished. Hadn't Li Yang just eaten lunch? It had only been 2 hours and he was hungry again. Hey, did you hear? There's a self-service barbecue place near the school's west gate. The owner claims someone ate over 10 plates of meat there. That's got to be fake, right? No kidding. At a self-service barbecue, you nibble here and there. Eating 3 or 4 plates is already a lot. 10 plates. We'd need all 6 of us to go together. I bet it's just the owner's marketing. Which ad these days isn't exaggerated? Even if the barbecue is delicious, your stomach can't hold that much. But if someone like Li Yang went, he'd definitely get his money's worth. Li Yang smiled awkwardly and didn't respond. They'd never guessed that if he went, he alone could make all 6 of them feel the place was a steal. The afternoon's military training consisted of simple drills like standing at attention and at ease. Many classmates who had been laughing and joking in the morning couldn't smile anymore. Why were such simple moves so exhausting? Especially the female students who rarely exercised half an hour of standing at attention left their legs trembling. Many others felt the same, but Li Yang stood ramrod straight. This hardship was nothing compared to throwing 1,000 punches or running for 2 hours. Li Yang's posture stood out to the instructor. Though half an hour of standing was no big deal, he was the only one she'd seen who showed no signs of fatigue and remained perfectly upright. During a break she saw many classmates rubbing their legs and backs, but that one student sat to the side gesturing with movements that looked oddly familiar. Looking closer she realized they were military boxing moves. Was this student interested in military boxing? I heard some of you wanted to learn military boxing, so I'll teach you a few simple moves for self-defense and fitness. Li Yang perked up at this and was the first to stand and mimic the moves. A few others also got up to watch, but most treated it like a sideshow, finding it amusing. They even laughed when they saw Li Yang imitating. Soon the laughter stopped as they noticed Li Yang's movements were strikingly accurate, carrying an almost fierce momentum. The mockery turned into appreciation and eventually envy. Meanwhile, instructor Li Ying's eyes grew brighter. This kid was born to be a soldier. That intensity and earnest expression were something she had never seen on a college student's face. You like military boxing? Yes. Good. Tonight after you learn to tidy your quarters, come to the instructor dorm and he'll teach you. Instructor, I want to learn too. Zhao Liang immediately shouted. Going to the instructor dorm at night, even if nothing happened, it was worth bragging about. Fine. Anyone who can perform the moves I just demonstrated can join me tonight. Those who can't do 30 push-ups. The previously lively classmates fell silent instantly. The afternoon passed quickly with training. After dinner, Zhao Liang and the others gathered around. Li Yang, take some photos at the instructor dorm and send them to me. They'll cover your lunch tomorrow. And me, snap a few of the female instructors and they'll handle your dinner. Li Yang looked at them. Why don't you come with me? He was there to learn military boxing, not to take photos of female instructors. Li Yang appeared at the instructor dorm in his camouflage uniform, catching attention. A male instructor stopped him. Student, this is the instructor dorm. Please leave. I called him over. Li Yang, this way. Li Yang smiled at the male instructor and ran toward Li Ying. The instructor looked surprised. Was this student a relative of Li Ying's? Being surrounded by several female instructors made Li Yang uncomfortable, but once he started learning military boxing he was no longer affected. This was the latest military boxing set, comprising 32 moves including grappling and wrestling techniques, far more complex than what the instructors had demonstrated during the day. Yet Li Yang learned quickly and performed them with decent form. A major passing by the door saw Li Yang complete all 32 moves, reminded of a sharp soldier he once led. Kid, you're impressive. Ever thought of joining the military? Join the army? I don't want to. Li Yang never considered becoming a soldier. He simply wanted to learn military boxing, thinking it would be useful, but never thought about joining the army. Many people enjoy being soldiers, but he is not among them. Classmate, joining the army won't hinder your college education, and you can even attend a military academy. If you can be selected into a special unit, you will learn much more, the major coaxed. Suddenly a male instructor beside him asked, aren't you the one running laps at the sports field at noon? Yes, that's me. I just enjoy running for exercise. The male instructor whispered a few words in the major's ear, and the major's eyes shone even brighter. This physical fitness is better than that of an average new recruit after a year of service. With some training he will surely stand out. Classmate, go back and discuss it with your family to avoid future regrets. Alright, I'll think about it, Li Yang readily agreed. After a moment of internal deliberation he concluded that the answer was a refusal. Li Ying, is this the class you are in charge of? Go get his personal file. He'll try calling his family, the major instructed. Li Yang thought he had shown enough resistance to joining the army, and the others surely understood. He couldn't see how he resembled a soldier. Just keeping strict discipline was something he might not be able to do. When he returned to the dormitory, the five of them were playing games together while Li Yang lay on his bed enjoying the view. Lan Tianyu was recuperating at a secret base. This time he had suffered losses at the hands of He Lu, and he definitely wouldn't let it go. However, he had also eliminated several of He Liu's strongholds, and even turned He Wu to their side. At that moment He Wu was sitting across from him, a flame dancing in the palm of his hand, constantly changing shape. "When can I meet the leader?" He Wu frowned and asked. He wasn't looking to ally with Lan Tianyu, he wanted to join the organization and he needed to meet the leader to gain recognition. Moreover, he knew some secrets that he would only share with the leader in exchange for personal benefits, and he would never let Lan Tianyu know. "Don't worry, you'll meet him soon." Lan Tianyu picked up a teacup, sniffed it, and drank it all. He Wu felt somewhat dissatisfied. Every time he asked, he received the same answer. Was the organization deliberately dragging it out to test him, to prevent him from being a double agent, or was Lan Tianyu simply not reporting it at all? "Lan Tianyu, I came with sincerity. It was your own issue that prevented me from capturing anyone last time. I didn't scheme against you." He Wu thought for a moment, possibly due to this incident. "I've said it more than once, if I truly plotted against you, why wouldn't I go help at that time? If I joined too, could you escape?" Lan Tianyu's expression turned cold. "Do you think adding you would be enough to keep me here? After becoming an awakened, I have experienced hundreds of battles, many against opponents stronger than me, yet I am still alive and well, aren't I? Controlling fire is powerful, but it pales in comparison to my ability to control wind. He could only escape unless he was significantly stronger than me, otherwise it would be difficult to keep him here. Even if you can't keep me, how can your injuries be so light? And without the special medicine I provided, how could you recover so quickly? I don't understand. I even handed over a new awakened person I recruited to you, but what exactly are you still guarding against me? Staying in this closed little room every day with no windows and no women." He Wu felt that continuing to live like this would drive him mad. "You're overthinking it." Lan Tianyu leisurely poured a cup of tea for He Wu. "I'm guarding against you? Haven't you been guarding against me? If you truly trusted me, why wouldn't you tell me those secrets when I asked? You didn't even share your personal information with me. Is that how you treat your own people? How can I prove myself so you will take me to meet the leader? If you insist on that, then go find that missing newcomer and bring him back. If you can find 2 new awakened individuals consecutively, the leader will surely be pleased." "Alright, I will go find him and bring him back. I hope you keep your promise." He Wu stood up and walked out, followed by 2 of Lan Tianyu's subordinates. Once He Wu left, Lan Tianyu turned to the person standing beside him and said, "We can't stay here any longer. Clean up our traces and keep a close watch on him. This house is not their real secret base. It was simply unoccupied because the homeowner was on a business trip. Until it is completely confirmed that He Wu genuinely wants to ally with them, he will not take him to their true secret base." Moreover, he was uncertain whether the information He Wu provided about the awakened was true. After all, he had almost not returned last time and he wouldn't risk verifying it himself. However, 3 of his subordinates had died and he urgently needed new recruits. He did not want to face every battle alone in the future. Sending He Wu to take risks was also a test. He knew that the organization had always wanted to eliminate theirs. Although the leader was powerful, he could not risk himself. As He Wu stepped out, he saw 2 people following him and felt no surprise. He let them sit in the front while he took the back seat, pulling out his phone to log into a website. Incorrect password. It seemed his account had been banned. This meant he could not view the new recruit's information. However, he knew where that newcomer lived, so investigating that person wouldn't be difficult. Lan Tianyu could surely do this as well. The reason he hadn't gone to catch the newcomer was probably due to concerns about traps around them. He wasn't afraid because even if there were traps around that newcomer he could detect them. After all, he had once been part of that organization. Hey Wu sent out a few messages. Just because he had left the organization didn't mean he no longer had people he could use. He had also trained some subordinates. Although none were awakened, he could still find people well. Should we continue driving forward? The person in front turned back. Keep going, circle around the ring road. It'll tell you when we need to change routes. And also don't keep staring at me through the rearview mirror. My temper isn't very good. He was ready to teach a lesson to those two ordinary people who dared to stare at him, but since they were Lan Qianyu's subordinates he held back. The blue business vehicle continued to drive along the second ring road. The two in front no longer stared at Hey Wu, they just needed to follow and understood that such a person was not someone they could afford to offend. They had witnessed Lord Lan Qianyu's fury. One brother who seemed fine 1 second was directly bisected the next. Ding dong. Hey Wu heard the notification sound and looked down at his phone where an address appeared. A confident smile crept onto his lips. Kid, I found you. During military training in the daytime, Li Yang always felt someone was watching him. After thinking for a moment, he speculated it might be a certain instructor, given that Li Ying had mentioned military service to him again that morning. The instructor even called him to seek his opinion, but his response remained a firm refusal. Li Yang. Present. Step out. Stand over there. You no longer need to participate in this formation. Li Yang was a bit confused. He didn't think he had done anything wrong. After all, it had only been less than 2 days, and now he was removed from the formation. Could it be because he had not agreed to join the military and was being targeted? Other classmates also looked puzzled, wondering if Li Yang had done something in the instructor's dormitory yesterday. Many classmates began to imagine wildly, their minds racing. Instructor, why? The freshmen are organizing a military boxing performance team. You need to report over there. What are you all looking at? Lift your feet properly. There won't be any rest after landing. Li Yang was overjoyed. This was exactly what he wanted, as it would give him more time to practice military boxing. All the new students gathered together to chat while waiting for the new instructor. At that moment, a woman who looked like a parent approached, asking, "How do I get to Building 6? Go to the intersection ahead, turn left and walk 200 meters. There's a sign at the intersection." Li Yang was a bit puzzled. The sign was just a short distance away. Couldn't she read it? Moreover, he noticed something strange. Why did it seem like this ant had been staring at him for quite a while? Did he have something on his face? Soon the day passed. After dinner and a short rest, Li Yang went to the sports field to run. After running for more than 2 hours, the sky had completely darkened. After completing 50 laps, Li Yang began to walk slowly, relaxing his body. He wondered when he would be able to finish 50 laps without feeling tired, and almost forgot to ask Sister Fang if using his awakened abilities to run counted. While he was walking, suddenly a figure appeared before him wearing a familiar Sun Wukong mask. "You're here. Are you here to tell me I passed the review?" Li Yang was overjoyed. "That's right, follow me." But the smile on Li Yang's face suddenly vanished. The voice was wrong. This was not Zhang Chang. If it were Zhang Chang, even if he had passed the review, the answer wouldn't be like this. He knew how blunt Zhang Chang could be when he spoke. But why was this person also wearing a Sun Wukong mask, and why was he stopping him? He stepped back silently, and before he could escape, the other party caught on to his intentions. "Noticed, huh? You're quite alert. You're a good seedling. Come with me. I can teach you how to become strong, give you endless wealth, allow you to have countless women, and become someone admired by all." "Who are you, and why are you looking for me? What do you mean? I don't understand." Li Yang began to play dumb. "Kid, pretending to be dumb won't work. What Black 6 can give you, I can give you just the same. I am Black 5. From the code name you can tell we are from the same organization. Following me will be more promising than following him. Kid, pretending to be dumb won't work. What Black 6 can give you, I can give you just the same. I am Black 5. From the code name you can tell we are from the same organization. Following me will be more promising than following, but he remembered Zhang Chang saying that if he passed the review the one who would notify him would definitely be Zhang Chang himself. Unless Zhang Chang was dead otherwise, it would never be someone else. He also recalled the promise he made to Zhang Chang. Could it be that there was competition within this organization with them vying for new awakened individuals? Am I becoming a coveted prize? Unfortunately, he had no idea that Black 5 had already betrayed the organization and Zhang Chang had never mentioned this matter. I owe him a promise, so I'm sorry, I cannot agree to you. Li Yang explained seriously. Since it was someone from his side, there was no need to be afraid. Black 5 frowned. Black 6 always treats newcomers like this. It's merely a test for you, so don't take it to heart. No matter what you owe him, you can repay it in the future. Come with me, don't you want to become strong sooner? This way your future path can be further and you can be as powerful as I am. As he spoke, a flame appeared in Black 5's hand, dancing like a little person in his palm. Li Yang's expression suddenly changed. He understood why he had always felt that the figure in front of him seemed familiar. The person who walked out of the ruins of the fast food restaurant that day seemed to be wearing the same clothes. The fire at the fast food restaurant was clearly not an accident, but rather the doing of this person. Was joining such an organization truly the right choice? Was it you who set fire to that fast food restaurant? Li Yang pretended to be curious. That's right, it was just to clean up the traces. Black 5 spoke in a relaxed tone. I can't go with you, I'm waiting for Zhang Chang to come. Li Yang shook his head. He needed Zhang Chang to give him a reasonable explanation. Kid, this is an order, not a negotiation. Black 5 lost his patience. Initially he wanted to directly persuade this kid to follow him. Once in that organization, this kid wouldn't have the freedom to act recklessly. But since this kid was not cooperating, he could only resort to force. It would be easy to deal with a newly awakened little guy even if he needed to capture him alive. This kid was actually running at the sports field so late. This saved him a lot of trouble as he feared that too much noise would draw attention. Since I haven't joined the organization yet, why should I listen to your orders? Li Yang retorted. Because I said so. Black 5 stepped towards Li Yang. Suddenly long hair sprouted from Li Yang's body. Was this going to be forceful? What was going on? Zhang Chang had never acted this way before. Was there such a big difference in methods among the same organization? At that moment he wanted to contact Sister Feng. Perhaps she could come and mediate. However, he knew that taking out his phone would be useless as the opponent's flames would easily destroy it. What, do you still want to resist? With your simple beast transformation ability? Black 5 scoffed. Beast transformation was originally a rather weak ability, especially since it had just awakened. He only needed to move a finger to incinerate the opponent with fire. That fur would burn easily. Capturing him alive was merely a bit more troublesome. What if I join in? A robust figure appeared beside him, and upon seeing it, Li Yang was overjoyed. Sister Feng had finally arrived, clearly protecting him from the shadows. But they should also be on his side, right? Would they fight against each other because of him, the still uninitiated rookie? What are you doing here? Black 5 was taken aback. Why was she here? She was not even part of their black team. I'm here to wait for you. Black 5, you know very well what happens to those who betray the organization, right? Unexpectedly, you really dared to come back. Li Yang looked completely bewildered. What was going on? From Sister Feng's tone it sounded like he was the bait. He knew all too well the fate that awaited those who betrayed the organization, a fate more terrifying than death. Instantly a fireball erupted from his hand and was hurled toward Li Yang. Li Yang, why are you attacking me instead of Sister Feng? He wanted to dodge, but the speed of that fireball was astonishingly swift, leaving him with no chance to escape. If it were a normal flame, he could simply shield his face. Even if other parts were set ablaze, he would only sustain minor injuries. But now with his entire body covered in long hair, even a small flame would ignite a large area. Moreover, this fireball was evidently far more fearsome than ordinary flames. Boom! Li Yang felt a sharp kick to his backside, sending him tumbling sideways and crashing into the football field in the center of the track. The field was covered in grass, so his fall wasn't too painful. When he got up and looked back, he saw that He Wu was fleeing while Sister Feng chased after him. The grass beside him was ablaze, and the heat waves made Li Yang feel as if his hair was about to scorch. Could such intense flames be produced by a human? He Wu's fire control ability left Li Yang extremely envious. Previously he had admired Zhang Chang's water manipulation, and now witnessing fire control, it seemed that every ability surpassed his own. But as he thought about it, if he had Sister Feng's speed, that fireball would never hit him. What was there to fear? Perhaps it wasn't that his awakened ability was weak, but rather that the energy within him was still insufficient. He Wu had merely executed a feint. He knew that if his fireball targeted Ren Xufeng, she would certainly dodge it. Thus attacking Li Yang was his only chance to escape. If he couldn't take Li Yang with him today, he didn't want him joining the organization either, lest he gain another adversary in the future. Therefore the power of that fireball was immense. Ren Xufeng indeed went to save Li Yang, providing He Wu with an opportunity to flee. The moment he launched the fireball, he turned and ran with all his might, aiming to reach the outside where a car was waiting for him. However, after just a few steps he realized he couldn't escape. Ren Xufeng's awakened ability was speed, and as a crate expert she surpassed him by a significant margin, creating an insurmountable chasm. He recalled the first time he met Ren Xufeng. She was a grade while he was merely an E. Now that he had successfully advanced to grade, he thought he had closed the gap with her, only to discover that she had made such tremendous progress. Isn't it said that the higher one climbs, the more difficult it becomes? Why was Ren Xufeng's rise in strength not any slower than his? Was the gap in talent so vast? But he would never surrender easily. Ren Xufeng was merely faster. He enveloped himself in flames. She wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Whoosh! His clothes were completely engulfed in flames, transforming him into a human torch that illuminated a quarter of the stadium. At that moment he no longer cared about being exposed. With his life on the line, why worry about such things? Ren Xufeng stopped in her tracks. He Wu, do you not realize that if you continue to be so stubborn you truly won't have a way back? He Wu's voice turned hoarse. Do I even have a path to turn back now? The rules of the organization are clear. You don't need to tell me. I've never heard of someone violating the rules and living to tell the tale. I merely went to reason with that foolish woman. What wrong did I commit? She attacked me first, and it was an accident that I knocked her down. I didn't anticipate she would die like that. It was merely an accident. Why does no one listen to my explanation? He Wu felt incredibly wronged. That day he intended to engage in a little mischief, but he never thought about killing someone. That woman was the sister of an awakened member he was trying to recruit. He would never kill her. Yet that woman attacked him with a taser. He reflexively waved his hand, instinctively launching a fireball, not knowing it would send her flying. After that he had no choice but to create the appearance of an accidental fire to cover everything up, but unexpectedly he was still discovered by He Lu, which forced him to betray the organization. Originally he was content in the organization, even contemplating becoming captain and standing atop the pyramid. He never imagined he would one day betray the organization. But he was fighting for his life. As an awakened one he was destined to be above others. Why should he pay with his life for accidentally killing an ordinary person? That woman was a family member of our organization. You know that you can't harm family members. Moreover, that woman wasn't killed by your blow, she was burned alive. Before your awakening you were an ordinary person. Since you are so obstinate, let me see what progress you have made after leaving the training camp. He Wu swung his hands. Two fiery whips lashed out toward the oncoming Ren Xufeng. Now fighting with all his might was his only chance of survival. If he turned and fled, he would surely perish. Li Yang had already stood up at a distance, but he didn't dare approach. He could only watch from afar. This level of battle was beyond his capability to participate. If only there were a brick on the ground. He was quite skilled at throwing bricks. Li Yang even contemplated whether to buy 2 metal balls in the future, like those metal fitness balls used for finger exercises. If he threw those with force, even if they couldn't break through a wall, they could easily shatter bones when hitting an ordinary person. Even someone like he, an awakened one, would likely have to dodge. Against those with speed or strong defenses it might not be effective, but against other awakened ones it should have considerable lethality. The most important thing was that this was a ranged attack, allowing him to escape. He was eager to see how Ren Xufeng would handle He Wu. From their conversation it was clear that Ren Xufeng's strength surpassed He Wu's, so he didn't need to worry about the outcome. Li Yang had no idea how to deal with the 2 fiery whips created by He Wu. If it were him, he would probably have to turn and flee. His speed should be faster than He Wu's, but he wasn't sure if he could outrun the fireballs launched at him. If he charged in, even if he managed to land a punch on He Wu, the most he would do is inflict minor injuries. However, the flames would follow his fist and scorch him, ultimately turning him into a human torch. Zhao Liang was filling water in the washroom when he unintentionally glanced out the window, noticing what seemed to be a bright light at the stadium. The large stadium was a football field and lights weren't turned on at night. Upon closer inspection, the light clearly resembled flames. Was someone setting a fire in the stadium? Unthinkable, who would be so bored? Moreover, that would violate school regulations. Wait, what if there were couples over there? He immediately shouted, "Everyone look! Fireworks are being set off at the stadium." Ren Xufeng's body seemed to sway slightly, and she directly passed through the blockade formed by the 2 fiery whips, which astonished He Wu. "Unexpectedly, you really dared to come back." Li Yang looked completely bewildered. What was going on? From Sister Fang's tone, fortunately he was still covered in flames, and without a weapon Ren Xufeng could not attack him. Ren Xufeng raised her leg and kicked forward. Although she did not hit He Wu, a gust of wind was created that blew the flames on his body backwards. At some point a knife appeared in Ren Xufeng's hand, resembling a kitchen knife. The knife swung directly towards He Wu's chest as if it were going to cleave him in 2. As He Wu dodged backwards, the flames on his body surged again, forcing Ren Xufeng to retract her hand, or else she would be burned. He Wu knew he could never burn Ren Xufeng, but he believed she also wouldn't want to get singed by his flames, which were not easily extinguished. "Let me go, and I promise to leave this city." "No, I will go abroad and never come back," He Wu declared loudly. "Do you think that with just these flames I cannot do anything to you? How much energy do you have to maintain such flames? How long can you endure? 5 minutes? 10 minutes? He said, "At most 10 minutes you will lose your combat ability. How will you escape my grasp then?" Ren Xufeng appeared unfazed. "It won't take 10 minutes, at most within 5 minutes the school's security will arrive. Do you want to escalate this situation?" He Wu threatened. He knew the organization's rules. One must not reveal special abilities in front of ordinary people nor cause significant impact. Even if Ren Xufeng was already Class C, she certainly wouldn't dare break this rule. Ren Xufeng sighed. "I initially wanted to play with you, but thanks for the reminder. I will finish you off within 3 minutes." He Wu's expression changed dramatically. He thought Ren Xufeng would let him go, intending to capture him later in a less crowded place, but he did not expect she hadn't used her full strength. But why was Ren Xufeng so confident with just a kitchen knife? Li Yang frowned as he observed the 2 of them fighting. Even if he learned and mastered military boxing or other combat techniques, it seemed useless. One flame he couldn't break through, and the other was so fast that he couldn't even touch the edge of her clothes. It seemed his awakened abilities were useless. At that moment Ren Xufeng suddenly turned around and said, "Kid, watch closely how speed is used." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly appeared behind Hei-Wu. He had no time to turn around as flames erupted from behind him, attempting to push Ren Sufeng back. Yet Ren Sufeng appeared at his left side, swinging the kitchen knife down. Hei-Wu's left-hand flame whipped violently but didn't even touch the hem of her clothes. At that moment Ren Sufeng appeared in front of Hei-Wu. Thus Ren Sufeng kept circling Hei-Wu at high speed, forcing him to expend more energy. This was a kind of overwhelming pressure from strength akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Hei-Wu had no choice but to do this, otherwise that kitchen knife would truly take his life. Although he burned more and more energy, he couldn't even singe a hair on Ren Sufeng. Li Yang then realized how fast Sister Feng was. But what use was it if she couldn't hit Hei-Wu? He soon noticed some details. While Sister Feng ran around Hei-Wu, she continually kicked up dirt which flew onto Hei-Wu, making him expend even more energy. Wait, it seemed there was more. Sister Feng was quickly running around Hei-Wu, creating a wind like a tornado that lifted the flames on Hei-Wu, causing them to rise uncontrollably. Hei-Wu also realized something was wrong, but he was powerless to change it. At this moment the flames on his body were burning upwards, but the heat they emitted had no effect on Ren Sufeng whatsoever. Slowly the flames clinging to him became thinner, insufficient to block the kitchen knife. He suddenly saw a flash of light but could not dodge in time. He felt a sharp pain in his chest and Ren Sufeng circled back behind him again. The kitchen knife in Ren Sufeng's hand moved rapidly. She resembled a chef butchering meat, and in mere seconds Hei-Wu had dozens of wounds on his body. As the blood flowed more freely, Hei-Wu grew weaker. He felt shadows appearing before his eyes, knowing his end was near. But even if he was to die, he wouldn't be captured. Before he died, he would give Ren Sufeng an unforgettable lesson. Ah! Hei-Wu suddenly let out a roar and the flames on his body surged violently towards Ren Sufeng. Ren Sufeng quickly retreated, throwing the kitchen knife, which pushed Hei-Wu back onto the track. She wanted to capture Hei-Wu alive. It was her mission, but it seemed impossible now unless she didn't mind getting hurt. Even though she reacted quickly, she still got some sparks on her body. Hei-Wu, like a self-igniting fire, was even spewing flames from his mouth. He could no longer make any sound, collapsing to the ground, and in an instant he turned to ashes. Li Yang looked at Sister Feng. At that moment he wanted to cling to her leg and shout, 666, as she was a true expert, far stronger than the speed awakeners he had seen that day. Just as he wanted to approach, he saw Sister Feng suddenly run up the steps outside the track and leap out of the stadium. Why did she run away all of a sudden? Over there? Hurry over, don't let him escape. Stop, don't run, or it will be worse. Li Yang heard someone shout and turned around only to find a group of people rushing toward him, with the leader wearing a school security uniform. No wonder Sister Feng ran away. It was because someone was coming. But what did those people mean? It seemed they were going to catch him. The school security wouldn't be in league with that Hei-Wu, would they? He looked around and couldn't help but mutter a curse if the flames were still not extinguished. If he was caught for arson at school, he would definitely be expelled or even jailed. Didn't Sister Feng think to call out to him while running? He was still in his transformed state, quickly turning and running. In just a few seconds he followed the path Sister Feng had taken and jumped out of the stadium. After jumping out, he heard the shouting behind him saying to catch the arsonist, but he didn't start that fire. He couldn't take the blame for this, if that was a corpse. He couldn't explain it, and he certainly couldn't say that the person had ignited themselves. Who would believe that? Even if no one was around, the burned grass and rubber track were not a small amount. He wouldn't pay for that. He was also a victim. After jumping out of the school fence, Li Yang ran a distance before jumping back into the school. He had returned to his ordinary appearance and hurried toward the dormitory. Returning to the dormitory, he found it completely empty. Where had everyone gone? The lights were about to go out, and they dared to stay out late during military training. Weren't they afraid of being reprimanded by the instructor tomorrow? He rummaged through the cabinet for some stored bread, devouring several slices in quick succession while drinking water. Just then he saw his dorm mates returning, all in shorts and slippers, and some even carrying a telescope. "Li Yang, why are you just getting back? You missed an exciting scene earlier," Zhao Liang said, his eyebrows dancing with excitement. "So you guys went to watch the girls' dorm? Pa, what nonsense. What's so interesting in the girls' dorm?" The action over at the sports field was thrilling. "You won't believe it, someone was lighting fireworks to confess their feelings," Zhao Liang said mysteriously. Li Yang's face instantly froze. "Did you all see it? Are you sure it was a confession? Did you make out who it was?" The sports field was quite a distance from the dormitory, and Li Yang thought no one could see clearly. But if they had telescopes, things would be different. What if his dorm mates found out? What would he do? At that moment his mind was in a complete jumble. Of course we saw it. Not just us, many students looked through the windows too. They couldn't see who it was, just someone waving fireworks and a woman dancing around him. There seemed to be another figure nearby, likely filming with a phone, who even fell over clumsily. But I think that woman looked a bit chubby. I don't know what that guy sees in her, maybe she's got curves. But don't you find it strange? That chubby girl seems pretty quick on her feet. Why do you care about others? Everyone has their preferences. A chubby girl is definitely well endowed. Exactly. Having a girlfriend is good enough, why quibble over size? But the fireworks they bought were of poor quality, and soon there was only smoke, making it impossible to see anything. Isn't that right? If it weren't for all that smoke, would the campus security have come? Do you think they'll get caught? It should be all over the school website tomorrow, right? Several people were chattering excitedly, but Li Yang felt relieved. It turned out everyone hadn't seen clearly. Their imaginations were really strong. Such a dangerous life and death struggle was being described as a playful scene between a man and a woman. Fortunately, they hadn't seen clearly, so he was safe. But wait, the campus security seemed to have fire extinguishers. If they discovered the charred body of Black 5, things would get serious. Li Yang took a basin to the washroom and then slipped into a stall, pulling out his phone to send a WeChat message. "Sister Fang, the campus security is here. What should we do about Black 5's body?" "Don't worry. By the time they get there, they'll only find some ashes. They won't discover anything else." Ashes? Bone burns require high temperatures, right? But thinking about Black 5's flames, it seemed the temperature was higher than ordinary flames. Doesn't that mean Black 5 cremated himself? Anyway, he didn't have a good impression of Black 5. If Sister Fang hadn't come, he might have been captured by Black 5. And the result of being captured was definitely not what Li Yang wanted. If Black 5 was dead, Li Yang would be terrified if he hadn't personally sent his parents away. After becoming an awakened, he had guessed that he might face many life-and-death situations in the future, but he never expected it would come so quickly. He also didn't expect to be so calm. Perhaps it was because Black 5 didn't scream at death. There wasn't even a trace of blood on the ground. The blood from his injuries had long been evaporated by the flames. Sister Fang, did Black 5 betray the organization? Did you know this already? Li Yang couldn't help but ask. Yes. Her abrupt answer made Li Yang feel less angry. Shouldn't she have been evasive and made many excuses? This would have made Li Yang's anger build up continuously. What is this? Does this mean he wasn't taken seriously at all? Sister Fang, does this mean I was used as bait? You didn't come to protect me but to catch Black 5? So you mean you don't need me to protect you anymore? The person who went to your house hasn't been caught yet. Li Yang's earlier bravado instantly deflated. I need it very much so. Sister Fang, when can we catch that person? I don't know. Maybe he's already left the city, maybe he's forgotten about you, or maybe he's still in school. Li Yang felt a bit of a toothache. Not knowing anything meant he was still in danger, right? He certainly hoped that person had forgotten about him, allowing him to feel safe. Of course, if he surpassed that person's strength and caught him, he still hoped that the person would remember why he was caught. Sister Fang, you'll continue to protect me, right? Rest assured, I will definitely train well and strive to meet the standards you mentioned as soon as possible. I'm going to sleep. Don't disturb me unless it's urgent. Li Yang wanted to say, I'm talking about something that concerns my life. How can you seem so unconcerned about it? But recalling Sister Fang's terrifying speed and how timely she came to save him, he didn't dare to say more. He just sent a goodnight message and went back to wash up and sleep. At that moment, Lan Tianyu was in a business vehicle heading towards another city. His phone screen lit up and he opened it to take a look, frowning. Black 5 had gone missing, losing contact with his subordinates. This was not good news. He was actually wondering, if Black 5 really brought back a new awakened, would he have to fully trust Black 5? What if this was also to gain his trust? Their organization had tried multiple times to sway the other side's members but never succeeded, mainly because the other organization was stronger, especially in elite capabilities. Now that Black 5 had disappeared, did it mean he knew he couldn't gain Lan Tianyu's trust and had run back? Or had Black 5 been recaptured by that organization? Before long he received several more messages and his expression grew even darker. The early warning houses they had set up had all been taken down. It was clear that someone had leaked information. Coupled with Black 5's sudden disappearance, he couldn't help but think of a possibility. Black 5 was indeed feigning loyalty, actually probing their information. Finding he couldn't extract any information out of them and fearing being eliminated, he used the excuse of having another awakened but had secretly left. Where would there be another awakened? Were there that many awakened in this city? The last time he was sent to that house it was completely empty and he had been ambushed by Black 6 and the others. He shouldn't have hesitated, he should have acted directly against Black 5 to avenge his subordinates. Now Black 5 had escaped, damn it! A new military training squad, a new instructor, new classmates. This morning their training subjects differed from those of other students. They were not only to learn to march and walk in formation but also to run laps, learn military body techniques, and do push-ups. At first those selected students were quite happy, even feeling a bit proud as if they were elite, but now one by one they regretted it. It was just too exhausting. Look at the other classes, they take a break after walking a few steps, singing songs together, how joyful. As for them, after training it was still training. When they finally got to play a game, it came with the punishment of doing push-ups. Only one student seemed invigorated, not uttering a single complaint, always the first to respond, truly an anomaly. Hey Li Yang, aren't you tired? A classmate asked quietly. Isn't exercising good for oneself? And don't you feel especially great after exercising? Li Yang was thinking about exercising every day, this was just perfect. Some exercises do feel great afterward. The other student raised an eyebrow, a sly grin on his face. What are you two doing chatting while running? Step out. While the others rested after 3 laps, you two will each run 3 additional laps. The student wore a pained expression but had no choice but to run. Li Yang, however, was indifferent. After all, he felt his stamina improving day by day. Every morning he woke up feeling like his body was getting stronger, though he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. After running 6 laps, Li Yang felt it wasn't enough. It seemed like his body had just warmed up. He should continue running to increase his stamina. If he wanted to keep running, it seemed there was a way. When they barely rested for a minute before continuing training, Li Yang proactively spoke to that student. We haven't rested yet, how come we're starting again? Who knows? The instructor is truly twisted. You two, how come you're talking again? Step out, each of you run 5 laps. Yes. Li Yang didn't even try to argue and began running first. That student, feeling helpless, couldn't find anyone to back him up, so he could only start running alongside Li Yang. When they first arrived at this new squad, the instructor demonstrated his combat skills. The 3 male students were stunned and didn't dare mess with him. Besides, if they didn't complete military training, they wouldn't even graduate. After finishing 5 laps, the 2 returned to the team and continued practicing frog jumps, a project not even seen in other classes. Sigh, we really are unlucky. Look at them, they can talk without consequences, yet we got caught. Li Yang leaned closer to that student. Keep your voice down. They were whispering, but their voices were still too loud. Even the instructor from the neighboring class could probably hear them. How come it's you 2 again? Are you trying to go against me? Good, each of you do 100 frog jumps and 100 push-ups. The other student looked despondent, wondering how he got caught again. This punishment was more exhausting than running 10 laps. He was just thinking of bargaining with Li Yang to appeal to the instructor, at least to feign a little pity. But unexpectedly, Li Yang immediately shouted yes, and started doing frog jumps. Damn, classmate brother, I know you're from the Northeast, but could you be a little less straightforward? While doing frog jumps, Li Yang started to feel tired, and he was slow during push-ups. That student was in worse shape. He fell several times while doing frog jumps. His legs felt as heavy as lead, and while doing push-ups he couldn't even get back up. Report instructor, this is our shared fault. Can I do it for him? The instructor looked at Li Yang and said having team spirit is acceptable. Li Yang continued doing push-ups, deeply moving that student, who silently decided that during lunch after they dismissed he would insist on treating Li Yang to a meal. He was such a good brother. After finishing, Li Yang stretched his limbs. He felt fatigued, but it seemed he hadn't reached his limit. As long as he rested for a bit and had a hearty meal, he would be fine. He should keep practicing. Li Yang, thanks. Let's eat together at noon, it's my treat. No need, what for? Li Yang's voice was not loud this time, but he waved his hand as he spoke. You 2 step out. The instructor was genuinely furious now. Earlier he felt some camaraderie in those 2 students, but now it seemed they had no discipline at all. They needed to be dealt with. If they were his soldiers, he would have kicked them long ago. Li Yang also put on a distressed expression while the other student looked like a corpse. He hadn't even recovered yet, and now he was going to be punished again. Repeatedly disobedient, utterly undisciplined. You 2 still seem to have plenty of energy, so run frog jumps around the playground with your hands behind your heads. This was no longer just about being tired. The other students from the surrounding classes could see them. They would become the laughingstock of the entire freshman class, or even the whole school. Perhaps even years later this incident would be relayed from junior to junior. During future graduation reunions, when someone mentions their name, others might struggle to remember them. But when they say, oh, the one who did frog jumps around the playground, everyone would instantly know who they were. At this moment he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. To make matters worse, after jumping just a few meters his legs felt weak and he almost fell. The instructor's shout came from behind, hurry up and jump. Do you not want to have lunch? Li Yang was getting more and more exhausted, but he still managed to finish the jump. It took him nearly 5 minutes just to complete that lap. After standing up he saw that the other student had only jumped about 100 meters and was already massaging his leg muscles. Instructor, I'll help him finish. Saying that, Li Yang squatted down again, frog jumping to catch up with that student. The instructor was taken aback. This student's stamina was incredible. Was he an athlete? But he didn't look like it. Even after doing these exercises he also had no strength left to help others. Li Yang jumped to catch up with that student and stopped beside him. How are you? Can you hold on? Sure. The student almost fell over in shock upon hearing Li Yang speak to him. How could you still dare to talk? Aren't you afraid of being caught by the instructor? If there was another punishment, he might end up in the hospital today with a muscle strain. Don't worry, the instructor didn't come. He can't hear us. Let's chat while jumping. You will finish soon and it'll help distract us, making it less tiring. Hey, which major are you from? I seem to have forgotten. Oh right, you're from Beihai, your Mandarin is quite good. Why aren't you talking? Don't tell me you're feeling faint. That student could finally hold back Li Yang. I beg you, can we just stop talking for now? I really am about to die from exhaustion. The classmate did not have lunch with Li Yang at noon because he went to the infirmary, and in the afternoon the instructor received a leave request due to a muscle strain. The instructor initially thought Li Yang would also request leave as he knew the punishment in the morning was too harsh. However, to his surprise, Li Yang appeared lively in the afternoon assembly, seemingly unscathed. The instructor was aware of Li Yang as their battalion commander had specifically asked him to pay attention to this individual. Previously he hadn't thought much of it, assuming it was merely because the commander knew him like a friend's child and that the remarks about being suitable for military service were just flattery. Now he believed it. Regardless of anything else, Li Yang's physical strength and recovery ability indicated he had the potential to become an elite soldier. In the morning they primarily practiced formations, while in the afternoon they focused on military physical training. The instructor noticed that Li Yang seemed to learn faster than the others. He only taught the routine once, yet Li Yang memorized it all. Although he knew Li Yang had once learned at the female soldiers' dormitory, it was just a single session. How could his memory be so exceptional? Just as he began to like Li Yang, he noticed Li Yang whispering with other classmates again, seemingly not learning his lesson. Li Yang, you two step forward. Li Yang immediately responded, stepping forward, while another classmate was left dumbfounded, recalling that the fellow who hadn't shown up in the afternoon would know his fate. Run 5 laps around the playground with a time limit of 10 minutes. The rest of you stay put. The classmate had initially hoped to slack off. 5 laps could mean he could run slowly and stretch it to half an hour, which was almost like resting. But if it was 10 minutes, he couldn't afford to be lazy. The playground was bigger than the sports field, with each lap being at least 500 meters. While running, he hadn't thought it through, merely believing it was his bad luck. He remembered he had spoken to Li Yang first. At that moment Li Yang had looked at him and he had casually asked what was wrong, leading to an unexpected conversation. After completing the 5 laps he felt exhausted and turned around only to find Li Yang looking at him. Everyone gather. They hadn't even had a break before being called together again. They resumed learning military physical training, practicing one move at a time, with the instructor personally correcting each individual's improper postures. What's wrong with your hand? Li Yang was continuously shaking his hands. Had he fallen during the run? He had felt guilty for dragging Li Yang down earlier. It's nothing, just stretching. As the instructor turned his head, he saw Li Yang chatting again, his hands waving about. This kid was quite mischievous. No problem, I specialize in handling mischievous kids. You two step forward. You like chatting, don't you? Frog, jump around our class for 10 minutes, the rest continue. How did he get caught again? The classmate decided he would never speak again. If he got punished again, he would end up like that fellow from the morning, and he certainly didn't want to end up in the infirmary. 10 minutes later the two returned to their formation. Li Yang felt quite good. This was far more engaging than the monotonous actions. Was there really a need to practice just one punch for 10 minutes? Li Yang thought for a moment that if he continued to drag this classmate down, he might end up in the infirmary too. No problem, if the left side wouldn't do, there was still the right side. So he began looking at the classmate on his right, who took the initiative to talk to him. Throughout the afternoon, classmates around Li Yang had been punished along with him, and the punishments seemed to escalate each time, while Li Yang appeared unfazed, merely drinking several bottles of cola. After they were dismissed, Li Yang enthusiastically invited those classmates to have dinner together, but they all declined. Li Yang wanted to see what topics interested them so he could continue the conversation tomorrow. While others found military training exhausting, Li Yang felt the training was entirely insufficient. After all, he was an awakened one, and could his standards be the same as those of ordinary classmates? However, looking at it this way, it seemed that tomorrow these classmates would likely not want to chat with him anymore. He thought he had been quite engaging. Whatever others bragged about he believed, and he followed their lead. What a great conversational partner he was. In the instructor's dormitory, the instructor of Li Yang's squad was reporting to the major that Li Yang is quite extraordinary, just a bit mischievous, as if he's deliberately provoking me. Today I punished him to run dozens of laps, not counting frog jumps and push-ups. He acted as if nothing was wrong. His stamina is incredible. Is he a marathon runner? Yet even a marathon runner might not endure so much in frog jumps and push-ups. Regardless, in terms of stamina, this kid is undoubtedly a candidate for an excellent soldier. Mischievous? What do you mean? What did he do wrong? He's always whispering with the classmates beside him. At first I thought it was others talking to him, but it's impossible for every classmate to enjoy talking to him. There must be something wrong with him. He clearly knows I'm punishing him for talking, yet he keeps on chatting. Sometimes his voice is quite loud, even adding gestures as if afraid I wouldn't notice. However, he really learns military physical training quickly. He's already performing quite decently. I'm not sure how he'll do in real combat, but he's definitely good enough for demonstrations. Interesting, he's doing this deliberately. He must know I want him to enlist and is intentionally opposing you. No problem, just continue to punish him. It'll help temper his character. The major chuckled. Having trained so many recruits, he had seen dozens who deliberately resisted, and in the end they all settled down. If those who enlist do not follow discipline or obey orders, the consequences on the battlefield could be dire. The more Li Yang acted this way, the more he liked him. Most of those rebellious recruits always had some standout qualities. If nurtured well, they could become exceptional soldiers. Li Yang, are you out looking for a girlfriend? You've become a prominent figure at our school. Check the school website. Someone even made a video of your frog jumps. Where is it? Did they delete it? Tisk tisk, you've lost a chance to become a school celebrity. I just went for a stroll. You want to be famous? I'll help you film me. You jump and I'll take the punishment, okay? Li Yang feigned dissatisfaction. So you still have the energy to go out? You really are an ox. By the way, don't go near the sports field. I heard the rubber track was also burned. Who was the idiot who set off fireworks to confess at the sports field? I heard not only the school security but also the campus police were dispatched. Exactly who was the idiot? I wonder if the campus police caught them. Li Yang chimed in. Since he wasn't the one who set the fire, even if he scolded Black 5 couldn't come out and hit him. What did they catch? I heard they jumped the fence and ran away. Some say they were outsiders and now someone is keeping an eye on it. Hey, aren't you going out? Zhao Liang was still talking when he saw Li Yang taking off his shoes again. My legs hurt, I think I'll rest for a bit. Li Yang casually made an excuse. It seemed he was looking for a new running spot. Sister Fang didn't contact him, nor did she mention discovering any corpse, so it seemed that He Wu's body had truly been turned to ashes. Even though everyone was not together for military training, the topics for conversation were not lacking. For the male classmates it was easy to find topics: games, sports, and female classmates were more than enough. In fact, any one of these topics could keep them chatting for an hour. However, it was clear that Li Yang still felt somewhat distant from them, though he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, he didn't want to get too close to his classmates, as the secrets he held could not be revealed to them. While they chatted before sleep, Li Yang closed his eyes and quietly guided the energy circulating within his body. This was his quickest way to eliminate fatigue and maintain his energy. At that moment, Ren Sufang was not sleeping. Instead, she was sending an email. The email was encrypted and its contents could only be read with a specific decoder. She had already confirmed that He Wu was dead, and no one else apart from Li Yang had discovered this. When fighting He Wu, she had deliberately kicked up dirt and set down a special interferer to prevent anyone from seeing clearly from a distance. All they could see were some smoke and distorted figures, and nothing else was clear. Today she inquired and learned that the campus police only saw some ashes from the flames. Covered in the dust from the fire extinguisher, no one could have imagined that it was ashes. The mission to punish the traitor was considered complete. Although she hadn't captured him alive, at least Hei-Woo wouldn't continue to roam freely. Unfortunately, she was unable to interrogate Hei-Woo, so she didn't know how much of the organization's secrets he had leaked. Not being able to learn about the organization from Hei-Woo was her greatest regret. If she could obtain the secrets of that organization and eliminate it, she would gain immense credit, be personally guided by the leader, and perhaps even have a chance to become the captain. Her true purpose in coming to the school was not to protect Li Yang. Frankly speaking, Li Yang hadn't even joined the organization yet, and even if he had, he wasn't valuable enough to warrant her protection. Her real aim was to capture Hei-Woo and see if she could lure out someone from that organization. Now that the mission was halfway completed with Hei-Woo eliminated, it remained uncertain whether the organization would continue to send people, so she needed to stay undercover for a while longer and keep an eye on Li Yang. Hei-san saw the email notification on the computer, opened it with the decoder, and informed Hei-Lu, who then reported to the captain. Soon Hei-Lu returned, sent an email, and instructed Hei-san to encrypt it and reply to Ren Sufang. The content of this email would probably make that kid anxious once he found out. But it didn't matter, Ren Sufang could definitely handle it, and that kid would have to accept it obediently. Newcomers need to have the awareness of newcomers. They shouldn't think that just because they have awakened they are invincible. Everyone still has a long way to go. When Ren Sufang saw the email, she was somewhat surprised, but quickly understood that she would need to talk to that kid about it tomorrow. In the morning, Li Yang ran out to find his formation, and after the morning exercise he slowly went to the cafeteria to Sister Feng's pastry window. He saw Sister Feng wink at him, quickly took his plate, and left sitting in a corner to send a WeChat message to Sister Feng. Sister Feng, is there something going on? He felt a bit anxious. Could it be that something had changed regarding Hei-Woo? He hoped not. However, after waiting for a long time, he did not see Sister Feng reply. Li Yang thought for a moment and suddenly realized, quickly finishing his breakfast, then finding a secluded spot. Sister Feng, there's no one around me right now. In the future, remember not to contact me when there are outsiders. Also delete the chat records every time. The important matters should never be discussed via WeChat. Indeed, it was because there were people nearby. You should exercise well every day. The organization's review of you has been temporarily halted. Li Yang was stunned at that moment. What did it mean that it was temporarily halted? How could the review be stopped? For what reason? Sister Feng, is it because I didn't help when you fought Hei-Woo? Li Yang asked tentatively. In our battle, do you think you could have been of assistance? Li Yang. Was it really necessary to be so blunt? But since it wasn't because of that, then why? Was it because his talent was not good enough? You know about Hei-Woo's betrayal of the organization, right? The organization needs to establish a more detailed review method for newcomers to prevent any more traitors from appearing. Li Yang felt very unlucky, so it was all because of that traitor Hei-Woo. He wanted to say that he was loyal to the organization, but it felt too insincere. Up until now he had no idea what the organization was called, where it was located, who was involved, or even what the framework looked like, let alone being loyal. He wanted to join the organization simply to become stronger and to enter the world of awakened ones to see what abilities the other awakened ones possessed. However, he also had some doubts. He was afraid that one day he might become like Hei-Woo, recklessly using his abilities without caring for the lives and deaths of others. So when will the new review method come out, and how long will it take? Li Yang didn't want things to come too suddenly. I don't know. The notice I received said that the recruitment review for newcomers is indefinitely suspended. Indefinitely suspended? Did this mean that the organization actually didn't want to recruit newcomers anymore, and that Hei-Woo's incident was just an excuse? It was like you were good at football and a team was interested in you originally, saying they wanted to recruit you. But then they found out they had enough players, each one stronger, so they naturally wouldn't invest in training newcomers. When those players age, they will recruit newcomers again. This time could be in a few years or even a decade. By then this once newcomer would have missed the golden period for enhancing their strength. Li Yang did not continue to reply to the messages and simply put his phone away. Did he really want to beg Sister Feng for an opportunity at this point? Compared to when he had just awakened, he had made significant progress. He realized there were even more awakened ones, many of whom were stronger than him. He learned how to control the energy in his body and how to cultivate to enhance that energy. Even if he didn't join the organization, couldn't he still improve his own strength? If his strength were as strong as Sister Fang's, the organization would have probably completed the review long ago. Would they need to make him wait so long? Ultimately it was still because his strength wasn't strong enough. Very well, then he would make himself stronger. Ren Xufeng hadn't seen Li Yang send a WeChat message for a long time and she sighed. This kid was out of luck. She hoped he wouldn't give up on himself. If one thought that every awakened person could join the organization, they were being too naive. In reality, those who truly joined the organization came out of training camps. Kid, don't let me down. In the following days, Li Yang did not go to the stadium to run. After all, the school was so large and there were plenty of places to jog. The school finally concluded that the fire at the stadium was caused by outsiders setting off fireworks, and it has been handed over to the police for investigation, currently classified as a cold case. The synthetic track has been repaired and the grass has been replanted. It is said that a charitable organization even made a donation. During the military training, Li Yang noticed that it seemed harder for him to engage in conversation. No matter how he looked at his classmates around him, they remained silent during non-break times, each acting like obedient little angels. As a result, Li Yang received quite a few penalties and became infamous among the freshmen. Everyone knew there was a physical monster who took delight in provoking the instructors. Wang Rukan even specifically asked Li Yang why he insisted on opposing the instructor, recalling that Li Yang was not particularly chatty. Li Yang explained that he had almost been drafted into the military and was merely trying to make the major look down on him. Although Wang Rukan did not understand why Li Yang chose such a seemingly foolish method, she did not lecture him. Instead, she told him to seek help at the infirmary if he felt unwell and not to push himself too hard. She also found it perplexing why Li Yang's stamina had improved so much, remembering that in high school Li Yang was only of average capability. She thought that perhaps Li Yang was feeling down, so she did not press further. Exercise is a great way to vent frustration. If Li Yang was still like this in a few days, she would have a good talk with him. In the evening, Li Yang returned to the stadium once more and observed that instead of fewer people after the incident, the number had actually increased. Due to the reward for finding the arsonist, which was 10,000 yuan, this amount was a significant sum for many students. Unfortunately, this amount did not hold much appeal for him. Had it been 1 million, Li Yang suspected he would not be able to resist reporting himself. Unfortunately, this amount did not hold much appeal for him. Had it been 1 million, Li Yang suspected he would not be able to resist. Is that him? Does he come to run every day? Isn't military training exhausting during the day? He must be training for the half marathon. Could he be preparing for the full marathon instead? Who knows? I heard there's going to be a marathon competition organized in the city during the National Day holiday with a prize of about 100,000 yuan. He might be aiming for that. For a city event, there will surely be professional athletes. How could a student possibly win 100,000 yuan? Even professional athletes from other provinces might come to participate. Even if he doesn't get first place, he could still achieve a decent ranking, right? Events like these often come with extra credits. He could skip 2 elective courses. Li Yang paid no attention to the gossip from the classmates nearby. He had no intention of participating in that competition. Running 20,000 meters was already exhausting for him, and he was unsure if he could endure a full marathon. Even if he could, he did not wish to participate. 100,000 yuan was a lot, but to him competing would be akin to cheating. His goal was to become stronger, not to truly become an athlete. Athletes must undergo blood and urine tests. As an awakened, his metrics would surely differ from ordinary people, and he did not want to expose himself like that. At some point he noticed a few others also running, and he thought perhaps the school's autumn sports meet was approaching. Those were likely preparing for the competition. Li Yang did not pay much attention and continued running at his own pace. Suddenly he noticed that a classmate ahead seemed to have fallen, and he hurried over. "Are you okay, classmate? What hurts?" "My ankle seems to have twisted. Could you help me to the steps to sit for a moment? How about I take you to the school hospital? We need to make sure you didn't injure any bones." "It's fine, I just twisted it a bit. It's a little painful for now. I can just put on a medicated plaster when I get back." Seeing the other party's insistence, Li Yang did not press further, and he placed the classmate's arm over his shoulder, helping him to sit on a nearby stone step. "Thank you. You can continue running, I'll rest a bit." "Alright, if your friend doesn't come soon, feel free to call me." Li Yang nodded and resumed his run. When he came around again, he found that the classmate had already disappeared. Did someone assist him away that quickly? Or did he manage to walk away despite the pain? He continued running until he completed 50 laps before he began to slow down. There were quite a few people today, and he planned to see if there were other awakened among his classmates. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a pair of glasses, but just as he was about to put them on, he froze. Why was it just a regular pair of sunglasses with a broken pair of glasses tied inside? Moreover, he realized that these sunglasses were not the ones he had bought from the street vendor. The shape of the lenses was completely different. Quickly searching his body, Li Yang's expression changed drastically. His glasses had been swapped. He had taken them from his wardrobe before coming out to run, and he clearly remembered that they were not like this. So did someone swap his glasses while he was running? He had only run from the dormitory to the stadium, and it seemed he hadn't interacted with anyone along the way. At the stadium, the only person he had come into contact with was that classmate who twisted his ankle. Then the most likely scenario was that classmate had stolen his glasses, and the twisted ankle was definitely a ruse merely to get close to him. No wonder when he circled back that classmate had already vanished. He must have run away. Who would specifically come to steal those glasses? His glasses, if thrown on the ground, would not even attract the attention of an ordinary person. Perhaps someone might even step on them and break them. This suggests that the person who stole the glasses knew their significance. It is very likely that the thief was an awakened, or at least aware of their existence. That classmate might not even be a student of this school. Li Yang now felt a bit scared. If that person had not come merely to steal his glasses, but rather to eliminate him, he might not have had time to react. It seems that only Zhang Cheng knew about his glasses. Of course, it's also possible that others in Zhang Cheng's organization were aware. This made Li Yang wonder if Zhang Cheng had sent someone to steal the glasses. But that doesn't make sense. If Zhang Cheng truly wanted to retrieve those glasses, he had several opportunities. During their last meeting, Zhang Cheng clearly knew the glasses were in his possession but didn't say anything. Li Yang considered many possibilities, but each seemed unlikely. At this moment he felt a bit lost. Yet the only person he could rely on was Sister Fang. Half a day had passed since the message was sent, yet Fang Jia had not replied. Li Yang thought perhaps she was resting early today and decided not to ask again, pondering that she would surely respond by tomorrow morning. However, by the next day, even as he began his morning military training, Fang Jia still had not replied. Could it be that she overlooked it or simply forgot? At noon, Li Yang sent another message, but even until the afternoon military training commenced, there was still no reply. During dinner, Li Yang approached Fang Jia's main food counter and noticed that her gaze towards him was similar to how she would look at an ordinary classmate. Could it be that she had indefinitely shelved his review and thus no longer cared for him? If someone were to come and kill him or take him away, would Fang Jia continue to protect him? Seeing Li Yang leave, Ren Sufang sighed. "Young man, you probably can't guess that the detection glasses were retrieved by someone I sent, right?" You are not part of the organization, and even external personnel do not count, so you naturally cannot use the organization's items. Even if they are lost by the organization, they must be returned. If this is something you snatched away, then it would not just be a simple matter of taking back the glasses, you would be subject to punishment as well. Ren Xufeng certainly knew that these glasses were specifically left for Li Yang by He Lu. He Lu did not have high hopes for this young man, it was merely because he saved their lives. Yet this young man merely possessed the awakened beast transformation ability, which temporarily increased his energy speed but was still limited. If someone who had just awakened their ability to manipulate objects could kill Li Yang from a distance with a small knife, such a person was not worth the investment of significant resources to cultivate, and even less worth sending someone to monitor and care for. Her task here was to capture the traitor He Lu while also hoping to draw out Lan Tianyu. Lan Tianyu's wind manipulation ability was quite strong, but her speed was even faster, allowing her to counter Lan Tianyu's most formidable abilities. Unfortunately, although He Lu had come, he only killed and did not manage to capture, while Lan Tianyu was nowhere to be seen. Sometimes she wondered, since the review had been indefinitely shelved and Lan Tianyu showed no intention of appearing, why not call her back? Why stay here? Even if it was to watch over Li Yang, any ordinary person would suffice, if that young man had poor alertness and no experience, making him easy to tail. She speculated that the organization might think Lan Tianyu would return, so they had her wait here. To say it was to take care of Li Yang was absolutely impossible. If a significant figure had some connection with Li Yang or took an interest in him, they would have long since taken him away. Why waste time here? Retrieving the glasses was also a form of protection for Li Yang. Did they think that carrying those glasses every day would allow them to detect enemies in advance? She knew Li Yang worked hard and diligently practiced running to improve his physical strength and speed. However, he was not an awakening type with speed abilities, otherwise she could recommend him to the organization. Moreover, the organization claimed to have made significant progress in their recent research on new drugs, and breakthroughs were likely to appear, making it imperative not to leak any information, thus the organization would not absorb new personnel during this period. Being here was just like taking a break for her. As for Li Yang, she would not take too much care of him, at most she would pay some attention, as she had no obligation to resolve too many doubts for those newcomers. Hey, have you noticed that Li Yang didn't provoke the instructor today? Is he finally subdued? I didn't notice until you mentioned it. I thought today's training felt a bit off. Li Yang wasn't punished to run laps today. Should we place a bet? A bottle of cola. I bet that before the next break Li Yang will be punished. He is not the type to back down. I think his state is off today. Perhaps he really is tired. I bet he won't be punished until the meal break before disbanding. A group of over a dozen classmates gathered in a circle, chattering their opinions, most of whom believed Li Yang had backed down, as they noticed he hadn't smiled much today. Usually when punished to run laps he would be cheerful. The instructor also found it strange. He had planned that if Li Yang remained unyielding, he would simply punish him to stand still. Doing this every day impacted his authority. His comrades teased him for it. But why had Li Yang not caused any trouble for so long? Could it be that Li Yang really had backed down? Or was he secretly planning something big? Until disbandment, Li Yang behaved properly, training alongside everyone, not saying anything out of line nor making any strange movements or expressions, as if he were truly a well-behaved student. Li Yang, why aren't you talking today? A classmate caught up as Li Yang had not been punished and had lost several bottles of cola. I'm tired and don't want to talk. The classmate was taken aback. Li Yang had always given him the impression of boundless energy. What was wrong with him today? Was he ill? Or had something happened? Never mind, perhaps he would be fine tomorrow. If he was still like this tomorrow, she would ask him more seriously. In a corner of the second floor of the third cafeteria, Li Yang sat across from Wang Rukan, who occasionally glanced at him. Today Li Yang was very silent. What was going on? Li Yang, is there something bothering you? Is it because you were punished during military training? Wang Ruken asked cautiously. No, I wasn't punished today. Not punished today? Wang Ruken found this even stranger. When she had already gotten used to Li Yang being punished every day, hearing that he had not been punished today felt very abnormal. She thought for a moment, wondering if a parent of some classmate had come today, making Li Yang think of his own parents. She didn't know how to comfort him about this, it might backfire. Li Yang also realized he had been too silent. Why make Wang Ruken worry? If he was abandoned by that organization, perhaps it was a form of happiness in itself. Living as an ordinary person and passing through life normally was his dream. Moreover, he could still cultivate by himself. It wasn't that he couldn't make progress. I've been a bit tired from the punishments lately, so I don't have much energy. Don't think too much about it. I see. Then after dinner you should head back to rest early. Remember to soak your feet in hot water to relieve fatigue. At 7 in the morning, Ren Sufeng leisurely arrived at the kitchen. While others had come by 5 to ensure they wouldn't miss breakfast, she was different. In this back kitchen she was the only one. After igniting the gas for the large pot and starting to boil water, she rolled up her sleeves and placed the dough onto the countertop. Suddenly Ren Sufeng's hands seemed to leave behind after images as the shape of the dough continuously transformed. In no time several equally sized dough pieces flew onto the countertop with a series of light thuds. She rolled out a piece of dough almost every second, and within 5 minutes hundreds of them were ready. After filling the dough and pinching the pleats, the buns were completed. In less than 10 minutes 4 different fillings were all wrapped up just as the water boiled and the buns were steamed. By 7:30 the cafeteria became busier and Ren Sufeng's buns came out just in time. No one could have imagined that a talented speed awakener and crate expert would actually use her special abilities to sell buns. I didn't see Li Yang this morning. Is he not coming? Has he given up? It seems there's indeed no potential in him. He can't even handle such a minor setback. If he enters the training camp in the future, it will be hard for him to make it out. Wait, isn't that Li Yang sitting over there? He seems to be eating buns. Why isn't he buying from my window? Li Yang had a habitual stop here in the morning but didn't go to Fang Jie's window to buy buns. Since Fang Jie had already shown him that attitude, he wouldn't flaunt himself in front of others. He believed that one day Fang Jie would take the initiative to invite him to join the organization. Unable to accept training from that organization, Li Yang trained by himself. He not only ran every day but also resumed boxing, which was the combat skill he was most familiar with. These past few days he felt his appetite had increased again. At this rate it seemed that the money in his hands wouldn't last until the end of the semester. When he arrived at the formation for assembly, the instructor looked at Li Yang and wondered why this kid seemed to have reverted to his previous state. Was he going to provoke him again? Sure enough, after a short while he noticed Li Yang looking around. This kid was surely not making things easy for him. He had reported to the camp leader that he had dealt with this kid. If the camp leader found out that this kid had reverted to his old ways, would he still have a good time? Everyone sit down. The others were somewhat surprised. Their formation was trained more strictly than others, and it was rare to have an early break. Did the sun rise in the west today? I know everyone seems to think that military body boxing is useless anyway. What you learn is just for show. You think what I teach you is different from what I use myself. Today I will demonstrate how military body boxing can be applied in real combat. In case you ever encounter bad people in the future, you can showcase your skills. I need a partner. Is there anyone willing to step up? No one. Then I will randomly call someone. Li Yang stepped forward. Li Yang was taken aback. He looked at the instructor, realizing that this was an opportunity for him to be dealt with. He was well aware that he had been making mistakes constantly and the instructor must be angry. However, he truly felt that this marching and standing still were of no use. Running would be more beneficial for his body, right? If the instructor wanted to discipline him, he was actually a bit eager to try. After learning for so many days, he had only practiced against the air. Today he could finally engage in real combat. Seeing the excitement in Li Yang's eyes, the instructor felt provoked. Did this kid think he could win against me? The reason I lead this formation is that I am the best in personal combat among the instructors here. Even in the division I am ranked 3rd. Students, watch closely. This is a rare opportunity for you to observe a combat experience. I hope you can gain something from it. He was slightly shorter than Li Yang but exuded a stronger aura. Li Yang, you are the fastest learner of military body boxing in our formation. Do you think you're very impressive? Well then, as long as you can knock me down today even once, you won't have to participate in future training and I'll give you a top evaluation. Li Yang's eyes lit up. This was indeed a tangible benefit. I still have to participate in the final practice. By the way, when I fight with the instructor, is it limited to military body boxing? Not limited. The instructor's expression turned grim. What do you mean? You think you can win? What a joke. To increase the pressure on Li Yang, he continued to avoid accusations of bullying. I'll let you have 3 free hits. Wow! The classmates all gasped. This was just like the experts in martial arts films who would let their juniors have 3 hits before the duel to show grace. Generally speaking, even if juniors are given 3 hits, they still lose. Li Yang was also displeased. What does this mean? Letting me have 3 hits means you won't attack for 3 hits. I can't even knock you down. This is entirely your own doing. The two stood opposite each other over a meter apart and simultaneously took a combat stance. The instructor beckoned to Li Yang, eliciting shrieks from the female classmates. The instructor was just too handsome. Li Yang charged toward the instructor, throwing a simple bow step punch. The instructor sidestepped, aiming to grab Li Yang's wrist. This move required strength and speed, but if he missed, he would instantly fall into a passive position. The instructor's hand landed on Li Yang's wrist, but before he could grip it, he felt a heavy blow to his chest and staggered back 3 steps. This kid has immense strength and incredible speed. Li Yang's first punch hit the instructor, surprising the classmates momentarily. However, thinking of the instructor's earlier words about letting Li Yang have 3 hits, this must have been a deliberate act of concession. With one punch landed, Li Yang quickly stepped forward 2 paces, thrusting his left palm toward the instructor's throat while his right leg swiftly kicked toward the instructor's knee, executing the second move of military body boxing. The instructor recognized this move immediately and knew how to counter it. After all, this kid was merely a student and his boxing was still rooted in routines without understanding of variations. He quickly sidestepped, believing he had evaded the attack, yet Li Yang's kick still struck his thigh, causing the instructor to feel a sudden numbness in his leg. Meanwhile, Li Yang's third move was already executed with a horizontal swing of his right arm. The instructor desperately dodged, managing to avoid being hit in the waist, but he was still struck in the ribs and was thrown into the air before crashing down onto the ground. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Everyone thought Li Yang would receive a thorough lesson from the instructor. Some even considered stopping the instructor to prevent Li Yang from getting hurt. When the instructor said to let Li Yang have 3 hits, they all thought that was too little. You're so powerful, you should have at least let him have 10 hits. Yet they never expected that Li Yang would take down the instructor in just 3 hits. At this moment, the instructor lay on the ground, the pain in his ribs confirming that everything was real. Despite being ranked 3rd in the entire martial arts competition, he had been taken down in just 3 moves by a student who had only learned military boxing for a few days. Li Yang's strength and speed exceeded his expectations. He wanted to rise in a cool manner, perhaps like a carp leaping from the water, but the pain in his ribs told him not to move recklessly for now, or the injury would worsen. The instructors from the 2 nearby classes noticed something was amiss and rushed over to help him. I will keep my promise. From now on, you can choose not to participate in the group training. You can return whenever you wish. For the final assessment I will give you an excellent grade. Instructor, let me carry you. I know you were just going easy on me, but I struck too hard. When he struck earlier, he had used the energy within him, which instantly amplified his strength and speed. Because he was wearing a long-sleeved camouflage uniform and his energy dissipated quickly, no one noticed the long hair that sprouted on the back of his hand. Without relying on this awakened energy, he truly would not have been a match for the instructor. He merely wanted to see how strong he could become when using energy, but he did not expect it to be this powerful. After utilizing his energy, Li Yang had jumped from being a beginner to a skilled fighter, defeating the instructor in just 3 moves, which surprised him as well. He had just recently awakened and was considered one of the weak newcomers in the eyes of Feng Jia and the others, yet he was already far ahead of the rigorously trained soldiers. How powerful must those who had awakened for a long time and had even greater talent than him be? Seeing Li Yang give him an opportunity to save face, the instructor followed suit and deliberately put on a stern expression. What you have achieved shows great comprehension. You will surely surpass me in the future. No need to carry me, I can still walk on my own. Once the instructor turned the corner, he leaned against the wall, hand pressed against his ribs. He suspected that one of his ribs was broken. That kid really hit hard. He had intended to completely subdue Li Yang and intimidate the other students, but now it seemed he had become the joke. Had he known Li Yang was this formidable, he would have never suggested letting him have 3 moves. If he had not allowed this, he could have used his experience to seize the initiative and defeated Li Yang with grappling techniques. He suddenly recalled that Li Yang had asked if he could use other techniques. Could it be that Li Yang had learned martial arts or sanda before? But that was not mentioned in his file. The major was surprised and delighted to hear that his most outstanding recruit had actually been defeated by Li Yang in just 3 moves. If he could recruit him, nurture him, he could definitely secure a good ranking in the military competition, and he could use this to advance his own career. When Li Yang returned to his position, all his classmates surrounded him. After all, he was the one who had defeated the instructor. That was incredible. It was just luck. The instructor was going easy on me. If the instructor had been serious, I definitely wouldn't have stood a chance, Li Yang quickly explained, as he had no intention of showing off. Just like Feng Jia, if someone with an innate speed talent participated in a competition, her name would undoubtedly be at the top of the world records, but so what? Just like if Li Yang competed against a bunch of elementary school students and won, he wouldn't feel much joy. In fact, he might even feel a bit embarrassed. The news of Li Yang defeating the instructor spread throughout the campus in less than half a day. Most students expressed their surprise and envy, while some said they wanted to witness it, and a small portion thought it was false news, claiming they had never heard of any freshman defeating an instructor. Sun Jigang also heard the news and was immediately overjoyed. What a great opportunity for publicity this was. He quickly replied, "This is definitely true because Li Yang is a member of our martial arts club." Martial arts club, teaching you how to become a martial arts master. Recruitment is in full swing. Contact XXX. Li Yang had no idea he had been used as a spokesperson. Although he had joined the martial arts club for the activity room, in reality he had not seriously studied the Hung Gar that Sun Jigang had given him. He did not want to be treated like a monkey. Zhang Chang had just completed a mission capturing someone who had used awakened abilities to commit theft and was taking him back to the organization for judgment. He opened his computer and sent a secure email to Ren Sufang. He wondered how that kid was doing and whether he had started to give up on himself. Giving up isn't scary. What's scary is that kid using his awakened abilities to do bad things. There are too many examples of this, especially among young awakened ones who become reckless, with some even believing they have become gods. For such awakened individuals, ordinary police might not be able to catch them, so let them handle it. 10 minutes later he received a reply email and Zhang Chang frowned. Li Yang had already learned that the organization's review had been paused and Ren Sufang had sent someone to retrieve the broken glasses. Li Yang had indeed started to fall. He even used his abilities to strike the military training instructor. If this continued, Li Yang would increasingly expose his abilities, and in any situation he would think of using violence to solve problems. Ultimately, Li Yang would become a villain in the eyes of ordinary people. He understood Ren Sifang's character. She wouldn't be overly considerate of newcomers. However, he held high hopes for Li Yang, especially since that person had once shown interest in him. Although he didn't know why that person seemed to have lost interest in Li Yang, possibly having temporarily forgotten, he could not ignore it. Moreover, since Li Yang had helped them, he felt obligated to guide him on the right path. "Hey Lu, what are you dawdling for?" Hey San approached. "Before we go back, let's make another trip to Ice City." "Another trip to Ice City? We haven't received any new missions, have we? Aren't we supposed to be on holiday?" Hey San questioned, puzzled. Completing the tasks assigned by the organization should be the time to enjoy a holiday. What was the purpose of going there again? Li Yang used his abilities to strike his military training instructor today. How dare he do that? Has he already exposed himself? Hey San was somewhat surprised. He remembered when he had just awakened his abilities, he had not dared to demonstrate them in front of others, fearing being seen as a monster. He did not expose himself because he was able to initially control the energy within him. Those people didn't know he was an awakened one, they merely thought he was stronger than usual. This aspect intrigued Zhang Cheng the most. He remembered showing Li Yang that method not long ago, and he didn't expect Li Yang to have already achieved preliminary control. In this regard, Li Yang was indeed a genius. However, everything must be verified by him personally to uncover the truth. Regardless, he did not wish to see Li Yang continue to fall. Genius remembers this site address in a second mobile site address. "Li Yang, did you really hit the instructor?" Wang Rukan looked at Li Yang in disbelief, wondering when he had become so formidable. "It was just luck. The instructor let me have 3 moves without defending. That's still impressive. If the instructor gave me 10 moves, I wouldn't stand a chance either." Wang Rukan exclaimed. How could the instructor bear to fight a girl? Besides, men and women are different in strength. It seems you've gone viral on the school's website again. Many people want to meet you to see what the new student who can defeat the instructor looks like. Many others are saying they want to challenge you to defeat you and, by the way, take down the martial arts club. Li Yang frowned, wondering how it had come to this. He never expected that simply fighting with the instructor would cause such a big stir. He actually didn't want to fight anyone, and why was defeating him tantamount to defeating the martial arts club? When did he represent the club? Upon further inquiry, Li Yang found out that it was Sun Jigang's doing. It seemed necessary to have a serious talk with Sun Jigang. However, withdrawing from the club now would make him seem very cowardly. The instructor had given Li Yang a half-month leave, during which he didn't have to participate in military training, but beyond that it would be impossible. Li Yang obtained the key to the martial arts club activity room from Sun Jigang and spent his days practicing in the activity room. Sun Jigang no longer used Li Yang for promotion. After classmates challenged the sparring club, Li Yang did not respond, leading others to believe he was afraid of losing. Consequently, those who preferred boxing joined the sparring club or taekwondo club, leaving very few in the martial arts club. Li Yang held a thicker booklet, also a copy which was much clearer. It was then that he realized that Sun Jigang had not tricked him. Indeed, there was a style of boxing in Hong Quan known as monkey fist. Hong Quan shares similarities with Xing Yi Quan. Many boxing techniques mimic animals, while also drawing on essential elements from Southern fist. Li Yang decided to diligently study the boxing techniques above, which would help enhance his own strength. There were some embarrassing moves that Li Yang usually wouldn't use, such as eye gouging or kicking the groin. But in a life-and-death situation, who would care about those? Thinking about it, in a fight the goal is to knock the opponent down, even if the techniques look ugly or involve rolling on the ground. As long as one can win in the end, that's good boxing. Similarly, certain locking techniques are very practical in real fights, but they can leave one looking quite ridiculous. If another person were in the room, they would see a seemingly mad individual gesticulating wildly, occasionally displaying strange smiles. While running at night, the corners of Li Yang's mouth would occasionally curl up as he imagined scenarios where he used the techniques he learned to thoroughly thrash a masked opponent. Suddenly a face with a Sun Wukong mask appeared before him. It seemed he had thought too much and was experiencing a hallucination. He instinctively threw a punch aiming to shatter this illusion, only to realize that his fist had been caught. This was no illusion. Kid attacking me upon meeting is not a wise choice. A familiar voice came from behind the mask. Li Yang instantly felt a surge of hair on his body as he thrust his left knee forward, but Zhang Chang intercepted it with his hand, using the opportunity to retreat. What's wrong? Did you think that just because you've improved a bit you could beat me? With your level of combat skills, even 10 of you together would be useless? As he spoke, Zhang Chang beckoned at Li Yang with his fingers. Li Yang charged forward, appearing right in front of Zhang Chang in an instant, lifting his left leg, a whip kick he seldom used. Zhang Chang did not dodge or block. Instead, he instantly raised his right foot and delivered a lightning-fast kick to Li Yang's right leg. Li Yang's leg went weak. Forget about the whip kick, he couldn't even stand and went down to his knees. You focused solely on offense while completely neglecting defense. What was the point of lifting your leg so high? That move requires far more time from you than it does from me. Even if you're faster, you're still the one getting hit. After knocking Li Yang down, Zhang Chang took the opportunity to give him a critique. The condescending tone made Li Yang particularly annoyed. He rushed forward, intending to grab Zhang Chang's leg. As long as he caught him, he could use his strength to throw Zhang Chang down and then pummel him. However, Zhang Chang immediately jumped to the side, making Li Yang's lunge a futile effort. Moreover, Zhang Chang kicked up some grass and dirt, nearly blinding Li Yang. However, Zhang Chang immediately jumped to the side, making Li Yang's lunge a futile effort. Moreover, Zhang Chang kicked up some grass and dirt, nearly blinding Li. Li Yang pondered his advantages. After transformation, his strength and speed increased. He suddenly recalled how Feng Jia had leveraged her speed advantage that day. Li Yang got up and charged at Zhang Chang again, but suddenly pushed off the ground to try to move around to Zhang Chang's left side. Unfortunately, even though he was indeed fast, he was tripped by Zhang Chang. He knew that this kid would try to circle behind him after being provoked. Knowing what moves you are going to use makes it much easier to find ways to counter them. But to his surprise, Li Yang rolled directly behind him on the ground and lunged at him again. Zhang Chang thought to punch Li Yang down, but unexpectedly he was caught by Li Yang's wrist. Oh no, I was careless. Come here. Li Yang wrapped his arms around Zhang Chang, which hardly counted as a locking technique, but relying on his extraordinary strength, he successfully held Zhang Chang. A stream of water gushed up from beneath the grass, forming a water arrow that shot straight towards Li Yang's eyes. Instinctively, Li Yang released Zhang Chang, dodging while raising his hands to block. But he did not feel the water arrow pierce his palm. When he removed his hand, he saw the water arrow just floating in midair. You've made a bit of progress. It seems you're not that stupid after all. However, relying solely on full body transformation, which wastes energy, your endurance is lacking. You're the one lacking endurance. I just didn't think of that. I can do a partial transformation. As Li Yang spoke, the hair on his face disappeared, but that on his hands remained. You're satisfied with just this level of ability? Have you given up on yourself? Are you planning to fall into decline? I even secretly passed on the method for refining energy to you, and you're using it against ordinary people? Is it really satisfying to beat the instructor? Becoming the star of the school, isn't that very enjoyable? Is your vision really limited to such a small school? Li Yang looked bewildered. Who in the world had fallen into decline? Who had given up on themselves? It was you who had abandoned me? Do you feel like you were abandoned? Do you think I deceived you? What you're doing, who are you doing it for? Are you implying that I can join the organization now? Hope suddenly surged within Li Yang. Of course not, you haven't passed the evaluation. Li Yang. So you came specifically to berate me? Kid, if you continue like this you might live well and have many people envy you, but you certainly won't shine for long. You are the one I found and I will take responsibility for you. So until I give up on you, you cannot give up on yourself? Wait, what are you talking about? Who asked you to take responsibility? And who are you to say who gives up or falls? I merely sparred with the instructor. How is that short-sighted? Li Yang was fed up. Is it amusing to criticize others? Did you come to tell me this? Or are you looking for an opportunity to beat me up? You always say how powerful your organization is and the benefits I would have if I joined, but must I really join your organization? Did you ever truly want me to join? I'm not a child, I won't believe everything you say. Your organization may be strong, but so what? Are all awakened ones part of your organization? Zhang Chang was stunned by Li Yang's rebuttal. This kid has some spirit, you'll let him learn how to talk to experts. Suddenly water emerged around them, transforming into ropes that directly bound Li Yang. He struggled fiercely, but even after transforming into a hairy creature he couldn't break free. Kid, can we talk properly now? This overwhelming display of power deflated Li Yang, yet he secretly vowed to repay this once he gained strength. Do you know that even awakened ones must follow certain orders? If not, they will face punishment, including the death penalty. The method I teach you to control energy is not for reckless abandon, it is to hope that you can join us in making this world better in the future. Li Yang blinked in disbelief. Make the world better? Their goals are so grand. But hearing this from the boastful Zhang Chang feels so out of place. Alright, some truths I don't need to explain, you can figure them out yourself. They'll teach you a technique to control the energy within you so others won't easily identify you as an awakened one. Will you learn? Li Yang nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. Who wouldn't want to learn? When he learned there were devices to identify awakened ones, he felt he could never hide, fearing he would be discovered at any moment. Only later, when he saw Feng Jie, did he realize that this energy could indeed be concealed. He just didn't know how. He had tried it himself before, but unfortunately he couldn't grasp the technique. Now that Zhang Chang wanted to teach him, he certainly wouldn't refuse. At least even if he didn't join that organization, he could hide among ordinary people. A piece of paper appeared before Li Yang. The grand stadium had no lights, and with the faint moonlight he began to examine it closely, committing it to memory. After 5 minutes he wanted to continue reciting it to deepen the impression when he suddenly saw a stream of water appear, causing the paper in his hand to fly up and disintegrate, with the writing becoming blurred. If after this long you still can't remember, then there's no need to learn. Practice hard and I will come back for you. Li Yang saw Zhang Chang leap from the stands, disappearing into the night. He stopped running and quickly walked to the nearby steps to sit down, eager to try out this method. Typically his energy would gather together, but now he needed to disperse it so he wouldn't be easily detected. Li Yang cautiously attempted it. He never thought Zhang Chang would trick him. With Zhang Chang's strength there was no need for that. He just didn't know how long it would take him to succeed, hoping it would be soon. Before long Li Yang felt the energy that had been condensed together slowly dispersing, as if transforming from a tangled ball into a net. The method described on the paper was just this. Li Yang suspected there might be a better method that Zhang Chang hadn't taught him. Perhaps it was because he wasn't yet a part of the organization, or maybe Zhang Chang thought Li Yang was too weak to learn even if he knew. Just like ordinary people, everyone knows how to dunk, but most cannot do it because they can't jump that high. Having succeeded so easily, Li Yang found it hard to believe. Could it be that he hadn't succeeded and it was merely an illusion? Unfortunately his broken glasses had already been lost, otherwise he could have looked at himself in them. A middle-aged man entered the campus wearing a very wide pair of glasses. He walked directly towards the new students undergoing military training, examining each one closely, occasionally adjusting his glasses. He looked at each squad with utmost seriousness. Anyone unaware might think he was a parent looking for a specific student. However, after observing so many, he found none with energy exceeding 6, meaning none were awakened. But the lady said there was a student in this school who was awakened, and he was tasked with investigating. He must obey the lattice orders. If he failed, the consequences would be dire. However, if he completed the task well, the rewards would be substantial. Before coming here, he had already had someone investigate. Among this year's new students, there was one who stood out, having even defeated the military training instructor, and his physical strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. This student was most likely the awakened one the lady mentioned, and he came to investigate to facilitate recruiting him into the organization. Yet after surveying all the squads and examining each male student closely, he found no sign of the person the lady mentioned. Just then he overheard a few students nearby discussing. Although they were far from him, he could still hear them clearly. His awakened ability was enhanced hearing. It turned out that the kid had taken leave and was temporarily excused from military training. Practicing punches in the martial arts club every day. That certainly doesn't sound like an ordinary college student. He quickly found out where the martial arts club's activity room was. He gently pushed the door but couldn't open it. It was locked from the inside. Li Yang was practicing punches when he suddenly heard a knock at the door. He was puzzled. Could it be Sun Jigang bringing other students? Shouldn't they be in class at this time? Who are you? Li Yang looked at the person outside the door, not recognizing him at all. Classmate, is Zhao Rui here? The visitor asked cheerfully. Zhao Rui? There is no one by that name in the martial arts club. This isn't a classroom, it's the martial arts club's activity room. You've got the wrong place, Li Yang pointed at the sign on the door. Oh, my apologies for the disturbance. Seeing the visitor turn to leave, Li Yang closed the door again. However, the person outside wore a puzzled expression. Something was off. His glasses indicated that this student had an energy level of only 5, just an ordinary student, definitely not awakened. Could it be that the lady was mistaken? Li Yang closed the door and thought for a moment. Perhaps he could ask that person where Zhao Rui was and help point the way. However, when he opened the door, he found the corridor was empty. The actions of closing and opening the door only took a few seconds. That person was definitely not walking away but running, which was curious. Li Yang looked up at the sign of the martial arts club activity room. A normal person would surely look up at the sign upon finding this place, but why did that person still knock on the door? So that person was not here to find Zhao Rui at all, they were here to find him. He suddenly recalled that the person was wearing glasses and had deliberately adjusted them with their hand, clearly scanning his condition. That person was from the Awakener organization, and it was definitely not the same organization as Shang Chang's. Li Yang felt that his status as an Awakener might have been exposed, and he was unsure if he had successfully concealed his energy and whether the other party had seen through him. But regardless, he had certainly been suspected. Closing the door, Li Yang sent a WeChat message to Sister Fang. Someone just came to test me. I don't know if I've been discovered. In less than 10 seconds, Sister Fang replied, understood. Li Yang furrowed his brows. What kind of response was that? Sister Fang did not mention how to resolve the situation. He began to recall some of that person's actions. If they hadn't discovered he was an Awakener, then everything would be fine, just as he could walk aimlessly on the street wearing glasses seeking out his kind. But if the other party had indeed discovered it, they could have easily attacked. He had been completely unguarded just now and might have been subdued in an instant. Either the other party's abilities were not suited for combat, or they believed they were weaker than him. It seemed that for now he was still safe. However, if the other party found out he was an Awakener and brought in more powerful individuals, it appeared he wouldn't be in too much danger. Whether it was Zhang Chang's organization or another Awakener organization, their first reaction upon discovering an unaligned Awakener was always to recruit them to strengthen their own power. So even if someone from the other party came, it would only be to take him away. Thinking of this, Li Yang relaxed instead. But he did not regret sending the WeChat message to Sister Fang, as he was much more familiar with Zhang Chang from this organization, who also understood him very well. If he joined another organization, they would become enemies and the consequences would be far worse. After coming to this conclusion, Li Yang continued practicing martial arts, sparring with the wooden dummy. After replying to Li Yang, Ren Xufeng quickly sent several messages to others. People from other organizations have infiltrated the campus and they haven't even noticed. If it were at other schools, their lack of deployment would be quite normal. But she was here and the organization had implanted several people here. How could they let others infiltrate? What were those people doing? The organization gave them so much money, it was certainly not to keep idle. Once they receive the money, they must work and do it well. Even if they have to dig 3 feet into the ground, they must find that person. A girl in red was quietly sitting at the edge of a rooftop looking down at the night city. Since she could remember, she knew she was different from others. Soon, due to an accident, her parents were both killed and she entered an orphanage. Her life was different from that of ordinary girls. It was not that she had to work for money from a young age. On the contrary, after being adopted by her life was different from that of ordinary girls. It was not that she had to work for money from a young age. On the contrary, after being adopted by her master, she had never lacked money. However, she had to do some things that ordinary girls did not need to do, such as learning certain skills, the skills of killing. An 80-year-old girl was already starting to kill chickens by hand, then moving on to dogs, pigs, cows, and other animals, tasks that ordinary girls would never encounter. Just a few days ago, her master began to let her kill people, which she was very resistant to. Although she knew very well that she was no longer an ordinary person but a noble awakener, she still did not want to kill casually. Her master said ordinary people were 1 tier lower than them, which she agreed with, but did being lower mean they should die? Fortunately, perhaps because of her master's fondness for her, this time her master compromised, only allowing her to target those who were certain to be killed. She agreed, but so far she had not killed anyone. She recalled that day when she went out to relax and encountered a boy who had just awakened, so she sent someone to investigate. Perhaps he could become her subordinate. Her master had taught her that while individual strength was important, influence was also crucial. A person might be strong, but if the other side had 10 or 100 times more numbers, they could still harm or even kill you. Moreover, her master had a grand and magnificent goal. To achieve this goal, more awakeners would be needed to assist, as one awakener could be worth dozens or even hundreds of elite ordinary people. If she could help her master find more awakeners, would she not have to kill people by hand? Such tasks could be left to others. Suddenly the watch on her wrist began to vibrate. She put on an earphone and pressed a button. Is everything taken care of? Miss, I went to check on that person. Their energy level is only 5, so it's impossible for them to be an awakener. Of course, it could also be that I made a mistake. You'll continue looking. It must be that you made a mistake. I personally checked them. If they are definitely an awakener. Are you doubting my judgment? I wouldn't dare. The Mrs.'s judgment is certainly correct. It's just that I'm the only one here and am afraid of delaying your matters. So you mean you can't handle this? No, I will definitely handle it well. Please rest assured, miss, I will confirm again and bring them back. The girl in red snorted coldly, pulling down the earphone. A useless person with little combat capability couldn't even handle such a simple task. If it weren't for the fact that he had some use at certain times, such a person would not even deserve to be a member of the organization. She had some free time now and planned to see for herself. If that kid learned to hide his energy without anyone's instruction, he must be a genius. But if someone taught him, then he certainly wasn't from that organization. She could use this person to find out more about that organization and even locate their headquarters. But if someone taught him, then he certainly wasn't from that organization. She could use this person to find out. This world must be controlled by awakeners because they are stronger than ordinary people and can lead them to a better future. She would also strive for her master's goals and never give up. Li Yang, if you have time, come back for a visit. Your demolition compensation has been approved early, just come back to sign it. After giving Wang Rukan a call, Li Yang took the bus back to the suburbs. It took him nearly 2 hours to reach the bus stop near his home, and by then it was already getting dark. The street office still had its lights on. It seemed Aunt Li was still waiting for him. Li Yang, you're here. Here, take a look at this document. If there's no problem, just sign it. Li Yang glanced over it briefly. It stated that due to special circumstances the application for demolition compensation was being issued early with no other terms. Alright, there's nothing else. The money will be in your card by noon tomorrow. Thank you, Aunt Li. I'll make a few calls. It's time to pay off my debts. Aunt Li sighed, thinking what a good kid he was, how unfortunate to be caught up in such matters. But this child is good. He will surely have a bright future. Li Yang called each of his creditors, agreeing to bring the IOUs tomorrow, promising he would repay all his debts if the feeling of being in debt was not pleasant. After finishing the calls, it was already dark. Li Yang habitually walked towards home, but when he reached his doorstep he found that the row of houses had been flattened, with even the garbage cleared away, leaving only scattered bricks. In that moment Li Yang felt a pang of melancholy. His home was gone. Suddenly he spotted a shadow darting past in the distance, moving at incredible speed. Who was running so fast? Don't they fear falling in the dark? Li Yang suddenly thought of something and quickly ran in that direction. Su Sihung was sprinting quickly, clutching a backpack that contained something that could make him a fortune, something white. He was originally just a drifter, helping in gaming halls one day and watching mahjong parlors the next, with money that never lasted beyond the third day. But a few days ago he suddenly realized that his world had changed. It had slowed down. Not him, but everyone else. He only remembered that he had been caught cheating in a mahjong parlor and had to run. As he was about to be caught by a person on an electric bike, he felt that the pursuer had slowed down, allowing him to escape successfully. Later he found out that it wasn't others who slowed down, but he had become faster, his speed surpassing even the world sprint champion, which thrilled him immensely. If he participated in sprint competitions he would definitely become number 1 in the world, and then he would be a sports superstar, gaining both fame and fortune. But at that moment a figure in black appeared, wearing a black mask with a white skull printed on it. He thought it was a debt collector and wanted to escape using his speed, but was easily caught instead. He then learned that his speed was not the fastest. The person told Su Sihung that they could help him do jobs in exchange for lots of money, and if he refused the result would be death. By agreeing, not only would he earn a lot of money, but someone would also teach him how to enhance his speed. Su Sihung had no choice but to agree. Little did he expect that they would give him an item to carry through some checkpoints and deliver to the buyer. They said it was a test to assess his courage and strength. If successful he would earn a large sum and could join their organization, becoming someone of importance in the future. Why choose a demolition site for the transaction? Shouldn't it be at a club or a KTV? But upon reflection this place had fewer people and was less likely to attract attention. Upon arriving, Su Sihung hid in an empty house, the doors and windows torn down, with a pile of excrement inside. He held his nose, trying to endure the nausea while waiting for the buyer to arrive. After a short while he saw a truck carrying gravel pull up and 2 people got out, one of whom shone a flashlight around. The buyer had arrived and Su Sihung stepped out of the house saying, "Are you from Boss Zhang?" "Yes, we are." "You're from Boss Lu, right? Do you have the items?" As Su Sihung unzipped his backpack, a person in an empty house not far away was filming with a camera. This video could prove Su Sihung's bravery and serve as a means to control him. Of course it was only a preliminary measure. After some time meeting the hall master, Su Sihung would definitely not dare to betray the organization. Little did he know in another empty house across from him someone was filming with a mobile phone. Li Yang held his breath. He never expected to witness this scene, and even more so he didn't expect that the person was running at incredible speed. He had to transform to barely keep up. Clearly an awakened one. Why were they doing this? Was it for the quick money? No wonder netizens say that to earn fast money, just look at the criminal law, there are so many ways. But suddenly he saw a red dot across the way. Someone was filming. Li Yang had no idea who it was. Were they police or someone else? Did the other party know they were facing an awakened one? Li Yang suddenly spotted a car approaching in the distance, which in the blink of an eye reached the large truck. The three people engaged in the transaction hadn't expected someone to suddenly appear. They were all hiding on one side of the truck, each clutching a backpack. Su Siheng, you're not an ordinary person. Why are you choosing to do this now that you have abilities? A person stepped out of the car and asked loudly. Su Siheng was terrified. The other party had directly called his name, seemingly aware of his background. Who were they? Instinctively he wanted to turn and run. He didn't need to earn money anymore. With his speed he could always make money in the future. As for stopping him, he would just return the package to the one who gave it to him. It wasn't his fault. But after just 2 steps he felt as if he had hit a wall, bouncing back and tumbling to the ground. Thinking of running? It's not that easy. Tisk tisk, you truly are a disgrace to our kind. Su Siheng was terrified. What kind of method was this? Could he not escape? What about the person who gave him the package? Why weren't they coming to save him? I was forced. Su Siheng protested. Forced? Is that really the case? You have no injuries on you, your parents passed away years ago, you haven't been beaten, and there are no relatives to threaten you. How were you forced? What were you doing before? Did you think I wouldn't know? After gaining your abilities, the first thing you did was steal something from a small supermarket, and how many bad things had you done before that? What kind of person were you? Li Yang was shocked. He had been discovered. The person wore a black mask adorned with a white skull complemented by an all-black outfit. This image left a deep impression on Li Yang. Last time Zhang Cheng was with them, but this time Li Yang was alone. His first instinct was that he was doomed and must escape immediately to a crowded place. When Su Siheng saw the person in front of him suddenly turn around and question him, he immediately turned to run. Everyone knew his background, and it seemed that this person had come specifically to capture him. Hongwu suddenly noticed people jumping out from both sides of the street, fleeing in 2 different directions, while Su Siheng also made a swift escape. 3 people, 3 directions, he could only pursue one. He had initially come with a companion, thinking that capturing one would be easy with 2 of them. If it weren't for the need to capture him alive, he could handle this alone. After all, it was just a newcomer who had recently awakened. Although he was a bit fast, he couldn't escape his blockade. He quickly chased to his left while his companion went after Su Siheng. As for the other one, he would have to wait until he captured these 2 before searching for him. How was the intelligence gathered? It was supposed to be 1 person, but suddenly 3 appeared. If this mission failed, not only would the reward be lost, but he would also face accountability and ridicule. Li Yang jumped out of the window and started running wildly. He was very familiar with this area, having grown up here. Even though it was dark, he knew exactly where he was running. The person behind him was chasing him, and he wanted to explain that he wasn't with the person carrying the goods. Could he please stop chasing? Fortunately, the person behind wasn't particularly fast, and with his constant turns he should be able to evade capture. As long as he ran past 2 more intersections, he would reach a street bustling with restaurants where he would definitely find many people and be safe. But just as he crossed one intersection, a shadow came running toward him and another person followed behind. Damn, how did he end up meeting him? They weren't even running in the same direction at first. Li Yang turned a corner, and so did Su Siheng, resulting in their encounter at the intersection, both with pursuers behind them. When Su Siheng ran through the intersection, he also saw Li Yang looking equally bewildered. How did he end up running into someone else's encirclement? In an instant both Li Yang and Su Siheng changed directions, but unfortunately they chose the same path. At this moment neither dared to turn back, fearing they would be cornered. Hong Wu also spotted Su Siheng's figure and saw his companion. This was good. Together they could at least capture one, ensuring the mission wouldn't be a complete failure. "Brother, why are you chasing me?" Su Siheng asked Li Yang while running. "Who's chasing you?" "I'm being chased too," Li Yang replied irritably. It is said that curiosity killed the cat, and he felt he had been harmed by his own curiosity. When he first spotted this person, he shouldn't have followed to see the excitement which had now led him into trouble. "Huh? You're not with them? Then let's split up." Su Siheng thought Li Yang was with those two. He was most experienced in escaping, and splitting up would increase the chances of survival. He observed that although the person behind was fast, they were still slightly slower than him. If they split up, his chances of getting away would be greater. "Alright, then you go that way," Li Yang pointed to an inward turning path leading himself toward a crowd. "No, I want to go that way," Su Siheng immediately rejected Li Yang's suggestion. Thus the two were locked in a stalemate, still running in the same direction with two pursuers behind. Although they appeared to be faster, they weren't as agile as their pursuers. After running for a while, they still couldn't shake them off. Spotting a few vacant houses, the two quickly split up, darting into a house to hide. Just after they turned a corner, the pursuers surely wouldn't expect them to be hiding inside. As long as they waited for the others to pass, they could run in the opposite direction and successfully escape. A flurry of footsteps rushed past them and gradually faded away. Li Yang and Su Siheng almost simultaneously crawled out from the vacant house, both momentarily stunned. Hong Wu, panting and resting on the road with his companion, was also shocked, thinking they had lost the chase. They didn't expect these two to be hiding nearby, and just as they were about to give up, they jumped out. "Don't run!" Hong Wu shouted loudly. Li Yang and Su Siheng took off running, and not running would be foolish. They had thought these two had run far away, but it turned out they had stopped. Li Yang felt that their scheme had backfired, turning into a direct offer of capture. Running at full speed was exhausting, and although he had gotten used to it over the past few days, Su Siheng was different. Su Siheng was skilled in speed but not in endurance. He had only recently awakened, and having run a bit while delivering goods, he was already struggling to keep going. Yet he dared not stop. He just needed to outrun the person beside him. What kind of place was this? It felt like a maze with shabby houses on one side and occupied ones on the other, making him feel completely disoriented. However, he noticed that Li Yang seemed to run with a clear purpose, so he began to follow him, thinking this might lead them out. Even if that didn't work at a critical moment, he could pull Li Yang along, allowing him to get captured instead so he could escape. "Why are you following me? Didn't you say to split up? That direction I've already given to you." Li Yang was somewhat speechless. What did he want? "Brother, I think it's better to run together. Don't worry, if we escape this time I won't forget you. I'll give you a huge sum of money later and even introduce you to a good job," Su Siheng said while running. The two kept running forward, and when they looked up they saw a truck parked next to a car with two people leaning against the truck's tires, sitting still. Damn, they ran back here again. As they tried to bypass the car, they noticed the car's headlights suddenly turned on, causing both to instinctively close their eyes and slow down. Just as they opened their eyes, a net seemed to emerge from nowhere, descending upon them. Li Yang immediately kicked Su Siheng in the waist and leaped backward using the force. Although he was kicked, Su Siheng silently thanked Li Yang, for without that kick he would have been captured. He still had a bag with him, and if that bag was discovered he would be doomed. After all this time they still hadn't captured two little rookies, which made Hong Wu feel quite embarrassed. After all, they only needed to capture them alive. Injuring them and then capturing them would count just the same. "Rookies, you've really stirred my ire. Due to the momentary delay just now, the pursuers closed the distance. Hongwu suddenly stopped and his companion leaped up, landing on Hongwu's chest. With both hands pushing forward, Hongwu shot toward Li Yang like a rocket. Li Yang turned around just in time to witness the scene. What was happening? What was that person pushing with their hands? Clearly they didn't push off their companion's feet, so why did that person bounce like a spring? It was evident that the person had used a special ability, but Li Yang couldn't figure out what it was. Suddenly Li Yang felt as if something had hooked his foot, causing him to tumble like a rolling board. However, he quickly got up and grabbed a brick to throw it behind him. Even an ordinary person can be lethal with a thrown brick, let alone someone with Li Yang's monstrous strength. The brick flew out with a whoosh, smashing into a wall and creating a hole. Hong San was startled. Wasn't this kid a speed type awakened? Why was he so strong? But in the end, a rookie is still a rookie. He would definitely win. With a raised hand, a mound of earth rose from the ground. Just as Li Yang turned to run, he didn't expect the ground to change like this, causing him to fall again. This time, just as he was about to get up, he found the ground beneath him suddenly softening. Although it wasn't a cement road, it had been trampled by many before and the ground was still quite solid. Why did it feel like a pile of sand now? Looking down, Li Yang guessed the opponent's awakened ability was controlling earth. No wonder he had tripped just now. It must have been due to the ground suddenly rising. There were a few broken bricks nearby and Li Yang quickly grabbed them to throw at the opponent. In a situation where he couldn't get close, this was his only means of ranged attack. The opponent was slowly walking toward him unhurried. Li Yang's legs were sunk into the ground and he was struggling to crawl out, unable to escape. Seeing the flying bricks, the opponent merely raised a hand and swatted them aside. Although this rookie had great strength, all he needed was a small technique, just a tap on the side of the brick. Rookie, do you still think you can run? As awakened, can't you do something? Forming a group to do this kind of thing is ridiculous. Hong San's tone was filled with contempt. Having awakened their abilities, they could earn money through legitimate means. Why resort to this? It was truly embarrassing for awakened. Wait, what group? I'm not with that person from earlier, I don't even know him. Li Yang hastily explained. He hadn't done anything, he had only been curious to take a look. How did it turn into him being part of a group? Li Yang had clearly seen what that person had done and he certainly didn't have the courage to do it himself. Every person caught says the same thing. If you weren't together, why did you run? Why run together? Run together? Would you believe me if I said it was an accident? Why did I run? Because of the masks you're wearing? I can't say, and I absolutely cannot say it, or the consequences will be even worse. Just as he was looking for an excuse, he saw the kid who had run with him being caught. One of his legs was twisted in an irregular manner. The force used was so brutal. Don't hit me, don't hit me. We are on the same side. Su Siheng hurriedly said. Hong Wu and Hong San exchanged glances. On the same side? Impossible. Their organization wouldn't have anyone doing this kind of thing. Wait, it seemed like someone from the organization did come here a while ago for a task. Could it have been when they recruited him? But if they recruited him, they should have mentioned the rules. How could they do this? Violating the organization's regulations. Even if he was on the same side, they couldn't show any mercy. How do you prove you are one of us? Hong San asked in a deep voice. At that moment, Li Yang felt like he had hit rock bottom. How could these three be working together? Why did you run? Your leg was broken, what was the point? The mask. The person who gave me this package has the same mask as you. And we are all awakened. Does that not prove anything? I was just about to trade with the items in the package when you jumped out and scared me, which is why I ran. I mean, are you guys messing with me? I already said I wanted to join you. It was you who wanted me to do this. Is this some kind of test? Li Yang's heart sank to the bottom. What to do? He had thought for a long time but couldn't figure out how to get through this. Would he really be killed soon? Taking advantage of their inattention, he slowly tried to pull his leg out. If he could run a bit faster, there might still be hope to escape. There was also another way, which was to pretend he was one of them. Doing so might keep him safe for the time being, and he could think of a way to escape later. Or perhaps he could contact Feng Jia. She should be able to help with this, right? Didn't she say she would protect him? Yes. Am one of you? I was recruited by someone who can control the wind. Li Yang began to ramble while secretly plotting his escape route. Control the wind? What about you? He Wu raised an eyebrow and asked Su Siheng. Mine seems to be that too. Anyway, it's faster than me and I can't run away at all. Su Siheng looked at Li Yang, realizing he was also one of them. Why didn't he say so earlier? He looked at his broken leg and felt even more indignant. Unfortunately, none of our organization members who can control the wind are nearby, so we are not on the same side. Moreover, doing such things is also not allowed in our organization. Since you two have done this, you are likely facing imprisonment as a punishment. Li Yang and Su Siheng wore blank expressions. What was happening? Not on the same side? At this moment, Li Yang was filled with regret, glaring at Su Siheng. Damn it, why did you misidentify someone as an ally? Now it's over. Do you think wearing the same mask means you are on the same side? Unfortunately, these masks are just something we bought casually merely to conceal our appearances. Hong San, inject them with the anesthetic. Wait a minute, your code name is Hong San. Don't make a move. We are really on the same side? Li Yang shouted hurriedly. Little rookie, you've told that lie twice. Who would still believe you? Hong San pulled out a box from his pocket and took out a syringe. I was recruited by He Lu. He likes to wear a Sun Ryukong mask and his real name is Shang Chang. I also know Feng Jia, the chubby lady who is really fast. Really? You are from He Lu? Hong Wu was momentarily taken aback. He knew He Liu's real name and even recognized Feng Jia. Really? I have Feng Jia's WeChat on my phone. If you don't believe me, just ask. Li Yang quickly pulled out his phone. We are really on the same side? Moreover, I don't know him. I was just passing by. What are you doing? Li Yang was still under anesthesia. His entire body went limp and he was stuffed into a car and taken away. They made quite a commotion, but there weren't many people left in the vicinity. The remaining few, hearing the noise outside, dared not open the door, fearing danger. After a while the police arrived but found nothing and left after a brief inspection. A truck and a sedan drove into a warehouse in the suburbs. Hong Wu got out of the truck and two people immediately came over to help carry the person down. Those two are selling white. Check their backgrounds and send them to the police. These two can be ignored. I will handle them personally. Li Yang slowly regained consciousness. Where was he? Why was it so dark around him with no light at all? He moved slightly, feeling weak, and found himself in handcuffs, the chains much thicker than those seen on television. He wanted to transform but found his energy depleted. It seemed he had wasted too much energy while running, but it shouldn't be this severe. Suddenly a lamp lit up, shining directly on Li Yang's face. He raised his hand to shield his eyes from the bright light and saw a shadow appear beside him. Awake. Faster than I expected. You're stronger than the average rookie. Hong Wu looked down at Li Yang condescendingly. Stronger than the average rookie, yet still a rookie, a weakling he could easily deal with. Feeling weak? Unable to use your special abilities? Don't waste your effort. This is not an ordinary anesthetic, it's specifically designed for awakened ones. Before the effects wear off, you are nothing more than a frail ordinary person, perhaps even weaker than an ordinary person. So it was the drug. Li Yang thought his energy was depleted. The fact that they could develop an anesthetic specifically targeting awakened ones indicated that this organization had conducted extensive research on them. You say you know Hey Lu? Then spill everything you know, perhaps we can give you a chance to join us. Hongwu sat in the chair opposite Li Yang, crossing his legs. Li Yang's expression changed drastically. This person was not from the same organization as Zhang Chang and the others. He started listening to the code names, thinking they were on the same side as Zhang Chang, as they all used color numbers. But now he realized even if the color numbers were the symbol of Zhang Chang's organization, Hong San's code name could also be fake. Seeing the fearful expression on Li Yang's face, Hongwu looked at him as if he were a toy. Go on, if you do this, not only will you survive, but you'll also have a brighter future. Join us, and you will obtain everything you desire: wealth, beauty, and power. These will be at your fingertips. Do you have enemies? Do you feel that something is unfair? You want to take action but are afraid of exposure? Join us, hunters, and we will create a detailed plan for you to help you achieve these goals. These words seemed to hold some kind of magic, and Li Yang couldn't help but think of his parents' deaths. The driver responsible for their deaths was only sentenced to a few years. Was that enough for 2 lives? And that traffic officer claiming that his parents were fully responsible, had he accepted a bribe? Those incompetent doctors, after spending so much money and undergoing several surgeries, his parents still died on the operating table. Just because he signed, the hospital and doctors bore no responsibility. Suddenly Li Yang shook his head. He had seen the footage from the time of his parents' accident. It was indeed their fault, and the driver was punished. The doctors must have tried their best to save his parents. He shouldn't want those people to pay for his parents' lives. His parents had told him never to blame others for any situation. After awakening, Li Yang momentarily harbored such thoughts but soon dismissed them. What was happening today? Could it be the anesthetic? After becoming an awakened, he wanted to be a superhero, not a supervillain. I don't need your help, I won't say anything. Oh. A rare tough nut to crack, and my favorite type. I have 108 kinds of torture here. Choose one, or shall we start with the first? Tisk, I've seen the toughest who held out until the 17th type. How about you? Can you break that record? Hongwu's tone was light, but it carried immense terror in Li Yang's ears. The first type is simple nail extraction. You have 10, no 20 nails. Which one shall I start with? If you want to kill me, then just do it. It's impossible to break me mentally, I know nothing. Li Yang said with forced bravado. I hope you can still be this tough later. If you give in too early, I might find it less entertaining. In movies, heroes are all very tough, but how many truly want to die as heroes tortured like that? Li Yang genuinely feared speaking. He knew little to begin with, and if he spoke, he feared that Wang Rukan and others who were closer to him would also die. Hongwu, noticing the despair in Li Yang's eyes, thought this kid might be on the verge of breaking down. At that moment, Hong San pushed the door open. All right, Hongwu, stop scaring him. Li Yang, get up. We are from the same organization as Hey Lu. That was just a test for you. Li Yang turned his dazed head and then exploded in rage. You bunch of lunatics. Is this how you test people? Scaring them is so entertaining, isn't it? Being strong is impressive, huh? Hongwu nodded. That's right, being strong is impressive. If you don't believe it, come and fight me. Li Yang. This smug demeanor was just like Zhang Chang's. They really were from the same organization, just trying to scare him. Alright, no more jokes. Li Yang, Hey Lu has contacted you, right? Hong San unlocked the shackles on Li Yang and helped him sit down on a chair. Li Yang nodded. You don't need to tell me what you discussed. By the way, how is Fang Jia? I haven't seen her in a long time. What is she doing now in hiding? She's doing fine. A few days ago she dealt with the traitor He Wu. She's selling staple foods in our school cafeteria now, mainly steamed buns, dumplings, and pancakes. Should I also learn some skills if I go into hiding in the future? Li Yang asked curiously. He didn't want to sell steamed buns in the future, couldn't he be a security guard or something? It would be best if his identity were more prestigious, like a teacher or a company executive. Has Hei Wu been dealt with? We've been out for a long time and didn't know that. By the way, has Hei Liu's team sustained any casualties? I don't know. The last time we met only Hei Liu was there. Last time there were 2 others. Haha, rookies will always be rookies, believing so easily that we're on the same side. Getting some news so easily is quite delightful. Now let's take action. Li Yang's face was filled with disbelief. It turned out that these 2 had been acting and he had revealed many secrets he shouldn't have. Looking at the cunning duo, Li Yang deeply felt his own naivety. However, it was no longer necessary to care. Perhaps today or even in the next moment he would meet his end. Wait, the look in their eyes. That previous statement was meant to trick him. Li Yang quickly forced himself to calm down. You don't need to act anymore. I know you are part of the same organization as Hei Lu. You can't deceive me on this. If you were truly from a hostile organization, you could simply torture me directly. Why go through all this trouble? To you I may be a rookie, but did you never have a time when you were a rookie? You are merely a bit more awakened than I am. That does not mean I cannot surpass you in the future. I will remember everything about today. Hong Wu and Hong San exchanged glances. If this rookie was smarter than they had anticipated. Had he truly seen through their tricks, or was he just bluffing? Regardless of which it was, this rookie was becoming increasingly interesting. Alright, take a break. We will send you away shortly. You are the most interesting rookie I have ever met, but unfortunately the organization does not evaluate a person based on whether they are interesting, so you cannot join us. Hong Wu stood up to announce. What do you mean? Were you just testing me? Li Yang was filled with regret, wondering why he hadn't seen it sooner. Had he known it was a test, he would have acted like a hero. Didn't they say the assessments were indefinitely postponed? Was Fang Jia lying to him? Which of these people was telling the truth and which was lying? Li Yang had no idea. They were all too cunning. What else did you expect? If we were truly villains, would we share so much with you? Haven't you noticed that the person who was captured with you isn't here? He has already been taken away, imprisoned, and is receiving the punishment he deserves. If one day you end up like him doing something harmful, your fate will be the same. Hong San patted Li Yang on the shoulder, handing him some food. Hurry up and eat. Once you're done, we will take you away. Li Yang looked at the food in front of him, suppressing his hunger. I am not hungry. This rookie is rather alert. But if we truly wanted to do something to you, we could have taken care of it when you were unconscious. Hong San chuckled. Upon hearing this, Li Yang opened the bread packaging and devoured small buns, finishing a whole bag along with a bottle of cola in under 3 minutes. You didn't awaken the ability of a glutton, did you? It makes sense, since you're beastly. You don't understand how to conserve energy, so consuming more is normal. Alright, you've regained some strength. Blindfold yourself. I'm going to take you out. There are things you are not yet ready to see. Li Yang obediently put on the blindfold he received from Hong Wu, feeling someone guide him to stand up and get into a vehicle. Why did he suddenly feel so sleepy? When Li Yang awoke again, he found himself on a park bench, having been awakened by the cold. This deep autumn season, especially in the Ice City, mornings were quite chilly. How did he end up here? He remembered falling asleep shortly after getting into the car, so had they drugged the food? Were they not supposed to be on his side? What happened to trust between people? He checked himself. His phone and wallet were still there. Seemingly nothing was missing, and Li Yang let out a sigh of relief. Checking the time, his classmates at school should be running their morning exercises now. Missing it was one thing, he had other matters to attend to. After determining the direction, he took the bus towards home. By 9 o'clock in the morning, his demolition compensation would be credited. Accompanied by Aunt Lee, he finally repaid all his debts in one day, burning the IOUs. Now debt-free, Li Yang felt a lot better. With several 100,000 remaining on his card, Li Yang no longer had to worry about food. Back at school, he headed straight to the cafeteria to Fang Jie's window. At that moment, the dinner rush had just ended. When he bought steamed buns, he exchanged a glance with Fang Jie. Over an hour later, it was completely dark. At the large stadium, Li Yang saw Fang Jie in her sportswear again. "What do you want from me? Can't you just say it on WeChat?" Ren Xufeng frowned. "Fang Jie, did you lie to me a while back?" What do you mean?" Ren Xufeng seemed a bit displeased. "What did I lie to you about? The organization's assessment hasn't been halted at all, it's still ongoing, right? Do you know that just because of your one sentence I failed the assessment? And you say you're not a liar?" Li Yang stared straight at Fang Jie. "It'll give you a chance to rephrase." Ren Xufeng suddenly appeared in front of Li Yang holding a bone knife pointed at the tip of his nose. The little momentum Li Yang had just built up instantly deflated. Fine, at his current strength, even 10 of him combined could be easily handled by Fang Jie in a minute. "Today, no, yesterday I encountered Hong San and the others. They disguised themselves as members of another organization and tried to make me reveal your information." "Wait a minute, you said you encountered other awakened ones? And you still managed to appear in front of me safely?" Fang Jie interrupted Li Yang. "Ha ha ha, kid, did you not expect us to follow you?" Hong Wu had appeared behind Li Yang without him noticing. You intentionally let me go just to find Fang Jie?" Li Yang was taken aback. He had been played and had even put Fang Jie in danger. "You only just figured out such a simple thing." Hong San stepped out from the shadows. "Fang Jie, run. You'll hold them off for a moment, don't let them harm my friend." Li Yang instantly transformed and lunged at Hong San. If he could hold one off, Fang Jie should be able to deal with the other, right? At the very least, Fang Jie could escape. Suddenly a deep pit appeared on the ground and Li Yang stepped into empty air, falling directly into the pit as the surrounding soil began to press down on him as if trying to bury him alive. He desperately pushed against the sides, but it was impossible to escape. His upper body was barely above ground while everything below his waist was still buried. As he struggled, he suddenly stopped, realizing Fang Jie hadn't made a move and was watching him coldly. "Li Yang, how many times have I warned you? You are not an ordinary person, do not expose yourself or share our matters with others. Is this how you choose to act? Carelessly leaking our information and being followed here, forcing me to expose myself. How can someone like you join the organization? How can you become one of us? Li Yang, you have disappointed me greatly." Li Yang stared blankly at Sister Fang, then glanced at Hong San and the other, wondering if this was really an assessment. "Novice, your experience is too lacking. Your vigilance is not much stronger than that of an ordinary person. Of course, you haven't received any training, so it's normal to be a bit weak. But you trust others too easily. You regard her as a friend, and while I appreciate that you put your friend in danger, which makes you look foolish." Hong Wu began to mock him without holding back, causing Li Yang to grow increasingly dejected. At this moment, Hong San offered some consolation, saying, "But you were brave enough to stay and resist rather than turning to run. That is still acceptable." "No, to me that's also foolish," Hong Wu retorted. "The novice clearly knows her speed is fast. If he stays to resist, wouldn't that just become a constraint for her? The novice should have run first so she could leave calmly." Li Yang then realized how many shortcomings he had which he had never noticed before, and now they were pointed out by others. Did this mean he truly couldn't pass the assessment? "Novice, go back and reflect well. We have some matters to discuss, but you can't listen." Hong Wu waved his hand dismissively at Li Yang. Li Yang slowly left the sports field, muttering to himself, "That was everyone in this organization so rude? Zhang Chang was like this, and so was this one. After joining, would he have to undergo training in this regard first?" Hong Wu looked at Ren Xufeng and said, "No wonder I haven't been able to contact you lately. You actually took this task. I heard you are selling steamed buns now, is it interesting? Suddenly Ren Sufang appeared beside Hong Wu and slapped the back of his head saying, "Do you believe I can steam your head like a bun?" Immediately Hong Wu turned into a quail. Although he had been improving his own strength recently, he was still no match for Ren Sufang. This kid is quite interesting. If it weren't for that order he might have already entered the clown training camp. Hong San watched Li Yang leave and remarked, "So what if he enters the training camp? The key is whether he can come out. This kid only has a beastification ability and doesn't even know how to use it, plus his beastification ability is too mediocre. To get out he will have to put in much more effort than others." If Li Yang's beastification greatly improved his power or speed, then he would have a standout ability and could be a good team member. It seems his strength and speed have improved, but not by much, which is too weak. Being versatile among awakeners is also a mediocre performance. Who knows what the future holds? Anyway, he won't be part of our team, so why care so much? It's still early today, shall we go out for a drink? Hong San suggested. The three jumped out of the sports field and into a business vehicle around the corner. Li Yang was quite unhappy after being played by Hong San and the others continuously for the past few days. He didn't feel too defeated after all. He knew his strength was not that great, but does being weak mean he should be toyed with? He also absorbed Hong San's words. How could an ordinary person have such strong vigilance? When faced with a situation, his first instinct was to tell Sister Fang, hoping to get some advice from her. He understood his experience was lacking but never thought it would be so far off. Starting today he decided to think twice before acting. Thankfully it was someone from his side this time. If it were from another organization he might have really been done for and dragged Sister Fang down with him. Li Yang absolutely did not want to experience this situation a second time. He now even wanted to join the clown organization and surpass these people. Today you played me, I will definitely play you back someday. In every industry in the world there are those who rise from behind and they emerge one after another. So why can't there be those who rise from behind among awakeners? Why can't it be him? He was dealt with by Hong San's control of earth ability, and each time the method used was somewhat different. Li Yang also thought of Zhang Chang's water control, which also seemed to have many variations. He couldn't control other things but could control his own body. Although his awakened ability was just simple beastification, combining these could still make him a master. The difficulty lies in how to combine advantages such as strength and speed into greater advantages. This requires skill. The boxing and military boxing that Li Yang learned can be considered a kind of skill, a technique for striking that allows him to more effectively knock down opponents when attacking. However, he had no real teacher imparting knowledge, mainly relying on self-imitation and experimentation, which was very inefficient. Li Yang hesitated for a moment. Perhaps he really should find a training gym tomorrow to formally learn boxing and sanda. This was the fastest way he could think of to improve his strength. Of course, he must not neglect energy cultivation either. Every night before bed he would control the energy circulating within his body. Waking up every morning in high spirits proved that his cultivation was indeed effective. He did not know what kind of training he would receive after joining the organization, but it certainly wouldn't be too simple, otherwise Zhang Chang and the others wouldn't be so strong. Li Yang even did not know what level Zhang Chang's fighting power belonged to within the organization. If it was at the top, then it would prove that enhancing strength would be very difficult. If it is at the bottom, it proves that enhancing strength won't be too hard, but it also proves that there are even more terrifying strong ones in this organization. The next day Li Yang went to the martial arts club activity room to train as usual, planning to go out and find a coach in the afternoon. Just after training for a while his phone rang. It was another unfamiliar number. "Hello. It's me. Why are you so foolish, always embarrassing me? What did you go back there for? Didn't I tell you not to go to places with few people? Also, don't pay attention to those two idiots, just treat what they say as nonsense." The review matter does not concern them if they are just messing with you. Li Yang almost blurted out an expletive. It turned out those two had no qualification for the review and were purely toying with him. Although you cannot temporarily join the organization, you can become an external member of the organization, but I have no authority to decide this. You will have to wait a bit longer. During this time, don't slack off, work hard to cultivate and enhance your combat power. Your cultivation should not only include energy but also strength, speed, endurance, skills, reaction speed, and more. Remember, energy does not equal combat power. Only by combining these data can one truly measure a person's strength. Alright, I can't say too much to you, don't lose confidence. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Li Yang felt a bit helpless. Why didn't you tell me how to become an external member? You always leave things unfinished. Is it on purpose? After lunch, Li Yang returned to the dormitory to rest and found the other 5 roommates chatting animatedly. Aren't you guys tired? Li Yang wondered, as these people usually took a nap at this time. This morning was mainly about practicing songs. The voices from the next class were simply inadequate and were overwhelmed by our performance. Of course, their slogans were even more pitiful. Zhao Yang is the king of verbal prowess, his roommate said with a laugh, though his voice was not as booming as usual. Zhao Liang displayed a proud expression, feeling that he performed exceptionally well this morning with innovative slogans that left the classmates from the next class and even the instructor dumbfounded. Others chimed in with some of Zhao Liang's counter slogans, which indeed made Li Yang chuckle. However, as opponents, all they felt was frustration. Li Yang looked at Zhao Yang with gleaming eyes, and Zhao Yang took a step back, saying, "Li Go, what do you want? I'm just a decent person. Don't be like that. I just want to ask, how did you get so good at countering people? Isn't it just talent?" Zhao Yang quickly grabbed Li Yang's hand, jokingly worried that if Li Yang caught his arm he might end up with a bruise. In our northeastern dialect, countering someone is like debating. If you want to learn how to debate, what's the tuition fee? Zhao Liang crossed his legs and made a gesture as if counting money. Li Yang was not short on cash. He had hundreds of thousands in his account, so he generously said, "If you can teach me, I'll treat you to skewers tonight at the South Gate." Hey, we can't forget our brothers in this matter. Someone immediately chimed in. Alright, let's all go, and everyone make sure to toast Zhaozong 2 cups later. Li Yang immediately agreed. He usually didn't train with everyone and felt somewhat distant from his dorm mates, so this was a good opportunity to bridge that gap. This counts as my treat. Come, let me impart some wisdom. You can't learn this in school. To engage in countering, you must first have the belief in your heart that you are invincible, that you are always right, and you should maintain a skeptical attitude towards everything. No matter what the other party says, just counter them. For example, there's an ancient poem that says the spring river water warms and the duck knows first. Why isn't it the goose that knows first? Why isn't it the fish that knows first? This is just the most basic approach, easily refuted, and may make others think you are being stubborn. This is where the key point comes in. You need to stand on a higher ground. The simplest way is to stand on the aspects of law, morality, and patriotism. For instance, if someone boasts about buying an iPhone, you can say they are unpatriotic. If someone says they found money, you can say they should return it to the owner or give it to the police. This way it becomes hard for others to counter you, and they might even be left speechless. Many things may seem unrelated to you. How do you counter then? You need to package yourself a bit. Just say you were passing by and casually expressing a personal opinion, truly with no malice. Moreover, you should use phrases to distance yourself, such as, "Am I the only one who feels this way? This is still not as good as. Why do some people always feel that?" etc. Remember to use a rhetorical tone and then use examples to counter generalizations. Of course, you can choose some high-end examples or take things out of context. Also, one crucial point to note is that when countering, you must not get angry. You must maintain a calm demeanor, and you can even smile. If others say you're just countering, you should say you're being rigorous. If the truth becomes clearer through debate. If the other party cites classics, then change the topic or pretend not to understand. Of course, it would be even better if you could cite classics in your rebuttal. One thing to remember is never to be self-centered. If you do, you won't gain others' approval and everyone will truly think you're just countering. We are not, we are merely expressing our own viewpoints. Li Yang and the others were left speechless, astonished to learn that there were so many techniques to counter. According to Zhao Yang, by countering this way, others won't feel that you're just arguing, and it can leave the person you're debating speechless. This is the highest realm of debating. Impressive, truly impressive. I can't believe you've researched so many experiences over the years. I think you could even write a book. Dechuan gave a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. Whenever he argued with others, he always felt at a loss for words, often being left speechless. And now that he thought about it, there had been so many perfect opportunities for countering that he failed to seize. Li Yang sat on the chair, starting to reflect deeply. Perhaps next time he chats with Zhang Chang and the others, he won't find himself at a disadvantage anymore. Zhang Chang held a cup of tea and asked Haizhen beside him, "Do you think my demands of that kid Li Yang are too high?" "It's fine to have high demands, he will definitely understand, but you always deliberately irritate him and I bet he remembers it clearly in his heart. If you call him at night, he will definitely lose sleep." Haizhen pouted. "Hey, you can't say that, I'm just helping him recognize the harshness of reality. He shouldn't think that just because he has awakened he can disregard everything. Moreover, when he enters the training camp in the future and meets a few instructors, he'll realize that what I told him is nothing compared to the real challenges ahead. By the way, I still need to call him to remind him he is neither an external member nor a reserve member and cannot indulge himself. He must continue to work hard." Haizhen quickly tapped on the keyboard, and in less than 30 seconds he nodded at Zhang Chang, saying, "Done." Zhang Chang picked up his phone and called Li Yang. Of course, the number displayed on Li Yang's phone was a different one. "It's me. Just a reminder, don't think about dropping out. You still need to keep your identity as a student. Also try not to cause any major disturbances and don't draw too much attention. It's best to appear very ordinary." "Are you saying that your so-called powerful clown organization can't even give me a new identity? And have you always been very ordinary? What do you do without your mask, street-side skewers, or baked sweet potatoes? That is quite ordinary indeed." Zhang Chang moved the phone away from his ear and carefully looked at the screen, confirming the number was correct. The voice was also correct. It was that kid Li Yang. How come he dared to speak to him like this today? Is that what you meant? Kid, watch your words. If you want to join us, you need my recommendation. Even as an external member, joining isn't so easy. So you're saying you only have one recommendation capability? I think Feng Jie can do that too, and I've met Hong San and others before. Deep breath. Who in the world only has one recommendation capability? I also came out of the training camp legitimately having reached a level awakened. How can this kid keep countering me? All that could be heard from the receiver was heavy breathing, and Li Yang was very pleased. It was rare for him to be able to infuriate Zhang Chang, as he used to be the one who was rendered speechless by Zhang Chang. Kid, are you not wanting to join the organization anymore? Zhang Chang threatened. Don't joke around, as if you could decide whether I join or not. Li Yang quickly retorted. He was an awakened one. Even if the clown organization did not want him, there would be other organizations that would. In this case, he certainly could not let it go to another organization, so Li Yang was certain he would join the clown organization. It was just a matter of time. Moreover, Zhang Chang was clearly not the big boss. Whether he could join the organization was certainly not up to Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang had previously sent him methods for cultivating energy, methods for concealing energy, and even had Sister Feng come to protect him, proving that the clown organization was not ignoring him. Li Yang was now unsure whether Sister Feng's claim that the review was indefinitely postponed was true, but he knew he had to be prepared at all times. Even if it took longer, he would surely be able to join before graduating from university, right? With this mindset, Li Yang felt no pressure in confronting Zhang Chang. I even lent you 10,000 yuan, is this how you repay me? Did I not also give you a promise? I even saved you. It's just 10,000 yuan, if you want it I'll return it to you right now. Give me a card number and I'll give you an extra 1,000 yuan in interest. Aren't you happy? You will regret this. Zhang Chang left behind only that sentence before hanging up. He was afraid that if he didn't hang up now his blood pressure would keep rising and his veins would burst. Li Yang wore a victorious smile and his mood suddenly improved greatly. After a while Li Yang called Wang Rukan, can you call your dorm classmates tonight? Do you still remember the dormitory gathering we talked about last time? Let's all have a meal together. I'll ask them, wait a moment. 5 minutes later Wang Rukan called back, they agreed. After military training in the afternoon let's go to that hot pot place at the north gate. Okay, it's settled then. Li Yang returned to the dorm clapping his hands, brothers tonight we are going to the Chongqing hot pot at the north gate. When we get back from military training let's move quickly, wash our hair, change clothes and so on. Zhao Liang was immediately displeased, what's going on? Weren't you supposed to go to the south gate for skewers? It's a bit hot to eat hot pot today and I don't eat spicy food either. Okay, then you go to the south gate for skewers by yourself, you'll reimburse you when you come back. You all tidy yourselves up, if there's a dorm gathering tonight and one of your competitors is gone. Li Yang said with a smile. Damn brother Li, you're amazing. It's the dormitory of your girlfriend, right? Liang Gu, you go for skewers yourself, eat more for me. I have to hurry and look for some clothes. Duchuan jumped up directly from the chair. Oh no, I have a choice disorder. What if 2 or 3 of them like me tonight? Get lost. Haven't you heard that saying? When looking for a girlfriend, don't just look at others' appearances, look at what you are like too. I think hot pot is pretty good. Eating spicy food and sweating a bit must feel great. Zhao Liang immediately changed his mind. Oh Zhao, you can't go back on your word. Didn't you say you're best at skewers? Don't worry, he'll help you screen them. A few people joked around, each one pumped up as they began to choose the clothes they would wear tonight, trying to show their best selves. While they were making a racket, Li Yang left the dorm. There was a gym across from the school. Following the map on the flyer, Li Yang quickly found it. He hadn't been to this gym before and didn't know if the sparring coach inside was any good. He first inquired a bit and then expressed his desire to attend a trial class, to which the coach gladly agreed. Today I will teach everyone leg movements, so listen carefully. The leg muscles are much stronger than the arm muscles and have greater power, allowing for more significant damage when hitting an opponent. When attacking the enemy with your legs, you don't necessarily need to raise your legs very high. Hitting the opponent's head or upper body can actually be quite effective, just like this. The coach swiftly kicked the sparring partner's leg joint, causing the partner to kneel down, and then the coach kicked out a second time, landing right on the partner's face. Did you see that clearly? My leg only went up to below my waist, something all of you can achieve. Moreover, this has the added benefit of allowing for a quick return to the ground. Even when you don't hit the opponent, you can still maintain an effective defense. Li Yang's eyes lit up. This coach seemed quite impressive. He remembered being knocked down by Zhang Chang using this move, and at that time he had also raised his leg too high. No wonder many martial arts emphasize a stable stance. If you can't even stand firm, it's easy to be knocked down and have someone sit on you while hitting. Although there are some counterattack techniques, while lying down, counterattacking means you must first defend, putting you in a passive position. The coach taught some additional tips and Li Yang followed along. He even asked others about the coach, only to find out that he was actually part of the city's sparring team and had made it into the top 8 in provincial competitions. He truly had skill. Half an hour later the coach concluded the lesson. Next everyone would practice on their own and the coach would correct each person's movements again. Wiping the sweat from his neck with a towel, the coach looked at Li Yang. "Student, how was it? Could you understand my lesson?" Training professional sparring athletes might be difficult, but he can help ordinary people make significant progress, just like a regular math teacher for most students compared to an Olympiad coach. "Can I choose the time for classes?" "From Monday to Friday I am available every afternoon and evening. If you have no classes in the afternoon you can come then. Moreover, my courses are charged by class hours. You swipe your card each time and they are valid for a year." "Good, then you'll sign up for the 100 class hours." The 100 class hours option was a few hundred yuan more expensive than the 64 class hours option, but Li Yang felt it was a better deal. The coach showed a pleased expression, not expecting this student to enroll in his most expensive course. It seemed he would earn quite a bit more this month. "Come, follow me to the front desk to make the payment." "You brought your ID, right?" "A driver's license will do as well." "Xiao Huang, bring me a form for the 8888 Supreme Sparring membership. Help this gentleman process it." In no time Li Yang filled out the form, took out his ID and bank card, swiped the card and entered the password. Beep beep beep. Li Yang frowned. Was the card machine broken? "Sir, your card balance is insufficient. We can swipe any UnionPay card regardless of whether it's a credit card or not," the front desk said, handing the card back to Li Yang. He must have taken the wrong card. Someone willing to pay so much for a class surely had other cards. Insufficient balance. Li Yang was taken aback. This was impossible. The compensation money from the demolition was all in there. He should have dozens of thousands in the card. "Wait a moment, let me check." Li Yang hurriedly logged into his mobile banking app and the balance displayed 0. 36 yuan. "Where's my money?" Seeing Li Yang's astonished expression, the front desk felt that he was not pretending if the money had truly vanished. "Sir, please check carefully. Could you have mistakenly used a different card? Or perhaps your family knows your password and they transferred the money?" These two possibilities did not exist, as Li Yang only had this one bank card and he was the only one left in his family with the password known only to him. Li Yang hurriedly checked the transaction records and found that the money had been transferred to an overseas company's account he had never even heard of. Was his phone infected with a virus and his password stolen? Who could have done this? In an instant he felt like a pauper again, which infuriated Li Yang. He believed that sometimes scammers were even more despicable than murderers. "Sir, if the amount is significant I suggest you report it to the police," the front desk kindly reminded. "Okay, thank you, I will report it right away." Although Li Yang felt that reporting it might not help him recover the money, there was still some hope. However, just as he was about to make the call, he discovered that his phone was out of credit. How could this be? He had paid 50 yuan at the beginning of the semester and hardly used it. How could he be out of credit already? Suddenly a text message arrived. Li Yang opened it to find his expression turning grim as he turned and walked out of the gym. The coach from earlier approached, asking Xiao Huang, "Did you finish with that person?" "No, his money was stolen. He probably went to report it." The coach initially expressed sympathy for Li Yang's stolen money but mostly felt pain over the lost commission. He could have earned over 4,000 from this deal. Including the training equipment, he recommended he could have made even more. That damned scammer. Li Yang left the gym and hurried back to school, heading to the bathroom at the far end of the 5th floor of the sports building. "I'm here, come out!" Li Yang shouted loudly. He had just received a message, the first line of which was 3 words, "Are you still tough?" Seeing this message, he understood what was going on. He wanted to reply, but he couldn't send any messages as his phone was still out of credit. The second message arrived quickly and Li Yang followed the instructions to arrive at this rarely visited bathroom. No one responded, so he pushed open each door, finding no one inside. Could it be that Zhang Chang could turn invisible? At that moment his phone rang again. Looking at the content of the third message, Li Yang gritted his teeth in anger but had no choice but to follow the instructions. Could it be that it wasn't Zhang Chang behind this but Sister Fang? The third message instructed him to go to the women's restroom across the hall. Li Yang saw a cleaning sign in the restroom and quickly took it out, placing it at the entrance of the women's restroom while trying to ask, "Is anyone inside?" No one answered, so Li Yang glanced around and quickly walked in. Seeing all the doors locked with green indicators, he breathed a sigh of relief and began to gently push open each door. When he pushed open the third door, a hand shot out like lightning, pulling him inside. Li Yang instantly transformed, trying to break free and retaliate, knowing that even if he couldn't win, he couldn't just accept it without a fight. "Don't you want your money anymore?" Zhang Chang casually pulled Li Yang's right arm and neck, speaking in a relaxed tone. This statement made the hair on Li Yang's body stand on end as he looked at the Sun Wukong mask in front of him, his teeth grinding in anger. "What do you want? Why did you transfer my money? It seems you still haven't realized your mistake. There's nothing to discuss now." Zhang Chang shrugged, appearing completely at ease. Despite the two of them being in a cramped restroom stall almost pressed against each other, he wasn't worried about Li Yang's transformation. There was plenty of water here. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding water cascaded down perfectly, landing in the toilet bowl below. Li Yang looked down and his momentary desire to conceive vanished instantly. "You just used the water here to choke my wrist and neck." "Exactly, you can take a whiff if you like," Zhang Chang said nonchalantly. Li Yang instantly transformed into a hairy beast again, but just 10 seconds later he returned to his normal form. If he didn't change back, the water might find its way into his mouth or nose. "Why are you so disgusting when fighting? Fighting is for victory. What's there to be disgusted about? You want to throw a trash can at me? Go ahead, let's see who ends up with a mess." Zhang Chang had specifically come to teach this newcomer a lesson. How dare he act tough? Newbies must have the awareness of a newbie. According to the organization's rules, can you use hacking methods to steal my money? You're not even a member of the organization. You don't know the rules better than I do. Kid, are you going to apologize or not? With your character, you don't deserve my apology. Li Yang shot back. "I don't believe you'll dare not return my money. I'll go find Sister Fang. Kid, I've taught you things you can't learn elsewhere, and this is how you treat your teacher. Since you say so, then I'll have to give you some punishment." 5 minutes later, Zhang Chang exited the restroom while Li Yang sat on the floor inside the stall, his face bruised and battered. He had struggled hard against his opponent but truly couldn't win. His fist struck Zhang Chang, who used water to bind his arms. There were even water shields that cushioned his blows. Zhang Chang, on the other hand, struck him with solid punches, deliberately targeting his face. Moreover, he noticed that Zhang Chang was somewhat lewd, attacking his lower body multiple times, and every time he blocked below, he would receive a punch to the face. Of course, during those 5 minutes he did manage to hit Zhang Chang once. After all, the restroom stall was small, allowing him to unleash his strength. While Zhang Chang was hitting him, there were several times he didn't dodge, which led to him landing 2 punches on Zhang Chang. Picking up the phone that had fallen on the floor, he saw that it could make calls again. The previous issue was a billing error. He quickly logged into his mobile banking app and found that his money had been returned, but in 2 transactions. The first was the stolen amount and the second was 1,000 yuan marked as medical expenses. Li Yang immediately transferred 2,000 back to that account, also including some medical expenses. He thought that after that fight, what bothered him more than the pain was the disgust. Zhang Chang, wearing a mask, hurried out of the campus. He had been careless and had actually been hit by that kid twice. His mouth was still sore. Suddenly he placed his hand over his ear. The voice of Hey San came through the earpiece. "Hey Lu, that kid transferred back 2,000 to our account. What does that mean?" Zhang Chang paused for a moment. That brat wouldn't even take this small loss. However, this newcomer was indeed interesting and very much to his liking. He might be able to help him in the future. "Li Yang, what happened to you? Who did this?" "Well, get revenge for you." Zhao Liang rolled up his sleeves looking ready to strike at any moment. Nothing. I signed up for a boxing class today and got hit during training. Li Yang had already prepared this excuse in the afternoon. Though he still looked quite battered at the moment, he was actually much better. His recovery ability far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Didn't I tell you military boxing was useless? But your sparring partner was way too harsh, punching you right in the face. That's a bit excessive, isn't it? Zhao Liang pretended to care about Li Yang but couldn't hide the grin on his face. Still laughing? Do you even want to eat hot pot anymore? Alright, I'll get you some Yunnan Baiyao spray later, okay? Zhao Liang quickly grabbed Li Yang. This wasn't just about hot pot, it was a crucial chance to meet beautiful girls. Then stop wasting time. Let's go. Don't keep others waiting. Li Yang led his 5 dorm mates downstairs, walking ahead while the others trailed behind him, giving him a feeling of being the big brother. But this feeling shattered again when they reached the hot pot restaurant entrance. Li Yang, what happened? Who did this? Wang Rukan looked at the bruises on Li Yang's face with deep concern. It's nothing. I got these during boxing training. Meanwhile, Li Yang silently cursed a certain masked man in his heart, but felt slightly better knowing he had landed a couple of punches himself. Li Yang, all this hard work learning boxing, martial arts and kickboxing, who are you trying to protect? Zhao Liang asked loudly. The other classmates secretly gave Zhao Liang a thumbs up. The guy was usually good at teasing but also knew when to read the room. Wang Rukan's roommates looked at her with envy, no longer mocking Li Yang's scars but instead feeling they added a touch of masculine ruggedness. A large table seated exactly 12 people. At Zhao Liang's suggestion, they sat alternately, each person flanked by 2 members of the opposite sex. Before the food even arrived, Zhao Liang and the others started chatting, with Zhao Liang especially skilled at livening up the atmosphere. At a small table in the corner, 4 people were also eating hot pot, but they barely talked and, judging by their age, were definitely not students. One of them kept holding a glass without drinking. If observed closely, his ears were twitching slightly. Sigh, what boring topics, just old school stories. No one bragging about anything else. Like punching a table to pieces or something. Huh. Finally something interesting. Hey, do you guys go on forums? Does anyone still use forums these days? Duchuan looked at Zhao Liang in confusion, clearly a misstep in the conversation. There are still some forums, especially foreign ones, that need a VPN. They say strange things have been happening all over the world lately, or rather strange people. Some people suddenly burst into flames, others turn into super strong giants, and some grow over a dozen centimeters overnight. All sorts of weird stuff. Aren't those just fake news? We have that kind of stuff online too, clickbait for ad revenue, right? Said the girl next to Zhao Liang. No, it's real. I've seen videos. But right after watching they disappeared, deleted by the site. There was this guy like a chameleon, wherever he stood he blended into the background. You couldn't see him unless you looked closely. The video was definitely unedited. Did his clothes change color too? Duchuan asked. He wasn't wearing any clothes. Duchuan and the others immediately showed disgust, acting like they were nothing like Zhao Liang. Seriously, is this the kind of topic you bring up on a first date? No, his back was to the camera, no face. And there was someone who could generate electricity holding a light bulb and making it glow. We've had similar news in our country too, but they got taken down fast. Now that you mention it, I think I've seen something like that. I saw someone jump 2 meters high without even trying, added a female classmate. See? I told you it's real. Foreign netizens call them mutants or variants. They say these mutants are appearing everywhere, maybe even right next to us, Zhao Liang said mysteriously. Right, and when the moon comes out you'll turn into a wolf, Li Yang said flatly. Everyone burst into laughter and the topic was successfully derailed by Li Yang. The others thought it was just internet rumors, but Li Yang knew they might be true. He could jump over 1.2 meters from a standstill, top tier even among athletes. And his awakened talent wasn't even jumping. If someone specialized in that, 2 meters wasn't impossible. If he transformed, he could be called a super strongman too, his strength more than doubled, far beyond what his frame should allow. And he had seen someone control fire, water, wind and earth. Each awakened ability was different. Since those web pages were taken down, did that mean the government knew about the awakened? Were Zhang Chang and his people from the authorities? Where were the awakened who shot those videos now, taken by an organization or hiding on their own? They ate and chatted, quickly switching topics. The atmosphere was pleasant. Zhao Liang and the others hid their intentions while drinking juice and never mentioning alcohol. After too much juice, nature called. As Li Yang entered the restroom, his phone suddenly rang. It was a WeChat message from Sister Fang with a photo of a man who looked vaguely familiar. The background of the photo startled Li Yang. It was the very hot pot restaurant they were in. This is an awakened from another organization. Lure him out to the alley behind this street. The tone was pure command, leaving no room for refusal. Li Yang never expected to run into an awakened from a rival group at the hot pot place. Was this awakened here to tail him? That made capturing him even more necessary. You guys go ahead. I need to step out, a classmate from the squad wants to see me. They'll be right back. Zhao Liang and the others didn't think much of it, just telling him to hurry. As Li Yang walked out of the hot pot restaurant, he glanced around and headed toward the alley. Not far behind him, a figure also emerged from the restaurant. Zhou Heng did not look around. Although he had already lost sight of Li Yang, he was not troubled by it. He merely twitched his ears slightly and headed in the direction Li Yang had gone. Li Yang really wanted to turn around and confirm whether that person was following him. And where was Sister Fang? She wouldn't have sent him to deal with that awakened one, would she? It wasn't that Li Yang lacked confidence, it was just that the awakened ones he had encountered were all remarkably powerful. He didn't want to get hurt. How would he explain it to Wang Ruken and the others when he returned? He couldn't turn back, as that might expose him, but if he didn't turn back, how could he confirm whether the other party was truly following? After thinking for a moment, Li Yang finally found a way. There was a glass door ahead, and with the light he should be able to see his reflection and thus spot the person behind him. The alley was somewhat dark with only the street light at the entrance, so there were no pedestrians in sight. When he reached the glass door and looked up, he was about to turn and leave. Through the reflection of the glass door he indeed saw a figure not far behind him, though he couldn't make out the person's face. However, the build was quite similar. At this moment he definitely couldn't turn back, as it might lead to a conflict with that person, and he wouldn't just risk being beaten, it could also ruin Sister Fang's plans. But where was Sister Fang? He had drawn the person here, and yet Sister Fang had not appeared to take care of things. Suddenly the glass door in front of him swung open and a very poor-looking young woman stepped out. Why did she look poor? Because she couldn't even afford more fabric for her clothes. Hey, come in and relax. Don't worry, our place is legitimate. Li Yang quickly waved his hand. It certainly didn't look legitimate at all. Besides, he was about to return to the hot pot restaurant, and if it became known that he had rushed out halfway through his meal, that would be embarrassing. What are you afraid of? Come in. Don't worry, sister won't eat you. Li Yang quickly retracted his hand, fearing he would be pulled in, his face turning bright red. 200 for one time. You can't be that short on cash, can you? Just come in, no one will know. The woman raised 2 fingers and continued to persuade Li Yang. It hasn't opened for business yet today, it's good to finally have someone here. She could tell he was a college student from the nearby school. Such young men were the easiest to handle. Once they entered the room, she could manage them easily. Most importantly, she could earn 200 in just 10 minutes. Zhou Hong stood there uncertain whether to continue moving forward. If he did, he would reach Li Yang's side, but if he didn't move, he felt even more out of place standing there. The woman was saying something to that young man, gesturing as well. He twitched his ears and suddenly froze. That young man had the audacity to come over and engage in such activities while eating? However, he thought for a moment. It seemed that many awakened ones were quite indulgent in such matters, especially male awakened ones who often only cared about three things: money, power, and women. At this moment, Zhou Hong was unsure whether to continue watching. Others were enjoying themselves inside while he stood outside like a wallflower. He was also an awakened one, yet this was too frustrating. "Hey big brother, what are you looking at? Come here, it's just us here." The woman saw Zhou Hong in the distance hesitating to move, and she knew he was probably feeling shy. She understood that many who came here were afraid of running into acquaintances, but with strangers it was less of an issue. In fact, if one person walked in, it could encourage another to follow. At this moment, Li Yang also seized the chance to turn around. Indeed, that person had followed him. Was it because of this woman that Sister Fang hadn't shown up? He needed to think of a way to leave and draw that person away. "Big brother, come here, just 300. Zhou Hong. Didn't you just say it was 200? So it's a price hike for me? No, what am I thinking? I'm not here for that." The woman whispered to Li Yang again, "Handsome guy, you look good, so I've discounted you 100. Just come in." Zhou Hong's expression darkened further. This woman was too despicable. Once no one was paying attention tomorrow, he would make sure she paid. Ren Sufang had already arrived at the alley and discovered that someone was following Li Yang, and since it was an awakened one, she warned him and made preparations. That person's strength was definitely not her match. She only needed Li Yang to lead the opponent over, and then she could deal with them. However, she noticed that Li Yang was standing in front of a foot massage shop hesitating. "Kid, what do you want to do?" If it's true that all men are the same, even young men like Li Yang are no exception. The problem was that if Li Yang went in, the opportunity would arise. That person would be outside and no one would notice. With her speed, she could take that person down and leave in mere seconds. "Go in, Li Yang, just take that woman with you." Li Yang was unaware that Sister Fang had already arrived, still praying in the shadows. Even if he knew what Sister Fang was thinking, he would absolutely not go in. Anyway, he had already brought the person to the alley as Sister Fang instructed. Whether he could achieve results was her concern. His mission was already complete. Thinking of this, Li Yang took 2 steps back and quickly walked toward the entrance of the alley. "Hey!" The woman saw Li Yang leaving, and the remaining customer absolutely could not be allowed to leave, otherwise she might not get any business today. Zhou Hong saw Li Yang leaving and wanted to follow, but just as he reached the foot massage shop's entrance, the woman grabbed him. "Big brother, come in, I guarantee you'll feel good." "Let go." Zhou Hong saw Li Yang almost reach the entrance, and if he turned the corner he would lose him. "Big brother, come in, don't be shy, you're a man. Don't worry, you can even take a shower here. When you leave there will be no traces left. I told you to let go." Zhou Hong forcefully shook her off and quickly ran toward the mouth of the alley. "Crazy. Wanting to play but afraid to, you deserve to be a useless coward for the rest of your life." The woman cursed loudly. If she weren't afraid of him running fast, she would have chased after him to scratch his face. Li Yang turned the corner at the alley entrance and glanced back. That person was still being held back. He didn't care anymore. He was heading back to the hot pot restaurant, and it had already been 10 minutes. Just as he turned the corner, he saw a shadow emerging from the darkness, quickly approaching that person. With that speed, it had to be Sister Fang. Ren Sufang, seeing Li Yang leave, also prepared herself. As soon as that woman returned, she would act as long as no one was paying attention. Seeing Zhou Hong chase after Li Yang while that woman returned to the shop, she finally took action. Just as Zhou Hong was about to reach the alley entrance, he suddenly heard rapid footsteps behind him. He turned around abruptly and somehow a dagger appeared in his hand, stabbing backward directly. Li Yang saw Zhou Hong chasing after him and also noticed Sister Feng rushing forward. He thought for a moment and decided not to leave directly. If Sister Feng couldn't catch him, at least he could block him here. It was merely a block facing him. Heeding was not a good idea. Suddenly Li Yang felt something was off. Why was there no noise? He peeked into the alley and was instantly stunned. Where did he go? Did he run away? Or did he return to that foot massage shop? Where did Sister Feng go? Another possibility was that Sister Feng had already dealt with that person and even taken him away. Could it have been less than 10 seconds? Was it really that fast? As he turned back to the hot pot restaurant, he sent Sister Feng a WeChat message. Sister Feng, are you done and leaving? Seeing this reply, Li Yang could confirm that the person had indeed been dealt with, and Sister Feng's prowess in his eyes had risen another level. At the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, he saw Zhao Liang loitering at the door. What are you doing? Looking for you. You disappeared as soon as you went out, so I came to see. Zhao Liang had a concerned look on his face. Li Yang looked at Zhao Liang and sneered, if smoke isn't coming out of your nose, I might believe you. You ran out to smoke and are talking to me about what? If you have the ability to smoke, then have the ability not to hide from those female classmates. Old Li, if you say that, I'll have to have a good chat with you. You just came out from that small alley, right? That alley only has one shop open at night. Do I need to say more? Zhao Liang looked at Li Yang sideways as if everything was in his grasp. Li Yang was taken aback. You got it wrong. I didn't come from there. Then where did you come from? You thought I wouldn't guess if you took a detour. Didn't expect it, huh? I just arrived and I already know everything about the surroundings. Heh. What are you hee-heeing about? What's in that small alley? Why don't you tell me? There's the red dust inn. Old Li, you don't need to hide anything in front of your brothers. We're all men, I can understand. But you were way too fast. It hasn't been long at all. Excluding travel time, you were in there for less than 10 minutes before coming out. TSK. Looking at Zhao Liang's head-shaking expression, Li Yang couldn't hold back his anger. Who are you saying is fast? I didn't go at all. And have you been to such a place? Then I should clarify things with Rukin and her roommate. No, Old Li, we're brothers. You why stab me in the back? So do you smoke? Zhao Liang suddenly became meek. No. How about next time I treat you to a foot massage? Get lost. Entering the hot pot restaurant, the two returned to their table. Someone asked Li Yang, what's up? It's been a long time. Some things I can't tell you, you're still young. Zhao Liang looked at his roommate Dechuan, since Dechuan was a year younger than them. Li Yang. Damn, what are you saying? What does that threatening look mean? Are you going to tell Wang Rukin? Alright, you win. I'll deal with you when we get back. Don't mind him, hurry and get the meat. It won't taste good when it gets cold. After dinner, well, go sing. Li Yang quickly put a large plate of lamb into the pot while painfully deciding to go karaoke. The female classmates all showed excited expressions. Singing was much more interesting than eating hot pot. Dechuan and the others were momentarily stunned. What was going on with Li Yang today? He was treating them to a meal which cost a lot, and now he wanted to treat them to karaoke. Wasn't his living allowance for the whole month about to disappear? Had he found a wallet or won the lottery? Wang Rukin also looked at Li Yang curiously. Although she knew that Li Yang must have a lot of money in his account, he didn't seem like someone who would spend extravagantly. Today was indeed strange. Soon everyone finished the hot pot and Li Yang went to settle the bill. After the discount, it was still over 500, and that was without alcohol. Thinking about how he would need at least a few hundred more later, Li Yang felt a pang in his heart. Everyone walked over. After all, there was a KTV just 2 streets away, and Li Yang and Zhao Liang fell to the back of the group. Alright, since you are so understanding, I absolutely won't mention your trip there, not even to Dechuan and the others. Zhao Liang patted Li Yang's shoulder. Li Yang pushed his hand away. Get lost, I haven't been there. Alright, I understand you haven't been there, okay. No, I really haven't been there. Right, you really haven't been there. I must have seen it wrong. What about that classmate you mentioned? Where is he? No need to say anything else, you just show me the WeChat messages you sent earlier and that'll prove it. Li Yang hadn't sent any WeChat messages to anyone earlier. He certainly wasn't going to show Zhao Liang his phone, especially since he hadn't deleted his chat history with Sister Fang yet. Do I need to prove anything to you? I said I didn't go there, so I didn't go. Do you still want to go sing? Yes. By the way, just the 2 of us, tell me, is it expensive? Zhao Liang asked quietly while putting his arm around Li Yang's shoulder. Li Yang pushed Zhao Liang away. Get lost. Put away your lewd thoughts, I'm not that kind of person. Li Yang didn't want to talk too much with Zhao Liang, fearing that he might accidentally let something slip. Zhao Liang was very sharp. Although he had indeed gotten close and glanced a few times, he had never actually stepped inside. He only couldn't help but glance, truly just a glance. Upon arriving at the KTV, he ordered a big room along with a fruit platter, drinks and snacks, which came to nearly 500. Li Yang couldn't help but wonder if he could ask Sister Fang for reimbursement. After all, it was Sister Fang who asked him to lure that person over. But upon careful thought, it seemed wrong. That person was watching him. If it weren't for Sister Fang's help, he might not have known when he would have been ambushed. He should be thanking Sister Fang instead. Old Li, why aren't you singing? Zhao Liang sat down beside Li Yang, stuffing grapes into his mouth while asking. My throat isn't feeling well, you sing. My throat isn't feeling well and you still want to call out? Li Yang thought for a moment before realizing, damn it, how many times do you want me to say it before you believe me? I really haven't been there. Have you had enough? I'm just curious, you haven't been there, right? So is the service really that good? Is it like in the movies? Get lost. Li Yang also realized that he shouldn't have invited them to sing. Perhaps in Zhao Liang's eyes that would be seen as a sign of his guilt. Damn it, sitting at home and trouble comes from the sky. I've spent so much money, I must go shout a few lines to vent. At that moment, a car entered the private garage of a residential community near the school, and Ren Sufang stepped out of the car. She opened the trunk, revealing the unconscious Zhou Hong. A cold smile hung on Ren Sufang's face. With such little ability, he dared to stir trouble under her watch. This time it was rare to capture him alive, and she must interrogate him thoroughly. The next morning, Li Yang woke up with great energy, but the others in the dormitory were not the same. They had returned late the previous night and had to knock on the door for the dormitory manager to let them in. Especially after they returned, they were very excited, discussing which girl they liked and how one girl had glanced at them multiple times. Li Yang did not engage much in the conversation, lying on his bed silently cultivating the energy within him. Regardless of how well he sang, he had cleaned up all the snacks and fruit platters without wasting a single morsel. He woke up all his classmates before going to wash up. When he returned, he saw them slowly climbing out of bed and reminded them, if you don't do morning exercises, be careful of failing military training. It didn't matter to Li Yang if he skipped morning exercises because he had an excuse note, but the others couldn't afford to miss out. If they didn't participate, they would have to continue military training with the freshmen next year. After they all left, Li Yang went to the cafeteria for breakfast and then continued to immerse himself in the martial arts club's activity room. Once again he was alone, practicing punches against the wooden dummy. He was now somewhat proficient, at least he would no longer be knocked down by the wooden dummy. He kept thinking in his mind that Sister Fang must have taken the person away yesterday, but what had happened to that person? Were they imprisoned or killed? Sister Fang did not say, and he did not ask. He knew full well that even if he asked Sister Fang's answer would be just take care of yourself. But that person had been watching him all along and he just wanted to know who they were and if there would be a next time. Anyone who is being followed wouldn't feel good about it. Bang! Li Yang stumbled and in that moment of distraction he was hit by the wooden dummy. He simply sat down to rest, picked up his phone and habitually opened the news, quickly being drawn in by a local news story. Though there were no pictures of the three victims, there was a photo of the shop's sign which Li Yang recognized at a glance as the one he had passed by yesterday. He stood at the entrance for a moment, the sign glowing with pink lights, and he naturally paid extra attention. It looked exactly like the one in the news photo. All three women inside had been killed, which inevitably led Li Yang to think of other matters. The news stated that the motive for the murders might be a financial dispute, but Li Yang did not see it that way. Many people around the school also noticed this incident as the police had already sealed off the foot massage parlor. Moreover, many people loved to watch the commotion. The bigger the incident, the more it attracted them, as it could become a topic of conversation for bragging later on. The more serious the incident, the faster it spread. This was also why legal newspapers sold so well in previous years, as everyone enjoyed reading about murder cases. At this moment, Li Yang also arrived at the foot massage parlor's entrance, indeed seeing many people gathered around discussing fervently, with some taking pictures. Some were reporters, some were local shop owners, and others were simply there to dominate their social media feeds. Li Yang confirmed that he hadn't mistaken the place, something had indeed gone wrong here. "Hey, I heard someone died here," Li Yang said beside an elderly man who was watching the scene. The old man immediately looked at Li Yang, saying, "Young man, you must be a college student. Let me tell you, never come to places like this. Someone surely came to rob them and ended up killing them in the process. These people are already engaged in immoral activities, so this time it can be considered a service to the public." Someone next to him couldn't hold back. "They were killed, they were the victims, so that reasoning for serving the public is not correct, right? I bet you're a regular here, aren't you? Can't bear to see it, right?" The old man looked disdainfully at the other person. "Hey, your words are misplaced. If you truly think they are immoral, why not report it? I see you are the one who can't let go, probably coming here often, right? Even if your body can't handle it, you still come to satisfy your curiosity or something." Seeing that a quarrel was brewing, Li Yang quickly retreated. He had merely asked a question to understand the situation better. He did not expect it to escalate into a heated argument, and it seemed like things were about to get physical. After listening for a while, he found that many people were discussing their speculations. There were all kinds of speculations about robbers and how a certain woman's husband had discovered it, and even guesses that it might be some student or teacher from the school who was afraid of being exposed. The speculations were varied, yet there was no evidence, but they spoke with such conviction. When Li Yang left, he seemed to notice a familiar figure in the distance, but as he squeezed through the crowd he could no longer find them. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Sister Fang. "The three women from that foot massage parlor are dead. They were abused before they died." Soon a message came back, "It wasn't us. We're also looking for the murderer. It's very likely the accomplices of the person from yesterday, members of the Hunter organization." This explanation seemed plausible. The person from yesterday had been captured by Sister Fang, so their people must have wanted to find them and thus interrogated the only shop that was open on that street last night. The deaths of the three women made it difficult to find witnesses, since no one was willing to admit they had visited their establishment, and some people might have even breathed a sigh of relief, as this way no one would know they had been there. For some reason Li Yang felt very sorry for those three women. Perhaps they never thought they would meet such a fate while doing this work. What about the person from yesterday? They were taken away. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Li Yang suddenly felt a bit unhappy and directly called Sister Fang. Upon hearing her voice, he lowered his tone and shouted, "What can be asked and what cannot? You all have issues, and don't tell me yet you want me to help you lure people over. Have you considered my feelings?" Li Yang felt as if he had caused the deaths of those 3 women. Although he had never thought of harming anyone, if it was indeed the accomplices of that person who did it, then it was related to him, and even more so to Sister Fang. This time it was my oversight. I never expected they would target those 3 ordinary women. In fact, I reported it last night. If the police had come and swept through their establishment, perhaps this incident would not have happened. Rather than your anger towards me, shouldn't you hold a grudge against that murderer? And I am currently looking for the murderer. You don't want to become an awakened person who wantonly harms ordinary lives. This gives me some comfort, proving that we did not misjudge you. We also don't want such things to happen. It's just that they excel at assassination, making it hard to guard against. You better be careful, they might find you. Hearing Sister Fang's last words, Li Yang hung up the phone. Indeed, last night's incident had some relation to him. If that person's accomplices learned anything from those 3 women, they could very well end up on his doorstep. After worrying for a while, Li Yang felt he might be overthinking it. Those people wouldn't dare act in crowded places. He just needed to avoid those sparsely populated areas at night. He had been followed while eating hot pot, and Sister Fang knew about it, proving that she was quite concerned about him. However, this attention made him somewhat uncomfortable. He always felt like he was being watched. After dinner, Li Yang returned to the dormitory and heard his roommates discussing the murder of the 3 women, with Zhao Yang glancing at him a couple of extra times. Noticing Li Yang's silence, Zhao Yang showed a thoughtful expression and quickly changed the subject. After resting for a while, Li Yang decided to go for a run, and Zhao Yang followed him to a secluded area. Are you in a bad mood? Is it because of that foot massage shop? Li Yang rolled his eyes. He was indeed feeling down about it, but certainly not for the reasons Zhao Yang thought. I've already said it was a misunderstanding. If you keep throwing mud at me, I might just lose my temper, Li Yang said, somewhat displeased. Alright, my fault, I won't mention it again. How about we skip running tonight and just play games together? I wasn't planning on going for a run, I'm heading to the gym instead. I've enrolled in a class with a Sanda coach and am about to attend it. If secluded places weren't suitable, then he would go where there were more people. Is that the class of the coach who hit you? Fine, go ahead then. Zhao Yang observed Li Yang's relaxed stride, feeling he might have been overthinking. Actually, he had just been joking yesterday, but seeing Li Yang's demeanor, he felt that he might have accidentally guessed right. But thinking about it, with such a beautiful and well-behaved girlfriend, Li Yang shouldn't be like this. Perhaps he simply disliked discussing that topic. It was likely because he didn't enjoy talking about others' lives and deaths. Li Yang stepped out of the dormitory, heading towards the gym. The sky was just darkening and the school's streetlights began to illuminate, with many students strolling around the campus. Suddenly he heard rapid footsteps behind him. Li Yang quickly turned around, adopting a defensive stance, his legs already covered in hair. Just as he was about to throw a punch, he refrained. It was just a girl running, and she looked somewhat familiar. The girl ran up to Li Yang and stopped. It's you. Do you remember me? Hello, you also like running? Li Yang remembered. She was the girl in the red dress who had been crying at the stadium that day. He didn't expect to run into her again, and she was still wearing red sportswear. It made sense that the campus was so small, and although there were many people, the chances of encountering someone were quite high. Do you like running too? By the way, I forgot to ask your name last time. Li Yang. Li Yang, I am Chu Qingwan. Oh, I have something to attend to. Let's talk next time. Li Yang nodded and turned to leave. Chu Qingwan was stunned. She had never met anyone who could refuse to chat with her. Usually when she initiated conversations with others, it was she who ended them. This Li Yang was quite interesting. She clearly remembered feeling an energy fluctuation from Li Yang, proving he wasn't awakened. Yet today he appeared as ordinary as anyone else, perhaps even more so. Energy couldn't simply vanish without reason. The most likely explanation was that Li Yang had mastered a method to conceal his energy, a secret known only to large organizations like theirs. She didn't believe that Li Yang had figured it out on his own. From any perspective, he was not a genius. If he were, he would have been taken by other organizations long ago. How could he waste time at school? So had Li Yang already joined an organization? Was it the clown organization? Did the disappearance of Zhou Hong have anything to do with Li Yang? As Chu Qingwan watched Li Yang's retreating figure, she turned and started running away as well. She was growing increasingly interested in him. A few seconds later, she turned a corner and slowed to a walk. Having never attended university, she was particularly enamored with it. The university campus left her somewhat entranced. Suddenly a person in white appeared, and upon seeing that figure, Chu Qingwan swiftly ducked behind a tree. Having never attended university, she was particularly enamored with it. The university campus left her somewhat entranced. Suddenly a person in white appeared, and upon seeing that figure, Chu Qingwan swiftly. If she hadn't seen the person, she must have seen a photo. Suddenly a possibility struck her, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. It seemed she had found the answer to Zhou Hong's disappearance. Li Yang glanced at his phone and quickened his pace. If he didn't hurry, he would be late for the coach's class. Although Chu Qingwan was very beautiful, Li Yang didn't look back. He wasn't narcissistic enough to think that a single tissue could make a girl fall for him. Suddenly he paused as something was off. That girl had issues. Li Yang was now somewhat of a campus celebrity. Everyone knew about the freshman powerhouse who had even beaten an instructor during military training, and he loved running on the field every day. Just a few days ago he noticed someone watching him on the track. If Chu Qingwan were truly a student at the school, she couldn't possibly not know him. Upon hearing his name, she didn't show any sign of surprise. University students are typically quite bold, but when they see a beautiful girl, they would usually attempt to pursue her. Even if it was just a passing glance, they would shamelessly ask for her phone number or WeChat. With such a beautiful girl running alone on campus, shouldn't there be many admirers or protectors following her? He thought about going back to ask, but when he turned around he could no longer see Chu Qingwan. Filled with confusion, Li Yang headed to the gym. Wang Rukan emerged from a cluster of trees. She had seen Li Yang and was about to greet him when she noticed he was talking to a girl in a red outfit. Fortunately, they had only exchanged a few words without any physical contact before parting. Perhaps she was just overthinking. But why did Li Yang stop and turn back after leaving? Was he hoping to get that girl's phone number? That girl, how had Li Yang met her? Or perhaps it was just a casual inquiry and Li Yang happened to pass by. Watching the direction Li Yang ran off, it seemed he was heading to the gym. Wang Rukan returned to the dormitory, not a smile gracing her face along the way. Coach Lu. Li Yang, you came today? Perfect timing to join the class. Today we'll teach a series of continuous movements which under normal circumstances is enough to defeat an opponent. Coach Lu was very enthusiastic towards Li Yang. This student not only enrolled in his most expensive class but also bought gloves, ankle guards, and other equipment, so he had made quite a profit. Such students are mostly just fleeting trends. After a few classes they are sure to stop coming. Anyway, he had already made his money. Come on, let's start with some warm-up exercises. Adequate warm-up is essential to prevent injuries during training. As the coach spoke, he led everyone in warm-up exercises. Li Yang couldn't help but feel that these warm-ups resembled radio gymnastics. After finishing, he didn't feel particularly warm. But looking around, several people had flushed faces. Were their physical conditions that poor? The coach began to teach the continuous movements, and Li Yang quickly memorized them. He gestured a bit. It didn't seem complicated, somewhat similar to certain moves he learned in military boxing. Seeing the others practicing, Li Yang approached the coach. Coach Lu, didn't you say that the fee I paid allows you to customize a unique course for me? Of course. I've prepared everything for you. Just wait a moment, I'll get it for you. In less than 5 minutes, Coach Lu returned and handed Li Yang a printed training plan. He secretly muttered to himself about what unique courses. He said the same thing to everyone. In fact, he had a few fixed templates, selecting one based on the age, gender, and physique of the registrant. Did he really design something specifically? If he truly had that ability, he would have become a professional coach long ago. Why would he be working in a gym? After looking for a while, Li Yang felt that this course seemed quite detailed. He nodded. Coach Lu, let's start now. Once again he had managed to brush it off. These people were too easy to fool. He made money effortlessly by just doing some activities every day. Alright, let's begin with the most fundamental strength training. I'll guide you through your first set of equipment. Coach Lu briefly demonstrated the equipment, then had Li Yang squat with his shoulders braced. Alright, rise. Yes, just like that. Slowly squat down, exhale and rise. After going through more than a dozen types of equipment, Li Yang looked at the coach. Continue. Why have we stopped? Coach Lu was taken aback. Aren't you tired? He was waiting for Li Yang to say he was tired so he could let him rest. After doing this a couple of times, Li Yang would surely stop asking him about practicing with equipment and he could ease up a bit. Later he would have Li Yang follow the diet plan he had provided. Within a month the kid would definitely stop coming, and even if he did, he wouldn't seek him out for unknown lessons. I'm not tired at all. It hasn't even been half an hour. Li Yang glanced at the clock. He usually runs for over 2 hours a day and practices boxing and martial arts, so this level of intensity was nothing. Alright then, let's do another set. Coach Lu watched as Li Yang went through another set using several pieces of equipment that required assistance. He also felt a bit tired, but looking at Li Yang he seemed to only be sweating a little, showing no signs of fatigue. This young man has such good stamina. Aren't you tired? Let's do another set of jump rope. Coach Lu still didn't believe it. He had never seen someone with such stamina. If he wasn't tired after this, he must be a professional athlete. But who would come to the gym to learn Sanda from him? After finishing the jump rope, Li Yang finally felt a bit tired, but looking at the time it had only been an hour and a half. He decided to continue for another half hour to complete the session. It was quite expensive. Coach, can we move on to the next item? Li Yang, you can't do that. Too much intense exercise can easily lead to muscle strains. You understand, more haste, less speed, right? Coach Lu was truly dumbfounded. If he had to do unknown sessions every day, earning this money would be too strenuous. Moreover, he was genuinely worried about Li Yang getting injured. If anything happened, he would be responsible. It's fine, I usually enjoy running half marathons. This intensity is nothing. How about you teach me some striking techniques or dodging techniques? Coach Lu was stunned, liking to run half marathons. This hobby was indeed rare. Alright then, let's see how I throw punches. We'll start with the simplest straight punches. Watching the coach demonstrate, Li Yang mimicked his movements. He noticed that the straight punch in Sanda differs from the power generation in boxing. In Sanda, while throwing punches, the palm isn't clenched but instead remains ready to grab the opponent's wrist for follow-up attacks. Li Yang instantly became enthusiastic. He found that Sanda seemed to suit him better than boxing. Coach Lu observed Li Yang practicing for almost half an hour, continuously punching without a moment of rest. This kid's endurance rivaled that of professional athletes. As long as he could train someone to be among the top 3 in the city, his name would gain recognition, and when he opened new classes the price could double. He would be a renowned coach. As long as he could train someone to be among the top 3 in the city, his name would gain recognition, and when he opened new classes the price could double. He would be a renowned coach. Li Yang, are you interested in becoming a professional Sanda athlete? Every year there are competitions at the city, provincial, and even national levels, and Sanda is included in the sports games. You could win medals. Li Yang shook his head. I'm not interested in being an athlete, I'm doing this purely for fitness. Coach Lu's eyes widened. Does fitness require such effort? If you did a set and came every day, you could easily become muscular. Don't compare yourself to those bodybuilders. They are just for show, and many even fill themselves with substances to look good. Is that good for the body? Li Yang, you truly are the most talented person I have ever seen. If you're willing to learn, I can coach you and you can pay me after you win a position. I've said it, I'm really not interested. Coach Lu, please look for someone else. By the way, let's do another set with the equipment. There are still nearly 10 minutes left, I can't let it go to waste. Li Yang tirelessly continued his practice, but Coach Lu could no longer hold on. Although he exercised every day, it wasn't much, mainly just watching others. Having met Li Yang today, he realized he had encountered a tough case. If this continued, Li Yang would likely be fine, but he definitely wouldn't be able to keep up. Li Yang, why don't you switch to those ordinary machines that don't require assistance? But those aren't in the plan. Li Yang looked at Coach Lu. Weren't they supposed to follow the plan? If he really wanted to use those machines, what did he need a coach for? Li Yang, I truly can't keep up. Your stamina is just too good. How about I refund you? You can go learn from someone else. Coach Lu wore a pained expression, rubbing his arms and playing the sympathy card. Just after one class, the coach refunded the money, and it is said to be the first and only time the coach initiated a refund. Li Yang felt quite dejected and pondered why the coach couldn't hold on. He had seen on television that coaches could accompany students for 8 hours of training. However, not all of the money was refunded. Li Yang was simply converted to a regular member, allowing him to attend classes and practice, but the coach would not provide individual guidance, thus saving 2/3 of the cost. Walking back to school, he could see a few pedestrians under the streetlights, and just around the corner was the school. A piercing scream reached Li Yang's ears. He turned towards the sound and saw a girl anxiously hopping on her feet, while a shadow ahead was running away with her handbag. Some pedestrians merely glanced over, but no one stepped forward to help, while others quickly walked away as if trying to avoid getting involved. Li Yang immediately gave chase. He couldn't stand by and watch someone snatch a girl's bag. With arms and legs, they should find something better to do. Li Yang swiftly caught up. His legs had grown hair and some even peeked out from his pants, but under the dim streetlight no one noticed. Oh, this bag snatcher is surprisingly fast, but I can still accelerate. Li Yang quickened his pace and finally caught up with the thief, who suddenly threw the bag to the left and ran to the right. If it were someone else, they might have picked up the bag and returned it to the girl trying to get close to her. However, Li Yang didn't care about the bag, he was after the one who stole it. Just as he was about to grab the person by the collar, they unexpectedly twisted in a strange manner, causing Li Yang to miss. The thief stopped running and turned around, grinning at Li Yang. Li Yang then realized that he had unknowingly chased the thief into a narrow alley. There was a light at the alley's entrance, but no one around. Kid, did you enjoy the chase? Li Yang slowly stepped back, sensing a dangerous aura from this person. Don't you think it's too late to run now? A long shadow appeared beneath Li Yang's feet. Someone was behind him. He turned around and found the way blocked. In the narrow alley, there were people on both sides. He seemed to have only two options: to ascend to the heavens or descend into the earth, but unfortunately he couldn't burrow underground. Climbing up the wall didn't seem impossible either. As Li Yang looked up, he noticed someone sitting on the roof casually nibbling on an apple as if stargazing. This was definitely not an ordinary robber, it was clearly aimed at him. He reminded himself not to walk towards deserted places, yet he momentarily lost his head. So he had been set up. The earlier scene of the bag snatching was designed specifically for him. Were these three individuals all awakeners? How does it feel to be a hero? Exciting, right? But have you ever considered that heroes generally don't live long? The person on the roof tossed the apple core down. Who are you? Li Yang leaned against the wall. People like you, haven't you figured it out? Come with us, don't resist, there's no need to bring trouble upon yourself. They came to catch a little guy who had just recently awakened. If they let him escape like this, they wouldn't need to be in the organization anymore. They had already confirmed his identity as an awakener. It was impossible for Li Yang to bluff his way out. The three seemed formidable and Li Yang couldn't find an opportunity to escape. Ha 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 kid, are you still planning to resist? Well, let me show you our might so you'll behave better. There are three of us, choose one. Li Yang looked at the person on the roof. I choose you. A bit clever, are you thinking that if I come down you can leave from the roof? How naive. If I come down and you can escape right under my nose, I will write my name backward. The person on the roof jumped down and his long black coat billowed, landing silently with an air of grace. Li Yang immediately crouched and jumped, grabbing at the wall to gain leverage to leap onto the roof. Yet before his hands could touch the wall he felt his right foot being grabbed and was pulled down. He pushed off with his left foot but missed, making his landing even more awkward. The person wore a black mask, but their eyes seemed somewhat familiar to Li Yang. The voice from before also sounded vaguely familiar. Had they met previously? At this moment he had no time to ponder further and lunged at the person while throwing a punch with his right hand. Seeing the other party evade, he transformed his punch into a grab, aiming for the opponent's right shoulder. A gentle pull towards himself followed by a knee bend could deliver a heavy blow. Unexpectedly, the opponent swiftly tapped his right elbow, causing Li Yang to feel his forearm lose strength. The opponent retaliated with a kick directly to his abdomen, slamming him hard against the wall. Li Yang feigned pain but charged forward, attempting to wrap his arms around the opponent's waist. The opponent's reaction speed was much faster and their skills far superior, but their strength seemed average. As long as he could embrace the opponent, he could lock them down using his strength and thus win. However, the opponent easily jumped up, landing a kick on Li Yang's back. Li Yang stumbled, swinging his elbow back with force but hitting nothing. A very ordinary beast transformation ability. While strength and speed have increased, unfortunately there's a lack of intelligence. Do you want to continue? I had countless opportunities to kill you just now. A small knife appeared in the masked man's hand, at some point dancing skillfully between his fingers. If the masked man had truly used the knife to slash just now, Li Yang likely wouldn't have been able to block it. But he didn't display any hair on his face. How did the opponent determine he had a beast transformation ability? And when the opponent mentioned his increased strength and speed, it felt as if they had seen him before. Li Yang suddenly looked at the opponent. Is it you? This was the awakener who had escaped from He Liu's group, the one who could control the wind. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity earlier. Oh, you have a good memory. You finally recognized me. I didn't expect it to be you. It seems He Wu didn't lie to me. Did he really die? Lan Tianyu flipped his hand and the knife disappeared. I originally intended to kill you directly, but you still have some other uses, so I can only take you alive. Now that you know it's me, do you still want to resist? Li Yang was well aware of the gap between himself and the other party, yet he was unwilling to surrender. What did the enemy intend to do with him? Use him to exchange for the person captured by Sister Fang, or to lure out Sister Fang and eliminate her as well? Suddenly Li Yang heard a sound like something scraping against the air near his ear. He quickly dodged and a shadow flew past him. Lan Tianyu flipped his wrist, sending a small knife flying, which struck the shadow with a clang. Li Yang wanted to see what it was, but then he heard an even more terrifying sound. Swish, swish, swish. A flurry of shadows flew towards him, each moving at incredible speed. Lan Tianyu had to evade while the other two quickly scrambled onto the rooftop, leaving only Li Yang standing there all alone. Li Yang had no time to escape. He could only take off his jacket and fling it towards the shadows with all his might, hoping to block the attack, at least preventing a fatal injury. What was happening today? Not only did someone come to capture him, but now it seemed like there were people who wanted to kill him. Li Yang suddenly froze. Something was off. He swung his clothes around, but how had he managed to block those hidden weapons? Was he really that powerful? Listening to the clattering sounds, Li Yang widened his eyes. Was it chopsticks? Before he could comprehend, he felt someone pull him, rushing towards the alley's entrance. Why were these people also trying to capture him? Why had he suddenly become the center of attention? With a strong push he shoved his assailant aside and took off running. Strangely enough, the second wave of pursuers inadvertently led him out of the encirclement. Now it was just a matter of who could run faster. When faced with life-threatening danger, one can often tap into hidden potential. Li Yang felt that he was running faster than ever. Seeing Li Yang take off, Lan Tianyu and the other two immediately pursued him. They left two behind to block the person launching hidden weapons while one chased after Li Yang. In their eyes, any one of them could easily capture Li Yang. Although the enemy was a bit fast, he had little energy left. How far could he run? Li Yang was sprinting with all his might, aiming to reach the main street. Although it was nearly 10 o'clock, there would surely be people there. Surely they wouldn't dare to capture him in front of so many witnesses. However, after only a few steps he heard a whistling sound behind him. He immediately jumped to the side and saw a dagger embedded in the streetlight before him. That was a metal lamppost. What material was that dagger made of, and how much strength did the thrower possess? Delaying like this allowed his pursuers to catch up, and Li Yang recognized them as the same gang that had lured him into the alley to rob him. At this moment Li Yang had no intention of turning back to fight. He knew very well that once he stopped he would only face torment. It was like a basketball enthusiast provoking a professional player. Even if the opponent was not a star, the gap would be starkly apparent. There happened to be a garbage bin by the roadside. Without hesitation Li Yang grabbed it and hurled it behind him, then continued to run. But soon he jumped aside again as the bin he had just thrown came flying back at an even faster speed. You won't escape today, so stop your useless resistance. I have no intention of killing you. As Li Yang ran, he pulled out his phone, opened his contacts, and dialed the first number. What the hell? No one answered. He knew Sister Fong was unreliable. She said she could protect him, yet she wouldn't even pick up the phone. By the time she figured out something was wrong, he'd be done for. Another dagger flew towards him. As Li Yang dodged, he gritted his teeth and smashed his phone at the enemy. That was the last gift his parents had given him. Just as he was about to cross another intersection and reach the main street, the pursuers had already caught up. Li Yang suspected that if he continued running he might collapse right at the corner. He grabbed the garbage bin by the roadside once more and threw it forcefully behind him, noticing that the pursuer twisted strangely but maintained speed as he lunged for him. At that moment a sinister smile appeared on Li Yang's face. He flung a metal ball from his hand. He had held back until now, waiting for the perfect moment to unleash it for a surprise effect. As the metal ball struck the enemy's chest, even causing a dent, Li Yang sighed in relief, only to see the opponent grab his wrist. Impossible. His chest had been dented. How could he still be unscathed? Kid, you're hiding quite a bit. You even had a metal ball on you. With your strength, throwing it from this distance has significant lethality. Too bad you ran into me. Li Yang saw the guy's chest swell again, as if a deflated soccer ball was being inflated. What kind of ability was this? He pulled his hand back forcefully, trying to break free, and threw a left punch towards the man's ribs. With his strength, an ordinary person would have their ribs broken. Surely an awakened one wouldn't withstand it. He saw himself strike the enemy, but there was no sensation of impact, as if he were swinging a fist at the air. Li Yang quickly raised his foot for a kick aimed at the man's groin, seeking maximum lethality without caring for any finesse. But he clearly saw the opponent seemed to grow taller. His kick felt like it hit nothing at all. Kid, are you trying to make me sterile? Then I'll take you back and make you support me during my old age. The man said this while slipping behind Li Yang and twisting his right arm behind his back. Li Yang pushed hard against the ground with his feet and slammed backward, but felt like he hit nothing, only to have his shoulder twisted painfully. TSK tisk, not giving up yet. You don't want this arm? Ah. Li Yang forcefully slammed his head backward while using his heel to stomp on the man's foot. This time it finally worked. The man released his grip, allowing him to break free. If it weren't for the order to capture you alive, you would have been dead by now. Since you're so stubborn, I'll take you back as a cripple. The second metal ball was clutched in Li Yang's left hand. He warily eyed the opponent, who seemed like dough, unaffected even with a dented chest and not even fearing a low blow. Did that mean he had no weaknesses? With his own strength being weaker and unable to find the enemy's weakness, how was he supposed to fight? The opponent was blocking the exit, preventing him from escaping, and retreating was not an option either, as there were more people wanting to capture him over there. Who are you guys? Why do you have to capture me? Come with me and you'll find out everything. Time's running out. Li Yang flung the last metal ball with all his strength. He didn't turn to run but charged directly at the enemy. If he wanted to escape, this was his only chance. The metal ball struck the opponent's chest once more, yet there was no joy on Li Yang's face. He lowered his shoulders and charged at the opponent with all his might. This time Li Yang felt the impact and the opponent was sent flying sideways. Li Yang took off running, finally bursting onto the main street. As he turned the corner, he caught a glimpse of the opponent glaring at him from the intersection. Finally escaping with his life, Li Yang circled along the main street before reaching the main entrance of the campus, then sprinted back to his dorm. Ren Sufang was still tidying up in the cafeteria when she received a report through her earpiece that Li Yang had suddenly run off to chase after someone who had snatched a bag. She immediately sensed something was off, instructing her subordinate to send her the location while she dashed out of the cafeteria's kitchen. She ran swiftly along the thickets, and many couples sitting under the trees felt a gust of wind pass by, bewildered by the sudden breeze. Using Li Yang's phone location, she found him surrounded by 3 people. Fortunately, she noticed that the opponents aimed to capture Li Yang alive, giving her a chance to save him. In her rush, she had no time to grab her weapon and only managed to grab a pair of chopsticks. She hurled one chopstick like a projectile, which the opponent easily swatted away, but then she threw another chopstick that enveloped everyone, including Li Yang. With the first chopstick, she exerted all her strength. If it hadn't been blocked, it would have penetrated a person. The second chopstick was merely for show. Fortunately, the others fell for her trick, instantly retreating to the rooftops, allowing her to reach Li Yang in time, grabbing him and running. However, just as they had run a few steps, Li Yang unexpectedly pushed her back and took off running, leaving her trapped within the encirclement. Luckily, one of the 3 had gone after Li Yang, making it much easier for her to deal with the remaining 2. Yet among the 2 awakened ones, one controlled the wind, moving with incredible speed, even as light as a swallow, and could unleash wind blades that were as lethal as flying knives. The other was defensive. Although she had struck him 3 times with chopsticks, he merely stepped back half a pace, not a single bruise on him. Even a stone could be pierced by her chopsticks, yet this person's body was even harder than rock. As Ren Sufang lowered her head, a wind blade flew overhead, leaving a gash on the wall. In an unknown, she was confident she could defeat either of them. However, in a turnoon, especially with their cooperation, one blocking her relentlessly while the other attacked from behind with wind blades, she found herself struggling. Lan Tianyu was also excited. He hadn't expected that chasing a small fish would lead to a big catch. If they captured this person, they could uncover many secrets of that organization. Even if they couldn't capture her alive, killing her would still be a significant achievement. Though he didn't know who Ren Sufang was or her code name in the clown organization, her strength was clearly superior to that of He Lu. Now the 2 of them didn't necessarily seek victory, but rather aimed to entangle her. Once their companion returned with the kid, 3 against 1 would guarantee their win. This woman was fast, but he was no slouch either, and the numerous buildings around severely limited their speed. Moreover, this woman had no weapon, yet the chopsticks she had used earlier were a surprise. They were fully armed and equipped with special anesthetic agents. Ren Sufang had no intention of running. She needed to keep the 2 of them occupied so that Li Yang had a better chance to escape. If she brought these two along, she wouldn't be able to look after Li Yang, and instead it could distract her and lead to her own encirclement. She recalled that the kid was quite clever and hoped he could escape. If he were caught, she would have no chance of rescue here. Otherwise, if he took a wrong turn, he would truly be unable to escape. Of course, all this was due to her confidence in her own speed. If she couldn't win, she could still manage to escape. They were both waiting. Neither side was desperate, each testing and restraining the other, until finally she spotted a figure appear. Upon seeing that figure, Ren Xufang's speed suddenly increased and she darted between Lan Tianyu and the other two. Although she was hit with a punch, she successfully broke free. She didn't see Li Yang's figure, which meant he had likely already escaped. As for being taken away by someone else, that was impossible. If they had allies, they would have surrounded her by now. Watching Ren Xufang escape, Lan Tianyu chased a few steps before stopping. Only he could barely keep up with her speed. If the other two were not so fortunate. If he chased after her alone, he would risk getting injured or even killed. Perhaps this was her intention, to lure him in. Where did the kid go? Lan Tianyu asked. He ran away. You didn't catch him? Lan Tianyu felt it was unbelievable that a small fry who had just awakened could escape from a level awakened one. He's more cunning than I imagined. Noticing the doubt in Lan Tianyu's eyes, the speaker explained with just that one sentence. He had no subordinate relationship with Lan Tianyu, so there was no need to explain further. He just didn't know how he would explain it to the lady later. Undoubtedly the two would shift all the blame onto him. At that moment he thought chasing after the kid would be the easiest way to earn merit, but he never expected to end up taking the blame. Ren Xufang returned to her rented apartment at school, looking at her back in the mirror where a bruise had formed. The Hunter organization truly hadn't given up on the lead regarding Li Yang, and she had been careless. If she had been armed, she wouldn't have been in such a predicament. Right, Li Yang should have escaped, but was he injured? Ren Xufang took out her phone, saw an unread call from Li Yang, and called back only to hear the message that the line was unavailable. She quickly contacted her subordinate and learned that Li Yang had returned to the dorm, which relieved her. This kid had escaped and didn't even inform her. What did it mean that his phone was off? Moreover, that kid had pushed her when he escaped. Especially when she sat down and felt the pain from her injury, she was determined to settle the score with Li Yang. The next morning Ren Xufang went to make buns as usual, but her speed wasn't as fast. Even with the special medicine, her injuries wouldn't heal overnight. Just as she finished steaming some buns, she saw Li Yang appear at the window. I want 2 beef corn buns and 2 fresh meat mushroom buns. In the morning Li Yang did not go to the martial arts club activity room. Instead, he went out to buy a new phone. The first thing he did was log into WeChat to contact Fang Jia. Fang Jia, I'm sorry. I truly didn't know it was you yesterday. I was too flustered at that time. My phone broke yesterday and I just bought a new one. Did you manage to deal with those few people? After a while Fang Jia replied, they all ran away. What the heck, those 3 people ran away? Li Yang felt a bit flustered. Even Fang Jia, who is so capable, couldn't handle it. Fang Jia, did the organization send someone to capture them? You don't need to know about these things. I've told you before, but you always forget. Next time I won't come to your rescue again. Ren Xufang was also very angry. If it weren't for He Lu saying that someone was also watching that kid, she wouldn't care about him so much. Just an awakened beast transformation talent, there are many in the organization. Most of them can't truly leave the training camp. What makes him worthy of her special protection? Li Yang thought for a moment. If he hadn't gone to that remote place at night, that incident wouldn't have happened. It seems he was indeed at fault. He never expected the other party would use such a method to lure him there. If his strength had been stronger, even if he could only block one person instead of fleeing, perhaps the outcome would have been very different. Ren Xufang did not talk more with Li Yang, but immediately contacted her family to report the situation. The Hunter organization actually sent 3 people to capture Li Yang. Could it be that he has something special about him? He looks just like an ordinary beast transformation awakener, neither a genius nor anything extraordinary. Why not kill him directly and instead capture him alive? To kill Li Yang, actually just one person would be enough. Given Li Yang's alertness, perhaps an ordinary person could do it without needing an awakener. When the assassins kill, their methods are numerous and unpredictable. Just captured one person and immediately 3 more came. Is it because of the one who got caught? Are they trying to capture Li Yang for some kind of exchange? That doesn't seem right. The one who got captured didn't have much ability. Could it be that he knows some crucial secret? But if that person is really important, why send someone to keep an eye on Li Yang? Ren Xufang thought for a long time and still had many questions. It seems she can only wait for instructions from her family. He San received the news from Ren Xufang and immediately reported it to the team leader. Shortly after, the team leader called away He Lu. 5 minutes later, He Lu returned packing things up. He said he received an urgent mission and needed to set off immediately. As for the mission details and location, He Lu didn't say, and He San wouldn't ask. He wouldn't break the rules. But He San was somewhat puzzled. Was this mission related to Li Yang? He thought for a long time, then shook his head. That Li Yang was just an ordinary beast transformation awakener. How could the organization pay such close attention? He Lu must have gone to carry out another mission. Ren Xufang was likely on another mission. Protecting Li Yang was just incidental. What identity does Li Yang have that warrants Ren Xufang's protection? If Li Yang really had some important identity, they could just bring him back to the organization. Why leave him out there? When he first awakened, it was a critical time for strength enhancement. The longer he was delayed outside, the lower his future potential would be. He was exactly like that at the beginning. If he had entered the organization earlier, his strength wouldn't be so low. Relying on his special abilities, he barely managed to leave the training camp. Lan Tianyu and the other 2 returned to the secret base, which was just a very ordinary residential area. Many people rented here, so no one would notice a few strangers. Upon entering the room, they saw a girl in a red dress sitting on the sofa leisurely eating chips. Only the 3 of you came back. Please forgive us, miss. We were ineffective and failed to capture Li Yang alive. Lan Tianyu was the first to apologize, and the other 2 hurriedly followed suit. So did you kill him by mistake? Chu Qingwan continued to stuff a chip into her mouth as if the death of a person was something she was accustomed to. No, we let him escape. There was a master protecting that kid, a class speed awakener, and the 2 of us couldn't stop him. Lan Tianyu appeared to take the blame. However, he managed to pull another companion to his side, specifically pointing out that their opponent was a class expert, making their loss seem reasonable. Miss, I couldn't capture Li Yang. I didn't expect that kid to be so cunning. His strength and speed were greater than what Lan Tianyu said, allowing him to escape to a crowded place, making it difficult to pursue. Are you pushing the blame onto me, thinking I can't retaliate? You've seen that kid before. You said he just awakened. How can someone just awakened have such strength? Enough. I brought you together hoping you would work together, not to undermine each other. That Li Yang, even if his strength has improved, won't be your match. Letting him escape is your mistake. You 3 went together. Didn't you make a plan beforehand? You could have taken down Li Yang in an instant. How did he get stopped? Even with an extra expert, did you forget your own advantages? 3 awakens, 1 could just go out and catch him, while the other 2 could completely hide. When the opponent's reinforcements arrived, the other 2 could suddenly appear for a sneak attack. Even if the opponent is a class speed talent, they could still be seriously injured or even killed. The organization trains every individual in assassination techniques. Have you forgotten your identity? Must you fight hidden? You are all useless. Go back. This matter is no longer your concern. Miss, how about I stay behind to help? Lan Tianyu volunteered. Being close to the mist would yield more benefits. Did you not hear what I said? You are not to speak of this to anyone. I will handle it personally. Lan Tianyu and the others immediately fell silent and left in dismay. With just a glance from the mist they felt immense pressure with no desire to resist. After the three left, Shu Qingwan brushed the chip crumbs off her hands. That Li Yang was actually able to escape in an unknown situation which surprised her even more. An ordinary beast transformation awakener unexpectedly piqued her interest further. It's better that he escaped. It further proves that Li Yang is a member of that organization. But why would someone with such strength be left out there? Shouldn't he be brought back for training? Or does this kid have a special identity? If that's the case, it becomes even more interesting. She wanted to investigate thoroughly. Perhaps she could uncover the secret base of the clown organization through this kid. Even if it doesn't work out, she could still find more awakeners from the clown organization, which the masters would definitely be very pleased to see. Sister Fang, that opponent from the day before yesterday, was clearly not faster or stronger than me, yet when I fought him I always felt like he was quicker. Why is that? That's because he has more combat experience than you, allowing him to anticipate your moves. Of course his reaction speed is also better than yours, which is why you feel constantly pressured. Reaction speed? While Lin Yang acknowledged that he couldn't match the experience, he couldn't understand why Sister Fang thought his reaction speed was slow. Sister Fang, what exactly is fast reaction speed and how can I improve it? Have you seen a sports match? Many people aren't particularly fast, yet they can break through the defenses of those who are faster and even intercept the ball. The simplest way to improve is to practice catching flies with your bare hands. Lin Yang brought his phone screen closer, clearly seeing every word. He couldn't believe it. Sister Fang was actually asking him to catch flies. Can catching flies really train his reaction speed? Isn't there another way? This seems a bit disgusting. However, it seemed he had no choice. If he asked for alternatives, Sister Fang would likely say you can skip the training. No choice but to give it a try. The bathroom surely had flies. On the other end of the phone, Ren Sufeng wore a mischievous smile, thinking, let's see you push yourself. Buzz. Lin Yang reached out to catch a fly resting on the stall door, but as soon as he moved, the fly quickly flew away. After several attempts, he hadn't succeeded even once. Could it be that his reaction speed was really that slow? He thought Sister Fang meant he should be able to catch a flying fly, but he couldn't even catch one that was stationary. He felt rather weak. After half an hour of trying, he had managed to scare all the flies out of the stall, and Lin Yang reluctantly walked out. Hey old Li, what were you doing in there? Zhao Liang, who was urinating at the urinal, glanced into the stall. Was he hiding in there for no reason? Nothing much. Lin Yang couldn't exactly say he was trying to catch flies, could he? Zhao Liang pulled up his pants and entered the stall, noticing some small advertisements stuck inside, grinning. Did you call any of those? Was it a guy who answered? You're the one calling those ads. I suddenly remembered I forgot to bring paper. I have some, here you go. And it makes sense, you eat so much every time, it's only natural you need to go more often. Get lost. Lin Yang grabbed the tissues and forcefully shut the door. Despite having learned how to argue from Zhao Liang, he still couldn't match him. It seemed he had a long way to go before mastering the art of debate. In that short time, a few more flies appeared in the stall, and Lin Yang began his fly-catching training once again. After a few minutes, he flushed the toilet and returned to his dorm. Sitting by the table, Lin Yang suddenly noticed a fly resting on the ladder. He slowly reached out, swiped quickly, but the fly buzzed away. Old Li, what are you doing catching flies? Zhao Liang's loud voice drew the attention of all the dorm mates. Lin Yang felt even more embarrassed and didn't know how to respond. He then heard Zhao Liang say, you all can't catch flies like I can. Do you believe I can catch a live one? You must be joking, flies are too fast. I'd believe you could kill one but catch it alive. Dazhuang jumped down from his bed. If you can catch one, I'll owe you a can of Red Bull. I'll raise the stakes. I'll add a can too. The other four expressed their disbelief. Lin Yang raised 2 fingers. I bet 2 cans that you can't catch one. 6 cans, that's just right for a pack. I'll surely catch one in 3 tries, just watch. Zhao Liang rubbed his hands together, excitement written all over his face. The first time the fly flew away and Dazhuang and the others wore victorious smiles, but on the second try Zhao Liang actually caught one. Lin Yang and the others were stunned to see Zhao Liang open his hand and a fly buzz out. Zhao Liang stood with his hands on his hips laughing joyfully, haha. I love competing with you guys, the Red Bull is mine so easily. How did you catch it? Is there a trick? Dazhuang tried but didn't catch one. Watch closely. Keep your hand at a distance from the fly and then reach from the head towards the tail. When the fly takes off, it'll land right in your palm. Dazhuang tried it and managed to catch one, but he ran straight to the washroom because he had accidentally squished the fly. Lin Yang nodded thoughtfully. So this is what experience and skill are. It seems catching flies isn't particularly difficult. He ran to the bathroom and soon returned managing to catch the stationary flies, but he still couldn't catch the ones in flight. It seemed he needed much more practice. In the afternoon they went for military training again. As usual, Lin Yang went to the martial arts club practice room to train. However, during breaks he no longer watched but searched the room for flies. He waved his hands, chased the flies, but he hadn't caught a single one that was flying. He was lucky to have brushed against a couple, but as soon as he tried to catch them they escaped. Can an ordinary person really catch flies? Should he try transforming? However, after transforming it seemed he couldn't showcase any improvement in reaction speed, which troubled him. Suddenly the activity room door opened and Sun Jigang walked in with a classmate. Lin Yang, you're here too. Let me introduce you, this is a new member of our martial arts club, a freshman named. What was it again? Lu Chang. Right, Lu Chang. Lu Chang, this is Lin Yang, also a freshman. You two should get to know each other. I have something to take care of, so I'll leave now. After your military training you'll start attending club activities, so don't forget. Once Sun Jigang left, Lu Chang looked at Lin Yang like he was a panda baby. You're the one who fought the instructor, right? Lin Yang nodded silently. Sure enough, he had become a well-known figure at school. Others might not remember his name, but they definitely remembered what he had done. A fly suddenly buzzed past his face and Lin Yang instinctively swiped his hand but still failed to catch it. Lu Chang was taken aback. What are you doing, Lin Yang? Why did it seem like Lin Yang was trying to catch flies? Was this guy really that weird? Catching flies, Lin Yang replied directly. Lu Chang silently took 2 steps back. I need to go to the infirmary for a shot, so I'll head out now. You keep practicing, go on. Is this guy crazy? Why is he catching flies for fun? I've only heard about his outstanding physical abilities but never imagined him to be this peculiar. If he were to shake hands with me later, wouldn't that be disgusting? I should just leave. Lin Yang ignored Lu Chang. He had said that on purpose. When training he didn't want anyone watching. Especially when catching flies in front of others, he felt a lot of pressure. Li Yang felt that catching a fly might be a bit difficult, so he decided to start with something simpler like a slower flying mosquito. Over the next few days, besides exercising, he focused on catching mosquitoes, even deliberately wandering around the lawn in the evenings. Many students noticed someone lingering around the lawn for a long time, flailing their arms and legs, thinking they were recording a silly video, unaware that Li Yang was specifically practicing catching mosquitoes. After his military training leave ended, he returned to the squad and continued training alongside everyone else, now with the addition of paired combat. At first no one wanted to be in a group with Li Yang, believing they couldn't defeat him. Not to mention Li Yang was more familiar with military boxing and they felt inferior to his physical strength. However, upon seeing that Li Yang did not retaliate, many students actively volunteered to challenge him. The instructor watched Li Yang with great interest, noticing that the boy was simply dodging and blocking without throwing a single punch or attempting a grappling move. Did he think those students were unworthy opponents? Well then, let him pay for his arrogance. The instructor arranged for students to take turns challenging Li Yang one after another, with each fight lasting no more than 5 minutes and at least 2 minutes allowing them to unleash their attacks. Li Yang resisted the urge to strike back, merely blocking and dodging while guessing the moves his opponents might make. At first he hardly guessed correctly, as everyone had different habits. Moreover, during actual combat, even those who intended to follow a pattern often forgot and didn't even use military boxing. In the beginning, Li Yang was often hit, but fortunately their punches weren't too heavy and he could withstand them. Gradually, Li Yang guessed his opponent's moves more frequently and the number of times he got hit decreased significantly, showing clear improvement. The students were astonished to find that while Li Yang simply defended and dodged, they themselves became increasingly out of breath, realizing that attacking consumed energy. Furthermore, when Li Yang blocked, he would collide with their arms and legs, which was quite painful. When 10 students took turns and failed to land a single hit on Li Yang, he proactively requested the instructor, "I want to face 2 opponents." This made the other students unhappy. Although Li Yang was strong and defensive, his refusal to attack was just asking for trouble. One student charged forward to grab him while another attempted to sneak around behind Li Yang, hoping to take him down this time. Li Yang took a deep breath and beckoned them with his fingers. The student on the left rushed in quickly, not throwing a punch but extending his arms to wrap around Li Yang's waist, while the student on the right planned to come up from behind, determined to knock Li Yang down. Both of them had fought a lot in high school. While one was skilled at fighting, it was impossible for 2 of them to defeat Li Yang without throwing a punch. Even if they didn't possess his strength, they could still manage to hold him down for a short time. Of course, this was merely their own assumption. Li Yang suddenly charged at the student on the right, not throwing a punch or kicking, but instead lowering his shoulder to crash into the student's chest. That student was sent tumbling by the impact, landing on the ground and dazed, unable to get back up. The student on the left saw Li Yang's back turned to him and felt a surge of joy. If he could lock Li Yang's neck or hug his waist, he could control him. Defeating a classmate who had even bested the instructor would surely give him bragging rights for a long time, even serving as a decent conversation starter when chasing girls. Li Yang anticipated that the student behind him would try to secure him or kick him, so he swiftly dodged to the side while simultaneously bumping his hip against the student's back. As the classmate who had fallen attempted to get up, he saw his partner charging at him and they both collided and fell to the ground, drawing laughter from their classmates. The instructor's eyes lit up. To win in an unusual situation was quite impressive. This Li Yang was truly remarkable. It's a pity that such a promising talent wasn't willing to enlist. The commander had repeatedly asked him to persuade Li Yang, but Li Yang was resistant to any persuasion. However, the fact that he enjoyed martial arts could be leveraged. There were many combat experts in the army and their skills far surpassed the military boxing they were learning. However, those experts wouldn't easily share their techniques. One had to be recognized by them. Someone like Li Yang should be able to impress those experts, provided he was willing to enlist. The commander suggested that they could first temper Li Yang's arrogance. He had thought the same when he previously sparred with Li Yang, but it backfired and only boosted Li Yang's momentum, forcing him to rest for several days. Now, seeing that Li Yang was acting like a lone wolf, refusing to strike, he decided to let him take a beating. "You two run 3 laps as punishment. You and you, the 3 of you, go take down Li Yang. Remember, if you lose you will run 5 laps. The students did not find the instructor's punishment unreasonable. If 3 of them couldn't take down Li Yang, it would indeed be too embarrassing. Li Yang watched as 3 classmates positioned themselves to surround him. He was not anxious, on the contrary, he felt more excited. Just 6 months ago he would never have dared to imagine being this formidable. Now without even using energy to enhance his strength and speed he could win in a unequal battle. Once he transformed, his combat power would increase even further. The three classmates had just discussed their strategy and they all charged at Li Yang, simultaneously aiming to prevent him from taking them down one by one. Even if Li Yang could knock one down, the other two would still cling to him and try to bring him down. Li Yang's mind raced, searching for the flaws in the trio's formation. He could easily take down all three unguarded students with 3 quick punches, but winning without throwing a punch was much more challenging. He dashed toward one of the students, needing to break through the encirclement, otherwise if they managed to grab him he wouldn't be able to escape without using energy. As he reached the student he suddenly darted back, causing the student's foot to land right where Li Yang had been. As the student jumped, Li Yang slipped past him and with a bump against his back the student fell to the ground in a comical manner. The other 2 students reached out to grab Li Yang's camouflage uniform, but he didn't run forward. Instead he backed up into one of the classmates, knocking him down as well. When the last student lunged at him, Li Yang rolled to the side, just avoiding him, while the other 2 collided with each other. The classmates looked on in disbelief. In a Onion 3 situation Li Yang had won without throwing a punch. Having won, Li Yang did not display any sign of triumph, for he believed the 3 classmates were just ordinary people. What joy was there in defeating the mundane? However, his classmates cast envious and even admiring glances at him, wondering when they too could become so formidable. But once they saw Li Yang suddenly wave his hand to swat a fly, they immediately lost the desire to approach him. Li Yang tried to maintain a calm demeanor, yet felt a twinge of embarrassment inside. Now upon seeing a fly he instinctively wanted to reach out, as if it had become a reflex. Theoretically an ordinary person could catch a flying fly, but the probability was exceedingly low. Li Yang was confident he could achieve it. The method Sister Fang had taught him was surely correct. Moreover, he was not an ordinary person, but an awakened being with an even lower probability of occurrence. While dining in the cafeteria that evening, Li Yang sat across from Wang Ruken, who noticed that he kept glancing to the side where only male classmates were present. "Li Yang, what are you looking at?" "Nothing, just looking around." He couldn't possibly say he was watching a fly, could he? But soon Wang Ruken noticed Li Yang eating while simultaneously gazing at something. Upon closer inspection she asked incredulously, "Are you watching a fly?" "The hygiene of this school cafeteria is terrible. There's even a fly. I'm just worried it might come over and ruin my appetite." Li Yang defended himself. Wang Ruken looked at the empty plate in front of him. He had eaten enough for 3 people. Was that really a concern for his appetite? "In a couple of days we'll be going to the military shooting range. Don't you boys enjoy shooting?" Li Yang was taken aback for a moment, confirming that Wang Ruken was not joking before responding, I suppose so." "Then let's compete to see who performs better. The loser has to agree to one request from the winner." "Are you sure? Are you afraid?" "Fine." Li Yang tilted his head again, eager to try catching a passing fly. Wang Ruken. After dinner a masked person approached a trash can holding a piece of watermelon rind, pretending to throw it away while actually observing the flies around the trash can. Suppressing his disgust, Li Yang swiftly waved his hand but failed to catch a single fly. As he practiced he inwardly complained about Sister Fang. Did training his reflexes really have to involve catching flies? Several passing classmates cast him looks that suggested they thought he had lost his mind, as they had never seen anyone flailing about by a trash can. Fortunately it was dusk and they couldn't see clearly, otherwise if they witnessed Li Yang trying to catch flies they might immediately pull out their phones to post about him on the school website, even rushing out of the school to share it nationwide. In a fleeting moment Li Yang suddenly felt as if the flies were moving slower. He quickly waved his hand and swiftly snapped it back. Damn it, he managed to crush the fly. Running back to the dormitory he washed his hands frantically, then began to reflect on the feeling of having caught the fly. Just then he spotted a mosquito nearby, waved his hand and caught it as well, then washed his hands again. Unable to catch any flies, he felt a bit anxious, even troubled, yet catching one seemed equally vexing. In a restroom stall, a fly landed on the wall and he waved his hand to make it fly off again, but once more he caught nothing. That earlier sensation seemed to have vanished. He frowned. Could it be that catching the fly was merely a coincidence? All that excitement while washing his hands had been for nothing. He closed his eyes carefully, recalling that feeling from before. Upon reopening them, he saw a fly pass by. A second later he slowly opened his palm and a fly buzzed away. He could catch flies now? If one was a coincidence, then numerous catches couldn't all be coincidences, could they? He had done it, truly done it. Excitedly, Yang immediately pulled out his phone and called Sister Fang. Ren Sufang had just finished checking her back injury, which had healed significantly. Thankfully, she had brought effective medicine from the organization, or it would have taken at least 2 weeks to recover. Suddenly the phone on the table rang. She glanced at the number. Hello. It's me. I've arrived and nothing happened, right? If there's something, I will contact you. Don't call me if there's nothing. Ren Sufang hung up the phone. Why had he come? Just as she was about to take a shower, the phone rang again. What does this kid want now? Hello. Fang Jia, I did it. I really did it. Li Yang's voice was low but filled with excitement. What did you do? Ren Sufang was confused. Why was he calling out of the blue? I caught a fly. The one that was flying. Li Yang explained. Huh? You really caught a fly? Ha ha ha! Ren Sufang laughed uncontrollably at this unexpected news. Li Yang was stunned on the other end of the line and immediately shouted, Didn't you tell me to? You're lying to me? He felt as though he had been hit with 1,000 blows, his heart aching to the point of breathlessness. He had been tricked and he had actually believed it. Wait, you said you caught it? Ren Sufang finally reacted. This kid had truly caught the fly with his bare hands. I'm asking you, did you use any energy? Was the fly flying? No, I just relied on my hand speed to catch it while it was flying. Alright, I really didn't deceive you. Catching flies can indeed train reflexes, but it's such a disgusting method that no one uses it anymore. I didn't expect you to not mind the filth. Hearing Sister Fang say this, Li Yang felt even worse. So you mean there are other ways? Of course. Otherwise, do you think we all train our reflexes by catching flies? Of course, you aren't part of the organization yet, so you can't use those devices for the time being. Therefore, catching flies really suits you. Ha ha ha. This kid is too amusing. Ren Sufang couldn't help but laugh. The line went dead as the other party hung up. Ren Sufang also ended the call and her smile instantly vanished. This kid had truly caught a flying fly without using any energy. Such reflexes were already considered average. What was important was how little time had passed from when she told Li Yang to when he accomplished it. Moreover, she was aware of how hard Li Yang trained every day. His level of diligence surpassed that of most awakened. It was just that his current training methods were improper, hence his limited progress. Such an awakened should definitely be brought back to the organization's training camp. The probability of emerging stronger from there would be quite high. Even beastly awakened could produce strong individuals just with a slightly lower probability. It was a pity that the organization's decisions were beyond her control. Should she report this matter to the organization? Or perhaps not. It wasn't necessary to report such trivialities. She had more pressing matters at hand. Zhang Cheng settled down at a budget hotel near Li Yang's school. He contacted a few people and began searching for awakened individuals lurking around the school. The activities of the Hunter organization have become increasingly frequent. They are not only expanding domestically from abroad but also daring to target their own members, which has struck a nerve with their leader. He was dispatched this time to locate awakened individuals from other organizations and to keep an eye on Li Yang. When he received the second order he was quite surprised. Was an ordinary beast transformation awakened one really worth such attention? But an order is an order, he would not dare to defy it as it was all part of the job. Perhaps there was something about Li Yang that he had not noticed. Was he truly just an ordinary beast transformation awakened? He had interacted with Li Yang many times but had not discovered anything unusual. Although he had a detection goggles, it was merely an auxiliary tool primarily useful for locating newly awakened individuals. There were other functions like querying data and contacting teammates, but it was of little use for identifying those who had joined awakened organizations. Energy concealment is a common tactic employed by every awakened organization, and Li Yang was now capable of it. Moreover, the detection goggles could not detect the abilities of awakened individuals at all. In fact, sometimes even the energy detection could go awry, not only failing to detect those who had awakened, but also misidentifying unawakened individuals as awakened. So if Li Yang had hidden any abilities, it was not impossible for him to have missed them. This would only prove that the kid was far more scheming than he appeared. Such scheming is irrelevant. Were not all these awakened individuals like that at first? As long as they entered the organization's training camp, they would be on the right path. During this time he was also observing Li Yang closely, as he might become his teammate in the future, and it was essential to understand him well. Hey, we are going to the shooting range today. I've never touched a real gun in my life. In the car his classmates were all excited. Ha ha ha, I heard everyone can shoot 10 bullets. I can definitely hit 50 points, right? I can hit 60. I can hit 70. The instructor said nothing, merely glancing at those classmates who had never even touched a gun, now boasting. Forget about 50 points, if anyone can hit 30 that would be considered qualified. Soon they arrived at the shooting range, and not all the classmates showed up. They were divided into several batches, with today being the first batch. Everyone attention. At ease. I will explain the key points, listen carefully. Each class instructor was explaining the safe use of firearms with an emphasis on safety. The students were using live ammunition. If anyone wasn't careful, it could easily lead to injuries or fatalities. This is also why many universities have cancelled shooting training during military training. Why could Li Yang's school participate in shooting? It was because there was a batch of bullets close to expiration. The first 10 students lay down, checking their magazines, loading and aiming. Each of them had an instructor standing behind them who only focused on the guns in the students' hands. On my command, prepare to shoot. After the gun fired, aim and shoot again. After 10 rounds the magazine was unloaded and the instructor went to check before hearing the results through the intercom. The best score was 26 points while the worst was 7 points. The other students burst into laughter, thinking the first batch was too pathetic. How could they not hit dozens of points? 70 students finished with the highest score being only 33 points, and several scored 0, missing the target entirely. When it was Li Yang's turn, he recalled the instructor's instructions, lay down, checked the magazine, loaded it, aimed, and after hearing the command fired his first shot. He could clearly feel the recoil of the gun. Now he understood why many classmates were rubbing their shoulders after shooting. It was no wonder so many missed their targets. 30 meters seemed close, but even a slight shake could lead to a complete miss. At this moment Li Yang tensed his muscles, firmly bracing against the gunstock, and fired his second shot. This time it felt much better, but the recoil still seemed a bit strong. He directed the energy within his body to his shoulder and arm, firing again, and this time he felt much steadier. He could see the target clearly, feeling as though the distance was not even 30 meters. In the following rounds he maintained this feeling, quickly finishing 10 bullets. Target number 6, 73 points. Wow! The classmates exclaimed in surprise that this score was nearly double the best one just now. Even the instructors couldn't help but look at Li Yang twice. How could this student withstand the recoil? He didn't seem particularly strong. The leading instructor spoke over the intercom. Please confirm once more whether there are any other bullets. During training for new recruits, it was common for bullets to hit the adjacent targets, let alone these students who had just handled firearms. 73 points were better than the first scores of the new recruits he had trained. Confirming 73 points if the two adjacent targets did not miss. The leading instructor noted it down and looked up at Li Yang. Have you been to a shooting range before? Report instructor, this is my first time handling a gun. He truly wished he had been to a shooting range before, but he needed the opportunity for that. Alright, return to your unit. The instructor marked an asterisk next to Li Yang's name. This student performed excellently and clearly enjoyed shooting. He could be considered for enlistment. Hey, this name looks familiar. Isn't this the student the commander instructed to pay special attention to? No wonder the commander noticed him. Not only is his physical ability good, but he is also so talented in shooting. He is a good prospect. In a short while, only 8 students remained in a class with 2 empty spots. The instructor suddenly called out, Li Yang from the military boxing demonstration team, step forward. Li Yang stepped out in confusion, wondering what was happening as he hadn't done anything just now. There are still spots available. Do you want to shoot again? Li Yang, excited, nodded vigorously and was arranged at the farthest end with an empty spot beside him. After 10 shots, the results came through the intercom. Target number 10, 82 points. 82 points. Li Yang's score once again broke today's best record. Many classmates looked at him enviously, wishing they could shoot again, but thinking back to their previous scores, they doubted the instructor would agree. Sigh, I didn't perform well the first time. If I get another chance, I could also hit 80 points. In a nearby building not far from the shooting range, a major was reviewing a document. Putting down the document, he looked puzzled as to why he was asked to select students with exceptional performance. Li Yang, impressive. I heard from the instructor that your score is quite good for the army. Is that really impressive? I only scored 28 rings while others scored 82. On the way back to school, some classmates discussed excitedly. They had only taken the test once and were very envious of Li Yang's treatment. It was just good luck. I used to like watching stories about warriors, and I didn't expect the methods mentioned to be true. Anyway, this was my only chance. If I need to be this accurate again next time, I can't guarantee it. The reason Li Yang was more accurate than the other students was mainly due to energy cheating, so he didn't feel particularly proud. However, he also realized more uses of energy. It seemed it could help him not only in fights but in other aspects as well. Unfortunately, no one told him exactly what to do, and he had to rely on his own exploration. Just as he returned to school, he received a call from an unknown number, a local landline. Hello. Is this Li Yang? I am Coach Lu. Coach Lu? Why are you calling me? Is there something wrong? It can't be, because I haven't shown up these past 2 days that Coach Lu is asking about me. Are you free tonight? I have a special training method that suits you perfectly. Wait. Currently I don't have a personal trainer, so why is Coach Lu designing a special training method for me? Last time it was Coach Lu who took the initiative to change my course. As for tonight, I don't have much time, let's wait until after 11. Li Yang decided he wasn't going to places with fewer people at night anymore. Then I can come and find you. You're a student from the nearby university, right? Just suggest a location and they'll come to you. After agreeing on a location and hanging up, Li Yang still looked confused. Coach Lu was too enthusiastic. Did he want to earn more money from him? But he decided to see what it was about. If it truly suited him, giving him more money wouldn't be a problem. After finishing dinner, Coach Lu arrived and found Li Yang in the martial arts club's activity room. Coach Lu, I really appreciate your help. No problem, I just thought of this randomly and couldn't help but come find you. Let's get started. You'll demonstrate the moves and you follow along. Li Yang stood opposite Coach Lu watching as he began to do some strange movements. These movements had large amplitudes resembling both boxing and yoga. When he tried to imitate it felt particularly difficult and many movements made him feel some pain in his muscles. What surprised Li Yang even more was that Coach Lu also looked painful. What the heck is going on? You're teaching me moves that you can't even do. Alright, did you remember everything? Coach Lu asked while leaning against the wall. I remembered, Coach Lu. Are you alright? I'm fine. They'll be going now, you practice well on your own. After saying that, Coach Lu slowly made his way to the door limping. Li Yang was still confused. Could it be that he was embarrassed while teaching him, hence behaving like this? That was quite intense. And were those movements really effective? Didn't Coach Lu say he thought of them randomly? Coach Lu slowly walked out of the school and lay down in the gym's lounge falling asleep. When he was awakened by a colleague, he looked bewildered, wondering how he had fallen asleep. And why did he feel sore all over when he hadn't done any strenuous exercise in the afternoon? What was I doing just now? Why can't I remember? Several classmates passed by the martial arts club's activity room and heard muffled moans coming from inside. They exchanged glances and tiptoed to the door. In the classroom it was really thrilling. They gently pushed the door, which was locked. Of course it should be locked at this time. Two people had mischievous smiles in their eyes and suddenly banged on the door a couple of times before quickly running away. Li Yang was struggling to practice those movements when he heard someone banging on the door. He didn't rush to open it but instead stood on a stool and looked through a small window, seeing several classmates running. They hadn't run far but stopped looking at the door as if waiting to see some spectacle. Li Yang had no idea what they were thinking. He simply found it surprising that these people were so bored. He hadn't played such childish games since the 3rd grade. As long as no one was plotting against him, Li Yang glanced at the sky and decided to leave the activity room. The classmates waiting to watch the fun discovered only one male student came out, and then they locked the door from the outside. They were all surprised, wondering if they guessed wrong, and there were no female students inside. This guy was inside making such sounds. What was he doing? Watching a movie? After Li Yang left, they leaned against the window to look inside, confirming that no one was there. Damn, what was the rush for earlier? Returning to the dormitory, Li Yang found that his roommates were not around. Perhaps they had gone to the internet cafe to play games. Just right, he could continue practicing those movements alone. However, those movements were too difficult. Li Yang felt that only those who practiced dancing since childhood might be able to do them. How could Coach Lu know these? Was he intentionally messing with him? Suddenly he thought of a way that might enable him to successfully perform those movements using energy to alleviate pain. Side kick, legs lifting high repeatedly. The pain began again. Hair started to grow on Li Yang's legs, and slowly his legs lifted even higher, finally reaching the level of his shoulders. He did it. It seemed these movements were not impossible to accomplish. Twisting his waist, turning, kicking, swinging his elbow, Li Yang continuously executed some strange movements. His body was also changing constantly. Sometimes hair grew on his legs, sometimes on his arms, and occasionally a circle around his waist. Even so, after completing all the movements, Li Yang still felt a bit tired. These movements had effects on him. How did Coach Lu come up with them? The next noon, Li Yang called Coach Lu. Coach Lu, this is Li Yang. Li Yang? Coach Liu's heart skipped a beat. This kid wouldn't want him to be his personal trainer again, would he? He definitely wouldn't agree. That money was earned too hard. What's up, Li Yang? It's nothing special, just wanted to thank you for teaching me those movements yesterday. By the way, how did you come up with those movements? Are there any more? No need to thank me, it's what I should do. Just practice those well, and if there are new movements I'll teach you. Alright, thank you, Coach Lu. After hanging up, Coach Lu was still confused. He indeed taught some new movements, but he didn't remember Li Yang coming in, did he? Besides, they were just a few simple movements. Was it really worth calling to thank him? What was up with this kid? In the following period until the military training concluded with a performance, Li Yang did not return to the gym, nor did he run in the large sports field at night. He merely took the time to practice those new movements to strengthen his body. He encountered no danger, as if the awakened ones had forgotten about him. Li Yang could distinctly feel his improvement. He believed his strength was more than double that of when he first awakened. Unfortunately, he felt like he was walking in splendid clothes at night, not daring to show his abilities before others. Sometimes he wondered, what did those awakened ones do on a daily basis? Take Sister Fang for instance. She was clearly so strong, yet she sold steamed buns. Did she genuinely wish for that? The ancients said that great talents hide in the marketplace, yet Li Yang could not comprehend it. He thought he could make some extra money using his abilities to improve his living conditions. What are you standing there for? Are you buying steamed buns or not? Sister Fang said angrily. What did that boy's pitying gaze mean? Was he looking for trouble? Oh yes, I want 5. Holding the steamed buns, Li Yang returned to the corner table sitting opposite Wang Ruken. Now that we have a break, why don't you come over to my house to play? Wang Ruken's family had already moved, although still in Jianbei it was no longer the suburbs. No, I want to get to know my dorm mates better since we weren't together during military training. In fact, Li Yang was hoping to use the next few days to train more. Oh right. By the way, you won last time at shooting. Have you thought about what reward you want? Wang Ruken asked with a blush. I haven't thought about it yet. I want to keep it for now. Alright then, after we finish eating I'll leave. If you go shopping with your classmates, remember to buy some clothes since the seasons are changing. Wang Ruken looked a bit disappointed. How had she never noticed how dull Li Yang was before? After eating and seeing Wang Ruken off at the bus stop, Li Yang sighed. Sometimes he thought about confessing to Wang Ruken, telling her that he was not an ordinary person but an awakened one, thus giving her the choice, relieving himself of his inner turmoil. Perhaps this question could be asked of Sister Fang: if the awakened ones in the organization couldn't all have been recruited internally, right? A cold voice of Ren Sufang came through the phone. Did you call me in a hurry just to ask this? Sister Fang, this is very important. Will she be allowed to receive protection? Li Yang urged. Do you think all awakened ones are single? Once you become a true member of the organization, you will naturally receive protection. You're still so young, why the rush? Li Yang was overjoyed. With this assurance, he was even more determined to become a formal member of the organization, which could serve as his backing. But why did it feel so sour listening to Sister Fang's words? Reflecting on Sister Fang's robust figure, Li Yang seemed to find his answer. Sister Fang is right, I'm not in a hurry. After saying that, Li Yang hung up the phone. Ren Sufang looked at her phone, suddenly infuriated. What did that boy mean by that? Should I be anxious? However, for some time recently that boy had not come to trouble her. The Hunters organization had not sought trouble with Li Yang, which puzzled Sister Fang. That day she had been injured and the other party must have known. Why hadn't they acted again? Did they think Li Yang was a trap and were temporarily holding back, or was it due to other matters delaying them? The Hunters were best known for assassination. Even if they could not act openly, they had many other methods. If the Hunters no longer targeted Li Yang, what significance did her remaining here hold? Here it was difficult for her strength to improve. Returning to the organization was the only way for her to make greater progress. Moreover, He Lu had been sent, but there had been no achievements during this time, and he hadn't found any trace of the Hunters' members. In reality, both sides were searching for each other, looking for personnel and bases of the opposing organization. Unfortunately, after so long, both sides had only been probing the periphery. The last betrayal of He Wu had also brought them considerable trouble, and they finally captured an awakened one from the other side, but unfortunately that awakened one was merely from the periphery and knew nothing of the core secrets. the awakened ones from both organizations would hide themselves. They all had some identities as ordinary people, and no one would ever suspect that a university canteen worker selling steamed buns was actually an awakened one. If the other party could not find them, they could not find the other side either. Some who had already exposed their identities could temporarily return to the organization's training camp to act as instructors and train newcomers. Only Li Yang was the only known exposed one, and they were arranging their plans around him, yet they had no idea why the hunters had seemingly vanished. Perhaps the fact that Li Yang was a bait had been seen through. After all, Li Yang's displayed strength was too weak, so perhaps it wouldn't be long before she could conclude this mission. Zhang Chang sat on a chair in a budget hotel, having received a notification that the mission had been altered. He no longer needed to lie in ambush near the school to search for the hunters' members, as those people had appeared in another location. Now he had to capture those people, but with only his strength it was certainly not enough. He had already received permission and contacted Ren Sufang, but could not guarantee success. During the capture, of course, they needed to catch them all. If even one escaped, their mission would be deemed a failure. If they could have one more awakened one at this moment to help hold them off for even 10 seconds, the plan would be much more refined. It seemed he actually knew an awakened one right under his nose who might be able to help. I disagree. Ren Sufang's firm voice came through the phone. But it's just the two of us, how can we complete the mission? I know your injuries have healed, but don't forget the other side has 3 people, each one not weaker than me. If it's just to hold them off, the 2 of us would be fine. But our mission is to capture all 3 alive. Do you think we can manage that? Zhang Chang explained patiently. The reason he was patient was that his strength was inferior to Ren Sufang's. If he were facing He Sen, he would not be so. With that boy's abilities, who do you think he can hold off? If he goes, he will only become a burden to us. At that time, instead of holding them back, he might become the other side's breakthrough point, resulting in not capturing anyone. She still remembered that last time that boy had pushed her. I reported to the captain, and the captain said to proceed with the plan, which means there was no opposition. But the captain didn't agree either. As long as we plan well, that boy can definitely hold them off for 10 seconds. 10 seconds is enough for you to deal with one person. If the mission fails, will you take responsibility? Because that boy failed the mission, will you take responsibility? Ren Sufang retorted. I will take responsibility. 5 minutes later, Li Yang looked at the phone in his hand, his expression quite strange. Was I summoned unexpectedly? At this moment, Li Yang was wearing a safety helmet and dressed in work overalls which bore the words Ice City Subway. He was facing a blueprint on a rock wall, holding a pen and notebook as if recording something, but his gaze kept darting towards an entrance of a passage. He actually didn't want to wear this outfit, but it was part of the hidden identity arranged for him by Zhang Chang, and he was also wearing a pair of glasses on his nose. This was a subway construction site that had been paused, and Li Yang was unclear about the specific reason for the halt. He couldn't understand why awakened beings from a rival organization would come to such a place. His task was simple: to block one person for 10 seconds. 10 seconds seemed brief, but for awakened beings it was enough time to kill several people. For this 10 seconds, Li Yang was also well prepared, carrying 10 metal balls and wearing a vest given by Zhang Chang, the material of which he didn't know, but it was very sturdy. Suddenly a loud bang echoed from within, warping the notebook in Li Yang's hands. He knew that action was imminent. Lan Tianyu and his 2 companions were originally about to leave, but had turned back. The subway construction in Ice City had unearthed a rare mineral which contained energy that could be absorbed by awakened beings. They were ordered to come here to search for minerals. However, in 2 days they had only found 1 piece, and if today yielded no results, they would have to leave. Can't ordinary people handle this? Why do we have to come? Lan Tianyu, holding a detector, continued to scan while muttering, "Aren't you afraid of the leader's wrath? You can leave." Lan Tianyu handing in this piece would be enough to satisfy the leader, and we could gain quite a bit. I think we should leave now, but I have a feeling something bad is about to happen. What could happen? We've reviewed the construction blueprints. There are 3 routes we can take to escape. Besides, the 3 of us together can handle an opponent of level strength if they come. If we even kill a level expert from the opposing side, it would be a great achievement. If we could gain guidance from the leader himself, our strength would surely improve faster. Lan Tianyu continued to calmly observe the instrument in his hand. After all, he was the fastest among the 3, and if any danger arose, he would have the greatest chance to escape. The other 2 exchanged glances. Lan Tianyu was indeed quite bold, claiming to slay a level expert. Could the gap in levels be bridged by mere numbers? Moreover, if many from the opposing side arrived and blocked all the exits, how would they escape? If Lan Tianyu did not leave, the other 2 could not either. Just obtaining the piece of mineral excavated by the construction team would not fully satisfy the leader. If they could find more, the benefits would be even greater. Suddenly all 3 paused, and Lan Tianyu called out towards a left side passage, "Since you're here, come out." "Which friend is joking with my hunter organization?" Ren Xufang emerged from the darkness, her face obscured by a mask. "Knowing I'm here, why don't you run? Is it that you are bold or just ignorant?" Although her face was unclear, they recognized her silhouette as the woman who had rescued Li Yang that day, a member of the clown organization. Daring to come alone to capture the 3 of them, it would be interesting to see who would prevail. The 3 quickly changed their positions, with Lan Tianyu standing behind the other 2. Ren Xufang showed no fear. Despite facing 3 opponents, she was stronger and was armed this time. A pitch-black dagger appeared in her hand, seemingly able to absorb the dim light. In the darkness, it would be utterly undetectable. "The black-scaled dagger, how did it end up in your hands?" Lan Tianyu exclaimed, astonished. "You killed Yu Ying?" "It was Yu Ying who attempted to assassinate me, but I killed him. This dagger is my trophy, and I quite like it. Today I will use this dagger to send you on your way." Ren Xufang suddenly darted to the left, somewhat surprised that the 3 were armed with guns. Damn it, the information was wrong. She quickly dodged to the side, easily evading the bullets. Even with 3 handguns, they would not be able to hit her. She was unafraid, but what about Li Yang? A gunshot from a silenced weapon startled Lan Tianyu and the others. Someone was hiding behind them and also had a gun. Lan Tianyu quickly evaded. His body could not withstand bullets. Hearing the gunfire, Ren Xufang dashed forward. Although Lan Tianyu and the others raised their guns, they only managed to fire 1 shot, which missed the rapidly moving Ren Xufang. Seeing Ren Xufang make her move, Zhang Cheng kicked a water pipe in half, waved his hand, and a stream of water transformed into a spear directly thrusting towards Lan Tianyu. That annoying water element awakened being again. Lan Tianyu turned around, raised his palm, and slashed downwards, sending a blade of wind that sliced the water spear in half. Ren Xufang's power exceeded their expectations, especially with the black-scaled dagger in hand, which was sharper than any bullet. Lan Tianyu realized that the 3 of them were at a disadvantage, forced into passive defense. He immediately began to contemplate escape routes. It seemed that the 3rd passage was the safest. However, cautious as he was, he did not run in that direction, but instead charged forward to help deal with Ren Xufang. Seeing Lan Tianyu rush over, Ren Xufang dodged the wind blade but was passed by Lan Tianyu, heading straight for the path she had taken to escape. Lan Tianyu's sudden retreat left the remaining 2 shocked and angry. They never expected that Lan Tianyu would abandon them to flee first, turning them into mere distractions for him. Zhang Cheng blocked 1 opponent and handed the other over to Ren Xufang, saying, "Quickly finish this, we have at most 10 seconds. Ren Xufang's face flashed with a fierce look. 10 seconds is plenty. Hearing the commotion, Li Yang saw a figure rushing toward him and immediately shouted, "Who is it? Don't you know running is prohibited in the construction tunnel?" As he shouted, he ran toward the figure as if managing the order of the construction site. Lan Tianyu, upon seeing someone blocking the way, raised his handgun without hesitation. He wouldn't waste energy using a wind blade, he needed to conserve strength to escape. Upon seeing the handgun, Li Yang froze. He cursed Zhang Chang in his heart. "You bastard, why didn't you tell me they had guns?" He braced himself for a punch, a kick, or even a fracture, but he was not prepared to be shot. The gunshot rang out, just as Li Yang raised the metal ball in his hand. He hadn't even had time to throw it before he collapsed to the ground, the metal ball slipping from his hand and rolling away. Lan Qianyu watched as Li Yang fell, in response a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Anyone who obstructs him is courting death." As he walked past Li Yang, he suddenly felt that this person looked somewhat familiar, but there was no time to think too much. Escaping was the top priority. Just as he was about to step over the corpse on the ground, he felt his foot being grabbed. Looking down, he saw that the person who had been lying on the ground was still alive. But even if he was still alive, what difference did it make? Shot through, what strength could he possibly have left? He casually kicked his foot, trying to shake off that hand, only to realize that the grip was surprisingly strong. Something was wrong. This was definitely not an ordinary person. He finally saw the person's face. Wasn't it Li Yang, the one he had tried to capture? Awakened ones possess stronger vitality. It wasn't too surprising that a single bullet hadn't killed him. He just needed to unleash another wind blade. Just as Lan Qianyu was about to raise his hand, he felt a tremendous pulling force on his leg. Before he could react, he was lifted up and slammed down onto the ground. This blow left Lan Qianyu somewhat dazed. He could never have imagined that the little guy he had never taken seriously would possess such strength. But he had seen plenty of strong individuals. He casually killed them today. At the critical moment of life and death, he had no time to heed the young lad's instructions. A wind blade flew toward Li Yang's arm. If he dared to grab his leg, then that hand would be severed. To his surprise, Li Yang released his grip quickly. The wind blade flew past, leaving a mark on the rock wall, but Lan Qianyu couldn't escape because Li Yang's hand grasped his ankle once more. Li Yang's speed had increased significantly, which astonished Lan Qianyu. Looking closely, he noticed that Li Yang's eyes were bloodshot and his breathing had become heavier. Had he taken some kind of drug? Ordinary people have stimulants, and so do the awakened. They have drugs that can instantly enhance their abilities. The Hunter organization has dedicated researchers, and the Clown organization must have them too. However, these drugs all come with side effects, and no one is willing to take them unless absolutely necessary, as it's a case of harming oneself while trying to harm the enemy. Li Yang taking medication at this moment didn't surprise him, but he was puzzled about how someone of Li Yang's caliber could possibly have access to such drugs. Or perhaps those two had given him the drugs, with Li Yang merely being cannon fodder. Always claiming how cruel the Hunter organization is, and now look, the Clown organization is no different. Lan Qianyu slapped the ground and sprang up, wrapping one leg around Li Yang's neck and twisting with force. Impossible, why couldn't he twist him? Li Yang grabbed Lan Qianyu's other leg and yanked him down from his neck, slamming him hard onto the ground. After being slammed to the ground twice in a row with immense force, Lan Qianyu felt not only pain throughout his body but also a growing dizziness in his head. Impossible, he was among the elite of the class awakened ones. How could he possibly fall to a newcomer? His feet were being held and he couldn't exert his speed, let alone muster half the strength of Li Yang. Due to the two slams, his pistol had long been knocked away. Two wind blades shot out again, heading straight for Li Yang's arms. He didn't need weapons to kill. Ren Sufang had just dealt with an opponent and, ignoring the enemy currently fighting, Zhang Chang quickly ran towards Li Yang. Earlier she had heard gunshots. If this gunfire was beyond their plan. Li Yang better not be hurt. Right, Zhang Chang seemed to have given that kid a bulletproof vest. As she turned the corner, she saw Li Yang sitting on the ground holding onto Lan Qianyu's legs while Lan Qianyu was unleashing two wind blades. This was bad. Li Yang's arms were about to be lost. But the next scene left her stunned. Li Yang pushed off with his feet moving back half a meter while Lan Qianyu's legs were dragged back the same distance. The two wind blades cut through, severing Lan Qianyu's legs below the knees. Lan Qianyu was momentarily stunned before letting out a scream. Li Yang tossed Lan Tianyu's severed legs aside and lunged at him, straddling Lan Tianyu's chest, unleashing a barrage of punches to his head. Only then did Ren Xufang arrive, kicking Li Yang in the back and sending him tumbling. She wanted him alive, not dead. Unfortunately, Lan Tianyu was already losing more air than he was taking in. With his legs severed and blood flowing profusely, he was becoming weak. After being pounded by the furious Li Yang with over a dozen punches, his head felt like mush. If heaven granted Lan Tianyu another chance, he would still pull the trigger, but his aim would be at Li Yang's head. Even if he hit the chest, he wouldn't think about stepping over Li Yang, but would choose to run away. Ren Xufang suddenly dodged to the side, shouting, "Li Yang, are you crazy? Attacking me?" She knew she was late, and while Li Yang must have resentment, he shouldn't be throwing punches at her. Seeing how Lan Tianyu was faring, if Li Yang landed a punch on her head, the outcome would surely be disastrous. Yet her admonition didn't stop Li Yang. He charged at her again. Ren Xufang sprang forward, circling around to Li Yang's back again, kicking him down. "Are you looking for a beating?" As she saw Li Yang getting up from the ground and charging at her again, Ren Xufang sensed something was wrong. Why did Li Yang seem to not recognize her? Could it be that Li Yang had lost his sanity? This state resembled those awakened with berserk abilities. Had Zhang Chang secretly given Li Yang some drugs? Ren Xufang ran towards Zhang Chang with Li Yang chasing behind. Zhang Chang also heard the gunshots, and while fending off the opponent in front of him, felt a growing anxiety. Li Yang must not be harmed. He was someone even that individual was paying attention to. This plan was devised by him, hoping to let Li Yang achieve merit to join the organization while also pleasing that individual. But if Li Yang were to die because of this, he wasn't sure if he would be blamed or punished. Ren Xufang had already moved on. She had to capture that fleeing person. If Li Yang was killed and that person escaped, his guilt would be even greater. Why was Ren Xufang back? In such a short time, it was impossible for her to have dealt with Lan Tianyu. He knew all too well how troublesome Lan Tianyu was. Oh no, could it be that Lan Tianyu escaped? No, behind Ren Xufang was another figure, Li Yang. He was still alive. Ren Xufang's sudden return revealed despair in the eyes of Zhang Chang's opponent. Against Zhang Chang, he was already at a disadvantage. With that class expert back and another awakened joining, it seemed he was doomed. However, Lan Tianyu certainly hadn't escaped. That little bastard who abandoned them to flee deserved to die. Ren Xufang quickly circled around Zhang Chang's opponent, her black-scaled dagger flying up and down, causing Zhang Chang's opponent to crash to the ground. Zhang Chang breathed a sigh of relief and ran towards Li Yang. Just as he was about to ask if Li Yang was hurt, a fist suddenly appeared before him. Bang! Zhang Chang found himself pressed against the rock wall. Zhang Chang was momentarily dazed by the punch. Why did Li Yang suddenly hit him? And how did this kid's strength become so great? The speed of the punch was so fast that he couldn't dodge. Hey Lu, restrain him, he's lost his sanity. Ren Xufang kicked Li Yang away and used the rebound to retreat. A curtain of water enveloped Li Yang, but what used to easily bind him failed this time. Ren Xufang appeared behind Li Yang in the blink of an eye and kicked his legs twice. Li Yang fell to the ground, and Ren Xufang undid the special rope around her waist, directly binding Li Yang's legs. Zhang Chang unleashed a torrent of water to violently strike Li Yang's head. Finally, Li Yang's struggles weakened in an instant, lying motionless on the ground. Hey Lu, how dare you give him a berserker potion? Ren Xufang scolded. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not one of those body enhancement guys. The organization wouldn't allocate berserker potions to me at all. Are you saying this kid just went berserk? It certainly looks like it. You really didn't give him anything? Ren Xufang still found it hard to believe, otherwise why would He Lu think Li Yang could withstand a class awakened? Absolutely not. I have no idea what's going on. What about Lan Tianyu? Did he escape? He didn't escape, but we can't bring him back alive. He was beaten to death by him. Ren Xufang pointed her chin at the unconscious Li Yang. You say he killed Lan Tianyu? How is that possible? Zhang Chang couldn't believe it. Even if Li Yang went berserk, he couldn't have stopped Lan Tianyu from running away. I saw it with my own eyes. You go check Lan Tianyu's corpse and you'll understand. He might not even be dead yet. Zhang Chang hurriedly ran towards Lan Tianyu's location. Upon seeing the corpse, he believed Ren Xufang's words. The injuries on Lan Tianyu were indeed not from Ren Xufang's methods. He couldn't believe that the renowned Lan Tianyu had died today, and it was by being beaten to death. He dialed a number, "Come over and take the body away." Half an hour later, a dump truck stopped by the roadside and two people jumped down from the back, one of whom was carrying an unconscious person on his shoulder. Go to the designated location. Someone will be there to assist you. Then enjoy your vacation. Zhang Chang shoved Li Yang into a business car by the roadside and the vehicle started heading towards the suburbs. Li Yang slowly woke up feeling sore all over and a bit dizzy. Looking around, where was this place? Could it be that he had been captured again? The door suddenly opened and Sister Fang walked in with someone wearing a Sun Wukong mask. You're awake. Do you feel any discomfort? Zhang Chang asked. Seeing the familiar Sister Fang, Li Yang breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he wasn't captured. Hearing Zhang Chang's question, he assessed how he felt. I feel sore all over, dizzy, and my back seems to hurt even more. Sister Fang Zhang. Hey Lu, where am I? Why was he wrapped in bandages? It looked quite serious. You still recognize us, so it seems your head is fine. You were injured and unconscious, we brought you here for treatment, Zhang Chang explained simply. I remember we were going to capture someone and you had me disguised as a subway construction manager. Later it seems I got shot. Li Yang slowly recalled, his eyes still showing fear. Right, he got shot yet he didn't die. What incredible luck. You were wearing a bulletproof vest, so you didn't really get shot. Do you remember what happened after you were shot? Zhang Chang continued to ask. After I got shot? Wasn't I unconscious? You guys saved me, right? Thank you. Li Yang looked at Zhang Chang with a strange expression. Was this to make him realize he owed them a life debt? Zhang Chang exchanged glances with Ren Xufang. From Li Yang's expression, they couldn't tell he was lying. So it seems that Li Yang was unaware of his berserk state after being shot, and he had no memory of it, which resembled the effects of taking a berserker potion. Unfortunately, in such a place they couldn't conduct a thorough examination on Li Yang, so it was temporarily impossible to determine whether he had taken a potion or gone berserk autonomously. Li Yang, did you eat anything special before? Or did you eat any food given to you by someone else? No, didn't we eat dinner together? Does eating lobster for the first time count as special? Li Yang asked weakly. Before the mission, Li Yang had eaten with Zhang Chang and the others, which was definitely a feast. It seems that awakened ones truly were not short on money, which solidified Li Yang's determination to become a part of the organization, ensuring he wouldn't lack money in the future. I see, then you should rest for a while. Wait a minute, Li Yang suddenly shouted. Zhang Chang's eyes lit up. It seemed this kid remembered something and he wanted to see who had given him the berserker potion. With Zhang Chang and Ren Xufang both looking forward, Li Yang shyly said, Is there anything to eat? I'm hungry. Zhang Chang turned away with a black line on his forehead. Wait there. Li Yang scratched his head. He just wanted something to eat. Why was the attitude so bad? He was really hungry. What would happen if he fainted from hunger? Earlier Zhang Chang and Sister Fang had found it strange asking him what special things he had eaten. What did that mean? What counted as special? Had something strange happened to him? Li Yang looked himself up and down. There didn't seem to be any changes, just some scars on his arms. When did he get those? He didn't remember at all. When Su Fang was preparing food for Li Yang and Zhang Chang stood aside, that kid really went berserk. He is clearly a beast transformation awakened. Could he be a rare dual talent? In the organization he had heard of dual talent awakened ones, each of whom was extremely powerful. If this kid is indeed a dual talent awakened, he must be absorbed into the organization. But now there was no way to verify it. Even if they took the kid back to the organization's laboratory, the drug residue would likely have disappeared by then. Also, unlike taking drugs, this kid didn't seem particularly weak and showed no signs of energy decline, which matched the characteristics of a berserk awakened. When Su Fang paused her chopping, if he truly is a dual talent, then he must be well protected. You go report to the organization and wait for them to send someone to confirm. If he stays in school, isn't that too dangerous? Why don't I just take him away? With such a talent, the earlier he joins the organization, the better. No way, Ren Su Fang shook her head. We can't take him back without thorough verification. Have you forgotten the rules? Aren't we thinking of making an exception? Alright, I hear you. You take good care of him. They'll first take those people back and report his situation to the captain. If it's true, our team could become the strongest. Zhang Chang was somewhat excited. Watching Li Yang gobble down his food, Ren Su Fang shook her head. Was that kid's mind solely on eating? However, such a hearty appetite proved that he was alright. Sister Fang, have we completed the mission? Did anyone escape? Li Yang asked, wiping his mouth. He had to remember the person who shot at him. Such a grudge must be avenged when the opportunity arose. None escaped, so the mission is considered accomplished. Really? That's wonderful. I can say I've made a contribution now, right? Li Yang's face lit up with delight. Zhang Chang had told him that if he helped intercept someone this time, he would earn merit, definitely giving him a chance for re-evaluation. Although he didn't manage to stop that person, he was injured, so it could be considered a work-related injury. He shouldn't be denied credit for that. Let's call it a contribution. I will report it to the organization. Zhang Chang's expression was a bit strange. He actually thought Li Yang was more impressive for defeating Lan Tianyu despite the odds. While it may have been due to Lan Tianyu's carelessness, it was still extremely difficult for an rank to kill a drank. More importantly, Li Yang hadn't sustained significant injuries. You should stay here for the next 2 days and return to school to attend classes the day after tomorrow, Zhang Chang instructed. The day after tomorrow? What date is it today? Li Yang suddenly had a bad premonition. What's the date today? Where's my phone? Today is the 4th. You have been unconscious for 3 days. I was unconscious for 3 days, seriously injured, and you just let me stay here. Li Yang panicked. Why hadn't they sent him to the hospital? What serious injuries? Just some scrapes and bruises. We even applied the organization's special medicine on you, which heals faster than in a regular hospital. What's there to be dissatisfied about? Ren Su Fang frowned, as if implying that they didn't care whether he lived or died. Li Yang froze for a moment. Indeed, he felt fine now, and after eating his body didn't ache as much. Moreover, it seemed that going to a hospital wasn't suitable. He wouldn't know how to explain his injuries there. Of course there should be something. I got injured, a work-related injury. Isn't there any compensation for medical expenses or mental distress? Li Yang argued back. Zhang Chang pulled out a card and tossed it to Li Yang. Here, the password is your birthday. You haven't said how much money is on it. Li Yang shouted at Zhang Chang's retreating figure, but unfortunately Zhang Chang ignored him and left directly. Sister Fang, look at my serious injuries. I almost died. How can I not get at least 80000 or 100000? Li Yang turned to Ren Su Fang again. You only want 100000? Just give me the card, I'll give you cash. The rest I can buy 2 bags. No need to trouble yourself, ha ha ha. Li Yang tightly clutched the bank card. So did that mean there was more than 100,000 inside? If that's the case, Zhang Chang's claim about joining the organization and making money from completing tasks wasn't a lie, but if he had to risk his life each time, Li Yang felt it wasn't worth it. Just don't let it turn into a situation where you earn your life but spend it recklessly. Here, your phone. Charge it yourself, and remember, don't tell anyone where you are. Ren Sufang tossed Li Yang's phone to him and turned to the next room, slamming the door shut with a bang. In a truck transporting sheep, Zhang Chang opened his computer, compiled an encrypted email, and sent it home. He lay on the back seat staring at the ceiling of the driver's cabin, lost in thought. Hey San received the email and was flabbergasted after translating it. He double-checked carefully and found no issues with the translation. Hey Lu had actually sent back such important news. He immediately left the house and delivered the translated email to the captain. The captain carefully read the content of the email and turned to Hey San. Have you verified the content thoroughly? No translation errors? Captain, I checked it twice, one of which was without software. I translated it manually, so there's definitely no mistake unless Hey Lu sent something wrong. Hey San assured him. It seems that he wasn't the only one. Even the captain, upon seeing the news, couldn't believe it. A dual talent awakened, that was exceedingly rare. He had only heard of it before, he had never seen it. Rumor had it that the captain was also a dual talent awakened, but he didn't know if that was true. Okay, I'll go out for a bit. You reply to Hey Lu and tell him to come back as soon as possible. And that kid who is suspected to be a dual talent awakened must be protected well. Such important news couldn't be decided unilaterally. He needed to report to the organization's leader. Of course, if he could unearth such a gifted awakened for the organization, both he and his team would gain considerable benefits. You say he's a dual talent awakened? Beast transformation and berserk. That's quite surprising. Such a person must become part of our organization. You handled it well, but it's still not enough. Not only do we have to protect him, but I want him completely unharmed. Forget it, I'll handle this matter personally. A refined-looking man sat on the sofa, ending the video call in front of him. That little guy actually awakened the berserk ability, which truly delighted him. Such a great talent must be well trained to become the organization's sharpest sword, annihilating all enemies for the organization. He should inform him about this matter, but he estimated that upon hearing this news he would at most just feel happy and not overly excited. Stop, check. The driver glanced anxiously at Zhang Chang, who gave him a calm look. The driver took 2 packs of cigarettes and got out of the car. We're just transporting some sheep. Here's the paperwork, everything is in order. Thank you for your hard work. I don't smoke, so please help me take care of this. A person stepped on the wheel and peeked inside the truck bed, immediately overwhelmed by the smell of sheep. After checking that the paperwork was in order, they waved at the driver. Go ahead, be careful not to speed and don't throw garbage on the road. Hey, definitely remember that. The truck drove away, and besides Zhang Chang and the 2 drivers, there were also 2 other people and a corpse. No one would have imagined that they would transport a person this way. Zhang Chang let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that next time he would need the organization to send someone for pickup. The organization had individuals skilled in mental control, so there would be no need for such trouble. Just a car would suffice to take someone away openly. He saw a text message on his phone and hurried home, not needing to worry about anything else. What did this mean? Li Yang was a dual talent awakened. How could the organization not take it seriously? Or perhaps the organization had already sent someone to verify, so there was no need for him to get involved. At that moment, Li Yang was looking at his phone, recovering from his injuries and unable to exert himself too much. He noticed that Zhang Chang had left but didn't ask where he had gone. He knew very well that even if he asked, he wouldn't get an answer. Having made such a significant contribution, surely he would pass the organization's review, right? Sister Feng, why is it buns again? Is there nothing else to eat? Li Yang mumbled as he took a big bite of the bun. Do you think you are here on vacation? Ren Xufang shot a glance at Li Yang. Can't you cook? Or should I do it? Li Yang probed. Bang! Ren Xufang slammed her chopsticks on the table. Why didn't you say so earlier? Li Yang was stunned. It turned out Sister Feng really couldn't cook. With such good vegetables and meat, there was no need to make buns every meal. Half an hour later, Ren Xufang was happily eating the dishes and even opened a bottle of beer. This kid's cooking was not bad. Sister Feng, I want some beer too. You're still injured. You can't drink. Just drink plain water. With a click, Ren Xufang opened another bottle. Li Yang wore a face of resentment. If you won't let me drink, then you shouldn't drink more either. It just keeps coming, one bottle after another. Ren Xufang finished the last piece of rib, put down her chopsticks. You clean up those 2 dishes, then go wash the bowls. I'm a patient. Li Yang emphasized. I only ate 2 pieces from that big plate of ribs and you ate the rest. You left me 2 vegetable dishes and now expect me to wash the bowls. I've already given you special medicine and your recovery ability is much stronger than an ordinary person. It won't delay you from washing the bowls. Everything you're eating and living on is mine, even the special medicine is mine. Can't you wash a bowl? This is work-related injury. Give me that bank card, you'll go wash the bowls. And you need to change your medicine yourself this evening. Li Yang looked at Ren Xufang for a long time. Where is the dish soap? I got this work-related injury by my own ability and the card was given to me by Zhang Cheng. Why should I hand it over? It's just washing a bowl. How big of a deal is that? While washing the bowls, Li Yang moved gently and found that it didn't hurt much. It seemed the injury had healed much faster than he had imagined. This truly was the effect of the special medicine. He didn't dare to use much strength in his shoulders and arms, but leg movements were no problem. Li Yang recalled the movements Coach Lu had taught him and practiced slowly in the room. After completing this set of movements, he always felt his body heating up and sweat forming on his nose. This was even more effective than running for half an hour. He planned to ask Coach Lu for more tips the next time they met. Perhaps there were even better exercises. At that moment, Ren Xufang was also exercising in her room. Her posture looked quite odd, yet the range was very large. This was an exercise passed down from the leader of their organization designed to gradually strengthen their bodies. Since she learned this set of movements, she had broken through to level, becoming a top expert in the organization. Although her defense wasn't great and she couldn't control fire or water, her superhuman speed combined with the black-scaled dagger in her hand made it rare for other experts at the same level to be willing to spar with her. As for those ranked lower than her, no one dared to claim they could withstand her attacks. Even though she was already clever, she still practiced diligently every day. During her time at school, she used her abilities to make steamed buns and dumplings not just to save time but also to train her hand speed. After completing all the movements, Ren Xufang leaned against the bed, controlling the energy circulating within her body, gradually growing stronger. When facing awakened individuals like Lan Tianyu, she could handle 2 or even 3 opponents at once, yet she couldn't afford to slack off. Not only was she afraid of being caught up by those weaker than her, but she also had people she wanted to surpass. For instance, the captain of her team and several others whose strength surpassed hers. Becoming an awakened being did not satisfy her, just as an ordinary person who became a millionaire would desire to become a billionaire, and a billionaire would seek to increase their assets to 10 billion. Everyone wants to stand at the top of the pyramid, and no one wants to be at the bottom. Greater strength also meant she could obtain more resources within the organization. Before joining the organization, she could hardly imagine that there were so many miraculous things within it. For example, the special medicine she used on Li Yang was more effective than any medicine she had ever heard of. The weapon she held, the black-scaled dagger, could penetrate even steel plates, so those enhanced individuals who claimed to be impervious to blades and guns did not dare to confront her weapon directly. There were many other things she had never even heard of before. Any one of them could yield immense wealth if brought out. It is said that there are some invisible organizations in the world that control more than half of the wealth. Originally Ren Xufang did not believe such claims, but now she felt it was not impossible. If their organization wanted to do business, any competitor would have to bow down, for they possessed the strongest combat power and cutting-edge technology. Although they did not possess war weapons like those great powers, they held the most powerful individual forces in the world, sufficient to eliminate every decision-maker of their competitors. The incredible technologies within the organization, if released, could gather astonishing wealth in a short time, even potentially altering human history. However, the organization did not release those technologies, instead continuing to hide and research them, reportedly because they were not yet mature. How the organization thinks she does not know, but she understands that the leader of the organization has great ambitions to lead all of humanity into evolution. When this goal can be achieved, no one knows, but they have been striving for it. After practicing for a while, Ren Xufang opened her eyes. It was time to prepare dinner. She didn't need to do anything, she could just call that kid to do it. The main dish would be the leftover buns from lunch. Wasn't that kid a glutton? How could he be so unaware? Did she have to remind him to cook? Ren Xufang pushed open Li Yang's door and saw him doing some strange movements. Li Yang kept his upper body still while posing his legs in a strange manner, experiencing the painful and numb sensation. These postures looked familiar to Ren Xufang. When Li Yang changed his position again, she widened her eyes. Impossible. The posture of Li Yang's legs was exactly the same as her exercise movements, only his range wasn't as large as hers. Li Yang, where did you learn this movement? Ren Xufang's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. This was an internal training movement of the organization, only taught after leaving the training camp and joining a team. Could it be that He Lu dared to secretly pass this movement to Li Yang? But that didn't seem right either. He Lu shouldn't be so reckless. Moreover, He Lu's relationship with Li Yang wasn't that close. Could it be that some other awakened beings had interacted with Li Yang, perhaps someone from the organization? What's wrong? Li Yang looked at Sister Fang with a bewildered expression, wondering if he couldn't even move his body a bit. I asked you where you learned those moves. Ren Xufang asked again. Noticing that Sister Fang's tone was not quite right, Li Yang hurriedly replied, it's from the instructor at the gym. If you like it, I can teach you. A gym instructor? Li Yang, am not in the mood for jokes. Ren Xufang was quite displeased. She knew Li Yang was optimistic, but he couldn't joke about everything. If he continued to be cheeky, she wouldn't hold back. I'm not joking. This is what Coach Lu from the gym taught me. Why would I lie to you? Li Yang argued. Honestly, why wouldn't she believe him? Which gym? What's the full name of the instructor? It's the gym across from the south gate of the school. What was it called again? I also forgot the full name of the instructor, but his last name is Lu. Sister Fang, is there something wrong with this set of moves? Li Yang also sensed something was off. If it were just ordinary moves, why would a master like Sister Fang's expression change so drastically? He was just afraid that this set of moves would not strengthen his body but would instead gradually harm it. There's nothing wrong. Are there any hand movements too? Since you've learned it, then practice it. But remember, this set of moves must not be seen by anyone else. Ren Xufang's expression was very serious. Oh, I got it. Sister Fang, have you seen this set of moves before? Is there something special about it? Can you tell me? You see, I've already learned it. It shouldn't be a problem to know a bit more, right? I also use this set of moves to train my body. After Ren Xufang finished speaking, she turned and walked out, suddenly stopping. What time is it? Don't you know it's time to cook? Oh, I just forgot about the time while training. Li Yang muttered as he walked towards the kitchen. When he started washing vegetables, he was taken aback. Wait a minute, I'm the injured one. Why am I the one making dinner again? But thinking about it, if he didn't cook dinner would likely be buns again. He resignedly continued washing the vegetables. Ren Su-fong wandered around the kitchen before heading to the living room to watch TV. As Li Yang washed the vegetables, he pondered over what Sister Fong had just said. It seemed that the set of moves he learned was quite extraordinary. Sister Fong also knew it, and she was the most formidable awakener he had ever seen. However, there was still something off. Why did Sister Fong say to refine the body? Shouldn't it be to train? It seems Sister Fong didn't study well back in the day and couldn't even use the right words. 3 days passed quickly. Zhang Chang did not appear again, and Ren Su-fong took Li Yang away. However, when they left, Li Yang was wearing an eye mask, and by the time it was removed he found himself near a remote bus station. Well, after staying in that house for a few days, the curtains had never been opened and Li Yang hadn't gone out once. Being thrown here again, he still felt a bit resentful. But he could understand. He didn't want others to know that he was close to Sister Fong, or how could he explain it? Of course, if someone really wanted to investigate, they could find out where he had been staying these days, at least get a rough address. But what good would it do to find out? Li Yang thought it was better not to know. The bus was crowded and Li Yang kept reminding himself that he didn't have much money. Buying a big house in the city was simply not enough. He couldn't afford a taxi. An hour later, Li Yang finally arrived at school. And half an hour before that, Ren Su-fong had already arrived. Her car was parked in the school parking lot. So what if a vendor selling steamed buns drives a car? That vendor selling meat sandwiches bought 2 apartments. Walking out from the south gate, he saw a huge sign hanging on a building across the street. This was the place. "Hello, may I help you?" The receptionist forced a smile. This aunt didn't look like someone who came to work out. "Is Coach Lu, who teaches Sanda, here?" Ren Su-fong asked while searching the wall covered in coach photos. "Coach Lu is off today. He will be here tomorrow afternoon and evening." "Are you here to enroll your child?" "It would be best to bring your child so the coach can take a look. The most expensive class isn't necessarily the best." "Looking for Coach Lu?" "Then it's impossible that this aunt learned it. It must be for her child." Today's parents enrolling their children in tutoring classes is not enough. They also want to sign them up for various interest classes. More and more are enrolling in Sanda Taekwondo and boxing, reportedly because they are worried about their children being bullied at school. "I'm not married yet." Ren Su-fong glared at the receptionist. I'm sorry." "Then who are you enrolling for, a nephew?" "A niece." "Why do you care so much? Do you have Coach Liu's business card?" "Give me one." Ren Su-fong found the receptionist more and more displeasing. She couldn't even speak properly, so what was she doing as a receptionist? After Ren Su-fong left, the receptionist pouted, thinking that if I could push a card out I could get a commission, but why would I want to chat with you? Ren Su-fong got the phone number and sent it to one of her subordinates. 10 minutes later she drove out of the campus. Looking at an old neighborhood in front of her, Ren Su-fong frowned. Who is hidden in such a place? Ding dong. Who is it? Coach Liu asked as he walked towards the door. Is this Coach Liu's home? I wanted to consult you about the courses. Upon hearing this, Coach Liu immediately opened the door without hesitation. This was money coming to his doorstep. He couldn't miss it. Just as he opened the door, he felt his wrist being grabbed, startling him. Who is this person? Is it normal to shake hands like this? Who are you? This didn't seem like a neighbor from the neighborhood. He had never seen her before. I'm from Longjiang University. Isn't Coach Liu's gym over there? I happen to be visiting a friend here today, so I thought I'd consult you. Ren Su-fong was somewhat surprised. Just now, when she made her move, the other party shouldn't have reacted like this. How could she so easily grab his wrist? Also, she felt that this person's pulse was not particularly strong. Among ordinary people it was decent, but it didn't seem like an awakener. Oh, then come in and have a seat. By the way, I heard that Coach Lu has a very special set of moves that can strengthen the body. Ren Sufang sat on the sofa casually asked. Special moves. If there's a student enrolling, I can design a unique training plan for him. Coach Lu thought this woman was likely referring to that he could just casually pull out an old training plan to deceive her. But suddenly he saw the woman's finger coming towards his eyes. He instinctively dodged, but then felt as if he was seeing things. The woman's hand hadn't moved at all. Alright then, I'll go directly to the gym to find you later. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Coach Lu was still bewildered after sending Ren Sufang off. This person was strange. How did she find his house and ask two nonsensical questions before leaving? Old Li, where have you been wandering these days? Zhao Liang questioned as Li Yang entered the dormitory. Nowhere, just a distant relative came to visit. What about you? You're not just playing games every day, are you? Li Yang said while rummaging through his closet for clothes, his current outfit almost smelling foul. Who said that? I go to the swimming pool every day. The instructor there plans to offer me a part-time job which not only pays but also grants credits. Zhao Liang boasted. You're just in it to see girls, right? What's the use of looking? They'll just lose interest in a couple of days. Li Yang glanced at Zhao Liang, who not only argued with classmates but also did so with girls, thinking he was quite humorous. As a result, not a single girl could chat with him for more than 2 days, and he was often mocked by other classmates in the dormitory. Why talk about that? Change clothes, let's go play basketball. I'm not going, I'm tired and need to rest for a bit. Li Yang's injuries had not yet fully healed. Even though the wounds had closed, they still required some time to recuperate. Just as he lay down for a moment, the phone rang. It was Zhao Liang. Wasn't he supposed to be playing basketball? Old Li, check who else from our class is around. Call everyone to the big basketball court. Some seniors are trying to bully us because they have numbers. Hurry up. As Li Yang stepped out of the dormitory, he saw several doors from nearby dorms opening at once. They quickly descended the stairs together, rushing towards the big basketball court. At this moment, Zhao Liang and the other two were surrounded by 6 tall and robust male classmates who were pushing and shoving, cursing as well. Oh, why did you call a few more people? If you're scared to fight, just roll away. Do you think you can fight with so many of you? A person wearing a knight's jersey looked down at Zhao Liang, poking his chest with a finger. Seeing that 5 of them had arrived, Zhao Liang was no longer timid. This court was claimed by us first. Is it not allowed to play with you? If you're so tough, why don't you go play Cuba? Hey, what are you saying, looking for a fight? Suddenly a basketball hit Zhao Liang squarely in the face. Li Yang had originally come to take a look, thinking that with so many people a fight wouldn't break out. Little did he expect that as soon as he arrived, he saw Zhao Liang knocked down by a basketball. The 6 opponents rushed forward quickly, and Li Yang and his classmates charged in as well. If they retreated now, Zhao Liang would be in big trouble. Li Yang wanted to protect Zhao Liang, but the opponents were tall and had long arms. As soon as they met, Li Yang was hit several times, one punch landing right on his wound. Even though the wound had healed, being hit like that was still very painful. Get lost! Li Yang shouted angrily, directly pushing 2 of them away. Then he quickly kicked a few times, leaving all those seniors sprawled on the basketball court. Everyone was stunned. They never expected Li Yang to be so fierce in a fight. Damn, old Li is truly formidable. Even the military training instructor can't deal with him, and these guys are no match at all. Zhao Liang suddenly perked up. Even though his nose was still bleeding, he was incredibly excited. You're the legendary perverted freshman. Let's go today, you're lucky. Old Li, you're amazing. Thanks guys, I'll go buy you all some Red Bull. No need. Li Yang pulled Zhao Liang back. Zhao Liang tried to break free, but Li Yang's grip was like a vice, causing his wrist to ache. Old Li, let go. What are you doing? Li Yang finally released him. I have some things to attend to. I'm leaving first. Other classmates found Li Yang a bit strange. Why was he in a bad mood when they hadn't even suffered any losses? Besides, this minor incident wouldn't escalate to the school authorities, there wouldn't be any penalties, so what was there to be afraid of? Why did it seem like Li Yang's eyes were red, as if he were about to cry? Having won, why would he cry? Li Yang walked out of the basketball court leaning against a tree to catch his breath. Something was off. Why had he suddenly used his energy? He clearly remembered Sister Fang's instructions not to use energy in front of ordinary people, especially when there were many, to avoid revealing his differences. He hadn't intended to use energy. With the daily practice of sanda boxing and martial arts, he shouldn't struggle against 1 or 2 ordinary people. Could it be that since he was hit on his wound he unconsciously used energy? Yet even so, after defeating those people, why did he still feel an impulse to rush forward and teach a harsh lesson to those who dared to lay hands on him? Throughout his life, Li Yang had never been one of those students known for their strong fighting ability. He rarely argued with classmates and almost never fought. He had never initiated a fight before. What was happening this time? Why this sudden impulse? Was it the medication for his injury that had side effects? Li Yang felt a bit scared. He didn't know if he should tell Sister Fang. He feared he might turn into a villain who used his power recklessly and bullied the weak. If that were the case, would Sister Fang personally come to take him away? His phone rang again and Li Yang pulled it out to see who it was, quickly answering. Li Yang, where are you? Let's have dinner together tonight. Sure, what time and where? After hearing that voice, Li Yang's previously bloodshot eyes quickly returned to normal. He suddenly felt less restless. Why think so much? Hadn't he just managed to control his desire to fight? Probably nothing was wrong. Just as he returned to the dormitory, his phone rang again. It was Sister Fang. Sister Fang, is there something wrong? Li Yang felt a bit strange. They had just parted not long ago. Could there be another task? Kid, are you trying to deceive me? That coach is just an ordinary person. A voice filled with anger came from the other end of the line. What benefit do I gain from deceiving you? Li Yang felt displeased. Why was he always doubted when he spoke the truth? If I really wanted to deceive you, I could just say someone taught me in my dreams. Please tell me in detail about what happened that day. If Li Yang hadn't deceived her, it meant someone had used some means to pass the moves to him through that coach Lu. The ability to control others must belong to an awakened one. What's there to discuss? What exactly are you looking for? Or do you think I learned your moves? I need to rest since I'm currently injured. A busy signal came from the receiver. Ren Sufang blinked. This kid's temper is growing. He actually dared to shout at me. And even hung up on my call? Who gave him the guts? Previously she thought Li Yang was quite good, and though he had become an awakened one, his character hadn't turned erratic. He was still pleasant to look at. But what was going on today? Did he perhaps have a backer so he no longer looked at? Is this restaurant any good? Li Yang asked Wang Rukin skeptically, noticing the sparse crowd inside. I'm not sure, but they just opened today and it's half price. You eat so much, we need to save money. Li Yang scratched his head. His appetite seemed to be growing again and he wondered when it would stop. If it kept increasing like this, he'd probably spend all his earnings on food. Well, have boiled fish in chili, clay pot, pork, braised ribs with potatoes, mapo tofu, a large cold dish, and a straw hat pancake. The waiter paused while jotting down the order. You're both students, right? Our portions are quite large. You might not finish even 2 dishes. It's fine, we'll pack the leftovers, Wang Rukin said with a smile, glancing at Li Yang. The waiter had no idea about Li Yang's true capacity. Alright, please wait a moment, I'll be ready soon. The waiter pursed her lips, thinking the kids were wasteful for ordering so much just because of the half-price deal. Where have you been hanging out these past few days? Wang Rukin asked as she handed Li Yang a cleaned plate. Nowhere special, just wandering around. What about you? I've been at home decorating my new room, she replied, beaming with joy. Soon the dishes arrived, and they ate while chatting. After a while Wang Ruken noticed Li Yang seemed distracted. Li Yang, what's wrong? Nothing, just a sudden thought. Ruken, do you believe in superheroes? Why ask that? You don't actually think superheroes exist, do you? Have you been sleeping poorly? She stood up and placed her hand on his forehead. Li Yang looked at her helplessly. Why do you think it's impossible? Think about modern technology, humanity's exploration of itself never stops. There are still many secrets about the human body. Isn't it possible that superheroes exist? He wanted to tell Wang Ruken that he himself was something of a superhero capable of feats ordinary people couldn't even imagine. Haha, you used to tell me superheroes were all fake and now you believe in them. Remember what I said? There are many such rumors online, both domestic and abroad. So what do you think of superheroes? Li Yang pressed. They're great. Having a superhero friend would give such a sense of security. Wang Ruken said with a grin. Aren't you afraid the bad guys might capture you to threaten your superhero friend? Justice always triumphs over evil. Don't superheroes have friends? Their friends might be superheroes too. And the villains have to face not just the superhero but also the police. Since when did you become a fan of superheroes? There's a private cinema near school. How about we go watch a superhero movie sometime? Maybe when I'm free. Li Yang wasn't really interested in the movie, he just wanted to gauge Wang Ruken's acceptance of people like superheroes. Her reaction seemed positive. He didn't want to end up like Sister Fang, still single at an older age. He had asked clearly before the organization didn't forbid relationships and would help protect members' families. Just as Li Yang was about to say something, he noticed the waiters running outside, phones in hand. What was happening out there? When they were about to step out, the waiters came back, their faces excited. Hey, what did you see? A celebrity? A nearby diner asked. Better than a celebrity? A mouse was chasing a cat right outside the door. I've never seen anything like it in my life, a waiter exclaimed loudly. A mouse chasing a cat? Impossible, you must have seen wrong. No, I filmed it. Here, take a look. The waiter showed his phone to the skeptical diner. Everyone gathered around curiously and Li Yang glanced over. Sure enough, a mouse was chasing a cat, and from the surroundings it was right at the entrance. But something was off about that mouse. It was clearly much faster than normal and even stronger as it headbutted the tabby cat and sent it tumbling. How could those people be so carefree? Weren't they afraid such a ferocious mouse would run into the restaurant? Just as he thought that, screams erupted and several waiters jumped and ran while diners scrambled onto chairs. The giant mouse had come inside. Stand on the chair, Li Yang said quickly, helping Wang Ruken onto it, then dashed toward the mouse. Don't go. What if it bites you? Wang Ruken tried to stop him but couldn't. Several men attempted to stomp the mouse to death, but it was too fast, much faster than they anticipated. One person even got knocked in the shin by the mouse and hopped on one foot in pain. It felt less like a mouse and more like a small calf hitting his leg. Just as everyone was at their wits' end with the rodent, the mouse suddenly flew into the air, slammed into the wall, and slid to the ground. It wasn't flying, it had been kicked. Li Yang was just pulling his leg back, but the mouse still tried to scurry toward Wang Ruken's chair. Though the kick was brutal, the mouse wasn't dead. Li Yang strode over and stomped hard but missed. The mouse was incredibly resilient. Despite slamming into the wall so violently, it seemed unharmed and still moved at lightning speed. Watch out! Wang Ruken cried out. Instead of fleeing, the mouse leaped from behind, baring its teeth as if to bite. Li Yang spun around and threw a lightning-fast punch. The mouse's movements slowed in his eyes, he could clearly see every whisker and its ferocious expression. Bang! Squeak! This time the mouse hit the ground and didn't scramble up quickly. Bloodstains appeared on its body. Before Li Yang could strike again, a burly cook stomped on it, crushing it to death. The cook then took a broom from a waiter, swept up the mouse's body and tossed it into the trash outside. I apologize everyone. Today was purely an accident. On top of the half-price discount, I'll give each table a 100 yuan voucher for your next visit. Xiao Wang, bring a fruit platter to each table. Sorry. The owner clasped his hands together, apologizing profusely to the diners. Some said it was fine and quickly paid to leave. After such a ferocious mouse had invaded, they didn't dare eat there anymore, fearing more might appear. Young man, are you all right? Why don't you go wash your hands? The owner looked at Li Yang. Thanks to him, the situation hadn't escalated further. It was a pity his newly opened restaurant would probably suffer in business for a while. After washing his hands, Li Yang and Wang Ruken left. Since Li Yang had helped to kill the rat, the boss insisted that they pay nothing, but neither of them wanted to come back, feeling uncomfortable in their hearts. On the way back to school, they walked quickly, dropping Wang Ruken off at her dormitory, and Li Yang hurried to the martial arts club's activity room. Sister Fang, I saw a rat while eating just now. Li Yang made the call and quickly recounted what he had just witnessed, but there was no response on the other end. Li Yang's heart sank. Could there be someone else around Sister Fang? Sister Fang? Are you done? You used to be so temperamental and now you only think of me when there's a problem. Ren Sufang was quite unhappy. Sister Fang, I admit I hung up first, but I wasn't lying about that incident. And today's situation is really strange. I feel like that rat has mutated. Sister Fang, can animals awaken too? Li Yang thought that the rat was similar to his awakening. Its strength and speed had improved significantly, even more so than his. If a rat can awaken, then it seems that awakened beings are not that rare, considering there are far more animals in the world than humans. Humans are also animals. Since humans can awaken, then animals can too. Although Ren Sufang said this, she still found it somewhat strange, as she had only heard of awakened animals but had only seen them at the organization's headquarters. She had never seen wild ones, and unfortunately they had been killed. What exactly causes awakening? Are there really more awakened animals than humans? Doesn't that mean humans are in danger? Li Yang was somewhat shocked. It was the organization's goal to deal with those awakened animals. I can't explain the reasons clearly, but just know that the probability is very low. If there are indeed more awakened animals than humans, would you only encounter one rat? You are quite an alarmist. Do you think your chance to become a superhero has come? Let me tell you, keep a low profile. Also, you did well this time. A busy tone came from the phone and Li Yang felt a bit frustrated. He hadn't finished asking yet, so why did she hang up? On the other end of the line, Ren Sufang wore a victorious smile, thinking this time I hung up first. However, the issue of the mutated rat needed to be reported to the organization. It should be quite rare, but vigilance must be maintained. If the mutated rat was not just one but a whole nest, that would be serious. The rat's corpse needed to be taken away by someone and sent to the organization for research. At this moment, a business car stopped in front of the Shangri-La Hotel in Ice City. The driver hurriedly got out and opened the door for a refined middle-aged man, who then entered a suite. As he sat down, he pressed a button on the leg of his glasses and a video image appeared on them. What's going on? We received reports that a mutated rat has appeared in Ice City with significant increases in strength and speed. Relevant information has been contained. Investigate where that rat came from. Also, this kind of small matter doesn't need to be reported to me. Isn't there anyone in charge over there? Yes. The research at the lab needs to be expedited. There are several new research subjects, and this time I want to see new results on my desk. Every year so much money is spent and so many test subjects are used, yet the research progress has not satisfied me. If that money had been spent elsewhere, it would have already brought huge returns. Those researchers all claim to be experts with illustrious resumes. They should deliver a satisfactory result to me. He pressed the button on his glasses again. The image disappeared and he leaned back on the sofa lighting a cigar. With a wild mutated rat appearing in Ice City and a rare special mineral discovered here, could there be an undiscovered relic? The location where the rat appeared needs to be thoroughly investigated. If a new relic is found, it could yield many treasures and even enhance his power further. Unfortunately, the mutated rat was already dead, greatly reducing its research value. But it was still wild and surely different from those cultivated in their lab. Half an hour later he left the room. There was still a very important matter to attend to during this trip to Ice City. Chu Qingwan pushed a small suitcase as she walked into the airport hall. She originally had some matters to attend to here, especially needing to personally oversee Li Yang and even bring him into the organization. But the three awakened ones from the organization suddenly went missing without a trace. Only awakened ones could achieve this, and the most likely culprits were the rival clown organization. Even if Lan Tianyu and the others teamed up, she would still have to hide away. But their collective disappearance proved that the enemy's personnel were stronger or more numerous. She could still continue to hide. If she couldn't win, she could evade. Yet today a foolish researcher actually let a laboratory white mouse escape. That white mouse was injected with a special serum mutated into a large gray rat, gaining immense strength, speed, and sharper teeth. This excited the researchers, proving that their experiment was one step closer to success. The emergence of awakened beings may not be uncontrollable. They aimed to develop a drug that would allow awakened beings to appear in batches. The researchers were too careless, yet by the time they realized the rat had already disappeared. If it weren't for the surveillance footage, they wouldn't have known that the white mouse had turned into a gray rat and fled. An hour ago the people sent to search for the white mouse returned. The gray rat had been killed. This was originally no big deal. Even if many people had seen that the rat was different, it didn't matter, but the rat's corpse had disappeared. While it was possible that the garbage collector mixed it with other trash, there was also the possibility that it was taken away by members of other awakened organizations, most likely the clown organization. The clown organization would certainly follow the clues and uncover their secret laboratory in this city. So she immediately ordered that laboratory to destroy all experimental materials and relocate all personnel while she took the experimental data and left first. As for the disappearance of Lan Tianyu and the others, they would send someone to investigate later. They had lost 3 awakened beings, so the clown organization would have to suffer even more in return. The plane took off and Chu Qingwan, leaning against the window, looked outside, determined to return. "Hey Lao Li, has it gotten cold? You haven't gone to the sports field to run at night?" Zhao Liang found it a bit strange. During military training, Li Yang would still go running despite being exhausted, but now that there's no training, why has he stopped? "It gets dark earlier, so I go to the martial arts club's activity room to train in the evenings and only run when I have free time at noon." Li Yang casually made up an excuse. Could he really say he's afraid of encountering danger while running at night? "It's best to go to the swimming pool when you have time. You can exercise and see beautiful women. But never mind, it's not good to let your girlfriend know." As Zhao Liang spoke, he packed his things into a backpack. He was heading to the swimming pool to work. Now that classes had started, the few people in the dormitory had noticeably changed. Li Yang attended every class without missing any, and after class he would either go running or train in the martial arts club's activity room. Zhao Liang frequently played basketball and went to the swimming pool every day, always wanting to find a girlfriend, but unfortunately he could never keep a conversation going for more than 2 days. There was one classmate who only knew how to play games. During the day when the dormitory lost power, he often went to the internet cafe and had other classmates help him mark attendance in class. There were also classmates who studied seriously. They often went to the library after class and were said to be preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam. Because he didn't train with his classmates, and since Li Yang always sat in the corner during class, he didn't seem particularly close to them. Li Yang was glad for this. Being too close would make it easier to expose his identity as an awakened. Today he came to the martial arts club's activity room as usual, and as soon as he entered the other classmates left. It wasn't that Li Yang was domineering, rather they all felt very self-conscious training alongside him. While others would exercise for a while and take breaks, Li Yang was different. He trained for 2 hours straight without resting. The comparison made them look inadequate. However, Li Yang was a legendary figure who had knocked out the instructor during military training, so no one dared to say anything. After shutting the door, Li Yang began his workout routine. It wasn't long before he felt his muscles stretch significantly, but it was still far from enough. Suddenly Li Yang saw a shadow flash outside the window. He paused for a moment, pulled back the curtain, and found nothing outside. He laughed and shook his head. This was the second floor. Who could possibly climb up here? Wait, that's not impossible. Even he could do it if he was careful. Could it be an awakened person outside? Li Yang pressed his body against the wall by the window, sneaking a look outside. After a minute he saw nothing. It seemed he had really misjudged. While Li Yang continued his workout, suddenly a section of the wall outside shifted. Anyone standing further away wouldn't notice. The moving wall fell to the ground, and in the blink of an eye transformed into a person who was holding something that looked like a piece of fabric. He was quite alert. He had just barely passed by the window for less than a second and was already spotted. However, that kid had too little experience and didn't realize he had this kind of equipment. In fact, when Li Yang was peeking by the window, he had been watching the whole time. He had already learned to conceal energy fluctuations, and in terms of controlling energy, this kid had decent talent. With both beast transformation and berserk dual talents awakened, he could become a core member of the organization in the future, which made him worth cultivating. As for loyalty, that wasn't too important. Once this kid saw the true strength of the organization, he naturally wouldn't dare to harbor any rebellious thoughts. He had used an ordinary gym instructor to pass this set of movements on to this kid, and now it seemed this kid was quite diligent. How many awakened people were unaware of how to utilize energy and special abilities, not realizing that these seemingly basic things could bring them significant improvement? Just like an athlete, outstanding talent only indicates his lower limit, effort determines where his upper limit lies. How many gifted athletes ultimately failed to achieve good results and faded into obscurity? Who is responsible for this side? It seems to be Ren Sufang. You'll go notify her later. Bang 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 bang. In the activity room, Li Yang was practicing against a wooden dummy, and his hands were leaving after images. From initially being frequently hit by the wooden dummy, he had now become very skilled at handling it. Not only had he become familiar with the wooden dummy, but his reaction speed had also increased and his body's flexibility had improved. After practicing, Li Yang wiped his sweat with a towel and casually checked his phone, where he found a WeChat message. Congratulations, you are joining the organization. Ren Sufang sent him this message, but Li Yang did not show any signs of happiness. Sister Fang was getting more and more boring playing such a joke on him. Was she testing him? Sister Fang, stop joking. Did Zhang Chang die? Zhang Chang was the only one who had told him that the only person who could recruit him into the organization was Zhang Chang. He shouldn't believe anyone else. Unless, of course, Zhang Chang was dead. Ren Sufang looked at her phone, wondering what was wrong with this kid. Hadn't he always asked her when he would be approved to join the organization? Now that she told him he had been approved, he actually didn't believe it. And what did he mean by saying Zhang Chang was dead? Zhang Chang had treated Li Yang quite well. How could Li Yang say such things about him? 5 minutes later, Li Yang saw a call from an unknown number. As soon as he answered, Zhang Chang's furious voice came through. Li Yang, what do you mean by cursing me to death? No, I didn't. Sister Fang suddenly told me I was joining the organization. Didn't you say that you'd personally inform me? Unless you died? Zhang Chang. It seemed he had said that before. Now I'm here to inform you that you have passed the organization's assessment and are now a provisional member. Why am I only a provisional member? Who are you? This couldn't be someone impersonating Zhang Chang, could it? You've become so suspicious lately. I'm not in Ice City, so she is the one notifying you. Only after passing the training camp will you have the chance to become a formal member, and I also did it this way. Also remember your promise to me. Oh, I see. When can I enter the training camp? Li Yang suppressed his inner excitement. He was finally able to join the organization to learn from more senior awakened individuals and to learn more about the world of the awakened. You'll have to wait for the notice, at most 3 months. If I let you go now, can you leave? Alright, just stay in school obediently during this time and I will find you again. After hanging up the phone, Li Yang jumped 3 feet high. Unfortunately, he couldn't share this good news with anyone. He was finally about to truly enter the world of awakened, and he was somewhat impatient. Li Yang, what good fortune have you encountered these days? You seem to be smiling all the time, Wang Rukan said, curiously watching Li Yang as he even had a smile on his face during meals. Not really, just feeling good, Li Yang replied. Wang Rukan lowered her head, a shy smile appearing on her face. Just as she was about to say something, Li Yang's phone rang. Old Li, your relative is here to see you. Hurry back to the dormitory. Relative? Li Yang was bewildered. He had no relatives in Ice City. He did have a few distant relatives from other places, but why hadn't they called him? Besides, they shouldn't even know which dormitory he was in. Back in the dormitory, he saw a middle-aged man in his 30s sitting in his chair. This person's figure gave him a feeling of familiarity, yet he truly did not recognize the face. Li Yang, how can you not even recognize your cousin? Well, it's understandable since we haven't seen each other in a long time. You used to pee on me when you were a kid. Hearing that voice, Li Yang finally understood where his sense of familiarity was coming from. Wasn't this Zhang Chang? Cousin, what brings you here? Li Yang forced a smile, thinking, why should you take advantage of me and be my cousin? Old Li, you chat with your cousin Yim going next door to play games. Zhao Liang left with good sense, not wanting to interrupt the relatives' chat. Classmate, thank you. Let's go out for dinner together tonight when you're free. Zhang Chang warmly invited. Sure, I'll let you treat me, uncle. When someone offers to treat, Zhao Liang felt that this call was worth it, and he didn't mind the awkward small talk with Li Yang's cousin for 10 minutes. Once it was just the two of them left in the dormitory, Li Yang pulled out a chair and sat down. Now I understand why you always wore a mask before it. This face tsk. Kid, be polite when talking to your cousin or I might smack you. Zhang Chang glanced at Li Yang, feeling that this kid was becoming increasingly annoying. Just because he had made some progress lately, he thought he could talk to him like that. Why are you posing as my cousin? If not, meeting you later would be very inconvenient. Besides, if your performance at the training camp is poor and you take too long to train, I can help you take leave. The training camp isn't too difficult for some people. Some pass in 3 months, while others take 3 years and still can't get out. Moreover, after Li Yang leaves the training camp, he would need more contact with him. Having an identity as a shield would draw less attention. Why can't it be cousin instead? Why does it have to be a whole generation older than me? Li Yang retorted unhappily. Because you can't beat me? Zhang Chang said with a smile, challenging him to try. Why can't it be cousin instead? Why does it have to be a whole generation older than me? Li Yang retorted unhappily. Because you can't beat me? Zhang Chang said with, when can I enter the training camp? Li Yang hurriedly asked. Why are you in such a hurry? Didn't I tell you to wait for news? I came here to have others recognize our relationship, and there's one more thing to inform you. Sister Fang is leaving. What? Sister Fang is leaving? Why? I've told you many times not to ask what you shouldn't. Even if you do, you won't get an answer. Why are you worried about your safety? Don't worry, I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you. Moreover, the secret base of the Hunters organization in Ice City has been uprooted by us. This place is now under our organization's control. Zhang Chang crossed his legs looking relaxed and proud. Really? That's great. The Hunters organization had always hung over Li Yang's head like a sword, keeping him on edge and unable to relax for a moment. Now it was finally all right, at least he no longer had to worry about being suddenly assassinated by some awakened one. Although Sister Fang had told him that as a newcomer the awakened ones from the Hunters organization wouldn't even bother to assassinate him. By the way, from now on you can go to the gym at the entrance to work out without worrying about being discovered. Li Yang looked at Zhang Chang in confusion, wondering if he could really work out at the gym. I bought that gym. I'll arrange a private training room for you, and when I have time I can guide you a bit. Li Yang's eyes widened. Even if the gym was rented, the equipment and the location must be worth millions. Zhang Chang said he just bought it. Thinking back to what Zhang Chang had said about joining the organization, he wouldn't have to worry about money anymore. It appeared to be true. Alright, if there's anything we can discuss it at the gym later. Now call your roommates, invite them to dinner tonight. You need to let them say that you have a cousin to help others accept it. For this identity, Zhang Chang had made quite a few preparations beforehand. Of course, every member of their organization would enjoy the same treatment. They are not meant to live only in the shadows, rather they can walk in the sunlight, possessing an identity just like ordinary people. This identity can be varied, ranging from a worker to a boss, a teacher, a researcher, or even an official. Of course, perhaps soon among their members there would be one more identity, a student. Li Yang called each of his roommates, and everyone was eager to join when they heard there would be a feast tonight. After entering college, they found themselves with more money in their pockets, yet it seemed to disappear quickly. The best way to save money was on meals. Aren't you going to call that little girlfriend of yours? Zhang Chang looked at Li Yang with a smile. She's my classmate, Li Yang emphasized. Oh, a classmate? A special classmate, right? Call her, that way my identity will become more established. It was essential for all of Li Yang's acquaintances to know that he was Li Yang's cousin to avoid raising suspicion in the future. Even Wang Ruokan's acknowledgement was more important than that of Li Yang's roommates. During dinner everyone chatted while eating, and Li Yang was astonished that Zhang Chang even mentioned many embarrassing stories from his childhood. He wondered if Zhang Chang had truly found out about these or if he was just making them up. If such things could be discovered, then the organization was indeed terrifying. Was there anything that could escape their investigation? In any case, no one doubted Zhang Chang's identity anymore, including Wang Ruokan, who all believed he was a distant cousin who treated Li Yang very well. The only thing that puzzled Wang Ruokan was that she had never heard of Li Yang having a cousin all these years. At first she thought he was after Li Yang's compensation from the demolition, but after hearing that the cousin had bought the gym at the entrance, it was obvious he wasn't short on money. It seemed she had overthought it. But why did it feel a bit forced when Li Yang called him cousin? In a private training room at the gym, Li Yang looked at Zhang Chang with excitement. He had already decided to join the clown organization, so Zhang Chang said he could openly teach him some things. Starting today you will undergo my special training. If you can't keep up, then there's no need for you to attend the training camp, because the intensity of training there is several times that of what I offer. If the training camp is a main course, what I provide is merely an appetizer. Yet even this little appetizer is something many awakeners cannot complete in a short time. What can you do now? Show me and let me see where your weaknesses lie. Since Zhang Chang cannot provide comprehensive training for Li Yang, he could only choose to address Li Yang's weaknesses, enabling him to start at a relatively high level in the training camp. Li Yang's body suddenly sprouted long hair. He was about to punch through the standing sandbag when he heard Zhang Chang shout for him to stop. Who told you to use your awakening ability? Without your awakening ability, are you not worthless? Zhang Chang reprimanded. Li Yang certainly did not admit to this if the long hair on his body vanished as he quickly punched at the standing sandbag. He aimed to demonstrate both his punching speed and power. After a series of combination punches, he added some leg movements using hung guard techniques mixed with military boxing and sanda. After thinking for a moment, he realized he had not showcased the set of body exercises, but there was nothing impressive about that. Once he finished demonstrating everything, he stopped and looked at Zhang Chang, his face still displaying a sense of pride. "I haven't joined the organization, but am still formidable. Is this all you can do?" There are traces of boxing martial arts and sanda techniques, but none are refined, they are mixed and unpolished. Do you understand what that means? You are an awakened beast transformation talent. You must reach AC level in close combat to ensure you can leave the training camp. Moreover, the training camp teaches not only combat but also weapon combat, firearms shooting, and much more for you to learn. He continued, "You are out of breath after just 5 minutes of demonstration, which proves your physical condition is lacking. Without using energy, your strength and speed are mediocre." "How utterly average," Zhang Chang said deliberately. "Are you really that much stronger than me?" Li Yang looked at Zhang Chang defiantly. "Didn't you always rely on your water control talent to win?" Zhang Chang moved his limbs, beckoning Li Yang with a finger. "Come, let me show you what I'm like when I'm serious." "This is what you brought upon yourself," Li Yang thought. He still had many techniques he couldn't demonstrate on the sandbag, such as locks and defensive skills. Zhang Chang appeared to have an ordinary physique, not muscular at all. He saw this as a perfect opportunity to vent his frustrations. Suddenly he glanced behind Zhang Chang as if an Ultraman was standing there. Indeed, Zhang Chang instantly turned around and he seized the chance to charge forward. But just as he was about to grab Zhang Chang's shoulder, he felt Zhang Chang's shoulder twitch momentarily. His hand grasped nothing but air, and instead Zhang Chang seized his wrist. With a pull, Li Yang intended to forcefully slam into Zhang Chang's chest, but Zhang Chang merely sidestepped slightly, and with a swift kick Li Yang found himself sprawled on the ground. TSK, with such skill, do you still think you're impressive? Your previous opponents were all ordinary people. If you were in the organization, anyone could take you down. Do you really think you've successfully fooled me? But did you ever consider that I turned around just to deceive you?" Li Yang slapped the floor and stood up, realizing that his little tricks completely failed to fool Zhang Chang. Comparatively, Zhang Chang was cunning as a fox. When using his abilities, Li Yang was no match for him, but without them, being younger should have given him some hope of victory. Li Yang decided to proceed cautiously, gradually closing in on Zhang Chang before suddenly throwing a punch. Seeing Zhang Chang dodge at that moment, he transformed his punch into a claw, aiming directly for Zhang Chang's clothing. When he noticed Zhang Chang indeed trying to seize his wrist, he showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he kicked out with lightning speed, targeting Zhang Chang's groin. Unexpectedly, his foot was caught. Zhang Chang merely twisted his body, forcing Li Yang to hop closer. As a result, Zhang Chang pushed him back, releasing his hold, and Li Yang fell onto his back on the floor. This time, with his left hand behind him, Zhang Chang beckoned him with his right hand, full of provocation. Li Yang thought that if he could lock Zhang Chang's hand, he could win. He made a feint attempting to break through from the side, but suddenly found a fist looming larger before him. Boom! Li Yang was once again knocked down to the floor. Have you been watching too much television? The feint is meant to draw the opponent to strike first, thereby exposing their weaknesses for a counterattack. Your feint is not only small in amplitude but also slow. Isn't that just presenting your face for me to hit? Many people enjoy mimicking the moves of masters they see on TV, and while some moves are merely for show, even the genuine ones require countless repetitions of training to be effective. Otherwise, they are just for show, like Li Yang, who would end up getting hit even worse. Suddenly, Li Yang used both hands and feet, rapidly approaching Zhang Chang on the ground, directly kicking out his legs in an attempt to trap one of Zhang Chang's legs, which would allow him to lock him down. But Zhang Chang leaped directly towards his face. As Li Yang saw the shoe sole about to land on him, he instinctively dodged to the side only to be kicked in the shoulder by Zhang Chang, causing him to slide more than a meter across the floor. During an attack you clearly don't know how to defend. Didn't I mention this issue to you last time? It seems you truly have many problems. Alright, get up. I know how to train you now. From now on you must come here to train for 3 hours every afternoon after school. Can I take a day off on the weekend? Li Yang weakly asked Zhang Chang, as he had truly realized the gap between himself and Zhang Chang. What do you want to go out with your girlfriend? That's up to you. Just remember that when you enter the training camp you will regret being lazy during this time. Zhang Chang actually had many details he hadn't explained to Li Yang, such as combat techniques referring to those used after employing abilities. If Li Yang transformed, his combat power would increase several times. If he could go berserk, he could even fight above his level. However, at this moment he needed to ensure Li Yang trained in the basics. Only with a solid foundation could his abilities be fully utilized. Just like 3 ordinary people holding 3 guns, they are no match for a trained soldier wielding a single gun. Moreover, if he doesn't take action now, once Li Yang finishes at the training camp, he will no longer be a match in close combat. This opportunity must be seized. Alright, come over here and let me tell you how many mistakes you made just now. As Li Yang was being reprimanded and mocked by Zhang Chang, he diligently learned. There are plenty of instances where the student surpasses the teacher. He is certainly capable of it. For more than a month Li Yang came every night to receive guidance from Zhang Chang, rapidly improving his combat skills. What pleased Li Yang the most was that Zhang Chang had set up 2 ping-pong ball launchers, allowing Li Yang to train his reaction speed by receiving ping-pong balls, which was far more reliable than what Sister Fang had taught him about catching flies. However, these 2 ping-pong ball launchers seemed to have been modified, firing the balls at a speed faster than normal. In the beginning, many ping-pong balls hit Li Yang's face directly, leaving him in tears. Now Zhang Chang increased the difficulty manipulating the ping-pong ball launchers to change direction, forcing Li Yang to run back and forth to catch them. During this time Zhang Chang did not cease his verbal jabs at Li Yang, calling him slow as a snail and his reactions akin to those of an 80-year-old woman. Li Yang remained silent, merely taking mental notes. Today Zhang Chang informed Li Yang that it was time to move to the next step. You have made rapid progress in the basics. Although you still fall far short of the passing mark, it is commendable. But that's not enough. You must retain this combat skill when you activate your beast transformation ability. Li Yang looked at Zhang Chang. So you want me to spar with you again? Are you looking to take the opportunity to beat me up? Zhang Chang shot Li Yang a disdainful glance. Can you find another opponent? Or you can refuse and I wouldn't bother training you. Li Yang instantly dashed to Zhang Chang's side. He was no longer the naive novice he once was. He understood that suddenly unleashing his abilities would yield the greatest results. Every night he trained with Zhang Chang, but every noon he also ran at the sports field, and sometimes he practiced in the martial arts club's activity room during free afternoons. Zhang Chang had always prohibited him from using his abilities, but he had secretly tried it himself and felt his immense progress. This time he would surprise Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang forcefully kicked off the ground, retreating while raising his hand. Suddenly, all the water in a bucket in the corner transformed into water arrows. The water arrows struck the wall, leaving marks as if they were bullets. After scattering, the water reformed, hovering above Zhang Chang's palm. The entire room had nothing but a water bucket in the corner. Li Yang had no external objects to rely on, so he could only circle around Zhang Chang rapidly using his speed. He recalled how Sister Fang had dealt with Black 5 using this method, leaving the opponent utterly confused about where to defend. Unfortunately, his speed was far inferior to Sister Fang's. Zhang Chang took a step back, leaning against the wall, preventing Li Yang from circling him anymore. Bang! Li Yang's fist struck the wall heavily, creating a visible dent with cracks appearing around it. Zhang Chang kicked Li Yang in the waist, but Li Yang didn't budge. Instead, Zhang Chang was the one who was knocked back. After transforming, Li Yang's strength was incredibly formidable. Li Yang understood his advantage and charged again. Once in close proximity, his power would be amplified. However, despite Zhang Chang's slower speed, he was remarkably agile. A curtain of water blocked Li Yang's path. As he punched, he felt his strength being absorbed layer by layer. He attempted to withdraw his arm but found it ensnared by the flowing water. Kicking out, he found nothing but empty air. Zhang Chang was over 2 meters away, grinning at him. Li Yang pushed with his feet, desperately trying to free his arm. The water suddenly dispersed, causing him to fall backward, rolling over before scrambling to his feet. Zhang Chang still leisurely held a large water ball, watching him with ease as if he hadn't exerted any effort at all. Li Yang charged at Zhang Chang once more but fell again. He had no idea when a rope made of flowing water had appeared beneath his feet. Clearly Zhang Chang's water ball hadn't diminished, so where was this new water coming from? Or had Zhang Chang divided the water into 2 streams and had never truly fought him seriously? Li Yang began to use brute force, recklessly charging at Zhang Chang. The water rope beneath him snapped, but unfortunately every time he struck the wall he never managed to hit Zhang Chang. 5 minutes later, a water arrow hovered before Li Yang and the long hair on his body disappeared. Have you realized your issues? After entering beast transformation, you completely forgot the techniques you learned, relying only on speed and brute strength. Just now I had countless opportunities to kill you just like now. Although your defense has improved somewhat, your eyes can never block my water arrows. How many times have I told you, when striking you must also guard against being struck? Focusing solely on offense and completely disregarding defense, the greatest likelihood is that you will be instantly counterattacked and killed by your opponent. Before fighting me, knowing I am a water element awakener, you didn't even consider how to respond upon seeing an extra water bucket in the corner. After stopping, Zhang Chang proceeded to criticize him again. He could see that Li Yang had made considerable progress, but he would never praise him, only pointing out his shortcomings. Yet he was curious as to why Li Yang hadn't utilized his berserk ability. Was it because he knew this ability was difficult to control, or did he simply not realize he possessed such an ability? Originally Zhang Chang thought Li Yang only had a rank combat power, but after engaging he found that Li Yang's evaluation should be E, and with a bit more effort he could reach D. However, if Li Yang berserked again, his combat power would undoubtedly soar. In such a confined space with so little water, he might not even gain the advantage. If he became as careless as Lan Tianyu, he might very well perish here. Water abilities were indeed powerful, but they could only unleash their greatest power in special environments. For instance, by the riverside or lakeside where water flow was abundant, or on rainy days, his combat power could elevate to a higher tier. However, in deserts or other arid areas it would drop a tier. The limitations of beast transformation abilities in different environments were minimal, which is why, despite being considered ordinary, all organizations prioritized training them. Especially for dual talent awakeners like Li Yang, they were among the elite. Li Yang remained in his room training, leaving only 2 hours later. Zhang Chang entered the training room, surveying the wreckage. Renovating it wouldn't cost too much, but they couldn't keep doing repairs while training, that would surely raise suspicions. This kid has excellent energy control, so how could he cause such severe damage? Wait, could he be doing this on purpose? Don't go back tonight, just stay in the staff lounge. You have an exam next week, so don't come to training. That day training continued until 11 o'clock, and by the time he returned to the dormitory the door was already locked. Zhang Chang asked him to stay and Li Yang did not refuse. At midnight, after watching a few episodes of a series, Li Yang turned over to find a comfortable position, circulating energy through his body as he drifted into a deep sleep. An hour later a click sounded from the door lock and the door was pushed open. A shadow sneaked in quietly. The shadow approached Li Yang's bedside, raising a glinting dagger and thrust down forcefully. Smack! Li Yang felt as if someone had slapped him on the head. He sat up abruptly, staring at a masked shadow before him. Oh no, is it an awakener from the Hunter organization? He quickly threw the blanket at the intruder while fur growing from his body, but suddenly paused as a familiar voice whispered in his ear, "It's me. What are you doing? Why are you not sleeping at this hour dressed like that? Even if you have something to do, can't you just wake me up properly? Why hit me?" Li Yang's face was filled with anger. Anyone would feel upset when suddenly awakened from sleep by a slap to the head. How can you still ask me? When you're asleep, how can you not be alert at all? I walked and approached your bed and even stood there for a minute without you reacting at all. Do you know how many opportunities one had to kill you effortlessly just now? Haven't I reminded you to stay alert? Zhang Chang scolded. Li Yang was bewildered. I was asleep. How could I stay alert? Am I supposed to sleep with my eyes open? And besides, this is your gym, why should I be afraid with you here? Do you know what our main opponents do? They are called the Hunter Organization, experts in assassination. Previously they wanted to capture you alive to recruit you into their organization. Once they learned you were a member of our organization, would they still use such gentle methods on you? Sleep is divided into two types: deep sleep and light sleep. You must maintain the latter so that you can awaken quickly at the slightest noise and react immediately. And you don't think there are only 2 Awakeners organizations in the world, do you? The reason we consider the Hunter organization our primary opponent while not mentioning others is that their leader is incredibly powerful and their influence ranks just below ours. However, there are also some lesser Awakeners organizations either attached to us or the Hunter organization, or hiding away to develop in secret. Some Awakeners may dislike fighting, but many will stop at nothing for profit. The Hunter organization has long been offering bounties on our members. Do you know how many Awakeners wish to kill us for a fortune? With your level of alertness, you wouldn't even need an Awakener to take you down. An ordinary person could do it. Wasn't it said that Ice City was the domain of our clown organization? Why does it sound so dangerous when you say it? So according to you, will there still be a place to sleep peacefully in the future? Hey! Why did you leave? You come to my bedside in the middle of the night just to lecture me. This time Li Yang checked the door lock thoroughly and moved a cabinet to block the entrance. This way, if someone opened the door, it would make a loud noise and he would definitely hear it. The window in the room had iron bars. If someone wanted to come in, it would definitely make noise. Besides, with the curtains drawn, there was no need to worry. Li Yang tried to sleep with his eyes open, but after a while his eyes felt dry and he couldn't help but close them, slipping into a deep sleep once more. Underneath the door, water slowly seeped through the gap. The cabinet blocking the door seemed to be lifted by something and quietly moved aside without making a sound. Once again the door was opened and Zhang Chang swaggered in. This guy had actually fallen asleep again. Smack! Li Yang opened his eyes, looking bewildered at Zhang Chang. How did you get in? I walked in. Did I remind you just now? How could you still be sleeping? Did you think just putting a cabinet at the door would suffice? Seeing Zhang Chang turn to leave, Li Yang was also furious. He decided not to sleep at all today. If you dare sneak in again, don't blame me for being rude. That night Li Yang sat on a chair by the door doing his best not to fall asleep, and by the time dawn broke he had not seen Zhang Chang come back in. When Li Yang went out, he saw Zhang Chang happily eating breakfast. Wow, you have dark circles under your eyes? Did you not sleep well last night? Li Yang glared at Zhang Chang. Do you have any idea whether I slept well or not? Turns out he was just messing with him. Zhang Chang must have guessed he wouldn't sleep, which was why he didn't come back, leaving Li Yang to stay up half the night. Li Yang sat across from Zhang Chang, angrily eating a pie while glaring at Zhang Chang, reminding him that he would remember this incident. Alright, let's go back to class. If you're unwilling to let go of your status as a student, you can skip studying, fail a few more subjects, and who knows, you might get to repeat a year. Other students only need to study, leaving the rest of their time for fun and romance. Yet Li Yang had to endure intense training every day, suffering more than those national defense students. Of course, he also enjoyed it. Every time he felt himself making even a little progress, it brought him immense joy. Moreover, he had a goal to surpass Zhang Chang, so that when Zhang Chang tried to bully him again in the future, he could retaliate with his fists. Unlike now, where he couldn't compete verbally, let alone physically. Back at school, Li Yang bought a bottle of Pulse and headed straight to the classroom, as it was said that the teacher would discuss some important topics today. During the break, he went to the restroom, and when he returned, he downed half the bottle of Pulse. Suddenly a WeChat message popped up on his phone from Zhang Chang. What does this guy want now? If you leave half a bottle of water out of your sight, how can you continue drinking it? If there was something wrong with that bottle, you would be in trouble right now. I have to be cautious about this too. It seemed athletes were indeed required to be wary, fearing someone might tamper with their water and cause them to unknowingly use performance-enhancing drugs. Zhang Chang had told him that while some ordinary toxins could be withstood by an awakener's body, there were specific drugs targeting awakeners. Even someone with Fang Jie's strength could lose their combat ability and even die. If that's the case, the world is indeed too dangerous. Shouldn't I be as cautious as those high-profile individuals in everything I do? Wait. That's not right. How did Zhang Chang know I drank water? This guy has been monitoring me. Once Li Yang thought that cultivation would be a rather pleasant affair. In a remote and beautiful mountain area, there stood a grand house atop a peak, and looking up from below, it felt as if one lived above the clouds every day. If he were to post about it on social media, everyone would instantly envy him, showering him with likes and exclamations of admiration. It would be even better if there were two beautiful senior sisters and a lovely junior sister around. He didn't seek any relationships, but simply looking at them would uplift his spirits. Even if he were in the city, it should be in a place resembling a traditional courtyard, the kind that others would consider upscale as soon as they heard about it. Little did he know that he was cultivating in a gym, often enduring beatings from Zhang Chang, which he could tolerate, but why did he feel danger lurking everywhere? In the following week, his classmates noticed that Li Yang seemed to have become strange. Every time he drank water, he would buy a bottle and finish it in one go, leaving nothing behind. Moreover, he refused to eat whatever his roommates offered, citing dental issues. It was said that at night he would suddenly sit up while sleeping, leading them to suspect that he was under some kind of pressure. Zhao Liang had once indirectly asked him, but Li Yang merely replied that he was fine, saying he was inspired by Zhang Fei from the Three Kingdoms, who could sleep with his eyes open, and wanted to learn that. Afterward, Zhao Liang stopped asking. He had previously thought Li Yang was quite normal, just someone who loved sports, but now he felt that Li Yang seemed a bit neurotic, often looking back while walking. Surely he hadn't done anything wrong, had he? Even Wang Ruken felt that Li Yang had been acting oddly lately. He ate slower and often seemed distracted. Li Yang didn't want to be this way, but Zhang Chang insisted it was training, urging him to remain alert. He would later understand how crucial this was when going out on missions. It took Li Yang a couple of days to realize that perhaps his reactions had been excessive. Zhang Chang mentioned that when going out on missions in the future he should be cautious, and that this was merely training. Why was he always so paranoid? In 2 days all the mandatory exams had concluded, and as for elective classes, those had already been finished. Li Yang felt he had performed adequately and should pass without issues. Although he hadn't made much of an impression on the teachers, he hadn't missed any classes, so he shouldn't fail. Finally done with the exams. How about we gather tonight, guys? Zhao Liang said as he tucked a small note into his sleeve addressing Li Yang and the others. I'm good with that. Of course, you are being local means you can take the bus home. Didn't they buy tickets for tomorrow? So tonight let's drink freely. Zhao Liang glanced at Li Yang. They were unaware that Li Yang was already an orphan. They just found it odd that Li Yang's parents had never been to the school and he never returned home on weekends. At dinner that night, Zhao Yang and others chatted about the winter break. Some said they could finally enjoy themselves knowing their parents would indulge them a bit during the new year. Others discussed how much lucky money they might receive for the new year, unsure if their parents would give them anything this year. Li Yang listened quietly, never interjecting. "Old Li, why aren't you speaking?" Duchuan couldn't help but ask. "Old Li's parents must be working out of town, right?" Zhao Yang speculated. Seeing Li Yang shake his head, Zhao Yang tentatively asked, "Uncle and aunt must have separated, right?" He thought this was the only possibility, possibly even that Li Yang's parents had remarried, which is why he never returned home on weekends. "They have passed away." "Ah. I'm so sorry." Zhao Yang expressed some regret. "It's fine, come let's drink." After all this time, Li Yang had already accepted reality. He would live well, even more splendidly than they could imagine, ensuring his parents wouldn't worry about him in another world. Over 3 hours later, they helped each other back to their dorms with only Li Yang remaining sober. Though he had also drunk quite a bit, he could circulate the energy within his body a few times, dissipating most of the intoxication. Watching his classmates one by one succumb to sleep on their beds, Li Yang felt no drowsiness himself. Perhaps other students felt little about the new year, just eating, drinking, playing cards, and lighting fireworks. If those in better circumstances might even travel. This year, however, Li Yang's new year would be different. He was going with Zhang Chang. Not to celebrate the new year with Zhang Chang, but to go to a training camp for training. Li Yang was immensely looking forward to this training camp, not just because Zhang Chang said that those who came out of the training camp would significantly enhance their strength, but also because it would ease his longing for his parents and the sorrow that accompanied it. Otherwise, during the new year, when everyone else was reunited with their families, how would he spend it alone? That sense of loneliness would be unbearable. Suddenly his phone screen lit up with a message from Wang Rukan. "Are you planning to stay in the dormitory over the winter break? Come to my house for the new year, my parents miss you a lot." "No need, I'll be celebrating the new year at my uncle's place, I might leave tomorrow." Li Yang smiled, and after coming out of the training camp he no longer had to pretend to be so dull. "Oh, then call me when you arrive." Having replied to the message, Li Yang stared at the ceiling. Although his life was not quite as he had imagined, it seemed to be even more exciting. Zhang Chang always described the training camp in terrifying terms, but Li Yang felt there was a good chance Zhang Chang was just trying to scare him. The training camp was merely going to increase the intensity, like 12 hours of training each day. How much more terrifying could it be with a slight increase in difficulty? Zhang Chang often exaggerated many things, and Li Yang had become accustomed to taking Zhang Chang's words with a grain of salt. On the contrary, hearing that the training camp would also teach firearms shooting and weapon combat made him even more excited and eager. The next afternoon, the students in the dormitory finally woke up from their hangovers. "Old Li, are you leaving with your uncle?" "Yes, I'll be leaving soon, so I won't be seeing you tonight," he said as he carried a suitcase downstairs and got into a domestically produced SUV driven by Zhang Chang. Li Yang remembered that this SUV didn't seem too expensive, but how could it run so fast and be so stable? "This car is nice, I'll buy one like this in the future." "You won't get one this good, this is modified and the cost is enough to buy 20 of these cars. Sit tight, if you're tired take a nap, we'll be driving for a long time." Li Yang understood. He had previously thought that domestic cars were of such high quality. They sped along the road, and by nightfall they had exited the province, entering Inner Mongolia with fewer and fewer vehicles on the road. Li Yang was about to tell Zhang Chang to find a place to park as he needed to relieve himself. Food could be dealt with in the car, but he couldn't just hold it, could he? Suddenly a car without its lights on approached rapidly from behind, crashing directly into their vehicle's rear. The drowsiness that engulfed Li Yang vanished in an instant. What was happening? Were they being chased? Why wasn't Zhang Chang stopping the car but instead flooring the accelerator to increase speed? What's going on? Hold on tight. It's obviously coming for us if the most likely culprits are the Hunter organization. They must know I'm taking a newcomer to the training camp this time, so they want to capture us and find the camp's location. Zhang Chang spoke while steadily controlling the car, not giving the pursuing vehicle any chance to overtake. Wasn't it said that driving was safer? Didn't you tell me we wouldn't be discovered? What's going on? Li Yang didn't know when they had been targeted, but choosing this remote stretch of road was clearly a long-planned scheme. He had no idea how many opponents were coming and what their strength was. In the car behind there were 3 people, one with a scruffy beard, one bald, and another with a scar on his face. Each looked menacing. If we can't overtake, then accelerate and ram into them, flipping their car. Why are you dawdling? What if we run into other vehicles? The bald man commanded the one with the scar. The scarred man thought to himself, it's easy for you to say, but the other car is also going fast. Didn't you see I'm already flooring the accelerator? I suggested driving a Cayenne, but you insisted on a Land Rover. Can this speed even compare? Our car can't match up. Even if we crash, it would be hard to stop them. The scarred man said without looking back. The bearded man in the passenger seat unbuckled his seatbelt and pulled out a handgun. Open the sunroof and I'll make them stop. Suddenly Li Yang saw someone poke their head through the sunroof in the rearview mirror, holding a gun and aiming at them. Watch out! They have guns! Li Yang exclaimed anxiously. Don't worry, it's just a regular handgun. My car is modified. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. Li Yang noticed cracks appearing in the rear window with a bullet lodged in the glass, though the glass hadn't shattered completely. Zhang Chang frowned. It turned out to be a Desert Eagle, a powerful handgun. This was turning out to be more troublesome than he had imagined. Bang! Bang! 2 more gunshots rang out, shattering both of Zhang Chang's side mirrors, significantly affecting his judgment of the pursuing car. Bang! The 2 cars were now close to side by side when the Land Rover suddenly swerved left. Zhang Chang quickly turned the steering wheel to the right and Li Yang felt the car shake violently. Damn it, why are you crashing into the passenger side? In movies, don't they always use their passenger to hit the other driver's side? Get close, roll down the window. I don't believe we can't break their glass at this distance. The bearded man ordered. Even if they couldn't break it, it would still distract their driver. One shaky hand could flip their car over. The 2 cars collided again and Li Yang could even see the driver of the other car through the glass. Suddenly a hand reached out from behind the driver's head, holding a handgun. Bang! Li Yang stared at the cracked glass beside him. Don't we have any backup on the road? I've already sent a distress signal, but by the time help arrives the fight will be over. We can only save ourselves now. There was an uphill ahead. Hold on tight. Both cars soared up the slope before crashing heavily back onto the road, simultaneously separating. As soon as a hint of joy appeared on Li Yang's face, he saw Zhang Chang's expression change. What's wrong? Flat tire. Hold on, I need to make their car stop. Zhang Chang's face was grim as he forcefully turned the steering wheel to the right, causing the 2 cars to crash heavily into each other. It was evident that the hoods of both cars bulged while the driver's visibility was severely compromised. Li Yang tried hard not to feel scared. He also saw that there were 3 people in the other car. Since they had come to intercept them, they must have made adequate preparations and investigations, and their strength was at least on par with Zhang Chang. With no water sources nearby, Zhang Chang's combat effectiveness was hard to fully utilize. Their tires have blown. Get closer, hit their front end, and make them stop. Hurry up and finish this, we can still find some girls to relax with. The bald man wore a confident expression, seemingly convinced of capturing Li Yang and Zhang Chang. Our tires have also blown, we can't overtake. Damn it, their car even has spike strips. The scarred man gripped the steering wheel tightly, glancing at the car ahead then at their own. The difference was too stark. But if they could deal with these two, wouldn't that car be their spoils? Although it looked ugly from the outside, it was quite sturdy. Li Yang suddenly turned to Zhang Chang. Are those three from our Joker organization? What are their code names? Black 7, Red 8, or some other color? This must be another test, Li Yang speculated. Zhang Chang cursed while driving. What the hell are you thinking? If they were really from the organization, I would have just parked and said I needed to pee. Would I need to fight so hard? Li Yang opened the glove compartment and rummaged. Where's the gun? Don't tell me you don't have any weapons in the car. Damn it, this time it's not a test, it's for real. Li Yang knew he couldn't hesitate at this moment, he had to fight. Even though he knew his shooting skills were mediocre, especially compared to these trained professionals, at such a close distance he wouldn't even need to aim to hit. What's the use of giving you a gun? Can you shoot faster than them with the window down? Hold on tight, there's another hill ahead. This time both cars leaped almost simultaneously, but unlike last time, the fronts of both vehicles collided midair before veering off in different directions. After landing, both cars flipped over, rolling out of the roadside barriers. Li Yang reached out to fumble beside his seat, unbuckling his seatbelt, desperately trying to push the door open. This was a modified car, it didn't even have an airbag. Look at their car, the airbags had clearly deployed. With both hands pressing against the roof, Li Yang struggled to kick the door open, but then he saw Zhang Chang press a button next to the steering wheel and the car window suddenly cracked. This time he kicked the glass open and crawled out from the overturned car. Luckily, in that brief moment he transformed into a furry monster, which prevented him from getting seriously hurt. The three men in the Land Rover were struggling to crawl out. Li Yang then realized that the airbag seemed to hinder their escape. How are you doing? I'm fine. Here, be careful not to let anyone take it. Zhang Chang also crawled out of the car surprisingly unharmed and pulled out a handgun from somewhere, shoving it into Li Yang's hands. Oh right, it seemed like he saw all those bottled waters in the car exploding, and the water flowing created a curtain cushioning Zhang Chang from the impact of the roll. But damn it, this guy only cared about himself and didn't look out for him at all. Bang bang bang. Zhang Chang still had a gun in hand, and he pulled the trigger at the bald man crawling out over there. Li Yang also shot without hesitation, though his marksmanship was nowhere near Zhang Chang's. At a distance of less than 20 meters he could at least hit the car. That Land Rover was certainly not bulletproof. Li Yang aimed to injure those inside, even if it was just a lucky shot. A rollover might seem severe to an ordinary person, but considering the airbags deployed, even without them those three awakened ones wouldn't face serious harm. After all, Li Yang was unscathed. Unfortunately, Li Yang's shooting skills were abysmal. Not only did he fail to hit anyone, but he also ended up bursting the airbags, making it even easier for the scar-faced man and the big beard to crawl out of the vehicle. The big bearded man and his two companions were hiding behind the car. They could have easily kicked the door in, but they never thought to destroy the vehicle. After all, they needed it to drive away after capturing their target. However, it seemed impossible now. The car's tires had been shot out and those two had surprisingly good aim. Little did they know Li Yang hitting the tires was purely accidental. He had been aiming at the door of the driver's seat but had drastically missed. Click. Li Yang extended his hand towards Zhang Chang, saying, "Magazine." "What magazine? You completely wasted the bullets just now. Here, take this gun, there's 3 bullets left. Get ready to fight for your life." The three men jumped out from behind the car and began shooting at Li Yang and his companion, who took cover behind the car as their vehicle was bulletproof. The opponents were only firing to prevent them from escaping, not intending to take them down with bullets. The three men quickly ran towards Zhang Chang's overturned vehicle, skillfully spreading out. The two flanked from either side while one jumped directly onto the top of the overturned car. Li Yang lunged at the bald man on the left, perceiving him as the weakest. Zhang Chang swung both hands, transforming streams of water into whips that lashed out at the big beard and the scar-faced man. Such skilled fighters coordinating so well were undoubtedly assassins from the Hunter organization. The ambush site they chose was completely unsuitable for Zhang Chang's combat style. As a newcomer, Li Yang performed reasonably well after his training, but he was no match for any of them if they were all class awakened ones. Bang! Li Yang was suddenly sent flying, landing on the grass beside him. He had just exchanged punches with the bald man and ended up losing. After his transformation, Li Yang's strength was supposed to be much greater than Zhang Chang's, yet he was utterly outclassed. This bald man is a strength-based awakened one. If he was at a disadvantage in strength, then he needed to rely on his speed, which was decent. Li Yang made up his mind and lunged once more, instantly maneuvering behind the bald man. Bang bang bang! He fired off the 3 remaining bullets, fearing he might not kill this man. Seeing the bald man unable to turn his body in time, the bullets hit their mark and a smile appeared on Li Yang's face. Now with 2 against 2, their chances of winning had increased significantly. Moreover, he had taken down one awakened assassin. He remembered Zhang Chang mentioning there would be rewards for such feats. Bang! Li Yang felt a heavy blow to his waist and was sent flying, crashing into the overturned car. He looked at the bald man in disbelief. How could this be? He had clearly hit him 3 times. Wait, there was no blood on the ground. Could it be that the bullets couldn't harm this bald man? He is the rock killer known for having tough skin and immense strength, Zhang Chang warned as he retreated. Li Yang had limited exposure and was still unclear about the abilities of awakened ones, let alone the characteristics of each power. The big beard and the scar-faced man were displeased if the 2 of them had worked together, but failed to take down the water manipulator instantly, even allowing him time to warn the newcomer. However, that newcomer really had guts to challenge their strongest, the rock killer. It wouldn't take more than a minute, no, half a minute, for the rock killer to crush that kid and come to support them. At that moment, Zhang Chang was not only controlling water but also using it to manipulate 2 small blades akin to whips with sharp edges. If the 2 attacked him with all their might, Zhang Chang would definitely struggle, yet they seemed in no hurry, merely entangling him. Zhang Chang understood that they were waiting for the rock killer to deal with Li Yang before joining forces to eliminate him. By then he wouldn't be able to harm the rock killer, who would easily dispose of him. This was also related to their intention to capture Zhang Chang alive. They aimed to use him to locate the training camp and even the headquarters of the Joko organization, thereby destroying the foundation of the Joko organization. Li Yang saw the bald man charging towards him. Though his speed was not fast, each step left a deep footprint in the ground. He quickly got back up, maneuvering behind the bald man again, aimed a kick at the back of his knee. The bald man knelt on one knee and swung his elbow back. Li Yang bent backward to avoid the elbow, but was struck by the bald man's other hand, sending him flying again. He shook his head and got back up, surprising the bald man. This kid's resilience was impressive. He hadn't passed out despite everything. If it weren't for the intention to capture him alive, he would have certainly killed this kid earlier. But that's fine, he could apply a bit more force next time. Li Yang stumbled and ran off while the bald man took large strides to pursue him. Li Yang knew he couldn't win, but he wasn't planning to escape alone. He intended to lure the bald man away first, then return to help Zhang Chang, and they would leave together. There was no way he could escape alone. After all, there was no one around, and the opponent could easily pursue him. But it was a good idea. As soon as he created a few meters of distance, he felt something wrap around his waist. Before he could figure out how to break free, a powerful force yanked him backward. Li Yang spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground motionless. The bald man retracted his fist, shaking his hand as the whip around Li Yang's waist also returned. He knew his movements weren't fast enough, so to ensure he wouldn't fall behind his opponent, he had specifically trained with the whip. After dealing with this newcomer, it would be time to handle the water manipulator. Zhang Chang watched as Li Yang was knocked away by the bald man's punch, spitting blood, and his expression changed. What was going on? Didn't Li Yang still have the ability to go berserk? Why wasn't he using it? Could it be that this kid really didn't have the berserk ability and that day was just an accident? Otherwise, if he had been hiding his strength all along, why would he still conceal it in a life-and-death situation? Were they really going to meet their end here today? The bald man leisurely walked towards Zhang Chang, knowing that with those two guys entangled, the one playing in the water wouldn't be able to escape. He didn't expect this task to be so simple. He would surely receive an additional reward from the hall master. Suddenly he noticed Zhang Chang smiling at him from behind, yet the bald man did not turn around. The members of the clown organization had received a distress signal, but they couldn't possibly arrive so quickly. Even if they were fast, there would be the sound of transportation, yet he heard nothing. To think he could deceive me into turning back with such a petty trick is truly foolish. Just as the bald man was about to subdue Zhang Chang, he suddenly turned and threw a punch. Deep footprints were left on the ground as the bald man looked incredulously at the person before him. Wasn't this kid knocked out by me? How is he standing up again? Had he not heard footsteps earlier, he wouldn't have even had time to turn around. But even in a hasty turn with his strength, he should have easily sent this severely injured kid flying, possibly even breaking his bones. Why did that kid only take a step back while he retreated 3? Could this kid be stronger than him? Impossible. If that were true, how could he have easily dealt with him earlier? That kid was merely a beast transformation awakened. He had clearly seen the dark brown long hair on the back of the kid's hand. Moreover, that kid was definitely not at the D rank. Why then did he feel a sense of pressure? He saw Li Yang's eyes turning red and his breathing heavy, suddenly thinking of a possibility. Did you consume the frenzy potion? What a pity. I originally wanted to keep you as a member of our hunter organization, but it seems I have to kill you now. It's just a frenzy potion which temporarily boosts combat power but has significant side effects and a very short duration. As long as I can hold you off for a minute, perhaps half a minute, this kid will exhaust himself. Hearing the bald man's words, Zhang Chang suppressed his joy. Mistaking the real frenzy for having consumed the frenzy potion would cost him dearly, just like it did for Lan Tianyu back then. Li Yang swung a punch with all his might, which the bald man caught with his left hand. The bald man looked down on the frenzy potion. No matter how you used it, I can still take you down. The bald man swung his right fist, which was also caught by Li Yang. The two began to strain against each other, neither willing to back down. The bearded man's hand rose and the grass on the ground began to grow wildly, attempting to entangle Zhang Chang's legs. Zhang Chang quickly retreated, using the water to wrap around the dagger, severing the grass beneath him. The scar-faced man's arm suddenly stretched out, reaching for Zhang Chang's shoulder, but quickly retracted when he saw another dagger coming at him. In truth, any one of them could inflict serious damage on Zhang Chang at the cost of their own injury, but since they could deal with it easily, why would they risk injury? The credit would be shared among the 3 of them, and none wanted to be injured to help the others. They also heard the bald man's words and understood that the kid had consumed the frenzy potion. No wonder he hadn't been dealt with yet. But it didn't matter. In a rank beast transformation awakened, even if frenzied, was nothing to fear. It would only delay them a minute or 2. Surrender today, you are destined to be captured. Joining our hunter organization is far better than being with the clowns. In the future we will be the rulers of this world, and you will have everything you desire. Your struggles will only buy you a little more time if the clown members won't make it in time to save you. If you end up getting severely injured, you likely won't even have a chance to join us. The bearded man and the scar-faced man were persuading Zhang Chang, also trying to undermine his fighting spirit. But Zhang Chang seemed completely unfazed, continuing to evade them. Your struggles will only buy you a little more time if the clown members won't make it in time to save you. If you end up getting severely injured, you likely won't even have a chance. Li Yang and the bald man were still locked in a struggle when suddenly it seemed Li Yang had lost strength. The bald man was overjoyed, had the effect of the potion worn off. He pushed forward with all his might only to feel as if he had pushed against empty air. Li Yang let his strength go and fell directly to the ground. The bald man, unable to stop himself, fell forward and Li Yang kicked him in the abdomen, sending the bald man flying. The bald man cursed inwardly. Although this blow didn't cause him much harm, he had lost the initiative. Just as he got up, he felt his neck being locked. Li Yang wrapped his arms around the bald man's neck from behind, tightening his grip while pressing his knee against the bald man's spine, making it difficult for him to exert force. The bald man desperately gripped Li Yang's arm, trying to pull away, but it was utterly impossible. He slammed his head back with all his might, feeling a sharp pain in the back of his head, but to his astonishment, the arm locking his neck showed no signs of loosening. Although an awakened's ability to hold their breath is much stronger than that of a normal person, holding it for too long coupled with physical exhaustion made the bald man feel increasingly weak. He pushed hard against the ground with his feet, trying to leverage his body to press Li Yang down from behind. He succeeded, but Li Yang's arms still did not loosen. This backlock technique prevented the bald man from hitting Li Yang's head with his elbows. He could only keep elbowing Li Yang's ribs, hoping to break a bone and dissuade him from holding on. Ah! Li Yang suddenly let out a roar, twisting his arm with force, and with a crack the bald man's arm fell limp. The bald man, nicknamed the Rock Killer in the Hunter organization, had killed many awakened, half of whom were snapped necks by him. He thought he could easily complete the task this time, but unexpectedly Li Yang's sudden frenzy cost him his life. Li Yang snapped the bald man's neck but did not immediately release him. Instead, he twisted again to ensure the bald man struggled no more before finally letting go. His bloodred eyes fixed on the three people not far away, he charged forward without hesitation. At this moment, one thought remained in his mind: kill. Seeing Li Yang charging over, Zhang Chang quickly controlled the water to launch both daggers while retreating swiftly. He had experienced Li Yang's previous frenzy. It was truly indiscriminate and immensely destructive. If Li Yang mistook him for an enemy, he might really meet his end today. Li Yang had killed the bald man, which left the bearded man and the scar-faced man in shock. Seeing the two daggers fly out, they both quickly dodged, allowing Zhang Chang to escape successfully. "I'll deal with him, you handle that drug user." The scar-faced man quickly made his choice. Although the information they gathered before coming showed that the water controller was the expert, that beast transformation guy had just taken down the Rock Killer. The two separated, which greatly delighted Zhang Chang. He was at an absolute disadvantage against both, but unknown, he was not afraid. The scales of victory had begun to tip in their favor. The grass beneath him suddenly grew tall, ensnaring Li Yang's legs. He halted, looking down in confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend why this grass was climbing up his legs as if it wanted to burrow into his skin. It was just ordinary grass. He bent down directly and pulled it out by the roots, tearing it apart. Yet more grass grew again, continuing to wrap around Li Yang. The big bearded man's ability was to control plant growth. In areas dense with vegetation, his combat strength would increase significantly. Though this wasn't a jungle, the wild grass could still be utilized by him. That kid just consumed a berserk potion. Such drugs have a time limit. He couldn't believe that after just defeating the Rock Killer, the effects of the drug could last much longer. The more his combat power increased, the shorter the duration and the greater the side effects. Although he wasn't confident he could defeat the berserk Li Yang with just these grasses, stalling for a moment until the drug wore off should be feasible. Unlike the bald man, who insisted on charging in to test his strength, he rarely engaged opponents in close combat, preferring to win safely from a distance. Why get so close? Li Yang also noticed that the grass seemed endless. A few meters away, someone was waving their hands. He stopped pulling grass and instead took out two metal balls from his body, throwing them forcefully towards that person. The big bearded man did not expect Li Yang to have hidden weapons. The speed of the iron balls was astonishing, appearing highly lethal. Instinctively he controlled the grass in front of him to grow wildly while dodging to the side. However, by doing so he lost control over the grass wrapping around Li Yang's feet. Li Yang did not use his hands, he stepped forward and broke free from the grass restraints. Both metal balls passed through the woven grass, grazing the big bearded man's ears. He broke into a cold sweat. Had he been hit on the head he would have undoubtedly perished. Zhang Chang was entangled in a fight with the scar-faced man, and just as he was about to gain the upper hand, both he and the scar-faced man dodged to the side simultaneously, with two metal balls whizzing past them, not knowing how far they flew. Zhang Chang sighed. If only Li Yang could maintain his sanity after going berserk. With just these two metal balls he could have ambushed and injured someone, thus securing victory. It seemed this issue needed to be reported to the captain. If every instance of berserk resulted in a loss of rationality, executing missions would inevitably lead to losing control and possibly harming their own. In this environment the water he could control was too limited, he could only keep pace with the scar-faced man. If there were more water available he could easily defeat not just the scar-faced man but even the big bearded one together. Seeing Li Yang come charging with empty hands, the big bearded man retreated while again controlling the grass to ensnare Li Yang. The two metal balls must have been Li Yang's final burst of power. Little did he know Li Yang suddenly leaped up. Although the grass entangled his legs, it was directly broken free. He was about to land right in front of the big bearded man. The grass on the ground shook rapidly. The big bearded man seemed to slide on the grass like on a skateboard, gliding away from Li Yang. Li Yang sprinted forward, chasing the big bearded man. At that moment all he could see was this swiftly moving figure, feeling a deep-seated hatred towards him, wishing to tear him apart. The big bearded man noticed that Li Yang's speed had increased as well, showing no signs of slowing down. This was impossible. How could the effects of the drug still be in play? As Li Yang chased the big bearded man further away, the dim moonlight made it harder to see. Zhang Chang began to feel anxious. Li Yang had lost his rationality after going berserk and could very well fall for a trap, yet he found himself unable to escape. The scar-faced man's abilities were too troublesome. Not only could his limbs extend, but even his neck could lengthen. He could suddenly grow taller, shorter, fatter, or thinner. Zhang Chang's attacks missed every time. While fighting and retreating, Zhang Chang slowly began to draw water from the ground. Where there was grass there had to be water underground, albeit scarce. The scar-faced man, seeing the big bearded man being pursued by Li Yang, wore a look of surprise. What kind of drug had that kid taken for the berserk state to last so long? He wielded two daggers, flashing them up and down. It seemed he couldn't wait any longer, he had to determine the victor first. As a member of the hunter organization, his killing skills were also well practiced. Although the opponent before him was tough, he was determined to win even at the cost of injury. If the big bearded man also died, he could bring the two clowns back and the credit would be all his. Now it seemed the outcome was not only not bad but rather more beneficial for him. Suddenly a loud bang echoed from a distance. Both Zhang Chang and the scar-faced man turned towards the source of the sound and saw a burst of flames. What had exploded? Zhang Chang understood that Li Yang couldn't control fire and had no grenades on him, so it must have been the big bearded man's doing. Had he detonated a grenade? Was Zhang Chang dead? The scar-faced man's expression turned grave. He knew the big bearded man carried grenades, but the two were so close that when the grenade exploded no one could escape. In this situation the big bearded man had still used a grenade, undoubtedly because he couldn't defeat his opponent. Was that berserk kid that strong? Those two were bound to perish together. Even if not after he dealt with this person, he would go in for the kill. The credit would belong solely to him. Li Yang chased after the big bearded man. Although the big bearded man slid quickly across the grass, he was still caught up by Li Yang. He kicked towards the big bearded man, and even with many grasses in the way, the big bearded man was still sent sliding several meters away. Li Yang dashed forward in just a few steps and stomped down hard. The big bearded man struggled to roll away but was caught by Li Yang's ankle. Feeling the force on his ankle, the big bearded man realized that if he didn't break free it would be the end for him. He pulled out a grenade from his pocket, pulled the pin and assumed a stance for mutual destruction. Even an awakened would not dare to come into such close contact with an exploding grenade. The big bearded man thought that upon seeing this Li Yang would surely run away quickly. But Li Yang had lost his rationality. Upon seeing the grenade, instead of running he swung hard, lifting the big bearded man and slamming him down onto the ground.